Chapter 1. The duel begins with the draw of the blade. In the vast expanse of Douluo Continent, within the mundane confines of a modest courtyard in Heavendo City, a young lad, shrouded in obscurity, ardently practiced his art of drawing the blade. The act of drawing the blade transcends mere action. It embodies an artistic expression of visual delight and an unparalleled moment of explosive power. Each draw must encapsulate speed, strength, beauty, and precision, with not a single deviation allowed. The ultimate aim is a decisive strike, a testament to the mastery of the art. In the center of the courtyard stood Fang Xian, his raven hair flowing freely, eyes sharp and focused. His right hand rested upon the hilt, and the slender, keen blade slid from its sheath with a friction that mirrored the meteoric force tearing through the void. With a resounding whoosh, a clear, dragon-like resonance echoed as the blade cleaved through the air, effortlessly bisecting a 3-meter-high rock before him. Good. A successful strike, with the sound signifying his triumph ringing in his ears. Fang Xian could not help but smile in satisfaction. A weight lifted from his shoulders. After an entire morning of relentless practice, he had finally executed a flawless draw. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, he deemed his efforts of the day worthwhile. Fang Xian was a transmigrator, and the particulars of his previous life, the experiences he had endured, were of little consequence. Approximately a year ago, he arrived in the vast and perilous realm of Douluo Continent, where the individual he inhabited bore a frail constitution, having failed to awaken a martial soul even at the age of 14, thus rendering him incapable of cultivating soul power. In this treacherous world, a martial soul stood as the paramount weapon for survival in combat. To remain unawakened meant a life fraught with peril. However, as a fortunate transmigrator, he stumbled upon a remarkable blade-drawing system one fateful day. Thanks to this system, despite his inability to awaken a martial soul, he could still cultivate soul power through the art of drawing the blade. The system placed greater emphasis on the quality of each draw rather than the quantity, demanding an almost rigorous standard of speed, strength, beauty, and precision, all executed flawlessly with the intent to fell an adversary in a single stroke. Should a single draw fail to vanquish an opponent, he would rather endure and patiently seek out the perfect opportunity for a lethal strike. Although Fang Xian lacked a martial soul, naturally missing many advantages, this blade had become his singular and unparalleled weapon. Yet, gazing at the 3 uneven nicks marring the blade's edge, he shook his head in resignation. Yet another blade had met its demise. Common iron longswords struggled to withstand the explosive force of his blade-drawing technique, often crumbling to ruin within days. Over time, as his technique improved, he had lost count of how many blades he had destroyed. At present, he yearned for a reliable, exceptional sword. After a brief respite, Fang Xian exchanged his damaged blade for another ordinary iron long sword and resumed his fervent practice of drawing the blade. Today, however, his performance felt subpar. After laboring for most of the day, he had managed only that one successful draw, gaining but a modicum of soul power. Despite his fervent efforts to draw the blade again, he found himself unable to replicate his earlier success. In the next moment, Fang Xian steadied his mind and began to assess his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, LV10. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 99, 100 Proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 88100. Only a fragment of soul power remains before breaking through to the Soul Master level. Fang Xian felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that his impending upgrade had made him somewhat anxious, as he was eagerly yearning to ascend to the realm of the Soul Master. Yet, he repeatedly failed in his attempts to draw his blade, that he found himself unable to enhance his soul power through conventional training. Thus, his sole method of increasing it was through successful blade draws. With each successful draw, he would gain a modicum of soul power. However, achieving a successful draw proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The system imposed exceedingly stringent requirements on the blade drawing technique. Even the slightest flaw would be deemed a failure, precluding any reward of soul power. It seems that continuing to practice diligently will not yield success, he sighed, his eyes gradually sharpening with resolve. He decided to venture into the Soul Beast Forest to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. Only amidst life and death crises can the latent potential of humanity be unleashed. The Sunset Forest, this vast and boundless primordial forest, lies near the city of Tiando, shrouded in miasma, interspersed with marshes and teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. The closer one gets to the central region, the more formidable the soul beasts become. It is rumored that within the forest lurks a terrifying existence that is infinitely close to the divine. A lithe figure darted swiftly through the trees, the rustling sound accompanying its leaps and bounds. With flowing black hair and a well-proportioned physique, the face of this striking youth, aged around 15 or 16, bore sharp angles, and his jet-black eyes glimmered with the keen intensity of a hawk. Feng Xian landed steadily on an ancient tree, his profound gaze scanning the depths of the forest. From the distant, swaying shadows of the trees, he could vaguely discern several dark figures flitting past. His eyes narrowed after a brief hesitation. He lightly pressed his foot against a branch and propelled himself forward like a darting arrow, racing ahead. After a brief 10 breaths, the scene before him gradually came into focus. He beheld a young maiden being pursued by a wraith-like wolf. This maiden was extraordinarily beautiful, with cascading hair like a black waterfall and a graceful figure, adorned in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. However, at this moment, the lovely maiden appeared quite disheveled, her delicate face smeared with dust, and her pristine gown bore numerous tears, exposing her ivory skin to the air, exuding an irresistible allure. Few could withstand such breathtaking temptation, yet regrettably, facing her was a wolf devoid of charm, the wraith-like wolf. Moreover, this wraith-like wolf was exceptionally large, its visage somewhat terrifying. A century-old soul beast, Feng Xian, witnessing the wraith-like wolf, which was as robust as an adult bull, felt a rare surge of astonishment cross his otherwise impassive face. A century-old wraith-like wolf was equivalent to a formidable great soul master. To his surprise, he had encountered such a powerful soul beast merely moments after venturing into the forest. His expression grew serious as he patiently concealed himself nearby, quietly observing the unfolding battle, searching for the opportune moment to intervene. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Although the maiden was a young soul master of considerable prowess, she possessed no means of resistance against the century-old wraith-like wolf. Roar! The ethereal wolf let out a thunderous roar, its iron claws tearing through the air, sending the young girl hurtling 7 meters away until she collided heavily with a rock, shattering it upon impact. Vivid crimson blood trickled from her delicate lips, her pitiful visage evoking sympathy in any man who beheld her. Yet, the ethereal wolf harbored no such compassion. Its scarlet eyes glimmered with ferocity as it opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward the girl with the intent to devour her. "Hold, no. Please, no." As she gazed up at the descending wolf, terror etched across her exquisite face. Despair engulfed her heart. Now is the moment. From the shadows, Feng Xian witnessed this harrowing scene, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. His hand gripped the hilt of his blade, and in a swift motion, he unsheathed a 3-foot-long sword. With a whoosh, the blade, executed with unparalleled finesse, cleaved through the void, conjuring a powerful gust of wind as it struck the wolf's waist with unyielding force. With a head of bronze and a body of iron, its waist was the wolf's Achilles heel. Crack! Feng Xian calmly sheathed his sword, and the ethereal wolf was severed cleanly in two, its innards spilling forth in a gruesome display. It was a breathtaking exhibition of swordsmanship. Success. 1 strike, 1 kill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Feng Xian's expression illuminated with excitement. His soul power was now at its zenith, allowing him to ascend to a new level. Transitioning from a soul warrior to a soul master marked a significant leap in his journey. Only by becoming a soul master could he earn a modicum of respect in the formidable realm of Douluo Continent. With just a single strike, I've slain a century-old soul beast. The girl trembled, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Feng Xian, her admiration unmasked. "You are incredibly strong." In terms of cultivation, Feng Xian was far inferior to the ethereal wolf. Yet with the right timing and targeting its weaknesses, the seemingly impossible could indeed be achieved. "Thank you for saving me," she exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet, a captivating smile gracing her face as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Her flowing hair danced in the breeze, and she stood like a fairy from a dream, radiant in her beauty. "You're welcome," Feng Xian replied with a slight nod, calmly advancing towards her, and in a shocking turn, he plunged his sword through her, the vivid blood staining her pristine white gown. Chapter 2. Ascending to Soul Master. That strike plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence. Who could have anticipated that Feng Xian would suddenly turn on the girl he had just rescued? Even the girl, as she lay dying, wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why the man before her had acted with such ruthless decisiveness. "Damn you. How did you see through me?" Her delicate face stiffened, a sharp dagger slipping from her sleeve as a flicker of malice darkened her eyes, With a potent mixture of resentment and disbelief, she succumbed to her fate. Your gaze betrayed your greed. Fang Xian's eyes turned icy, his indifferent gaze locking onto the dagger that had fallen from the girl's sleeve, its blade glistening ominously, laced with a purple poison. In this world, danger lurked at every corner. Betrayal and murder for treasures were all too common, and he had long learned to remain vigilant against all. As he turned away, a yellow soul ring emerged from the lifeless body of the ethereal wolf, Sai. After a prolonged silence, Fang Xian fixated on the precious century-old soul ring, eventually letting out a slow sigh, helplessly watching it dissipate, his eyes filled with a sense of inevitability and regret. Without a martial soul, he was unable to acquire the soul ring, and as he beheld the century-old soul ring before him, he could only let it fade away with the passage of time. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he was devoid of any so-called upgrading bottlenecks. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could elevate his rank. At present, his soul power stood at 100,100, perfectly rounded. Upgrade. Fang Xian calmly seated himself upon the ground. Commencing his elevation, the torrent of warmth surged within him, transforming into a formidable soul power that continuously nourished his every limb and sinew. Ding dong. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to Soul Master. Finally, I become a Soul Master. A smile illuminated Fang Xian's face as he distinctly felt his soul power increase significantly, no longer as sparse as it once was, but gradually coalescing into a robust force. Enhancing by 3 to 5 times. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on becoming a Soul Master. A new talent has been unlocked. A new talent. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, opening his personal panel to discover a new attribute line had appeared. Supreme Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, LV11. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 0110. Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 88100. Divinely Bestowed Blade, 1. Divinely Bestowed? What could that possibly mean? Just as Fang Xian pondered this, he noticed a note at the bottom of the panel. Note, the Divinely Bestowed Blade is awarded once every 10 levels and can replicate the martial soul of a Soul Master. Replicate martial souls. Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment of dazed contemplation, he erupted into joyous elation. Martial soul. Martial soul. This was the most formidable power in the Douluo Continent, the fundamental essence upon which Soul Masters relied for their strength. The type and quality of a martial soul would directly determine a Soul Master's power and future achievements. Although Fang Xian had no martial soul, he could enhance his soul power through the system. However, as his level increased, the shortcomings of lacking a martial soul would gradually become apparent. Upon reaching higher levels, this deficiency would amplify without restraint. For at level 70 or 80, the potency of martial souls would undergo a monumental transformation, especially for top-tier martial souls, whose terrifying might could be described as cataclysmic at such an exalted level. No matter how exquisite Fang Xian's blade technique may be, it would be difficult to withstand a martial soul. Yet now, with the newly unlocked talent that could replicate a Soul Master's martial soul, it was utterly astonishing. Moreover, according to the note, the Divinely Bestowed Blade was awarded every 10 levels. Did that not mean he could replicate multiple martial souls? Fang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, yet a sense of confusion lingered as he wondered in what form these martial souls would exist. Boom! An enormous explosion abruptly jolted Fang Xian from his reverie. Flames erupted from the forest ahead, violent soul power surged, and a terrifying aura swept toward him, sending shivers down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. This aura is from a soul sovereign. Fang Xian's expression turned grave as he sensed the oppressive presence of a being stronger than level 30. Although he had just achieved his promotion, he remained merely a level 11 Soul Master, belonging to the lowest echelon of the Douluo Continent. Within the hierarchy of Soul Master cultivation, reaching level 30 marked a significant watershed. Attaining soul power beyond this threshold would bring about a transformative change, enabling the absorption of Millennium Soul Rings and enhancing one's strength considerably. Upon sensing the presence of a soul daw, he immediately heightened his vigilance, carefully surveying his surroundings without a trace of complacency. There, Fang Xian's eyes narrowed as he noticed the nearby woods ablaze, with strands of icy crystals forming upon the branches. Fire and ice dew, formidable forces of soul power, clashed continuously, causing the very earth to tremble. With a deft push of his toes against the ground, he soared into the air, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey as he darted through the ancient trees. In a short while, Fang Xian arrived at the battleground, where two figures engaged in fierce combat gradually came into view. The first to catch his eye was a young man in his 20s, possessing striking features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an impressive stature that rendered him quite handsome. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling smile twisted upon his handsome visage. His fiery gaze brazenly roamed over the young girl opposite him. She was a breathtaking maiden, around 16 or 17 years of age, with flowing aquamarine hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite features and skin, fairer than snow, emanated an aura of ethereal grace, akin to a delicate lotus that one could admire from afar but never dare to touch. However, at this moment, a flush crept onto her cheeks, her clear eyes appeared somewhat clouded, and her body swayed unsteadily, indicating her peculiar state. Wu Binger, Fang Xian was taken aback. As a devoted reader of the Douluo novels and a loyal viewer who had followed the anime to its 100th episode, he recognized the blue-haired girl before him as Wu Binger, the captain of the Water Academy's battle team, possessing the top-tier martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Though her appearances in the Douluo tale were few and far between, her martial soul, strength, and beauty positioned her among the elite, with the potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Li Tian, I have always considered you a friend, yet you resort to poisoning me. How despicable. Wu Binger's delicate face was etched with frost, her furious gaze fixed upon the young man across from her, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her slender frame trembled uncontrollably. Binger, this is all your fault for being so irresistible. Li Tian chuckled wickedly, his fiery eyes locked onto the girl as he approached her step by step. How does the taste of a passionate rose feel? I know you are suffering now. Do not endure any longer. Let me liberate you. This scene was rather intense. Fang Xian, concealed behind a tree, quietly observed the unfolding drama. Indeed, a rather click tale was taking shape. Chapter 3, An Astonishing Blade. You must be dreaming, Wu Binger retorted coldly, her soul power surging within her. Her blue hair danced as she began to summon her martial soul, a sacred and noble illusion of the Ice Phoenix gradually materialized around her, emanating a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to freezing levels. 3 radiant soul rings simultaneously ascended to yellow and 1 purple, signifying her as a 31-level battle soul. Douluo, Blazing Lion. Upon witnessing Shui Binger summon her martial soul, a grave expression surfaced in Li Lingxian's eyes. Confronted with the formidable ice-type martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, he dared not underestimate the situation. With a thunderous roar, his soul power surged forth, and a flaming lion materialized from his being. Soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, consisting of 2 yellow and 1 purple. This was the ordinary beast martial soul, the Blazing Lion. Although it could not rival Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix, his level surpassed hers by a significant margin, boasting a rank of 35 as a battle soul master. Thus, an intense clash between soul masters erupted instantaneously. The icy tendrils swiftly spread across the ground, crystallizing into thick layers of ice, while flames blazed fiercely, sending forth scalding waves of heat. Within the depths of the forest, frost clashed violently with flames as formidable soul power surged through the void. The ancient trees surrounding them gradually became adorned with conical ice crystals, their trunks marred by dark, charred scars. This battle took an unexpected turn. Although Shui Binger faced a significant level disparity of 4 ranks against Li Tian, from the outset, she firmly held the upper hand, relentlessly pressing the offense against him. Li Tian's left cheek was swollen, his eyes darkened to a deep bruise, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. Utterly incapable of retaliating, anger surged within him, his face a pallid hue, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the formidable girl before him. The Ice Phoenix, indeed a top-tier martial soul, possessed a power that was incomparable to ordinary martial souls. Despite his higher rank, in true combat, he was no match for the girl. In that moment, Shui Binger seized the advantage, unleashing her 3rd soul skill, eager to deliver a decisive blow to Li Tian. The 3rd soul skill, Frost-Resisting Ring. A circle of icy blue light erupted from her form, manifesting a crystalline ice ring that radiated a chilling aura capable of freezing the world. Her gaze was frigid, and her azure hair danced gracefully as she advanced upon Li Tian like a celestial being of unparalleled beauty, brimming with murderous intent. This is bad. Li Tian's expression shifted to one of horror as he beheld Shui Binger charging towards him. He understood all too well the terror of her 3rd soul skill. Its immense damage accompanied by a freezing effect. If struck by this attack, even survival would be a challenge. With a fierce shout, he activated his third soul skill, Crimson Flame Barrier. He hastily summoned a fiery shield to counter Shui Binger's assault. Boom. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Shui Binger shattered Li Lingtian's Crimson Flame Barrier with ease, sending him hurtling backward with tremendous force. How is this possible? Li Lingtian screamed in agony, blood spewing forth as he staggered back, crashing heavily against a rock, fracturing it upon impact. His complexion turned ashen, gravely wounded, and his martial soul dissipated, signifying his utter defeat. As he watched Shui Binger approach step by step, despair enveloped his heart. Binger, it is all my fault. I was blinded by folly. For the sake of our past friendship, I beg you, spare my life. He pleaded desperately with the girl. Friend, you took advantage of my unguarded moment and poisoned me. Yet you dare to utter the word friend? You shall perish. Shui Binger's expression remained cold, her resolve unyielding as she propelled her fist, imbued with chilling soul power, violently towards his head. Just then, her delicate form suddenly trembled. Her assault halted abruptly as if struck by an unseen force, staggering several steps backward until she collided heavily against a tree. What is happening? My soul power. Shui Binger, bewildered, felt her soul power mysteriously dissipating. Even her Ice Phoenix martial spirit uncontrollably retreating into her body. In a short while, her eyes clouded over again, hot sweat cascading down her smooth forehead. Even her breaths became fervent. Ha ha ha, the effects of the passionate rose have finally erupted. Witnessing this scene, Li Lingtian was instantly overwhelmed with joy, laughing heartily. Binger, I forgot to inform you, the passionate rose is not merely a drug that confuses the mind. It can also cause one's soul power to disperse, rendering it impossible to recover for a time. You must feel utterly drained now, unable to summon even a hint of your soul power. Li Lingtian, you despicable scoundrel. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed crimson, drenched in fragrant sweat as she leaned weakly against a tree, casting a cold glare at Li Lingtian, her eyes brimming with fury. Humph. Binger, this is all of your own making. If you had agreed to my courtship earlier, I would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics. It is solely your arrogance, your disdain for my affection, that has led to this day. Li Lingtian scoffed, wiping the blood from his face, slowly rising from the ground. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he greedily surveyed Shui Binger's exquisite curves, the fiery gaze in his eyes intensifying. He could hardly wait to witness the proud maiden before him surrendering to his will. Binger, let me relish this moment. Li Lingtian excitedly licked his lips, taking 2 or 3 steps closer to Shui Binger. His sinful hand reached out slowly toward her pure, unblemished cheek. No, do not come any closer. Help, someone. Please save me. As she beheld the claw-like hand approaching her face, Shui Binger could not help but shed glistening tears, her heart engulfed in despair. Shout all you want. Scream until your throat is raw. It will be of no use, for no one will come to your rescue. Li Lingtian sneered, his eyes filled with mockery, his body trembling with excitement as he was on the verge of claiming the object of his long-desired lust. Just then, a clear and resonant sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. The blade's brilliance shimmered like ripples on a water's surface, gently undulating through the void. Amidst its tenderness lay an edge of sharpness. Silently, it glided past Li Lingtian's neck. His pupils constricted. Before he could react, his head was already soaring through the air. What a beautiful blade! Shui Binger stood transfixed, her gaze somewhat dazed, deeply captivated by this strike. The blade was like a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface. A shooting star cleaving the night sky, gentle as water yet infused with lethal intent, utterly astonishing. For the first time, she realized that one could infuse artistry into the act of killing. As her gaze subtly lifted, a stoic youth gradually came into view. With his raven hair cascading down and a strikingly handsome visage, he held a slender long blade in his hand. Most astonishing of all was the gleaming edge of the sword, which bore not a trace of blood. At the very moment he sheathed the blade, a bloodied head rolled to his feet, captivating the entire assembly. Shui Binger found herself momentarily entranced, uncertain whether it was the blade's prowess or the enigmatic youth before her that held her fascination. Chapter 4. If we are brothers. Allow me to strike a blow, a single strike that dispatched a soul master. Indeed, this is a feat worthy of pride. Feng Xian gazed at the severed head beside his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. He believed he possessed a natural aptitude for assassination, adept at concealing his presence to the extent that even a soul master of over 20 levels above him could not detect him. His character, marked by patience and restraint, coupled with the ability to unleash a swift and decisive strike, had enabled him to slay the formidable Li Lingtian, who stood at level 35. Undoubtedly, the opportunity presented to him was primarily due to Shui Binger. The young woman had initially grievously injured Li Lingtian and subsequently captivated his full attention, thus granting Fang Xian a remarkable chance to strike. But what is happening? At that moment, Fang Xian furrowed his brow, noticing something peculiar about Shui Binger. "It's so hot, I can't bear it," Shui Binger exclaimed, her cheeks aflame, as if a fire were raging within her. The effects of the passionate rose elixir surged forth, making her feel as though she might be reduced to ashes at any moment. "Save me." Shui Binger's gaze became dazed, her delicate face flushed with color, and she finally lost her composure, lunging toward Fang Xian with fervor. Fang Xian swiftly evaded Shui Binger, demonstrating remarkable agility. Alas, the young maiden missed her target and fell heavily to the ground. Yet another clutch tail unfolds. However, the astute Fang Xian would not fall for such a ruse. Such captivating temptresses invariably invite endless troubles. It is imperative to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, a swift resolution would be far more straightforward, perhaps even paving the way for a harmonious existence. Observing Fang Xian's look of disdain, Shui Binger was taken aback. She never anticipated that her bold gesture would be met with such rejection. "What do you mean by that? Find a way to resolve it yourself." Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Shui Binger before striding towards the headless corpse. To his astonishment, the allure of this lifeless body surpassed that of Shui Binger. It was an opportunity to loot. Fang Xian cheerfully set out to search for the body of Li Lingtian. As a soul master, it was likely that he possessed numerous valuable items. Observing Fang Xian eagerly rummaging through the corpse, Shui Binger felt her own body gradually turn to stone. She was taken aback to discover that her allure was overshadowed by that of a lifeless body. A look of grievance crossed her face as she beseeched Fang Xian. "I am truly distressed. I implore you to assist me." How troublesome women can be. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating that if he were a man, the matter would likely be resolved in mere seconds. Reluctantly, he approached Shui Binger. He could not truly bear to witness the young girl succumbing to the poison. "Very well. Let me see if I can assist you in alleviating this toxin." After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Xian calmly positioned himself behind Shui Binger, channeling his spiritual energy into his right palm, which he gently placed upon her delicate back. Even through the fabric, he could sense a wonderfully smooth and soft sensation. Simultaneously, an enchanting sound escaped the girl's lips. Hey, please refrain from making such peculiar noises." Fang Xian concentrated his mind and deftly sealed 5 major acupoints on Shui Binger, temporarily halting the spread of the toxins within her body. He then endeavored to utilize his soul power to assist her in neutralizing the effects of the passionate rose's potency. In the world of martial arts, one inevitably encounters poison. To safeguard himself, he had diligently studied various detoxification techniques, though he was uncertain if they would suffice against the venom of the passionate rose. He had even contemplated the worst-case scenario of engaging in a desperate battle amidst the grass. However, he truly wished to avoid such an outcome. Fortunately, as his soul power surged, wisps of crimson steam began to rise from the girl's crown, and her once rosy cheeks, reminiscent of a ripened apple, gradually returned to a more natural hue. There was hope. Fang Xian's eyes glimmered with a flicker of joy as he finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he would not have to make any sacrifices. An hour later, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with clarity, her cheeks adorned with a layer of frost, fully reverting to her previous demeanor of icy purity, exuding an aloofness that kept others at bay. "Very well, I have alleviated most of the poison within you. As for the remnants, once you restore your soul power, you shall expel them on your own." Fang Xian let out a long breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion after an hour of cultivating his soul power. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, and he realized that he had depleted a significant portion of his internal soul energy. The reserves of a soul master were still insufficient for prolonged operation. Xie Binger bit her red lip, casting a furtive glance at Fang Xian. Recalling her earlier demeanor, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What irked her further was the fact that this fellow appeared utterly unfazed by her presence. Nevertheless, irrespective of everything, it was this individual who had saved her, making him her savior. Taking a deep breath, Xie Binger inquired, "I am called Xie Binger. What is your name?" "Not telling you," Fang Xian replied with calm resolve. "Why so?" The girl's voice carried a hint of playful pouting. Yet Fang Xian remained steadfast, unmoved by her charms. Who would be foolish enough to disclose their name and background? What if, in the future, you harbored ill intentions and sought to bury the truth of today by coming to eliminate me? Although Xie Bing'er posed no threat at present. Once she regained her soul power, she would revert to being the formidable level 31 soul sovereign, wielding the supreme martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. In a direct confrontation, the 20-level disparity, coupled with her exceptional martial soul, would render Fang Xian utterly powerless against her. Fang Xian clearly remembers that in the God Tomb, a scene similar to today's unfolded between Chun Nan and Meng Kuo, where Meng Kuo relentlessly pursued Chun Nan to the ends of the earth. Is it not an all too common occurrence to repay kindness with malice and to harbor resentment against virtue? Such occurrences warrant vigilance. Oh, you! Alas! Xue Bing'er felt a flicker of irritation, encountering someone with such a convoluted mindset for the first time, leaving her perplexed. Observing Fang Xian's indifference towards her, she hastily returned to meddle with Li Ling Tian's corpse. In exasperation, she stamped her foot and swiftly approached Fang Xian. Stop concerning yourself with that insufferable corpse. Rise. For I have something to say to you. Xue Bing'er declared, her voice tinged with annoyance. What a bother. Speak your mind, Fang Xian replied, rising with a hint of impatience as he regarded the young girl. At that moment, Xue Bing'er fortuitously met Fang Xian's gaze, their eyes locking, her heart racing in response. They stood in mutual contemplation, separated only by a headless corpse that continued to ooze blood, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. What is this unfolding? You saved me yet refuse to disclose your name. I am at a loss on how to express my gratitude, Xue Bing'er murmured in a daze. Do you truly wish to thank me? Fang Xian inquired suddenly. Yes, Xue Bing'er affirmed earnestly, nodding her head, stammering, whatever your request. As long as it is not too excessive, I shall acquiesce. Very well, allow me to take a slice. Before Xue Bing'er could comprehend, a long blade surged towards her, radiating with a brilliant golden light, dazzling like the sun, imbued with a sense of holiness and majesty. Chapter 5, The First Martial Spirit. Ice Phoenix in the aftermath. You wish to strike me? After a prolonged silence, Xue Bing'er finally came to her senses. Her delicate face etched with disbelief, her enchanting eyes brimming with anger as she glared fiercely at Fang Xian, who stood nonchalantly nearby. The deed is done. What do you intend to do now? Rest assured, I shall bear no responsibility for your fate. Fang Xian bore an expression devoid of compassion. Moments ago, he wielded the divinely bestowed blade he had just acquired. This divine blade, a consumable artifact, could also be referred to as the Blade of Replication. When it struck an adversary, it inflicted no harm, but instead allowed the wielder to replicate the opponent's martial spirit, thereby acquiring a unique innate power. It was only after he had vanquished Xue Bing'er that Fang Xian comprehended these truths. He paid no heed to the frantic Xue Bing'er, but instead settled into a meditative posture, quietly recovering his soul power while meticulously examining the newly acquired abilities. Ding! Success in replication. Congratulations, you have obtained Soul of the Ice Phoenix. New innate talent unlocked. Frostblade. Soul of the Ice Phoenix. Rank. Supreme Martial Spirit. Attribute. Ice. A series of notifications resonated within his mind. Fang Xian was filled with overwhelming joy and hastily examined his current attributes. Strongest Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian Level. LV11 Title. Soul Master Soul Power. 1110 Proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique. 9100. Divine Gifted Blade. 0 Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Beginner 0100. Talent. Frostblade having consumed a Divine Gifted Blade awarded during his upgrade. He successfully replicated the Supreme Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, belonging to Xue Bing'er, and additionally unlocked a talent of Frost. This journey into the Soul Beast Forest has yielded abundant rewards. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement as he looked down. Within his dantian, a vividly lifelike Ice Phoenix floated serenely. Its eyes were closed, exuding an air of haughty elegance. The azure feathers radiated a sacred brilliance, embodying unparalleled nobility and transcendence. A martial soul. To think that I too have acquired a martial soul. Fang Xian gazed intently at the Ice Phoenix that lay dormant within him, brimming with excitement. He summoned his soul power, eagerly attempting to awaken the might of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Come forth, Ice Phoenix, he silently chanted, beginning the invocation of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit residing within. However, after a full 10 minutes of fervent calling, the Ice Phoenix remained unresponsive, its eyes firmly shut. peacefully slumbering and offering no reply to Fang Xian's summons. What could be the reason for this? Fang Xian furrowed his brows, his expression clouded with confusion, uncertain of the issues plaguing his replicated martial spirit. Hey, you there. Why do you alternate between foolish laughter and sighs? What nefarious thoughts occupy your mind? Shui Binger, her azure hair cascading down, glided towards Fang Xian, exuding a fragrant aura as she approached. With her delicate waist clasped in her hand, she scrutinized him with suspicion. Ever since he inexplicably struck her with a blade, her previously warm regard for him had dissipated entirely. Though she had meticulously inspected her entire being afterwards and found not a single hair out of place, the resentment within her remained unyielding. After all, this fellow truly did wield a knife against me. Shui Binger's lips curled into a slight pout as she glared fiercely at Fang Xian. Fang Xian curled his lips in disdain, casting a fleeting glance at Shui Binger. The incessant chatter of the young girl vexed him, igniting an impulse to strike her down. Just as the atmosphere between them grew tense, a shadow suddenly surged forth from the underbrush, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land, causing the very earth to tremble. It was a dark magic tiger, its crimson eyes gleaming ominously, its colossal form towering like a small mountain amidst the forest, exuding a terrifying and wild ferocity. A 500-year soul beast. Fang Xian's expression stiffened as he beheld the emergence of the dark magical tiger, his demeanor instantly turning grave. This dark magical tiger, having existed for 5 centuries, possessed a strength equivalent to that of a soul master at level 25 or above. In a direct confrontation, it would be exceedingly difficult for Fang Xian, at level 11, to triumph over this formidable beast. There was a distinct possibility that he could even meet his demise at its jaws. This predicament was dire. What were they to do? Shui Binger, her delicate visage drained of color, fearfully leaned against Fang Xian's back. Were she at her peak, a single strike would suffice to vanquish the dark magical tiger. Yet, at this moment, her soul power had not yet recovered, rendering her nearly devoid of combat capability. What other recourse remained but to fight? Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the dark magic tiger. His spirit and energy harmonized as the soul power within him surged with remarkable velocity. His long and powerful fingers reached for the sword sheathed at his waist. Lowering his body into a bow-like stance, his left hand steadied the scabbard while his right gripped the hilt. An explosive force erupted from him, akin to a volcano in full eruption, as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the dark magic tiger. It was not until he was within a meter of the beast that Fang Xian finally drew his sword. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the slumbering ice phoenix within him abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a piercing cold light that illuminated the surroundings, awakening in an instant. Fang Xian sensed a sudden disturbance in his martial soul and was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming force of chilling ice emanating continuously from the ice phoenix. In an instant, the previously unremarkable long knife became encrusted with thick frost, radiating an aura of terrifying cold that seemed capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. The ice blade, a cerulean long knife, sliced through the void, cleaving mercilessly through the body of the dark magic tiger. A howl echoed through the air as the dark magic tiger let out a heart-wrenching roar, its massive form rapidly succumbing to ice. In mere moments, it transformed into a magnificent sculpture of ice, encased entirely in frost. With a loud crash, the moment Fang Xian sheathed his blade, the ice sculpture of the dark magic tiger shattered explosively. A 500-year-old dark magic tiger was reduced to mere fragments in an instant. How astonishing! Shui Bingo gazed at this scene in astonishment. With a single strike, Fang Xian had obliterated a 500-year-old soul beast, rendering him increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. First, he had slain Li Lingtian with a single blow, and now he had dispatched a 500-year-old soul beast effortlessly, all without revealing his martial soul or spirit rings. What on earth was this man's origin? Not only Shui Binger, but even Fang Xian himself was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that drawing upon the essence of the ice phoenix would yield such formidable power, capable of annihilating the dark magic tiger with sheer force. Fang Xian was utterly astonished, while a surge of ecstatic joy coursed through his heart. At this moment, he finally grasped that this replicated martial soul could not be wielded as a conventional weapon. Instead, it served as a means to enhance the art of drawing the sword. The existence of the replicated martial soul bore a resemblance to a spirit of the weapon. Indeed, the The replicated martial soul breathed life and a soul into an ordinary blade, significantly amplifying the potency of the sword-drawing technique. The sword-drawing system, at all times and in all places, undeniably aspired to achieve the flawless and ultimate mastery of the art of drawing the sword. Fang Xian could not help but nod earnestly. In the next moment, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air, radiating an alluring glow. As his gaze swept over the 500-year-old yellow soul ring, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly ignited with a fervent brilliance, a wave of longing surging within him. He pondered whether his replicated martial spirit could absorb the soul ring. Chapter 6. The Prince of Tiando, a Failure. Fang Xian gazed at the gradually dissipating yellow soul ring and let out a deep sigh. Upon vanquishing a soul beast, a soul ring emerges, yet its duration is but an hour. During this fleeting hour, no matter how fervently Fang Xian attempted to absorb the soul ring, it remained unattainable. In the end, he could only watch as the soul ring faded away with the passage of time. It seems I have been overly ambitious. Having already acquired a replicable martial soul to enhance my blade technique, I still desired to absorb the soul ring. Truly, human greed knows no bounds. Fang Xian consoled himself, realizing he was not a mere novice with a million-year soul ring, although it was somewhat regrettable that he could not absorb soul rings. The ability to slay a 500-year soul beast with a single strike was a significant enhancement to his power, courtesy of this replicative martial soul. The only drawback was its excessive consumption of soul power. Just moments ago, invoking the Ice Phoenix spirit and wielding the icy blade had drained a substantial portion of Fang Xian's soul energy. He surmised that with his current level 11 soul power, he could execute the technique a maximum of twice. As he delved deeper into his studies, Fang Xian gradually discerned the characteristics of this replicative martial soul. The shortcomings of the replicative martial soul were as follows. 1. It could not materialize. 2. It could not be projected externally. 3. It could not absorb soul rings. Conversely, its advantages included 1. A significant enhancement to the power of the draw blade technique. 2. The ability to replicate multiple martial souls. 3. It seemingly has the potential for upgrades, the method for which remains unknown. This replicative martial soul differed greatly from a conventional martial soul, particularly in its usage. It could not be wielded at will, nor could it be utilized as a weapon in combat. Instead, it existed in the form of a spirit, bestowing special attributes to the blade. In summary, it represented a capacity to amplify the draw blade technique. Time slipped by quietly, and before long, dusk had arrived. The sky gradually darkened, the sun having long since descended beyond the western mountains, its fiery red afterglow painting the horizon, signaling the end of the day. A raven-haired youth emerged from the sunset forest, hastening towards the city of Tiando. By the time the sky was completely enveloped in darkness, the youth finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. Why have you been following me all this while? Fang Xian, enveloped in a haze of frustration, turned around to cast a disdainful glance at the little shadow, Shui Binger, who had been trailing him. The tasks had all been accomplished. What purpose did she serve now? In his eyes, she had become a soulless vessel. Who is following you? I reside here too, Shui Binger retorted, her irritation palpable. As a prodigious young woman from the Tian Shui Academy, she was accustomed to the attention of countless suitors vying for her companionship, yet this fellow dared to scorn her. Very well, I shall head north, declared Fang Xian. I shall go south. The girl responded defiantly. Thus, they parted ways. Fang Xian proceeded without hesitation, striding towards North Street. Will you truly not reveal your name to me? For some unknown reason, Shui Bing'er felt a twinge of disappointment as she gazed blankly at the receding figure, her fingers instinctively entwining a strand of her hair. Upon reaching a nearby tea stall, Fang Xian abruptly halted, turning his head to look at the somewhat forlorn girl. Enunciating each word distinctly, Li, Chang, Shou. Shui Bing'er was momentarily taken aback, her countenance brightening with a radiant smile as she earnestly nodded, saying, Li Chang Shou. I shall remember that. Thank you for saving me. Fang Xian spoke deceitfully without a hint of shame, misleading the young girl without an ounce of remorse. In these times, traversing the martial world necessitates prioritizing safety above all else. Especially in the perilous realm of Douluo Continent, how could one casually divulge their true name? Caution is paramount. At that moment, a blue figure dashed towards them, swiftly passing by Fang Xian and leaping into Shui Bing'er's embrace. Sister, where have you been? I've been worried sick about you all day. The newcomer was a girl of about 15 or 16, with flowing blue hair and delicate features, adorned in a pristine white gown. Though her beauty did not quite rival that of Shui Binger, she was nonetheless an exceptional beauty in her own right. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance between her and Shui Binger. Where, I apologize for causing you concern. I encountered some trouble along the way, but fortunately, it was nothing too grave. Shui Binger replied with a gentle smile, tenderly patting the girl who was nestled in her arms. The girl was none other than Shui Binger's younger sister, Shui Yuer. By the way, Yuer, I owe my gratitude to that Li Changshu for rescuing me. Shui Binger gestured towards Fang Xian, introducing him to her sister. Li Changshu. Shui Yuer scrutinized Fang Xian with curiosity, her mischievous eyes darting around before her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Sister, how could you be with this person? Yuer, do not be rude. He is my savior. Shui Binger interjected. Sister, you've been deceived. He is not Li Changshu at all. Shui Yuer retorted with irritation. This is the infamous waste Prince Fang Xian I mentioned to you before, the notorious one from Tiando City. What? You are Fang Xian, the illegitimate son of His Majesty? Upon hearing this revelation, Shui Binger's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to gaze at Fang Xian. Fang Xian, aside from being an unawakened waste in terms of martial souls, harbors a unique and extraordinary identity. He is, in fact, the illegitimate son of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the illustrious Snowy Night Emperor. By age, he is the fifth prince of the Tiando Empire. It is not unusual for an emperor to have a consort akin to the renowned Xia Yuhua by the Daming Lake. However, Fang Xian's mother, Fang Qingxue, is not the paragon of purity that Xia Yuhua represents. She is a famed courtesan from a brothel, though she sells her art and not her body. She remains a woman of the dust-laden world. The fact that the esteemed emperor has entangled himself with a woman of such standing and fathered an illegitimate child undoubtedly tarnishes the dignity of the royal family. What compounds this disgrace is that Fang Xian, the emperor's illegitimate son, inexplicably failed to awaken his martial soul until the age of 14, rendering him an inept and untrainable individual. The Snowy Night Emperor, a man of remarkable talent and unparalleled brilliance, has ruled over the Tiando Empire for decades, earning a storied reputation throughout the Douluo Continent. Even among the illustrious emperors of Tiando, he stands as a paragon of greatness. Yet, he has fathered such an unpromising son. Not only is Fang Xian of lowly status, but his abysmal aptitude precludes any possibility of becoming a soul master, let alone achieving greatness. For the sovereign ruler, Fang Xian represents a profound source of shame, attracting derision from the common folk and significantly undermining the royal authority. As an illegitimate child, Fang Xian is ineligible to inherit the Snowy Night Emperor's surname, bearing instead his mother's name, and he is further disqualified from the throne, leading to his life as an outcast. Following his mother's demise due to illness, he has lived in solitude, the palace's sovereign father having long regarded him as a castaway, indifferent to his existence. One fateful day, Fang Xian traversed into the life of this namesake and inept prince, embarking on an adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Chapter 7. The famous blade. How audacious of you to deceive me. Upon discovering the truth, Shui Binger was instantly incensed. Hastening towards Fang Xian, her almond-shaped eyes widening in fury as she glared at him, exclaiming, You are not Li Changshu at all. You are Fang Xian. Fang Xian, feeling guilty, maintained a sullen silence. He thought to himself, having already struck once, what harm would there be in deceiving you once more? Sister, have you truly been rescued by this fellow? After all, he possesses no martial soul. With a face full of skepticism, Shui Yuer approached, her words laced with profound doubt as she curiously scrutinized Fang Xian, unable to believe that this seemingly inept prince had the capability to save her sister. So what if he lacks a martial soul? Did he not still manage to strike down your sister? Do you doubt me? I could easily find a secluded spot and deliver a blow to you as well. Fang Xian inwardly grumbled, finding the pair of sisters exceedingly displeasing. Time was of the essence, and he had no desire to continue entangling himself with the two women. Silently, he made his way toward the end of the street. Upon reaching a crooked-necked willow tree, Fang Xian suddenly came to a halt, raising his gaze to reveal a dilapidated blacksmith shop before him. The shop was in a state of utter disrepair, with severely cracked walls, the gray plaster nearly all peeling away. The structure leaned precariously to one side, appearing to have gone unmaintained for at least a decade. Clang! Clang, clang. As he stepped inside the blacksmith shop, a rhythmic and resonant sound reverberated through the air, the powerful metallic impacts causing his eardrums to thrum with a buzzing resonance. Fang Xian lifted his gaze and beheld a blazing furnace at the center of the shop, its flames leaping vigorously in response to the rhythmic pull of the bellows. The fire blazed with vigor. An elderly man with gray hair stood before the furnace, utterly absorbed in the forging of weapons. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with deep-set eyes and parched skin, giving him a remarkably aged appearance. His tall frame was enveloped in a tattered cotton coat, and his unkempt visage resembled that of a wild man emerging from the mountains. Yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he wielded a hammer with deft skill. The iron hammer, raised high, descended like a cascading waterfall, striking the unshaped iron ingot with tremendous force, sending sparks flying. Each blow resonated with power, causing the entire shop to tremble slightly. Old madman, the quality of your blade is abysmal. I have barely used it for 2 days, and it is already broken. Fang Xian approached the hearth, slowly unsheathing the dagger from his waist, pointing at the jagged notches along its blade, and began to voice his grievances to the elderly man with gray hair, resembling a customer wronged by unscrupulous merchants. Under the enhancement of the Ice Phoenix martial spirit, his sword-drawing technique had surged in power, yet the wear on the blade had also increased significantly. This icy blade, having seen little use, was already marred beyond recognition. Have you been using this knife to carve mountains? The old man, peering at the ruined dagger Fang Xian presented, furrowed his brow and remarked, "You call me an old lunatic, yet it seems you are the true madman here. I'll return this broken knife to you, but I demand a new one in exchange for an additional 5 gold soul coins." Fang Xian insisted with brazen audacity. The old man shook his head, his weathered hand, calloused from age, gestured towards the left wall. There, against the soot-stained backdrop of the chimney, hung a square sign bearing 2 lines of couplets. The first line read, "No repairs, no returns." The second, "Money and goods are settled, no refunds." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Buy if you wish." How unsurprising that your dismal establishment attracts no business. With such a service attitude, who would dare to come? Fang Xian could not help but curl his lips in disdain. He had initially considered adding a bit of money for an exchange, yet it seemed this old fellow truly lacked any business acumen. However, despite the eccentric temperament of this madman, his forging skills were undeniably exceptional. As his gaze swept across the array of finished blades displayed on the rack, he observed the icy gleam that danced along the edges, radiating brilliance akin to a cold moon, making them particularly striking in the darkness. His eyes brightened involuntarily. It appeared that after a prolonged absence, the old madman had crafted quite a number of exquisite swords. "Here," he declared, 10 gold soul coins for a new blade of my choosing." Fang Xian retrieved 10 golden soul coins and placed them beside the hearth, casually discarding his worn blade into a corner. He then stepped forward to the rack of swords, meticulously selecting his choice. The old madman, known for his reticence, said little, silently pocketing the coins as he continued his laborious work at the forge. The sword-drawing technique was Fang Xian's greatest reliance in the Douluo Continent. Typically, one would draw their sword from its sheath in anticipation of an enemy's advance, emphasizing a preemptive strike. However, Fang Xian's approach was decidedly contrary. He deliberately sheathed his blade, only to draw it instantaneously when faced with an assault, embodying the principle of a counterattack. Consequently, ordinary straight swords and large cleavers were ill-suited for this technique. To perform the sword-drawing technique effectively, the sword must possess a certain curvature compatible with its sheath. The essence of this technique lies in harnessing the angle of the draw to generate a moment of explosive power, delivering force and speed that far exceed the mere act of swinging a blade. The goal is to achieve a swift and decisive strike. Among the many blacksmith shops in Tiando City, only the old madman's weapons featured the perfect curvature, with blades that were both elongated and resilient, aligning impeccably with Fang Xian's standards for the sword-drawing technique. The rack was adorned with long swords, each possessing an ideal curvature, and in terms of both length and sharpness, they were of superior quality. Moreover, the pricing was reasonable, consistently set at 10 golden soul coins per blade. Without any malicious inflation, Fang Xian, having completed his appreciation, could not help but nod in satisfaction as he reached for a knife. Just then, his movements faltered, and his gaze was entirely drawn to a knife resting in the corner. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the corner. Bending down to pick up the blade that lay quietly there, scrutinizing it closely. The hilt and sheath were pristine white, and even the blade gleamed as brightly as fresh snow, untouched by the grime of its chaotic surroundings. With a gentle swing of the white long knife, the blade sliced through the air, producing a clear, melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar. What a magnificent weapon! Fang Xian fixed his gaze upon the white blade, his eyes brimming with an unmistakable delight. He turned to the old blacksmith, who was engrossed in his work, and exclaimed, "Hey, I will add another 10 gold soul coins. Sell me this knife." The old blacksmith let out a disdainful snort and replied, "Take any of the other knives as you please, but this one, not even for an additional 100,000 gold soul coins, will I part with." Fang Xian gritted his teeth, fixating intently on the old madman. This was the largest sum he could muster, and it had only just been scavenged from the corpse of Li Lingtian. The old madman shook his head once more, declaring, "This blade is unsuitable. It contains iron essence. It is the finest sword I have forged this year, barely qualifying as a renowned blade." Renowned blade. The light in Fang Xian's eyes burned with an intense fervor as he clutched the exquisite white blade tightly, his desire for this precious weapon palpable. He was in dire need of a reliable armament, and this blade before him was the very embodiment of his aspirations. Enough of the hesitation. Name your price. His gaze remained fixed on the old madman, his resolve unwavering to acquire the coveted sword. "For the sake of our acquaintance, I offer you 200,000. Take it." The old madman replied nonchalantly, 200,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Fang Xian's lips twitched violently, unable to suppress a string of curses. Although he bore the title of a prince, he possessed no power whatsoever. In the Douluo Continent, he was essentially among the lowest echelons of society. Where could he possibly acquire such a substantial sum of money? To be frank, while the blade was indeed worth 200,000 gold soul coins, he simply could not produce such an amount. What to do? Just as despair clouded Fang Xian's thoughts, a melodious voice like silver bells rang in his ears. 200,000 gold soul coins. I shall purchase it. Chapter 8. A token of gratitude. 200,000 gold soul coins. I shall purchase it. A striking figure draped in azure gracefully approached. Her water blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slender form exuded elegance. Most astonishing was her exquisite beauty, akin to a radiant beacon illuminating the night, dazzling in its brilliance. The blue-haired maiden glided forward, leaving a trail of refreshing fragrance, and, with a playful wink, captivated Fang Xian with her enchanting presence. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the suddenly arriving young lady, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who might you be? How infuriating! Have you already forgotten me after our recent party?" The young lady widened her eyes in disbelief, stamping her foot in frustration, and retorted, "I am Shui Binger." "Oh, so it is you." Fang Xian nodded, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "We have never begun, so how can we speak of parting?" "Ah, that was a slip of the tongue." Shui Binger blushed slightly, realizing her choice of words was somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Shui Yuer arrived shortly thereafter, pinching her nose as she reluctantly entered the filthy blacksmith shop, grumbling, "Wow, it's so dirty here. Why is that foolish prince in a place like this, begging for food?" "Yuer, you may not understand, but in such a destitute place, how could they beg for food? The prince likely came here to work. Behold, the world's first working-class prince has been born," Shui Binger remarked. "Revenge, this is nothing short of blatant retaliation." Upon hearing Shui Binger's jibe, Fang Xian instantly grasped that she bore a grudge, vexed that he had forgotten her, and sought to retaliate verbally. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent girl harbored such a dark heart. 200,000 gold soul coins. I shall purchase this knife. With that, Shui Bingo produced a glimmering purple gold card from her soul guide ring and placed it on a clean tea table. "This is 150,000. Yue, lend me 50,000. She turned to Shui Yuer, extending her hand. "Ah, sister, do you truly intend to buy that knife? As soul masters, we possess martial souls. What need have we for that broken blade?" Shui Yuer tightened her pocket, appearing quite miserly, pouting, "I am not as affluent as you. This is all the money I have left. Stop your nonsense, you little miser. Hand over the money." Shui Bingo's delicate face displayed a fierce expression as she transformed into an unreasonable bandit, her hands swiftly searching Shui Yuer, quickly extracting a golden card. "Ah, that was my hard-earned savings, saved from my meager allowances," Shui Yuer exclaimed, her face instantly contorting with indignation as she could not help but wail. "Little miser, I will return it to you in a few days." Shui Binger shot a reproachful glare at her sister, then pressed the golden card atop the purple gold card. Looking at the old madman. This is 200,000. You can count it. The old madman glanced at the 2 cards on the tea table, nodded, and declared, "The knife is yours." "Hey, wait a moment. That knife was my first choice." Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, and an immediate sense of foreboding washed over him. With a wary gaze fixed upon Shui Binger, he clutched his beloved blade, by Dao, tightly, unwilling to relinquish his grip. The audacity of Shui Binger in brazenly seizing his cherished sword was simply intolerable. Fang Xian wore a solemn expression, poised to argue with Shui Binger. Little did he expect that she would regard him with a look of utter bewilderment, as if to say, "It was meant for you all along." Fang Xian's body stiffened, and his expression gradually turned serious as he fixed his gaze earnestly upon Shui Binger's eyes, resolutely declaring, "I shall not repay you." "Who asked you to repay?" Shui Binger shot him a glance, murmuring softly, "Consider this knife a token of gratitude for saving me." Oh dear, we have made a rare journey to Tiando City, expecting to indulge in its culinary delights, and now look at this. Our money is gone." Shui Yuer lamented, her face a portrait of despair. Without spending a single gold soul coin, Fang Xian had acquired a remarkable blade, and he couldn't help but feel a burgeoning fondness for Shui Binger. "Old madman, what is the name of this knife?" he inquired. His curiosity piqued as he glanced toward the old man by the forge. "White blade, no shadow," the old man replied quietly. "No shadow." Fang Xian tenderly caressed the blade, which gleamed like snow. The wooing knife seemed to possess a spirit of its own, quivering gently and emitting a clear, melodious hum. With such a fine weapon at his disposal, his power would undoubtedly increase significantly, although he was currently just a soul master. His exquisite sword-drawing technique allowed him to contend with formidable great soul masters. Now, with the addition of the renowned wooing knife, he felt as though he had been granted wings. After a rough estimation, he believed he could perhaps match a 30-level second ring great soul master. Yet he remained no match for a soul sovereign. Upon reaching the 30th level, a soul master could absorb a soul ring over 1,000 years old, thereby breaking through to the realm of soul sovereigns. The enhancement provided by a millennium-old soul ring was immense. Such a disparity in strength could not be easily bridged. As he pondered the soul rings, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Fang Xian's eyes. The inability of his replicated martial soul to absorb soul rings left him with a lingering sense of regret. Fang Xian calmly sheathed the blade, fastening the shadowless sword at his waist. Due to the infusion of iron essence, this weapon was twice as heavy as an ordinary iron sword. However, he found it remarkably well balanced in his grip. "Ah, the old madman. I wonder if the weapon I entrusted to you last time has been completed?" He suddenly recalled this, casting an expectant gaze towards the old madman. At that moment, under the old madman's diligent hammering, the initially crude iron ingot gradually transformed into a slender and delicate form, resembling a sword. He used iron tongs to lift the glowing red blade and plunged it into a nearby cold water tank for quenching. Following a brief process of tempering, a common iron sword was finally forged. Throughout this endeavor, the old madman remained wholly absorbed, undistracted by the world around him. Fang Xian did not disturb the old madman. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, observing. This was his first encounter with the complete process of sword forging, and today proved to be an enlightening experience. Once the forging was complete, the old madman wiped his oil-stained hands on his tattered cotton coat, then silently approached the cabinet to his left, rummaging through it with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Ultimately, he unearthed a dark, unremarkable box and handed it to Fang Xian, stating, "This is what you requested." As the lid was lifted, a black belt gradually came into view. Crafted from ordinary leather, it appeared devoid of any special characteristics. However, when Fang Xian gently tugged at the iron buckle of the belt, an exceedingly slender and delicate soft sword was unveiled, its sharpness palpable even from a distance, emanating a chilling aura that could be felt in the air. Upon witnessing the concealed sharp sword within the belt, Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. You possess quite the cunning for someone so young," the old man remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Xian, his words laden with implication. "Safety first." Fang Xian calmly wrapped the black belt around his waist and inquired of the old madman, "How much?" "Never mind. You've earned 200,000 today. Consider this belt a gift," the old madman replied. "Thank you then," Fang Xian responded without any pretense. "Farewell, old madman. I hope that by the next time I visit, You haven't aged to the point of needing a coffin. Before departing, Fang Xian glanced at the old man's weathered face and uttered these words, then left the blacksmith shop alongside the Shui sisters. The old madman watched as Fang Xian and the others departed, standing in a daze. Am I truly that old? After a long silence, he gazed at his nearly white hair and said with a tinge of sorrow, I am not yet 40. Chapter 9. Night Moon Assassination. This evening, the starry sky was resplendent, with the bright moon hanging high. The silvery moonlight flowed gently like milk, draping a sacred veil over the majestic imperial city. The streets of Tiando City at night appeared particularly tranquil, with the sparse passers-by contrasting sharply with the daytime bustle, lending an air of solemnity. The grand imperial capital, a realm of myriad wonders. It's getting late. We should take our leave. At a commonplace intersection, Shui Binger was bidding farewell to Fang Xian. The sisters had come to Tiando City for leisure and were currently residing in a hotel. With nightfall, it was unwise for the two young women to linger outside. It was time for them to retire for the night. Yes, goodbye. Fang Xian nodded calmly, saying little more. Fang Xian, we reside at the Rose Hotel in the heart of Tiando City. Feel free to visit us whenever you have the time, Shui Binger remarked. Certainly. Fang Xian ostensibly assented, yet in his heart, he mused on the absurdity of seeking them out. What if, in a moment of whimsy, they demanded the 200,000 gold soul coins from me? In these times, capriciousness and fickleness have become as commonplace as daily bread. To evade his debts, he had already resolved to distance himself from Shui Binger, the formidable creditor, hoping never to encounter her again. Little prince, remember to return my money. Why are you pulling me like this? Shui Yuer, feeling a pang for her private savings, glared at Fang Xian indignantly, wishing to reclaim her funds. However, as the words slipped from her lips, she was forcibly dragged away by Shui Binger. Having bid farewell to the Shui sisters, Fang Xian made his solitary way homeward. It was an unremarkable farmhouse, comprising 3 thatched cottages and a modest courtyard. In the cool shade by the wall, several verdant bamboos thrived, their lush leaves shimmering softly under the pure white moonlight, creating a scene of tranquility and serenity. Since the passing of Fang Qingxue, Fang Xian had lived alone in this ordinary farmhouse, the sole inheritance his mother had bequeathed to him. Fang Xian fixed his gaze upon the somewhat decayed door, standing at the threshold for a moment before gently pushing it open and stepping inside with an air of tranquility. Though the hour was nearing midnight, the courtyard was far from shrouded in darkness. The moon shone exceptionally bright tonight, casting clarity upon the surroundings. The soft earth beneath his feet crunched softly with each step. Upon reaching the center of the small courtyard, Fang Xian suddenly halted, an indescribable chill enveloping him like the point of a sword pressed against his back, instilling a sense of unfathomable terror. He swiftly pivoted, his foot striking the ground with force, propelling him abruptly to the left and forward. After rolling thrice upon the ground, he managed to stabilize himself and turned back to behold a mysterious figure clad in black, now occupying the very spot where he had stood moments before, wielding a cold, glistening longsword. The figure appeared visibly startled, evidently taken aback by Fang Xian's unexpected evasion of the lethal strike. Who are you? Fang Xian's expression darkened as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the cloaked figure before him. Had he faltered for even a moment, he would have already been impaled by the long sword, his body reduced to a lifeless corpse. Since arriving on the Douluo Continent, he had seldom engaged with others, never having offended anyone. Even when encountering ill-intentioned individuals in the Soul Beast Forest, he had silenced them without hesitation. How could it be that someone sought his life so suddenly? The figure in black exhibited a frigid demeanor, clearly devoid of any intention to respond to Fang Xian's inquiries. With a surge of soul power, 4 resplendent soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, ascended from the sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura with ferocious intensity. A soul master. Upon witnessing the 4 soul rings adorning the sword-shaped martial spirit, Fang Xian's pupils constricted violently. This assassin was, astonishingly, a soul master of over level 40. His complexion darkened instantly. He was merely an 11th level soul master, faced with an opponent exceeding level 40 and possessing 2,000-year soul rings, leaving him with almost no chance of victory. Who sent you? Fang Xian's gaze was icy and resolute, his right hand gripping the hilt of the blade with unwavering determination as he fixed his stare upon the cloaked figure. From the latter, he palpably sensed the looming threat of death. The dead need not know. A gravelly voice emerged from beneath the dark mask. The assassin's serpent-like eyes ignited with a chilling glint, and the full force of the soul sect surged forth, a terrifying soul power sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. With his right hand brandishing the sword spirit, four radiant soul rings shimmered with lethal intent as they surged towards Fang Xian. Sword technique, blade of ice. Fang Xian wore a grave expression, his mental faculties intensely focused. The moment he unsheathed his blade, the ice phoenix within him awakened instantaneously, emitting a resounding cry that reverberated through the air. An unceasing torrent of icy power emanated from his being. The white blade, known as the Shadowless Blade, was swiftly enveloped in frost, sharp ice shards crystallizing along its slender form. A chilling aura permeated the surroundings, causing the temperature of the small courtyard to plummet sharply. The figure clad in black was unmistakably there with the intent to assassinate Fang Xian. There was no room for false hope or expectation that this assailant might show mercy. At this moment, the only option was to fight with all his might. Thus, Fang Xian unleashed his full strength, employing the renowned Shadowless Blade to execute his most formidable icy strike, seeking a glimmer of survival against this formidable soul sect expert. With a whoosh, the icy blade tore through the void, transforming into a brilliant azure arc as it aimed fiercely at the black-clad figure's head. In response, the assassin unleashed his own sword, the weapon spirit hurtling towards the Shadowless Blade. A thunderous collision ensued as the two forces clashed, generating a tempest of soul power that raged outward with ferocity. In the next instant, Fang Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward with tremendous force. He felt as though he had collided with an immovable mountain. His hands shattered, his internal organs quaking violently, and he was rendered momentarily unconscious. His body was involuntarily thrust away by the overwhelming might, rolling helplessly on the ground before crashing heavily against the surrounding wall. The prowess of a soul sect expert was indeed terrifying. This was not merely a disparity between blade and sword, but a chasm of power that separated the two combatants. The black-clad figure completely overwhelmed Fang Xian in terms of soul power, effortlessly sending him flying with a single strike, without the need to resort to any soul techniques. Fang Xian leaned against the wall, his back already drenched in cold sweat. His hair had become disheveled and dust-laden, and waves of intense pain coursed through his body, leaving his scalp tingling with agony. Cursed be the fate that brought him to face the encroaching figure clad in black. His heart gradually sank to the depths of despair. He had only just arrived in the Douluo Continent, merely glimpsed the tip of this wondrous world, and now, was he to perish unnoticed in such a place? He refused to accept such an end. At this stage, having failed to unleash his martial spirit, it seemed he truly had not awakened it. The dark-clad man approached, sword in hand, gazing down at Fang Xian from a towering height, his icy eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he sneered, "Even if you awaken your martial spirit, what of it? You are but an insignificant ant. Today, only death awaits you. Let us see about that." A surge of fierce anger ignited within Fang Xian as he roared, brandishing the Shadowless Blade and launching himself at the man in black. Chapter 10. A blade to the throat. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques became mere illusions, rendered utterly ineffective. Fang Xian exerted every ounce of his strength, launching frenzied assaults upon the cloaked figure, yet was ruthlessly vanquished by the latter's overwhelming prowess. Even when confronting a soul master, he had confidence in his ability to contend. But this was the soul sect. Its might transcended all dimensions. With a deafening crash, Fang Xian was forcefully cleaved away by the sword martial spirit, his garment torn asunder, revealing a gruesome wound upon his chest. The Shadowless Blade fell to the ground, and he chuckled bitterly, never anticipating that this would be his demise. Fang Xian let out a bitter laugh, his face a portrait of despair and sorrow. Exhausted of soul power and grievously wounded, he appeared utterly wretched. Gazing at the cloaked figure before him, he remained motionless, quietly slumping to the ground, as if he had surrendered entirely to the inevitability of death. At the very least, grant me the clarity of knowing who sent you to take my life. His eyes dimmed, he sighed with a sense of melancholy. At this juncture, he could surmise that this assassination likely stemmed from the imperial palace, intertwined with royal disputes, as there were those who wished to see the emperor's illegitimate son extinguished. Who could it be? The Snow Knight Emperor, Xue Qinghe, or perhaps another prince? Each possibility loomed large. The royal family was a murky quagmire before the throne of power. No one would cherish bonds of kinship. Fang Xian did not inherit the surname of the Snow Knight Emperor, nor did he possess the qualifications to ascend to the throne. He himself harbored no interest in royal power, choosing instead to quietly reside in his humble courtyard, diligently engaging in his cultivation, never meddling in the chaos of the outside world. Yet, it seemed that there were those who remained unconvinced, dispatching assassins to eliminate him. Who could it be? The cloaked figure in black coldly observed Fang Xian, remaining silent as he raised his sword high, aimed directly at the latter's head, in the face of impending death. As the blade of the sword's spirit descended toward him, Fang Xian exhibited an extraordinary calmness, methodically compiling a list of names. Snow Knight? Snow Avalanche? Or perhaps Snow Qinghe? A sudden smile graced his lips. Snow Qinghe? No. Or rather, Qianren Shui. The assassin in black trembled slightly. The mention of Qianren Shui rendered him momentarily speechless. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling glare as his left hand swiftly drew forth a concealed soft sword from his waistband. Swift. Remarkably swift. The speed of this strike transcended the realm of incredibility. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a crimson line appeared on the throat of the dark-clad man. A single stroke to seal his fate. How could this be possible? The dark-clad man's pupils constricted violently as he desperately clutched his throat, yet the blood continued to spurt uncontrollably. As a formidable soul master, he never anticipated falling to the hands of such a mere child. With a resounding thud, the soul master collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Fang Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of hope lingering in his heart. He speculated that the black-clad assassin was likely dispatched by Qianren Shui, and the assassin's reaction seemed to validate his conjecture. At this juncture, the narrative of Douluo Continent had only just begun, approximately 5% into its progression. The protagonist, Tang San, was presumably still in his 6th year at Notting Academy, his level capped at a mere 20, while the other young prodigies hovered around 30. The prestigious elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent was slated to commence in roughly 2 years. In these early stages of the plot, the name Qianren Shui undoubtedly remained a closely guarded secret, making the black-clad figure's astonishment at Fang Xian uttering his master's true name entirely justified. That fleeting moment of shock and disarray became the lethal opportunity Fang Xian had long awaited. Though he had lost his weapon, his soul power was nearly depleted, and he was gravely injured. These facts were indisputable. Yet, the notion of surrendering to fate and awaiting death was merely a fade he had crafted. At all times, he would never relinquish the chance for survival. Ah, the pain. Fang Xian propped himself up with his hands, struggling to rise to his feet. However, with this movement, excruciating pain surged through his chest, arms, and thighs, contorting his delicate features in agony. To make matters worse, he had unwittingly drawn the attention of one of the formidable antagonists from Douluo right upon his arrival, rendering the situation utterly dire. Fang Xian was acutely aware that the 3 sons of the Snow Knight Emperor had all met their demise at the hands of Qianren Shui. The 4th prince, Shui Peng, had managed to evade death by masquerading as a wastrel and benefiting from the protection of Prince Xuexing. However, he never anticipated that he, a powerless and insignificant illegitimate child, would also find himself on Qianren Shui's assassination list. Well versed in the narrative of Douluo, he could strategize in advance for future significant events. Yet his current strength was lamentably inadequate. Even a soul master of the 30th or 40th rank posed a grave threat to his existence. Although he had narrowly escaped peril today, the prospect of further assassination attempts loomed ominously on the horizon. Fang Xian's expression was grave as he pondered his course of action while searching the body of the cloaked figure. As a formidable soul master, it was likely that there would be a treasure trove of valuable items. 2 minutes later, a purple ring lay quietly in Fang Xian's palm, emanating a soft aura that illuminated his eyes, brimming with excitement. A soul guide. He was elated. Such a device, capable of storing items, was estimated to be worth no less than 30,000 gold soul coins. He had long yearned for a portable soul guide to conveniently store his belongings. Yet his financial constraints had rendered such a purchase impossible. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a soul guide ring today, an unforeseen stroke of luck. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the ring contained only 300 or 400 gold soul coins, which seemed implausible for the wealth of a soul master. Perhaps the previous owner had exhausted their finances in acquiring the soul guide. Fang Xian speculated that the spatial ring contained an internal space of approximately 10 cubic units. Although it could not accommodate living beings, such a storage capacity was still more than sufficient. Calmly, he adorned his left index finger with the violet ring. then meticulously wiped the blood from his soft sword using his sleeve before returning it to the confines of his black belt. This time, his narrow escape from death was entirely attributable to this very sword. In the tumultuous world of Douluo, one could scarcely afford to be without an array of hidden weapons and lethal techniques. At present, Fang Xian's trump cards were regrettably few, and he resolved to cultivate this aspect further in the future. He picked up the shadowless blade from the ground, channeling the icy power within his body. The blade, now adorned with glistening frost, gently glided across the corpse of the cloaked figure, instantly encasing it in a crystalline shell. Before long, the frozen sculpture shattered with a resounding crack, and thus a soul master of formidable strength was rendered into nothingness. This time, although he had fortuitously vanquished the black-clad assassin, it was certain that news of the failed assassination would soon reach the ears of Qian Renshua. Given the might of the Spirit Hall, it was inevitable that even more powerful assassins would come seeking his demise in the future. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, his expression solemn, as he sat cross-legged, quietly contemplating. The identity of this inept prince not only offered no advantages, but also brought him endless troubles, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. It seemed that in order to avert assassination attempts, he must choose to seek refuge within a sanctuary. In the next moment, three names gradually surfaced in his mind: the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy, and the Royal Academy of Tiando. Chapter 11. A request for recommendation to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Upon arriving at the Douluo Continent, Fang Xian had already pondered his future direction. 1. Spirit Hall. 2. Shrek Academy. 3. Royal Academy of Tiando. The waters of the Spirit Hall ran too deep, and venturing there now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. As for Shrek Academy, he had no desire to trail behind Tang San, running hither and thither. He was disinterested in currying favor with Tang San or being in his good graces. Rather, he was more inclined to strike him down. Who knows? Perhaps eliminating the storyline's protagonist might yield some mysterious rewards. Fang Xian contemplated this. Ultimately, the only option left was the Royal Academy of Tiando. This prestigious soul master institution, established by the imperial family, is renowned as the foremost academy in the Tiando Empire. It boasts state-of-the-art facilities and a formidable faculty, housing countless powerful individuals, including the esteemed Dream God Machine and 2 other titled Douluo of level 80 and above. This could indeed be a commendable choice. After careful contemplation, Fang Xian resolved to apply to the Tiando Royal Academy. Though the institution may not guarantee absolute safety, it certainly offers a far superior refuge compared to dwelling alone in the outside world. Safety is paramount. This principle stands as the highest tenet that Fang Xian adheres to while navigating the Douluo Continent. However, due to its royal affiliation, the Tiando Royal Academy stipulates that all prospective students must possess a noble title, thereby excluding ordinary commoners from admission. Fang Xian has long held the belief that this institution, established by some foolish individual, significantly hampers the development of the Tiando Royal Academy. It is no wonder that the Tiando Academy team suffered such severe defeats in the Soul Master competition later on. Do they not realize that true talent often emerges from the common folk? While it may be understandable to accept only those with exceptional gifts, their insistence on admitting only nobles reveals either a lack of intelligence within the royal family or an excessively rigid class consciousness. This noble title is indeed a troublesome matter. Although he is the illegitimate son of the Snowy Night Emperor, he lacks the qualifications to claim the identity of a prince and remains merely a commoner for now. Gaining entry into the Tiando Royal Academy is quite challenging for someone of his status. Alas, tomorrow he shall try his luck. Fang Xian nodded, dismissing any lingering thoughts. Preparing to sit for the entrance examination at the Tiando Academy the following day. In the early morning, as the sun ascended in the east, Fang Xian's injuries had significantly healed after a night of rest and recuperation, no longer hindering his ability to fight. The physical prowess of a soul master surpasses that of an ordinary individual, and it is anticipated that he will fully recover in 2 or 3 days. He splashed some water on his face, donned a fitted black outfit, and strode to the mirror. With a gentle touch, he smoothed his slightly flowing black hair. Scrutinizing his reflection, his eyes, akin to black gemstones, complemented his handsome features and well-defined jawline. To be candid, the only merit of this seemingly inept prince lay in his striking appearance, far surpassing that of the azure-haired Tang San. He could be considered a rare beauty in the world, likely inheriting the formidable genes of Fang Qingxue. After all, Fang Qingxue was once renowned as the most talented among the worldly women, possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Which was why the Snowy Night Emperor was so captivated by her. Around 8 in the morning, Fang Xian stepped out of his home. During the day, Tiando City was vibrant and alive, with throngs of pedestrians brushing past one another and a continuous flow of carriages. Bustling with activity, this was indeed the resplendent imperial capital that everyone yearned for. Steamed buns, freshly made, steaming hot meat buns, freshly prepared soy milk, fragrant and sweet. Freshly baked white mantou. Come, have a bowl of tofu pudding. Vendors lining the streets loudly advertised their breakfast offerings, drawing the attention of passers-by. Fang Xian walked briskly down the bustling street, his hands cradling his head as he leisurely surveyed the array of food stalls around him. He appeared remarkably relaxed, a stark contrast to the harrowing experience of an assassination attempt he had endured the previous night. "Boss, I'll have 2 baskets of steamed buns," he called out as he entered a quaint bun shop, settling himself at a table near the inner side. After a night of intense battle that had drained much of his energy, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafting through the air made his stomach growl audibly. He eagerly awaited 2 steaming baskets of succulent meat buns, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of complimentary boiled water. Fang Xianjin savored his meal with great delight. After quietly relishing his breakfast, he left 10 copper soul coins on the table and strode briskly towards the outskirts of the city. The Tiando Royal Academy, the foremost institution for advanced soul masters in the empire, is located 20 kilometers outside the city, nestled amidst a picturesque mountain range that spans a vast area, comparable in size to a small town. The academy is equipped with an array of specialized facilities dedicated to cultivation. Among these, the most renowned and coveted is undoubtedly the simulated training environment. This simulated training environment is designed to select different cultivation locations based on the unique soul weapons of the soul masters. For instance, if one possesses a rabbit soul weapon, they would train amidst the thickets. If one wields a fire attribute soul weapon, they would train at the mouth of a volcano. And if one has an ice attribute soul weapon, they would train atop an icy summit. By tailoring the training environment to align with the characteristics of the soul master's weapon, the simulated training environment significantly enhances the speed of their cultivation. I wonder if this simulated training environment could be of any benefit to me. Fang Xian felt a surge of anticipation as he channeled his soul power into his feet, hastening his pace towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. After approximately 20 minutes, a magnificent and opulent academy gradually came into view. Above the grand entrance hung a golden plaque, inscribed with elegant characters that read, Royal Academy of Tiando. At last, he had arrived. Fang Xian felt a surge of joy as he hastened toward the academy. However, just as he stepped through the grand entrance, he was halted by 2 sentinels stationed at the gate. These guards were robust and imposing, with the one on the left bearing a few freckles upon his face, while the one on the right sported a faint scar from a blade. An aura of formidable strength emanated from both, indicating their remarkable prowess. 2 great soul masters. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened, sensing the formidable soul power emanating from the 2 individuals before him, revealing them to be grand soul masters of over level 20. "I beg your pardon, but it seems you are not a student of our academy. May I inquire about your purpose for being here?" The scarred guard, rather than exhibiting pride due to his status as a grand soul master, presented Fang Xian with a most humble smile and respectfully inquired. "I have come to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy," Fang Xian replied. "Oh, I see." The guard's demeanor became even more deferential upon hearing this. "I apologize, but may I ask which noble family you hail from?" Typically, those who sought to enroll in the Tiando Academy were either affluent or of noble lineage, possessing distinguished backgrounds that a mere guard like him could not afford to offend. Thus, his attitude was one of utmost humility, cautious not to provoke these young lords of nobility. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then replied calmly, "I am not a noble." "What? You are not a noble?" The scarred guard's expression darkened instantly, and he spoke in a low voice. "If you are not a noble, then you are a commoner. Be gone. The Royal Academy of Tiando is not a place for impoverished individuals like you. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Fang Xuandu furrowed his brow in discontent. Is this the pervasive corruption that plagues the noble academies? Chapter 12. The Emperor's Summons for Recommendations. Fang Xiandong stood motionless at the entrance of the academy, harboring no intention of departure. The 2 guards, witnessing this scene, were instantly incensed and coldly threatened. "Individuals of your humble status have no right to join the Tiando Royal Academy. Depart at once, or we shall render you incapacitated." What kind of qualifications are truly required? Fang Xian's gaze was piercing and calm as he fixed his eyes on the two guards. Is defeating both of you sufficient? A derisive laughter erupted. Defeat us? You? The scarred guard crossed his arms, surveying Fang Xian with palpable disdain. It seems today we must impart a lesson upon you. The freckled guard sneered. In the next instant, both of them unleashed their soul powers simultaneously, one radiant white and the other a brilliant yellow, as two resplendent soul rings ascended from their forms. Two-ringed soul masters. Huh, little brat, are you terrified by our formidable soul rings? A commoner like you will likely never acquire a soul ring in this lifetime. At this juncture, even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy, we would not easily let you go. Come to your senses. The guards cackled menacingly, their bodies enveloped by the ethereal forms of their beastly martial souls, a violet wolf and a grayish-brown bear, both specializing in strength. Their formidable soul powers surged forth like a tempest as they swung their massive fists, the gale force tearing through the air, hurtling towards Fang Xian. The oncoming punch's wind swept aside Fang Xian's dark hair, revealing eyes that sparkled like stars. His countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, he unleashed a powerful force from his palm, swiftly drawing the shadowless blade from his waist. Blade drawing technique. This strike was unparalleled in its dominance. Imbued with the ferocity of thunder, colliding head-on with the guards' approaching fists. A thunderous crash echoed as both guards were sent flying. How is this possible? They exclaimed, their faces turning pale, spewing blood on the spot. That single strike of the blade drawing technique unleashed a terrifying force, propelling them away. In but one stroke, he vanquished the two soul masters. Fang Xian's gaze was piercingly cold as he deftly sheathed his blade, casting a disdainful glance at the two disheveled guards. So, do I now qualify? He inquired. The explosive force of his swordsmanship was formidable, rivaling that of a typical beast martial spirit. Had he not shown restraint moments ago, these guards would have already become lifeless corpses. At the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, he sought to avoid any commotion, merely wishing to demonstrate his eligibility for admission to the academy. The guards, humiliated by Fang Xian's swift victory, were filled with resentment, their eyes brimming with malice as they threatened, "You impudent brat, wait until we summon the security team. We shall ensure you are left utterly incapacitated." Yet, despite Fang Xian's mercy in sparing them, they exhibited no gratitude and instead boasted of their intent to summon reinforcements to deal with him, their arrogance unabated. At that moment, a man in his 30s emerged from the academy, with unremarkable black hair and an ordinary appearance, dressed in a simple, tidy white robe. He was the epitome of an inconspicuous individual in a crowd. However, an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the surging sea emanated from him. Teacher Qin. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two guards were elated and hurriedly approached him, lamenting, "Teacher Qin, this fellow has caused a disturbance in our academy and has unreasonably harmed us. You must take our side." Silence. To their astonishment, Teacher Qin did not defend them. Instead, he coldly reprimanded the guards. "I have witnessed everything from a distance and am fully aware of the situation. How many times must I remind you that there is no distinction between noble and humble? Do you wish to continue in your positions? If not, pack your belongings today and leave Tiando Academy." "Teacher Qin, we were wrong." The guards' faces flushed with embarrassment as they lowered their heads in shame. "You owe your apologies not to me, but to that young man," Teacher Qin instructed, pointing towards Fang Xian. "Forgive us, young brother. It was entirely our fault." The guards approached Fang Xian, their expressions contrite as they sincerely offered their apologies. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a refreshing stream amidst the aristocratic academy. Qin Ming, a formidable soul master of the 62nd rank in the assault system, with the martial spirit of the fiery Kang Wolf. He hailed from Shrek Academy and later took up a teaching position at the Royal Academy of Tiando, where he held the esteemed title of the highest-ranking Tiando-level instructor. In the world of Douluo, Qin Ming is renowned for his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Although he does not frequently appear, he leaves an indelible impression on the audience. Fang Xian harbors a considerable respect for individuals like Qin Ming, who value loyalty and righteousness. At this juncture in the Douluo plot, Qin Ming has yet to transcend the 60th level, likely hovering around 57 or 58. From the segment featuring the Tiando battle team and the Shrek battle team in the Soul Arena, it is evident that he will ascend to the rank of Six-Ring Soul Emperor within a year. "Greetings, young brother. I am Qin Ming, a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy." Qin Ming smiled, and greeted Fang Xian. "Hello, Teacher Qin. My name is Fang Xian, and I am here specifically to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy today," Fang Xian replied. "Indeed. Defeating two great soul masters with a single strike demonstrates that your prowess is entirely commensurate with the admission standards." Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Xian's strength. However, after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Nevertheless, the identity requirements pose a significant complication. The foremost rule of the Tiando Royal Academy is that it only admits noble students." As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered in his gaze directed at Fang Xian. Despite his numerous protests against this unreasonable policy of exclusively accepting nobility, Qin Ming recognized that the academy is ultimately under royal control, and the entrenched beliefs of the aristocracy regarding bloodlines are notoriously inflexible, leaving no room for concession. Consequently, the Tiando Academy has unwittingly let slip countless exceptional talents. "I understand." Fang Xian let out a sigh, realizing that his hopes of joining the Tiando Academy were virtually extinguished. However, he felt little disappointment in his heart. He would simply seek other avenues. "I apologize for the interruption, Teacher Qin." Fang Xian politely bid farewell to Qin Ming and calmly turned to leave. Alas, what a pity. Qin Ming gazed at Fang Xian's departing figure, letting out a deep sigh of regret. He felt he had squandered the opportunity to nurture an exceptional student. Heh! The two guards cast gleeful glances at Fang Xian, secretly mocking him in their hearts. At that moment, a troop of 20 soldiers clad in golden armor, mounted upon war horses, thunderously approached, blocking Fang Xian's path. They were robust. Their piercing gazes exuded an air of formidable strength, and each radiated an overwhelming aura of soul power. This was indeed a powerful army of soul masters. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the golden-armored soldiers dismounted and knelt before Fang Xian, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince." The crowd was left in shock. Chapter 13, Father and Son. This was the Emperor's golden-armored guard. Everyone stood frozen, instantly recognizing the illustrious Soul Master army renowned for safeguarding the safety of the Snowy Night Emperor. His Highness the Prince? This fellow is actually of noble lineage. The two guards turned pale, incredulously staring at Fang Xian, their hearts filled with regret. Who would have imagined that this ordinary boy, rejected from school due to his commoner status, was in fact a prince? How could this be possible? Even Qin Ming appeared astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. "What do you seek from me?" Fang Xian furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity glimmering in his eyes as he slightly lowered his gaze to scrutinize a golden-armored guard. "Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please accompany me back to the palace at once," the golden-armored guard stated. Fang Xian's expression shifted with trepidation. According to the memories of his former self, the exalted emperor within the palace had seemingly never shown concern for his well-being. Why then, would he suddenly wish to summon him? Moreover, this invitation came merely a day after the assassination attempt. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Fang Xian sensed that the situation was far from simple. In the narrative of Douluo, the descriptions of the Snow Night Emperor are sparse. However, to ascend to the throne, one must possess an absolute depth of character and cunning, qualities that are indispensable. Presently, he felt too feeble, and if given the choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in the intrigues of the royal family. Yet, it now appeared that evasion was no longer an option. Although he was reluctant to venture into the perilous palace, he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Clearly, he had no authority to decline the invitation from the Snow Night Emperor. In this world, only when one possesses formidable strength does one gain the power of voice. As Fang Xian followed the golden-armored guard away, the two sentinels lamented their folly, exclaiming in horror, "This youth is not merely a noble. He is of royal blood." In the Tiando Imperial Palace, within the resplendent hall, a middle-aged man in his 50s sat upon the throne, adorned in a golden robe and a crown encrusted with diamonds that glittered like the heavens. His visage bore the marks of age, with white hair and a face reminiscent of ancient moons, yet his posture remained upright, and his deep, black eyes radiated an aura of regal authority. This was none other than one of the most powerful figures in the Douluo Continent, the Snow Night Emperor. Below, Fang Xian stood in the center of the grand hall. Rendered mute by trepidation, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, refraining from any expression of discontent. For he understood that the man seated upon the throne held the power to dictate his fate. He was acutely aware of his own weakness. Only by mastering the art of patience could he hope to survive. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed intently at Fang Xian's countenance, remaining silent for an extended period. Gradually, his expression softened, and he sighed, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." Fang Xian was taken aback, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful, reluctant to speak casually. "I sincerely apologize for not being able to see your mother for the last time," he said, filled with regret. "This is not your fault," Fang Xian replied. "You have endured much hardship over the years, wandering alone on the streets. I have wronged you." Shui Yi sighed. "You are a sovereign, burdened with the affairs of state, and scarcely have time to attend to extraneous matters. I can understand," Fang Xian stated earnestly. Shui Yi was somewhat astonished. He had expected this son, who had never expressed concern before, to lament, to be angry, or even to rage before him. However, to his surprise, Fang Xian did not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, he defended his father's role with every word he spoke, no matter how one looked at it. Shui Yi had failed in his duty as a father, yet his youngest son bore no resentment, which inevitably filled Shui Yi with admiration for Fang Xian. Regrettably, Fang Xian could not awaken his martial soul. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possessed a martial soul, whether it was useless, ordinary, or extraordinary. It was an inherent gift. Shui Yi had even heard of twin martial souls, a rare prodigy that appeared once in a century. Nevertheless, he had never encountered one. His peculiar son, for reasons unknown, was utterly incapable of awakening a martial soul. Such a condition was likely unparalleled throughout the Douluo Continent. Reflecting on this, Shui Yi's gaze dimmed, and he sighed helplessly. His son was perhaps a rarity not seen in 100 years. "Fang Xian, although you have not inherited my surname, you are still my son. I have wronged you for so many years, and I have now resolved to offer you some recompense." Shui Yi fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian. "Speaking with sincerity, I have decided to grant you a territory in the province of Fasnuo, located in the southwest of the empire. I have selected a splendid location for you, named Xuanhua City, nestled amidst mountains and water, a place of exquisite beauty and eternal spring. You may rest assured and serve as the lord of Xuanhua City. I shall ensure you live a life of wealth and ease, free from worries." For an ordinary commoner, escaping the bonds of their status to become a noble lord was undoubtedly a coveted dream. Shui Yi believed the terms he offered Fang Xian were exceedingly generous. A person unable to awaken a martial soul, who could not cultivate, becoming a noble lord, and living a life of prosperity, what could he possibly find to complain about? However, to Shui Yi's astonishment, this son, who had not contradicted him since entering, was the first to refuse his generous offer. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to go to Xuanhua City." Fang Xian maintained a respectful demeanor and earnestly stated, "I wish to attend the Heavenly Do Royal Academy." "You wish to go to the Heavenly Do Academy?" Upon hearing this, Shui Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Why would he abandon his position as a lord to seek admission to the Heavenly Do Academy? He found it difficult to comprehend Fang Xian's intentions. With an impassive expression, Shui Yi gazed at Fang Xian and remarked, "You have yet to awaken your martial soul. What difference would it make if you went? It would be wiser to return to Snowfall City and fulfill your duties as a lord. You are approaching adulthood, and I shall promptly arrange a marriage for you. By the way, I have heard that the youngest princess of the Balik Kingdom is of your age and possesses remarkable beauty. How would you feel about being betrothed to her? Is this not a form of exile?" Fang Xian scoffed, acutely aware that Emperor Shuya's intentions were far from sincere. Rather, he yearned for Fang Xian to vanish from his presence post-haste. As for the purportedly generous offers, they were trivial for an emperor, merely a paltry consideration for a mere lord. He cared little for the noble title of lord or the prospect of a princess as a spouse. His sole desire was to survive, to live in peace and safety. If he could endure 3 years on the Douluo Continent, he was confident he could elevate his strength beyond level 50, at which point he would no longer be at the mercy of others. Currently, he remained on the kill list of Qianren Xue, and should he heed Xuya's directive to journey to Xuanhua City as a lord, it was likely that he would be slain by the Spirit Hall en route. Thus, remaining in Tiando City and enrolling in a formidable Soul Master Academy seemed the safer option. Fang Xian, after deep contemplation, gazed resolutely into the piercing eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor, declaring, "Your Majesty, I aspire only to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando." Chapter 14. Brotherhood. The hall fell into a profound silence. As the Snow Knight Emperor remained pensive, an oppressive stillness enveloped the chamber. the atmosphere thick with an overwhelming sense of foreboding that sent a chill down Fang Xian's spine. Yet, he was resolute in his stance, as this matter pertained to his very life. After a lengthy pause, the Snow Knight Emperor, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian and finally spoke. I can permit your admission to the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, should you fail to meet the Academy's standards within a year and be expelled, you shall obediently assume the role of Lord in Xue Nua City. Agreed. A glimmer of joy flickered in Fang Xian's eyes as he earnestly nodded. Although the Tiando Academy is notorious for its corruption as an aristocratic institution, it maintains a stringent management system. Each year, students undergo a rigorous evaluation of their abilities. Failure to meet the required standards results in expulsion, regardless of one's noble lineage. For newly enrolled students, the Academy mandates that after a full year of study, their soul power must reach at least level 21. Otherwise, they will be deemed unqualified and expelled. Currently, Fang Xian has just attained level 11. 1 year, 10 levels. He clenched his fists, a resolute determination surging within him. He was confident that with the assistance of the blade system and relentless training day and night, he could meet the Academy's standards. Very well, in that case, I shall arrange for your enrollment. Shui Yi contemplated for a moment before quietly calling out, Qinghe. Fang Xuantu, stirred by an inexplicable sensation, turned his gaze toward the left front. A tall figure gradually emerged from the depths of the grand hall. This was a young man in his 20s, with short, light golden hair and a countenance as gentle as jade, strikingly handsome. The corners of his mouth seemed perpetually adorned with a brilliant smile, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Draped in an exquisite robe, every gesture he made exuded an air of nobility, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Xue Qinghe. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as he recognized the visitor, none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. The reality of Xue Qinghe was markedly different from the portrayal in the anime. He possessed an even more striking beauty, an aura of nobility, and an impeccable demeanor that radiated grace. He seemed flawless, a paragon of perfection. Qinghe, you have heard everything. I entrust the matter of Fang Xian's enrollment to you. Shui Yi remarked with a smile directed at Xue Qinghe, instantly transforming from a commanding emperor into a gentle father. His demeanor was tenfold warmer than his treatment of Fang Xian, embodying the affectionate gaze and tone reserved for a beloved son. Each time he beheld his most cherished offspring, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Yes, father, Xue Qinghe replied with a slight smile, nodding gently. His expression, tone, and gestures were strikingly reminiscent of the great Shui Yi himself. Were it not for Fang Xian being a transmigrator with intimate knowledge of the Douluo storyline, he would never have suspected that Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Rinxue in disguise, for her performance was astoundingly convincing. Due to her royal lineage, this woman would inevitably become Fang Xian's most formidable adversary in the future. Very well, you may all withdraw, Shui Yi said, appearing somewhat weary as he slowly closed his eyes and gestured for them to leave. Understood. In response, the two respectfully bowed to Shui Yi before gradually exiting the grand hall. Fang Xian and Xue Qinghe walked side by side, strolling through the imperial garden. Along the way, Xue Qinghe inquired about Fang Xian's well-being with a gentle demeanor, devoid of any semblance of princely arrogance. Her sincere smile exuded authenticity, leaving Fang Xian in awe of her acting prowess. It is noteworthy that just the previous night, this very woman had dispatched an assassin from the Soul Sect to eliminate him. On one hand, she sent someone to take his life, while on the other, she feigned camaraderie with the Fade so convincing that her eyes revealed no trace of insincerity. Having witnessed Qian Rinxue firsthand, he could not help but admire this woman's cunning and depth of character. Little brother, the Tiando Royal Academy is our own establishment, so rest assured and hone your skills within its walls. Should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to seek my aid, Xue Qinghe declared with a carefree smile, patting his chest in assurance, embodying the very essence of an elder brother. Thank you, Your Highness. Fang Xian displayed a look of astonishment, appearing both flattered and bewildered. Haha. Among brothers, there is no need for such formality. Xue Qinghe chuckled heartily. Then, shifting his tone, his profound gaze settled upon Fang Xian's countenance as he solemnly remarked, however, if you dare to neglect your studies at the academy and stir up trouble, I shall not hesitate to discipline you severely. I wouldn't dare, Fang Xian replied respectfully. I will certainly apply myself diligently to my studies. I am grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon me by His Highness. Xue Qinghe gently patted Fang Xian on the shoulder and said, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formal titles. Simply call me elder brother. What a performer. The Oscar is surely yours." Fang Xian hesitated for a moment. Although reluctant in his heart, he nonetheless revealed an excited smile and joyfully exclaimed, "Elder brother." "Indeed." Xue Qinghe responded with a satisfied nod, speaking earnestly, "Little brother, you must believe that although our father may not acknowledge you, he still loves you." At this juncture, he produced a golden token from his bosom and handed it to Fang Xian. "This is my insignia, symbolizing my status as the crown prince. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may present this token at the palace to seek my assistance. No one shall dare to obstruct you." Fang Xian slowly accepted the prince's token, tears gradually welling up in his eyes as he spoke with deep emotion. "Since the passing of my mother, no one has ever shown me such kindness." He suddenly broke into loud sobs, throwing his arms around Xue Qinghe, exclaiming, "Brother!" Xue Qinghe's body stiffened, acutely aware of the strong physique pressed against her chest. This intimate contact sent a wave of discomfort coursing through her. It was the first time since her maturation that a man had embraced her so closely, nearly shattering her rationality, compelling her to instinctively push Fang Xian away with all her might. However, to her astonishment, Fang Xian unleashed an astonishing strength, his arms clamping around her slender waist like iron pincers, rendering her unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, she prepared to unleash her soul power to push Fang Xian away. "Brother, at last, I have found a family." Fang Xian, tears and snot streaming down his face, buried himself in the embrace of Xue Qinghe, vigorously wiping his nose on the luxurious robe. Simultaneously, his hands were not idle. He delivered a forceful slap to the latter's rear. A sharp, resonant sound echoed, causing the concealed Qian Ringshu to nearly faint from anger, her recently accumulated soul power involuntarily dissipating. "If I cannot defeat you now, I shall first disgust you." Fang Xian could not help but chuckle wickedly to himself. Chapter 15. Farewell. Until we meet again. At the palace gates, Fang Xian waved his small hand, eagerly bidding farewell to Qian Ruxue. "Farewell." Qian Ruxue gritted her teeth in frustration, yet forced a radiant smile. Just moments ago, she had nearly been thoroughly touched by Fang Xian. She was confident that her disguise was impeccable and that her true identity remained concealed. Furthermore, Fang Xian's tears appeared profoundly genuine, devoid of any semblance of pretense. She concluded that he must have truly been moved to tears by her, were it not for her certainty about her concealed identity. She might have suspected Fang Xian was deliberately taking advantage of her. Ouch, how it hurt. At that moment, a searing pain coursed through her rear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She instinctively placed her delicate hand upon her slightly swollen backside, spiraling into a frenzy. That little rascal. Just now, Fang Xian had channeled all his soul power into that slap. It could have shattered a stone. Such a forceful blow upon her tender form left her both humiliated and enraged, not to mention the pain. However, as she regained her composure, Qian Rushue's gaze grew icy, devoid of any emotional turbulence, murmuring to herself, "How has he managed to survive?" Qian Ruxue was remarkably efficient in her dealings. By around 2 in the afternoon, just after Fang Xian had finished his lunch, he promptly received his admission letter from the Tiando Royal Academy. To be honest, this familiar scene evoked memories of when he received his acceptance letter from Tsinghua University. It was as mundane as water, devoid of joy or sorrow. He recalled that his first reaction then had been to eat a bowl of instant noodles to ease his shock. Meanwhile, Emperor Shuya summoned Fang Xian, and sensational news regarding the wasteful prince's admission to the Tiando Royal Academy swept through the entirety of Tiando City like a tempest. Within half a day, it had become common knowledge. "Hey, did you hear? That wasteful prince is joining the Tiando Royal Academy. How could a mere chicken ever transform into a phoenix? A waste who possesses no martial spirit and cannot cultivate. What difference would it make for him to enter the academy, but a waste of imperial resources? Huh, you fools really understand nothing. This royal maneuver carries profound significance. Just think, why would Emperor Shuya allow that illegitimate child to roam the streets for over a decade without care, only to suddenly summon him? Could he possibly be the heir? No, that cannot be. The empire already has a crown prince. Just wait, there are more spectacles to come." As Fang Xian walked through the streets, he could sense the peculiar gazes directed at him. People around him chattered enthusiastically, savoring the news of his situation. He was indeed the center of attention. It felt quite nice, akin to being a celebrity. Fang Xian maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any discomfort. He first returned home to gather a few changes of clothes, then meticulously secured the doors and windows before making his way to the Heavenly Royal Academy. Time is akin to life itself. He intended to seize every moment to strengthen himself, aspiring to carve out a significant presence in the Douluo Continent at the earliest opportunity. Thus, he resolved not to squander any time and planned to relocate to the academy today to embark on his journey of cultivation. Just as he stepped out of the city of Tiando, a melodious voice resonated from behind him. "Hey, Fangxian." The familiar sound momentarily startled him, and he instinctively turned to see a beautiful girl with azure hair approaching him at a brisk pace. As she ran, the girl radiated a breathtaking smile, vigorously waving her hand at Fangxian. It was none other than Shui Binger. Alas, this was an unfortunate encounter. The creditor had arrived. Fangxian noticed Shui Binger and realized that the situation was dire. He quickly turned away, feigning ignorance, and fled towards the outskirts of the city. "Alas, why are you running?" Shui Binger's smile gradually stiffened as she greeted Fangxian. Not only did he ignore her, but he also turned and ran away, inciting her ire. "Stop right there," she commanded, stamping her foot fiercely. An icy blue soul power surged around her, and a divine ice phoenix appeared, flickering at her surface. She activated her martial soul, and with a powerful flap of her massive wings, she transformed into a streak of light, pursuing Fangxian ahead. Whoosh! The one flying in the sky is undoubtedly swifter than one running on the ground, and with Shui Binger being a soul master of considerable prowess, she quickly caught up to him. Her blue hair danced in the air, her wings fluttered elegantly, and she floated like a celestial maiden, breathtakingly beautiful. A hint of anger appeared on her exquisitely delicate face as she glared at Fangxian below. "Why are you running? Am I that terrifying? I want to eat you," she exclaimed in frustration. Faced with the furious maiden blocking his path, Fangxian rubbed his temples in exasperation and awkwardly cleared his throat. "Oh, aren't you that person? What a coincidence to meet you here." Shui Binger slowly descended from the air, gazing at Fangxian with a hint of melancholy, and sighed. "We are leaving. Today. I came to bid you farewell." "What? You're leaving? Really?" Fangxian's face was alight with joy, almost on the verge of exclaiming a word of praise. His jubilant demeanor, however, only served to infuriate Shui Binger further, igniting a deep-seated resentment within her. "I have heard that you have joined the Royal Academy of Tiando?" Shui Binger endeavored to maintain her composure, observing Fangxian intently. "Indeed," Fangxian replied with a solemn nod. "Then we shall be adversaries henceforth." Shui Binger's gaze sharpened. Her voice filled with indignation as she declared, "In 2 years, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent will take place. We shall meet on the battlefield, and I will personally defeat you." "Oh," Fangxian responded nonchalantly. At that moment, Shui Binger bit her crimson lip gently, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, rendering her appearance enchantingly poignant. With a hint of melancholy, she cast a lingering glance at Fangxian and asked, as I prepare to leave, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Fangxian contemplated for a moment and earnestly advised, "In the future, focus on your studies at Tianshui Academy, and refrain from wandering aimlessly in Tiando City. Go to hell. I never wish to see you again." Shui Binger's large eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she cast a fierce glare at Fangxian before indignantly turning away. Fangxian could not help but reveal a satisfied smile, having finally succeeded in driving the girl away. Being in the presence of his creditor rendered the very air he breathed oppressive and uncomfortable. Thus, it is best that they do not meet again in the future. Chapter 16. Enrollment at the Tiando Royal Academy. Despite boasting a formidable faculty and state-of-the-art training facilities, renowned as the foremost academy of the empire, it has produced remarkably few powerful soul masters in recent years, with none having made a notable name across the continent. The few who gain admission to Tiando Academy are rarely those of genuine skill. The majority have merely leveraged connections and noble titles to gain entry, which fundamentally underpins the institution's gradual decline. Its status continues to deteriorate, with teachers eagerly seeking talent, yearning for the arrival of true genius students. Yet today, the academy is set to welcome a new student, not the prodigy that the faculty has long anticipated, but rather Fangxian, who has entered through the back door thanks to his connections. As twilight descends, the sunset blazes like fire, stretching for miles and painting the sky a brilliant crimson. Fangxian, treading upon the remnants of the setting sun, hurriedly made his way to the Tiando Royal Academy just before dusk. At the entrance of the academy, Qian Rinxue, clad in male attire, stood gracefully beneath the ginkgo tree, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an air of regal elegance. Even in disguise, she retained an unparalleled charm. "It is truly wonderful to see you, brother." Upon seeing Qian Rinxue, Fang Xian immediately rushed forward with fervor, intent on enveloping her in a vigorous embrace. However, this time, Qian Rinxue was well prepared. With a deft tap of her toes against the ground, she elegantly retreated 3 paces, skillfully evading Fang Xian's advance. "Little brother, one must not act impudently in public." Qian Rinxue stood with her hands behind her back, her delicate face adorned with a hint of indignation as she gently reprimanded Fang Xian. Regrettably, Fang Xian lamented the missed opportunity to tease Qian Rinxue. Yet his smile radiated brightly. He feigned the demeanor of a dutiful and charming younger brother, respectfully trailing alongside Qian Rinxue as they made their way into the academy. Upon passing through the grand entrance, the 2 guards, upon recognizing Fang Xian walking beside the prince, were stricken with fear, their faces paling. Truly, from a humble background had emerged a golden phoenix. Just moments ago, he was a lowly commoner, and now he had transformed into a prince. "Your Highness." The guards trembled in trepidation, bowing deeply, their foreheads striking the ground with a heavy thud, offering their salutations to Fang Xian in a manner that was almost abjectly humble. Fang Xian chose to ignore the 2 individuals and followed Qian Rinxue as they calmly entered the academy. The Heavendo Academy is nestled within the mountains, boasting vast expanses and breathtaking scenery, with air that is both moist and refreshing. Upon raising one's gaze, one can behold towering edifices, while sturdy pines and cypresses line the streets. Each area reveals a resplendent flower garden, vibrant with blossoms of myriad hues. Our esteemed Heavendo Royal Academy currently hosts approximately 500 students, all scions of nobility from the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. The faculty comprises over 50 elite soul masters of remarkable prowess, rendering our teaching staff among the finest on the entire continent. A hint of pride graced Qian Rinxue's countenance as she, like a gracious host, patiently elaborated on the formidable advantages of Heavendo Academy, exuding a sense of triumph. Fang Xian listened in silence, yet a mocking smile lingered in his heart. Who does not know that the Heavendo Academy, renowned for its wealth, falls short in cultivating true talent? Qian Rinxue was clearly attempting to showcase the strengths of the Heavendo Academy while cleverly concealing its weaknesses. However, Fang Xian possessed a far deeper and more intricate understanding of this world than she could ever imagine. Such trivial tricks could not deceive him. "Little brother, why are you chuckling to yourself?" After a prolonged explanation, Qian Rinxue noticed that Fang Xian's expression appeared rather comical as she delved deeper into her introduction, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. "Are you pleased?" Fang Xian resolutely stated, "I am honored to join such an extraordinary institution as the Tiando Academy." Qian Rinxue cast a skeptical glance at Fang Xian but did not pursue the matter further. With her hands clasped behind her back, she continued to embrace the role of a responsible elder brother, providing Fang Xian with a detailed overview of the academy. The students of the academy are categorized into 3 levels: Tianwei, Tianji, and Tiando, ranked from lowest to highest. Those who have just enrolled and possess a strength below level 25 are classified as Tianwei. Students ranging from 25 to 30 belong to the higher tier, Tianji, while those above level 30 represent the pinnacle of the academy known as Tiando. The individuals who achieve the Tiando level are nothing short of exceptional prodigies endowed with extraordinary talent. At this juncture, Qian Rinxue regarded Fang Xian intently and remarked, "Little brother, I hope you will also strive to surpass level 30 and become a Tiando student." "Yes, I will endeavor to do so." Although aware that Qian Rinxue's words were somewhat insincere, Fang Xian nonetheless nodded resolutely. The classification of teachers mirrors that of the students. Soul masters above level 40 are designated as Tianwei, those above 50 as Tianji, and those above 60 as Tiando. Qian Rinxue elaborated, "Each level of students is taught by instructors of the corresponding tier. Just as you have recently enrolled as a Tianwei student, your future mentor will be a teacher of level 40 or above from the Tianwei category." "Ah, I understand now." Fang Xian nodded in understanding, noting that this particular detail was absent from the text. "Rest assured, the mentor I have chosen for you is none other than the foremost teacher in this realm of celestial microcosm, known as Ruo Lan. I am confident that she will guide you well." Qian Rinxue smiled warmly as she patted Fang Xian's shoulder. "It is rather late today. You should report to teacher Ruo Lan tomorrow on your own. From now on, Dedicate yourself to studying under her tutelage. Understood, Fang Xian replied. Qian Rinxue took Fang Xian on a comprehensive tour of the entire Tiando Academy, meticulously introducing him to the various campus areas, dormitories, and training grounds they passed along the way. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Qian Rinxue led Fang Xian into the main campus area. In the northernmost part, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, which he had prepared as his residence. The dwelling boasted 3 pristine rooms, a quaint courtyard, a reception area, a restroom, and a bathing facility, all fully equipped with essential amenities, offering a rather superior living condition. After such a lengthy excursion, this charming courtyard was the aspect that pleased Fang Xian the most. Well, it is getting late. I must take my leave, Qian Rinxue said with a gentle smile, preparing to bid farewell to Fang Xian. Brother, do give me a hug before you go. Fang Xian, with a face full of gratitude, opened his arms, ready to rush towards Qian Rinxue. You focus on your training here. I shall take my leave. Startled by Fang Xian's sudden advance, Qian Rinxue quickly urged him to be cautious before hastily departing. In every regard, Qian Rinxue's demeanor today was impeccable, embodying the essence of a loyal and righteous elder brother. Fang Xuanxin, with a mind as clear as a mirror, refrains from shattering the surface, deftly leveraging the benevolent persona of Xue Qinghe to extract advantageous gains from Qian Rinxue. Casually borrowing 100 or 80,000. As an elder brother, you surely would not decline, would you? He toyed with the princely token, crafted from pure gold, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Having successfully joined the Heavenly Academy, all preparations are in place. In Fang Xian's eyes, a resolute determination surged forth. It was time to embark on the path of cultivation. Swiftly, he drew his shadowless blade, and, beneath the serene cloak of night, fervently honed his sword-drawing technique. Chapter 17. A hasty year-time flew by, and a year had passed. At the Tiando Royal Academy, in the training ground, a dire announcement echoed. Crisis. The Zijing Lion Mastiff has broken through to the 1,000-year soul beast level and escaped from its cage. The news of the 1,000-year soul beast's escape spread like wildfire, sending ripples of panic through the previously tranquil students engaged in their training. The Zijing Lion Mastiff, a sovereign among soul beasts, had become a terrifying force upon reaching the 1,000-year mark, rendering ordinary soul sovereigns powerless against it. Quickly, summon the teachers. No one anticipated that the Zijing Lion Mastiff would suddenly break its shackles. Faced with this unforeseen calamity, many students were caught off guard, their hearts consumed by fear. In an instant, dozens of students scattered like frightened birds and beasts across the training ground. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. A colossal shadow descended, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, obliterating 2 unsuspecting Tianwei-level students into mere pulp. Roar! 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 It was the Zijing Lion Mastiff. Its entire body shimmering with an eerie purple glow, its frame as massive as a house, and its ferocious maw bellowing with unrestrained fury. An aura of dread permeating the air. Indeed, it was the very 1,000-year Mastiff that had escaped. This was a calamity. The surrounding students turned pale at the sight of the Zijing Lion Mastiff's arrival. Most of them were around level 20, with some just beginning their studies and yet to reach even that level. Bound together, they stood no chance against the 1,000-year Zijing Lion Mastiff. Teachers! Where are the teachers? Panic surged through their minds. What do? We are all going to be slaughtered. Flee. Quickly escape. The suddenness of the soul beast's flight, compounded by the absence of teachers in the vicinity, instilled a profound terror among the crowd, leaving them with but one thought: to run. However, escaping from the clutches of a 1,000-year soul beast was no simple feat. Activate the soul rings, summon the martial spirits. In the face of life and death peril, the students unleashed their martial spirits, a bewildering array of forms revealing themselves: swords, forks, halberds, and various beast spirits including dogs, cattle, and sheep. The diversity of martial spirits was astounding, yet most were merely ordinary in essence, lacking true strength. As for the soul rings, the situation was even more dismal. Over half of the students possessed only 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring, while some had but a solitary white soul ring, rendering their power rather unimpressive. In terms of momentum, this collective display of martial spirits paled in comparison to the might of the Zijing Lion Mastiff. The majestic Zijing Mastiff unleashed a torrent of flames, imbued with an insatiable thirst for destruction as its iron claws tore through the fabric of the air. With a fierce swipe directed at the hapless students ahead, A violent gust arose, toppling 7 or 8 individuals in an instant. In swift succession, a fiery projectile shot forth, forcefully propelling a multitude backward. Those caught too close found half their bodies charred, their flesh grotesquely mangled, a scene most tragic. The ferocity of the Zijing Mastiff was unparalleled, rendering it unstoppable. And within moments, over 20 students in the training arena lay defeated. Oh, the pain is unbearable. My right arm is broken. It's so hot, so hot. I've been burned, someone. Please help me. The students writhed in agony, some with broken bones, others with scorched skin, and some torn open by the beast's vicious claws. Their cries echoing like those of slaughtered animals. With a chilling gaze devoid of emotion, the Zijing Mastiff let out a deep, resonant roar and swiftly charged toward the injured, poised to extinguish their lives. It's over, we shall all perish here. Faced with the advancing beast, despair enveloped them. Each bore grievous wounds, their bodies racked with pain, unable even to lift an arm, resigned to await their fate in silence. Amidst this dire scene, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air as countless pure white petals floated down from the heavens. These petals, curiously ethereal, appeared floral yet were not. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be formed of radiant light. One such petal gently descended onto the head of an injured student, and in a flash of ethereal luminescence, it seamlessly integrated into his being. What is this? The student gasped in astonishment, his body involuntarily quaking as a soothing warmth akin to a spring flowed through him, miraculously healing his exposed wounds, even allowing him to raise his fractured arm anew. The other students experienced similar miracles. All their injuries were healed by the unexpected arrival of these extraordinary petals. Behind them, unbeknownst to the students, stood a young girl. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, with cascading silver hair that flowed down her back. Adorned in a slender black dress and veiled by a dark shroud, her features remained obscured. Only her ice-blue eyes were visible, yet they betrayed no emotion, exuding a sense of solitude and indifference that belied her youth. In her hand, she cradled a pink begonia, radiating a sacred light as it bloomed gracefully. She was Yi Lingling, the bearer of the legendary nine-heart begonia. The students recognized the unique floral weapon spirit at once. The famed nine-heart begonia was renowned across the continent for its ability to heal all within its range, and this young girl was its contemporary heir, Yi Lingling. Stand up. Never abandon hope for survival, no matter the circumstances. A voice, cold yet resolute, emerged from beneath the black veil of Yi Lingling, causing the despondent disciples to tremble, their hearts filled with profound shame. Brothers, let us fight against this beast. Under the full ministrations of the nine-heart begonia, the disciples' wounds healed instantaneously, their spirits soaring as they rallied with tear-filled eyes, fervently charging toward the Zijing Shurmao. The Zijing Shurmao's icy gaze flickered with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why those it had just injured were suddenly revitalized. Having cultivated for a millennium, it had acquired some intelligence. When its perplexed eyes fell upon Yi Lingling at the rear, a glimmer of icy fury ignited within its gaze as the reason dawned upon it. With a ferocious roar, the Zijing Shurmao surged through the crowd like a war tank, indiscriminately sending anyone in its path flying, until it reached Yi Lingling. With a single, powerful paw, it struck her, sending her hurtling through the air. Ah! Yi Lingling cried out in anguish, her delicate form soaring 13 meters before crashing heavily beneath a colossal maple tree. Quickly, protect Yi Lingling. The crowd, now aware, reacted too late as the Zijing Shurmao lunged once more toward her, its massive iron claw aimed at her head, ready to deliver a lethal blow. At that moment, all attention was fixated on Yi Lingling, yet no one noticed the black-haired youth standing quietly beneath the maple tree. Having remained there for an entire day, his eyes were shut tight, body poised, left hand resting on the scabbard while the right pressed against the hilt, appearing as if he were about to draw his sword, yet he remained still. From the outset, no one had acknowledged the boy's presence. He stood there silently, blending harmoniously with nature, even his breath synchronized with the gentle breeze. Am I to die? The fear of death enveloped Yi Lingling as she gazed upon the enormous iron claw descending toward her, terror flooding her eyes, despair filling her heart. Just as the Zijing Shurmao was poised to deliver the fatal blow, the youth, having amassed his energy throughout the day, finally erupted in a tremendous display. A blade of purest white, glistening like fresh snow, suddenly broke free from its scabbard. Chapter 18, Breakthrough. Grand Soul Master. The long blade surged forth with grand momentum, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, slicing through the air as it struck the Zijing Shurmao squarely upon its head. Boom! The frigid blade forcefully tore through the Zijing Shurmao's flesh, shattering its steel-like skull with an overwhelming force, scattering its otherworldly purple blood across the ground. How is this possible? Silence enveloped the arena. The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, their expressions blank as bewildered gazes converged upon the black-haired youth. With a single strike, he had slain a millennium-old soul beast. Who on earth is this formidable individual? The crowd was utterly astonished. Even Yi Lingling stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the unfamiliar youth before her, her eyes brimming with profound shock. When had such a formidable individual emerged from the academy? She could not recall any impression of him in her mind. Good. A successful strike. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within her consciousness. The dark-haired youth's lips curled into a faint smile, and a rare glimmer of joy finally graced his stern visage. This young man was none other than Fang Xian. Unbeknownst to him, a year had slipped by. Compared to a year ago, he stood taller, his gaze deeper, and his raven locks flowed like a waterfall. He resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and unstoppable. His swordsmanship had become even more exquisite, and his soul power had significantly increased. Now, even when confronting a soul master-level adversary, he felt no trepidation. He sensed that his swordsmanship currently teetered on the brink of a breakthrough, just a step away from ascending to an even higher realm. Congratulations, your soul power has reached its maximum capacity. Current soul power, 200. You are eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Fang Xian noticed that the surrounding students were all staring at him, and he immediately furrowed his brows. Suppressing the excitement within, he first sheathed the shadowless blade and then swiftly departed from the training ground. Under the watchful eyes of many, he had no desire to advance in such circumstances. In the northern part of the main campus, there lay an inconspicuous courtyard. Fang Xian sat cross-legged, quietly elevating his level. A resplendent golden light emanated from his entire being, exuding a divine majesty. A tremendous energy surged and roared within him, akin to a tsunami that swept through his veins, continuously amplifying his soul power. After approximately 3 minutes, the system's notification chimed. Level up successful. Congratulations on attaining the rank of Grand Soul Master. Reward, Divine Blade X1. Level 21, Grand Soul Master. In Fang Xian's eyes, joy surged forth as he had dedicated himself tirelessly to mastering the art of sword drawing, expending an entire year in relentless practice. At long last, he had transcended to the realm of a Grand Soul Master. With this achievement, he began to examine his personal information. Strongest sword drawing system host, Fang Xian level, LV21 title, Grand Soul Master soul power, 0210 proficiency, basic sword drawing technique, 99-100, divine blade, 1 martial soul, ice phoenix soul, primary 51-100, talent, frost blade every 10 levels. A reward of a divine blade is bestowed, and having just ascended to level 21, he earned the opportunity to utilize the divine blade once again, enabling him to continue the replication of martial souls. Contemplating this, excitement welled up within him. He knew he must carefully select powerful martial souls as targets for replication, lest he squander this precious opportunity. After a year of arduous training, his sword drawing technique had become increasingly adept and formidable, with marked enhancements in strength, speed, and presence. On average, he successfully drew his sword about 5 times daily, earning approximately 5 soul power points each day, around 150 points monthly. At his current low level, his progress in leveling up was relatively swift. However, Fang Xian furrowed his brow at the slow growth of proficiency in both his sword-drawing technique and martial soul talent. After a year of diligent practice, the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix Soul had only reached 51 points, merely half of what was required for the next upgrade. As for the proficiency in basic sword-drawing technique, it had progressed at a snail's pace, increasing by a mere 9 points over the entire year. A month ago, his proficiency had already hit 99-100, yet it remained stubbornly stagnant at that point, refusing to surpass the threshold. This left him exceedingly frustrated, for the advancement in sword-drawing proficiency was proving to be an arduous endeavor. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that since the enhancement of sword-drawing proficiency was so challenging, the benefits gained from achieving a breakthrough must surely be substantial. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upgraded sword-drawing technique. A gentle knocking resonated from the door, as if a guest were arriving. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, closed his eyes, and feigned ignorance. I saw you enter. After a while, a chilling voice echoed from beyond the door. Fang Xian was taken aback, unable to suppress a slight grimace. Reluctantly, he approached the entrance and opened the tightly shut door, revealing a petite and exquisite figure. Before him stood a silver-haired little girl, her face veiled in black gauze, clad in a dark dress. Her icy blue eyes were imbued with a sorrowful aura that belied her tender age. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing the silver-haired little girl before him as Yi Lingling, the contemporary heir of the undying Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling is renowned as a prodigious young talent, having ascended to the soul's sovereign realm at a tender age, making her one of the few Tiando-level female students in the institution. Although she seldom removes her veil, her transcendent aura allows one to surmise the exquisite beauty concealed beneath the black fabric. Countless young men have yearned to unveil Yi Lingling's face, longing to behold her true visage, yet their desires remain unfulfilled. Additionally, there exists another Tiando-level genius, Douluo Yin, equally formidable and possessing unparalleled beauty, who holds the status of a campus belle. Yi Lingling's melancholic elegance starkly contrasts with Douluo Yin's alluring charm, both of whom are prominent figures within the academy, celebrated as the dual beauties of Tiando. Upon witnessing Yi Lingling's unexpected arrival at his home, Fang Xian felt a flicker of surprise, pondering the purpose of her visit. After a brief hesitation, Yi Lingling mustered her courage to fix her gaze upon Fang Xian's eyes and earnestly stated, "I am Yi Lingling. Thank you for saving me today." "You are most welcome." Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lingling before calmly shutting the door. Rejected, Yi Lingling gradually felt herself petrifying in place. She gazed at the closed door before her, a flicker of inexplicable resentment rising within her. With determination, she pushed open Fang Xian's door. "I have come sincerely to express my gratitude," she exclaimed, striding into the courtyard, visibly irked as she addressed Fang Xian. "Have I not already responded to you sincerely?" "No need for thanks, farewell." Fang Xian, filled with doubt, inquired, "When did I ever save you?" "Just a moment ago. You rescued me from that monstrous sieging mastiff." "Do you not recall?" Yi Lingling responded. "Ah, were you there? I failed to notice." Fang Xian expressed his bewilderment, pondering that the little girl indeed had an exceedingly low presence, making it hard to remember her. With tears welling in her eyes, Yi Lingling gently bit her lip and said, "It matters not if you do not remember. I dislike being in debt to others. I came specifically to repay you. Please, state your wishes, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "Do you truly wish to repay me?" Fang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed." Yi Lingling nodded her little head obediently. "In that case, allow me to strike you with a blade." "Ah." Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, only to see a golden long sword slicing through the air towards her, its blade radiating a divine brilliance that instantly enveloped her. Chapter 19, The Second Martial Soul. Nine Hearts Begonia. After the incident you struck me? Yi Lingling's large eyes shimmered with moisture as she looked at the indifferent Fang Xian, appearing somewhat at a loss. "Yes, I did," he replied. Fang Xian maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. The silver-haired little girl, pouting with indignation, rushed before Fang Xian, her eyes fixed upon him without a blink. With a tone of grievance, she exclaimed, "How could you treat me this way? In all my years, I have never been subjected to such rudeness." However, the events had already transpired, and regret was futile. It was time to confront this harsh reality. Fang Xian gazed at Yi Lingling, who appeared utterly soulless, and added, "Moreover, I shall not be held accountable. The task is complete. What further purpose do you serve? Do not delay in tidying yourself and vacating my residence. Do you wish for me to cast you out?" Fang Xian furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming urge to hoist the bothersome little girl and toss her out against the wall. Yi Lingling, puffing her cheeks, took a seat directly in front of Fang Xian, remaining silent as she silently gazed at him, seemingly venting her frustrations. "Tch." Fang Xian closed his eyes, disregarding the glaring Yi Lingling before him, and instead focused his mind to meticulously examine his recent gains. "Ding dong. Congratulations. You have acquired the soul of the Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom. A new talent has been unlocked, Blade of Healing. The Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom is the pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls, renowned for its title of immortality. This lineage is singular, with only one successor permitted per generation. Should two Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom soul masters exist simultaneously, the death of one is requisite for the emergence of another, rendering it exceedingly rare. Although In the later stages, Yi Lingling's character had long been cast aside by the narrative's protagonist, and the Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom fell into obscurity. Akin to a fleeting meteor that shone briefly before vanishing, its formidable healing prowess could not be overlooked. In the subsequent clash between the Imperial fighting team and the Shrek 7 monsters, the Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom, serving as the auxiliary soul master for the Imperial team, posed a significant threat to the Shrek 7, with its exceptional support capabilities making even Ning Rongrong, who possessed the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, feel inadequate. Alas, no one could triumph over the protagonist's halo, especially within the realm of Douluo, where such radiance reigned supreme. Following this battle, the Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom faded into obscurity, seldom mentioned again. The Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom possesses but a singular ability. Regardless of the number of soul rings it may have, its sole skill is solely one, an area-wide healing. This capability is pivotal in team battles. Furthermore, the higher the Soul Master's rank and the greater the number of soul rings, the more potent the healing effect becomes. The title of Immortal Nine Hearts Sea Peach Blossom is not merely a fanciful notion. Should a soul master with this martial soul ascend to the rank of Title Douluo, or even transcend to a divine level, the ability to restore life may no longer be a mere fantasy. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement. The developmental potential of the Nine Hearts Begonia surpassed even that of the Ice Phoenix by a considerable margin. Strongest Blade Drawing System Host. Fang Xian Level, LV21 Title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 0210 Proficiency, Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100, Divinely Bestowed Blade, 0 Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul, Elementary 51-100. Nine Hearts Begonia Soul, Elementary 01-100, Talent, Icy Blade, Healing Blade. Upon accessing his personal information, Fang Xian noticed that the Nine Hearts Begonia and Healing Blade had been automatically incorporated into his attributes. The Elementary Nine Hearts Begonia would unlock the Talent Healing Blade, and he pondered the wondrous effects that might manifest as the Nine Hearts Begonia ascended to greater heights. Fang Xian felt an exhilarating anticipation. With the successful replication of his martial spirit, it was time to test the healing prowess of the Nine Hearts Begonia. However, in order to assess its efficacy, he required a willing subject. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Yi Lingling before him, and an ominous smile crept across his lips. What do you intend to do?" The silver-haired little girl noticed Fang Xian's mischievous grin and instinctively shrank back, sensing that this rogue might be plotting something untoward. "Yi Lingling, is it? Greetings, I am Fang Xian. I sincerely apologize for suddenly striking you earlier." Fang Xian's handsome visage broke into a gentle smile, radiant as the sun, as he earnestly offered his apology to Yi Lingling. For reasons unknown, that warm smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, set her heart racing, her cheeks aflame, and her breath quickening. She dared not meet Fang Xian's gaze and could only respond in a voice barely above a whisper, "And no problem. It seems I wasn't hurt after all. Then, I would like to strike you once more, so prepare yourself mentally, all right?" Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, her fleeting daydreams about Fang Xian evaporating in an instant. With a hint of agitation, she exclaimed, "What? You still want to strike me?" Fang Xian considered himself to be quite the gentleman. Before taking action against his victim, he would offer a word of caution. Perhaps believing that throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, one could not find another as courteous as he. "No, I refuse to accept this. You are a villain." The silver-haired little girl finally came to her senses, glaring at Fang Xian in indignation. She had realized that she had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves. And although this fellow before her bore an attractive visage and had fortuitously rescued her, he was, without a doubt, a formidable wolf in disguise. Her reflexes were sharp. Sensing peril, she swiftly dashed towards the door, intent on escaping this terrifying lair of predators. Escape? Where could she flee? Could she truly evade him? Fang Xian gazed at the hurriedly fleeing silver-haired little girl, a sinister smile gracing his face. A support-type soul master dared to invade my territory and still thought to escape? Heh, little rabbit, surrender obediently. His soul power surged within him. With a sudden burst of strength, he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow, swiftly closing the distance to the fleeing Yi Lingling. Just as Yi Lingling stepped over the threshold, Fang Xian was upon her. Fear gripped her, and instinctively she cried out, "Ah, help? Silence. Otherwise, I might just have to teach you a lesson." Fang Xian covered Yi Lingling's small mouth with his hand, reprimanding her coldly. His actions were rather rough as he forcibly dragged the struggling little girl back to his home. Having completed the task, he remarked, "Let me use you just a bit more, my little tool." As the door slowly closed, a series of ambiguous phrases echoed quietly in the courtyard. Chapter 20. 100 Ways to Utilize a Little Girl. This is truly my first experience with such a matter. The long eyelashes of the silver-haired little girl fluttered slightly as she closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. "What a coincidence. It's my first time too," Fang Xian replied, feeling a hint of nervousness. "Do not be afraid. I am a professional." "Ah, it hurts." "Shoo," with a fruit knife in hand. Fang Xian mercilessly inflicted a wound upon Yi Lingling's chubby little hand, crimson droplets of blood gradually welling up and filling her palm. Throughout this ordeal, the silver-haired little girl shed tears, her appearance pitiful and forlorn. "Oh dear, it's just a minor cut. Must you cry so vehemently?" After toiling for a while, having only managed to slice one of Yi Lingling's fingers, Fang Xian felt somewhat speechless. The little girl wept inconsolably, and he found himself softened by her plight. Originally, he had intended to sever an entire hand to see if it would regenerate, but upon witnessing her distress, he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he made a gentle incision, approximately an inch long, without even reaching the bone. "I am truly too merciful." Fang Xian shook his head with a sigh, often troubled by his own kindness. "Why don't you simply cut off your own fingers?" Yi Lingling retorted, feeling wronged. "Because it hurts," Fang Xiandao remarked. "Moreover, only a fool would sever their own fingers. But does it not hurt to cut someone else's? Regardless, I am unaffected." Yi Lingling, this reticent little girl, seemed an ideal subject for experimentation. Fang Xiandao intended to test the healing capabilities of the recently acquired 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit on her. A pure white begonia flower floated serenely within him, its crystalline petals emanating a sacred glow, harmonizing beautifully with the proud ice phoenix beside it, crafting a picturesque and tranquil tableau. As the soul power gradually flowed in, the 9 Hearts Begonia appeared to come alive, beginning to bloom delicately. Waves of vibrant energy coursing through his body and swiftly transmitting to the blade. The shadowless blade ignited with a moonlight-like divine radiance, gently brushing through the air. As countless snow-white petals danced forth, swaying gracefully in a scene of sacred beauty. The healing blade. A single white petal descended upon Yi Lingling's injured finger, instantly transforming into a stream of light that merged into the wound. Immediately, a miraculous sight unfolded. The 1-centimeter-long cut began to heal at an observable pace. In no time, it was completely restored. "What is this? Is it your soul skill? How does it resemble my 9 Hearts Begonia so closely?" Yi Lingling gazed in astonishment, her ice blue eyes wide with disbelief. The speed at which her wound healed was astonishing, exhibiting an incredible healing ability that bore striking similarity to her own 9 Hearts Begonia. A blade can also heal? This is truly beyond comprehension. The silver-haired little girl remained perplexed, unable to fathom what this big bad wolf had done. "I won't tell you." Fang Xian felt a delightful satisfaction with the healing power of the treatment blade. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it was essential to keep today's events confidential. Thus, he abruptly adopted a stern expression and menacingly threatened the little girl. "Remember, today's matters are not to be spoken of indiscriminately. Otherwise, beware that I may find a secluded spot to strike you again. No, I shall return and inform the teacher, exposing your secret and denouncing your misdeeds." Yi Lingling seemed to have finally discovered an opportunity for retaliation against Fang Xian, her lips concealed beneath the veil, slightly pouting in defiance. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the audacity of the silver-haired little girl. It appeared necessary to impart the lesson that strength is paramount. He extended his hands, grasping her cheeks and pulling them apart with force. Even through the veil, he could sense the remarkable elasticity of her youthful visage. She would not yield. Unless what? The muffled words of Yi Lingling emerged from beneath the veil. "Unless what? What must you do to ensure my secrecy?" Fang Xian's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that this little girl, a mere pawn, would dare to negotiate terms with him. "Unless you treat me to a meal," Yi Lingling declared. "A meal?" Fang Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well, I shall treat you to a meal." Yi Lingling's eyes curved into crescent moons, and through the sheer black veil, one could faintly discern the radiant smile on the young girl's face. "However, you must cover the expenses. Is that agreeable?" Yi Lingling was taken aback, her smile abruptly stiffening, and she instantly grew displeased. It was not that Fang Xian was miserly, but rather that he was genuinely out of funds. The cost of living at the Heavenly Royal Academy was exorbitant, A single meal here could equate to the monthly livelihood expenses of an ordinary citizen outside. Most of the students were nobility from the royal family or affluent heirs from prestigious sects, accustomed to a life of luxury without a care for expenses. Thriving in the academy's nurturing embrace, each one growing plump and well-fed. In stark contrast, Fang Xian was all alone, utterly destitute. After a year, his savings were nearly depleted, and his family was on the brink of starvation. He had recently been contemplating engaging in some underhanded dealings to earn a little extra money. Thus, he had no means to treat this little girl to a meal. Hey, I've already made a concession. Do not push your luck. Fang Xian fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yi Lingling, grinding his teeth as he spoke. I shall treat, and you shall pay. Is that acceptable? If not, I might just dig a pit right here and bury you like a turnip. Yi Lingling felt a surge of discontent, her brows furrowing as she pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Fine, I shall treat. Cough, cough, let there be no misunderstanding. It is I who shall be the host, Fang Xian interjected, clearing his throat. You are merely a heartless ATM responsible for dispensing funds. On the subject of the various utilizations of the silver-haired little lowly. 1. To replicate martial souls. 2. As a test subject. 3. As an ATM. 4. Further research is ongoing. Is there truly any distinction? Yi Lingling shot Fang Xian an exasperated glare. Of course, there is a difference. The sentiment of treating others falls upon me, while the expenditure is attributed to you. The two are worlds apart and should never be conflated, Fang Xian asserted with righteous conviction. Hearing such unabashed sophistry left Yi Lingling astounded, as it seemed that when a rogue reaches a certain zenith, he can indeed transform into a gentleman. She then inquired, by the way, what exactly is an ATM? Fang Xian Dao, the automatic treasury of emotions. Yi Lingling? All right, I shall treat you to a meal, let us go. Gently ruffling the silver-haired little girl's head, Fang Xiandao smiled faintly and led her out of the courtyard. The two walked side by side at a leisurely pace along the street, meandering past the garden and through the main campus, making their way towards the restaurant located in the central district. Chapter 21. The Noble Restaurant. The Noble Restaurant boasted a floor of shimmering gold, radiating an enchanting glow that danced in harmony with the crystal chandeliers overhead. Even the most ordinary tables and chairs were crafted from golden silk nanmu, exuding opulence and extravagance. Within the Tiando Academy, numerous such luxurious dining establishments resided, offering an array of exotic delicacies and rare gourmet dishes, each priced exorbitantly. Rumor has it that even a simple dish could cost as much as 100 gold soul coins. This venue served as a retreat for noble students, rivaling the grandeur of five-star hotels in the outside world. Even some less affluent minor nobles dared not tread here. Upon entering the noble restaurant, Fang Xiandao was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of roses, mingled with the intoxicating fragrance of fine red wine that surged within him, almost rendering him tipsy before he even took a sip. As he looked around, he observed young couples, most seated at tables for two, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, engaged in tender conversations of love. This noble restaurant was not merely a place for leisure. It was also a favored rendezvous for couples. As Fang Xiandao and Yi Lingling stepped into the restaurant, a stir rippled through the surroundings, with curious and uncertain glances converging from all directions, ultimately fixating on Yi Lingling. Hey, ISNT that Yi Lingling. No matter the occasion, beauty always commands attention. And at just 14, the prodigious Yi Lingling had already reached level 30, shining like a comet within the academy. Countless boys were enamored by her charm. What is going on? Why is Yi Lingling here? Could it be a date? Curse it, who is that pretty boy beside her? In an instant, many hostile gazes locked onto Fang Xiandao. Oh, who would have thought? You seem to have quite the popularity. Fang Xian was taken aback. He gently reached out to stroke the adorable little head of Yi Lingling, causing her silky silver hair to become disheveled. This action ignited a fiery jealousy among the onlookers, their eyes burning with envy as they gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush forth and tear Fang Xian apart. Do not touch my head, Yi Lingling exclaimed, indignantly pushing away the offending hand that had been tousling her hair. Under the multitude of envious gazes, Fang Xian led Yi Lingling to a round table, where he picked up a menu, studying the dishes while murmuring to himself, "What shall we eat? Fang Xian, why have you brought me to such a place?" At that moment, the silver-haired little girl noticed that the restaurant was predominantly filled with couples, and she immediately furrowed her brow, casting a wary glance at Fang Xian. "I shall deal with you." Fang Xian remained remarkably composed. After much effort in locating a rather foolish yet endearing little lamb, he felt it would be a disservice to his appetite not to indulge heartily. Typically, he dined at humble eateries that catered to ordinary workers, rarely gracing the opulent establishments due to financial constraints. Recently, he had exhausted his resources, subsisting on mere steamed buns, dedicating most of his time to cultivation. Now, with a yearning for rich sustenance, he seized the opportunity to feast lavishly at a noble restaurant, relishing the fact that it would not cost him a penny. Braised pork, soy sauce duck, sweet and sour fish, and a roasted suckling pig. Fang Xian beckoned a nearby waiter, instructing him to be swift. Yes, please wait a moment. The waiter replied with utmost respect. With the funds in place, the service was remarkably efficient. Within 3 minutes, the ordered dishes were presented in their entirety. Gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he began to feast with unabashed fervor. How long has it been since you last ate? A silver-haired little girl blinked her innocent eyes, sitting demurely beside him. Fang Xian's uncouth manner of eating resembled that of a wild man emerging from the mountains, leaving much to be desired in terms of decorum. What a brutish fellow! At that moment, a golden-haired youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, approached. He cast a disdainful glance at the gluttonous Fang Xian, his expression rife with contempt. Ling Ling, how could you associate with someone like him? He remarked, slightly diverting his gaze to focus on Yi Ling Ling, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Humph, Yi Ling Ling scoffed, ignoring the sudden intrusion of the golden-haired youth. She shifted her position to the right and unexpectedly wrapped her arm around Fang Xian's left. Witnessing this scene, the golden-haired youth's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Why are you so close to me? You're obstructing my meal. However, the disdainful gesture he exhibited only served to infuriate the golden-haired youth further. He had asked Yi Ling Ling out numerous times, yet she had never acknowledged him. Yet here was this impertinent fellow who was being embraced by her, and he dared to push her away with such disdain. How utterly detestable. At that moment, jealousy surged within him. The golden-haired youth, his face darkened, addressed Fang Xian ominously. Hey you, stand up. I have something to say to you. What is it? Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, sitting steadily in his chair. With one hand, he leisurely tore off a piece of napkin, methodically wiping the grease from his hands. From now on, keep your distance from Ling Ling, declared the golden-haired youth coldly. Oh, what if I choose not to? Fang Xian replied calmly. Humph, you will. The golden-haired youth lifted his head proudly, looking down at Fang Xian, his handsome face radiating defiance as he confidently proclaimed, You will after you hear my illustrious name. I am all ears, Fang Xian responded. The golden-haired youth thumped his solid chest and pronounced each word emphatically. I am Long. Ayo, Tian. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. No wonder this individual was so audacious. Just the name alone could frighten off countless heroes. Long Ao Tian. That person is Long Ao Tian. What? The Long Ao Tian, the champion of the Tianwei level? It is said that he has claimed 9 consecutive victories in the Tianwei level arena, making him the most outstanding newcomer of this year. At this very moment, upon hearing the name Long Ao Tian, the surrounding students displayed expressions of astonishment. Among the newly admitted students, Long Ao Tian could be regarded as an exceptionally remarkable presence, having achieved a soul power level of 24 at such a young age. It is likely that he will soon surpass level 25 and ascend to the status of a Tianji level student. Many speculate that Long Ao Tian will certainly break through level 30 before the age of 20, advancing to the Academy's highest rank of Tiando level student. His illustrious name resonates like thunder. Fang Xian stifled his laughter, his expression somewhat comical. Knowing of my esteemed name is enough. Long Ao Tian crossed his arms, a look of unparalleled pride gracing his face. May I be so bold as to inquire if you have a brother named Yi Liangchen? Fang Xian teased. Oh, how did you know? Long Ao Tian exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha. Fang Xian laughed heartily. Chapter 22. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen. When a younger brother and the other an elder brother are renowned within the academy, one is the foremost figure of the Tianwei level, while the other reigns supreme at the Tianji level, both standing out as paragons among their peers, unless a student of the Tiando level, above level 30, intervenes. This academy belongs to the duo. You little brat, since you are aware of my illustrious name, will you obediently distance yourself from Yi Ling Ling? Or shall I be compelled to throw you out? Long Outyin, with an air of arrogance, cast a dismissive glance at Fang Xian, showing no regard for the handsome youth before him. He was acquainted with many of the Academy's formidable figures, yet had never encountered Fang Xian. To him, the latter was merely someone who had won Yi Lingling's affection through his charming visage. Faced with such a dependent individual, what was there for Long Outyin to fear? Fang Xian's lips curled slightly as he calmly declared, "Unleash your martial soul. If you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite." Long Outyin's expression hardened, and waves of golden soul power surged from his being. With a thunderous roar, the entire restaurant trembled as a resplendent golden axe materialized in his grasp. Following this, 2 yellow soul rings ascended, radiating the formidable aura of a great soul master. "Boy, receive my axe." Long Outyin, enveloped in a dazzling golden light, raised the martial soul axe high, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, and struck down towards Fang Xian with incredible force. Sword drawing technique. Fang Xian's profound gaze radiated with brilliance as he grasped the hilt of his sword, abruptly drawing the blade. The shadowless blade broke free from its sheath, transforming into a shimmering arc of cold light, colliding forcefully with the mountain-splitting axe. A resounding roar echoed through the air. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Long Outyin spewed forth blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, shattering several tables and chairs in his wake. Even the mountain-splitting axe's martial spirit seemed gravely injured, dimming significantly before swiftly retreating into his body like a fleeting glimmer. Coughing and gasping, Long Outyin exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. What have you done?" His disbelief was palpable as he cast a bewildered glance at the distance, where Fang Xian stood. Just one strike. Merely a single strike. He felt as though he had been struck by an enormous mountain, the pain coursing through him unbearable. The overwhelming force had sent him flying, leaving his martial spirit severely compromised. Who exactly was this individual? With fear in his eyes, Long Outyin beheld Fang Xian, who approached with his blade in hand. A chill ran down his spine, and his body instinctively bristled in terror. As he regarded Fang Xian with the gaze one might reserve for a monster, "What do you intend to do?" Fang Xian's demeanor was icy, and the shadowy blade glimmered with a chilling light. He stepped forward, towering over Long Outyin, his menacing aura fixated upon him, and abruptly inquired, "Pray, do you have any money on you?" Long Outyin, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Yes." "How much?" "Not much, merely 200 gold soul coins." "How is it that you, the so-called champion, are so impoverished?" He had once possessed several tens of thousands, but squandered it all on the fairer sex, yet had failed to garner even a semblance of affection, not even a hand held. Sigh. "Very well, hand over your money, and I shall spare you." Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Fang Xian brazenly extorted money, leaving the crowd in disbelief. What a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Yi Lingling pouted slightly. Moments prior, Fang Xian had decisively vanquished Long Outyin, his heroic demeanor stirring something within her. Yet, he showed no regard for his image, shamelessly demanding money from Long Outyin. In that instant, the valiant image Fang Xian had just established crumbled in her heart. "Not bad, not bad. I've earned 200 gold soul coins." Fang Xian delightedly counted the money he had seized from Long Outyin, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He had adhered to a familiar strategy of targeting the weaker first before confronting the stronger. However, this time, Fang Xian had no intention of following the usual script. "Are you planning to call your brother for assistance?" he inquired, having noticed a flicker of resentment in Long Outyin's eyes. Instantly, he deduced that the latter must be contemplating summoning help to reclaim his dignity. Thus, he casually remarked, "There's no need for such trouble. I shall accompany you and take care of your brother as well." Long Outyin. 20 minutes later, at the intermediate training grounds, Fang Xian, Yi Lingling, and Long Outyin arrived at the center of the training ground. It was midday, with the sun shining brightly overhead, casting warm rays that filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating a group of young practitioners engaged in their training. These youths were all students of the celestial grade, possessing soul power around levels 25 to 30, surpassing their peers of the heavenly micrograde. Within the ranks of the celestial grade at the Tiando Academy, they represented the future pillars of the institution. Among this group of celestial grade students stood a young man in his 20s, positioned at the forefront, slightly older than the others, with a soul power radiance that was even more brilliant. After a session of cultivation, the young man exhaled deeply, gradually awakening from his meditative state. The azure glow of his soul power receded, and his aura seemed to have strengthened. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the enhancement of his internal soul power. A hint of joy appearing on his face. 3 figures were reflected in his dark pupils. The young man was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Outyin, what brings you here?" The trio consisted of his younger brother Long Outyin, the 9-hearted begonia Yi Lingling, and a black-haired youth whom he had never encountered before. "Brother." Long Outyin timidly approached Yi Lianchen, awkwardly stating, "I brought someone to challenge you." Yi Lianchen, bewildered, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Outyin, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind?" Despite their differing surnames, they were indeed blood brothers. One took the surname of their father, while the other followed their mother. Yi Lianchen was the elder, and Long Outyin the younger, and they shared a strong bond. However, today, Yi Lianchen sensed that his younger brother might be in need of a reprimand. "No, that's not it." Long Outyin quickly waved his hands, realizing his mistake. "It was this person who insisted I bring him to confront you." He gestured innocently towards Feng Xian. What is happening? Outyin, did you stir up trouble again?" Yi Lianchen raised an eyebrow, casting a casual glance at Feng Xian, his mind filled with questions. "Well, it was initially my fault, but now he is being relentless." Insisting on causing us trouble, Long Outyin replied, a look of regret on his face for having provoked this calamity, named Feng Xian. Yi Lianchen's aura was significantly stronger than Long Outyin's, seemingly having surpassed level 30, making him one of the top contenders in the entire Tiando Royal Academy. As his cold gaze swept over Yi Lianchen, Feng Xian's lips curved into a subtle smirk, and he calmly declared, "Yi Lianchen, do not be surprised or perplexed. To prevent you from seeking trouble with me, I have come to eliminate you first." This proclamation instantly stirred commotion within the training ground. How audacious! To seek trouble with senior brother Lianchen. Ha, he must be courting death. Brother Lianchen, show him what you're made of. End him with a single blow. A chorus of derisive remarks echoed from all around, as the group of students cast scornful glances at Feng Xian. Who among them was unaware that Yi Lianchen was the foremost individual at the celestial class, with few capable of surpassing him within the academy? This audacious fellow, emerging seemingly from nowhere, dared to challenge Yi Lianchen. Truly, he was oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Eradicate me? How amusing. Yi Lianchen raised his head with an air of arrogance, his cold gaze fixed upon Feng Xian, a menacing smile playing at the corners of his lips. I admire your courage. However, I advise you to apologize to me now while there is still time. Feng Xian remained silent, fixated calmly on Yi Lianchen. I could take you under my wing. The people in the academy are aware of your defeat to Yi Lianchen, and there is no shame in that. Yi Lianchen bore a defiant expression, convinced of his victory even before engaging Feng Xian in battle. Such audacity, when displayed by others, may come across as arrogance. Yet in Yi Lianchen, it manifested as unparalleled confidence, a confidence he indeed possessed. Brother, do not underestimate this fellow. He is formidable. Having just suffered a setback at Feng Xian's hands, Long Outyin recognized the latent prowess of this seemingly inconspicuous youth and kindly cautioned his brother. However, contrary to expectations, Yi Lianchen not only dismissed Long Outyin's well-intentioned warning, but also retaliated with a slap, leaving him stunned. With a look of exasperation, Yi Lianchen admonished, "How have I instructed you? A man must possess confidence and cultivate a heart of a champion. No matter the adversary, one must believe in their ability to prevail." He then bellowed, "Outyin, where has your indomitable spirit gone?" "My spirit? It was just shattered by this fellow." Long Outyin, having just endured a severe beating, found himself chastised by his own brother, his face a picture of dismay, akin to a wronged bride, as he hung his head in silence. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us summon our martial spirits. Feng Xian furrowed his brow. The incessant chatter of these peculiar brothers was truly excessive. "Embrace your demise, little ghost," Yi Lianchen declared, ceasing further words as he let out a roar, dark soul power surging around him, an ethereal image of a demonic wolf slowly rising from his form. At that very moment, 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, ascended from his feet, unleashing a formidable aura akin to a roaring tempest. 3 soul rings. The onlookers gasped, their faces etched with astonishment. Has senior brother Lianchen broken through to the soul sovereign realm? When did this happen? And we were completely unaware. This fellow possesses considerable prowess. Even Yi Lingling was taken aback. Yi Lianchen had surreptitiously advanced to the soul sovereign stage and acquired a millennium-old soul ring, a truly shocking revelation. It seemed that soon. the academy would boast yet another rare talent among its few Tianxia-level students. With a remarkable entrance, Yi Liangchen reveled in the astonished expressions surrounding him, his vanity greatly fulfilled. A proud smile gracing his face. Allow me to introduce Yi Liangchen, a Tianxia-level student, possessing the martial spirit of a dark demon wolf, and a 31st level battle soul sovereign. In the next instant, Yi Liangchen erupted into laughter, his spirits soaring as he channeled his soul power, charging first towards Fang Xian. With the wolf's shadow enveloping his fist, he aimed a devastating blow at Fang Xian's head. Suddenly, a clear, water-like sound of a blade being drawn resonated. Frost formed inch by inch along the shadowless knife, and waves of chilling air spread forth, morphing into a blade of ice and snow that cleaved through the void, fiercely striking towards Yi Liangchen. Boom! The icy blade, carrying an ominous force, collided forcefully with Yi Liangchen's demonic wolf fist. The overwhelming power erupting from the blade sent Yi Liangchen flying. Faced with a three-ring soul sovereign, Fang Xian did not overestimate himself. He immediately activated his Ice Phoenix martial spirit, showcasing the innate ice blade technique with an unyielding stance, effortlessly sending Yi Liangchen hurtling away with a single strike. Coughing up blood, Yi Liangchen's face turned ashen as he uncontrollably spiraled backward, landing 5 meters away and rolling thrice upon the ground, his cheeks and arms scraped. Hair matted with mud, a pitiful sight devoid of any previous bravado. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? He exclaimed, shock written all over his face as he struggled to lift a hand, pointing at the expressionless Fang Xian, who approached with his blade drawn. One strike? One strike was all it took to defeat Yi Liangchen. Who on earth is this individual? The surrounding students were left agape, gazing at Fang Xian as though he were a monster. To have vanquished someone who had already reached the three-ring soul sovereign stage with merely a single blow, this was a level of power that even ordinary Tianxia-level students could scarcely attain. Ultimately, after all that excessive banter, it culminated in a single strike. Fang Xian curled his lips disdainfully as he approached Yi Liangchen, the knife in his hand gleaming ominously. His icy gaze pierced through the latter's heart like two sharp blades, inducing an involuntary shiver of terror. What do you intend to do? Under the menacing scrutiny of Fang Xian's murderous eyes, Yi Liangchen felt a chill run down his spine, experiencing a palpable fear of death in that moment. After wasting so much of my time, hand over the money, Fang Xian threatened coldly, pressing the blade against Yi Liangchen's neck. All right. Yi Liangchen, momentarily stunned, instinctively began to fumble for his money, his panic-stricken demeanor reminiscent of a young student confronted by an intimidating upperclassman. This scene left onlookers utterly astonished. Just moments ago, Yi Liangchen had been a celebrated hero after his victory, but now, he had descended to a level of desperation that felt akin to a criminal act. A full 1,000 gold soul coins. Having thoroughly searched Yi Liangchen, Fang Xian triumphantly collected 1,000 gold soul coins. And with the additional 200 coins contributed by Long Aotian, he now possessed a total of 1,200 gold soul coins, bringing him immense joy. At this thought, his heart soared with delight. Meanwhile, Long Aotian and Yi Liangchen, the two unfortunate brothers, exchanged a glance and, feeling a wave of shared grievance, embraced one another in mutual consolation. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened around them. Fang Xian and Yu Lingling emerged from the training ground and strolled until they reached an intersection in the main campus, where they finally came to a halt. Fang Xian, it's getting late. I shall take my leave now. I'll visit you again when time permits, Yi Lingling said, waving her hand vigorously at Fang Xian. It would be best if you didn't tea. Fang Xian expressed his disdain, saying, I still have to cultivate. I have no time to entertain you. Very well. I shall come to annoy you every day from now on. Yi Lingling shot Fang Xian an irritated glare before swiftly turning on her heels and dashing toward the girls' dormitory. TCH, what a bother. Fang Xian shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Once entangled with a woman, one finds oneself ensnared in an endless array of troubles. Impossible to extricate oneself, especially with a silver-haired little girl like Yi Lingling. Women. Chapter 24, Duguyan, the most powerful blade drawing system host. Fang Xian level, LV21 title. Grand Soul Master Soul Power. 10. 210 Proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique. 99-100. Divinely Bestowed Blade. 0 Martial Spirit. Ice Phoenix Spirit. Beginner 52-100. 9 Heart Begonia Spirit. Beginner 11-100. Talent. Frost Blade. Healing Blade. 3 fleeting days passed. Fang Xian remained indoors, diligently honing his skills. With a swift motion, he struck like a blade cleaving through a tempest. His sword crashing into a willow tree in the courtyard, a trunk as thick as a man's waist. With a resounding crack, it split cleanly in two, showcasing immense power. Yet, Fang Xian furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, as if something essential was amiss. Fang Xian felt a sense of dissatisfaction with his sword-drawing technique. Always sensing that something was amiss. It lacked a certain sharpness. Indeed, the momentum was insufficient. It was devoid of that indomitable spirit of relentless advance. A true swordsman, armed solely with a single blade, should be able to traverse the world with unparalleled prowess. Fang Xian suddenly experienced an enlightening revelation. Having consistently practiced his sword-drawing technique against inanimate objects, he found it challenging to cultivate the requisite sword momentum. He realized he must seek out several formidable opponents to hone his unique style. What a wretched place this is. Ling Ling, is the person you mentioned truly residing here? At that moment, a voice, laced with a hint of alluring charm, unexpectedly echoed from outside the courtyard. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow and beheld a pair of exquisite young maidens, arm in arm, gracefully approaching the entrance, their demeanor exuding an air of intimacy. Both girls possessed unparalleled beauty, their presence together resembling the most enchanting scenery of the academy. The girl on the left appeared slightly older, perhaps around 17 or 18. With violet tousled hair and elongated, alluring eyes that hinted at a delicate charm. Her exquisite features and lithe figure, reminiscent of a water snake, radiated an enchanting allure, making her resemble a mesmerizing siren. This violet-haired maiden was none other than Douluo Yin, one of the prodigies of the Heavenly Do Academy. The other girl, with cascading silver hair and clad in a black dress, wore a countenance of aloofness, her emotionless gaze reminiscent of a pristine blue lotus, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. This silver-haired beauty was, of course, Yi Lingling. Today, Yi Lingling had dispensed with her customary black veil, revealing a cherubic visage adorned with a hint of baby fat, lending her a plump and endearing appearance that, combined with her petite and delicate frame, rendered her irresistibly charming. However, trouble loomed. Upon witnessing the arrival of these two enchanting maidens, Fang Xian felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, devoid of any joy or excitement. Instinctively furrowing his brow, sensing that misfortune was at hand. "Hello, Fang Xian, good morning." Yi Lingling stood at the threshold, her chubby little face flushed with a gentle blush. Summoning her courage, she waved at Fang Xian, extending a friendly greeting. Fang Xian remained silent, approaching Yi Lingling and her companion with steady steps. Under the astonished gazes of the two beauties, he resolutely shut the door behind him, executing the motion with fluid grace and without a hint of hesitation, finally securing it with a metal bolt. Staring at the firmly shut door, Douluo Yin and Yi Lingling were momentarily taken aback, becoming increasingly petrified at the threshold. What manner of person is this? Such a lack of civility. After a brief pause, Douluo Yin was the first to erupt in indignation, her enchanting face contorted with frustration. Despite countless suitors vying for her attention throughout her life, she had never deemed any worthy of her notice. Yet here she was, having ventured into a man's abode, only to be denied entry. How utterly preposterous. With a haughty demeanor, she placed her hands on her devilishly slender waist and, in a fit of anger, turned to Yi Lingling, exclaiming, "Lingling, is this truly your savior, the romantic you have longed for these many days? How is it that he has left you standing outside?" "Yin Yin, do not speak nonsense. When did I ever declare him to be my beloved?" Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes narrowing in irritation as she shot Douluo Yin a glare. "You may not have said it, but one as astute as I has already discerned your hidden sentiments." Douluo Yin retorted triumphantly, before turning her attention to the weathered wooden door, her frustration boiling over as she delivered a swift kick that sent the door flying open. Upon the door's opening, she immediately spotted Fang Xian practicing his swordplay alone in the courtyard, seemingly indifferent to their presence. "Hey, you must be Fang Xian, right?" Douluo Yin, hands on her hips, sashayed toward him, her eyes fixated on him with fierce intensity. "I've heard tales of your formidable prowess, first slaying a millennium-old soul beast with a single stroke, and subsequently defeating both Long Out Yin and the Liangchen brothers. While the latter two may be deemed inept, it is evident that you possess considerable strength." Fang Xian wore a grim expression, silently fixated on Douluo Yin, perplexed by the intentions of this serpent-like woman. Douluo Yin cast a glance at the scattered wooden stumps and trees around her. her lips curling into a subtle smile as she said, "Fang Xian, practicing your sword alone appears rather dull. Why not engage in a duel with me? Allow this young lady to enlighten you on how to conduct yourself within the academy." Before her words could fully resonate, Douluo Yin unleashed her soul power. Her garments swirling in the air. Yellow, yellow, purple. 3 resplendent soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, a formidable aura erupting forth, akin to a tempest sweeping in every direction, causing the small courtyard to tremble with intensity. Soul Sovereign. Fang Xianxian was momentarily taken aback, but then a subtle smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent." Chapter 25. You scoundrel. You shameless soul master. Moreover, this was no ordinary soul master. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Douluo Yin indicated that even when combined, the strengths of the Yi brothers paled in comparison. She truly stood out as a paragon among the younger generation. The determination of a soul master's prowess is influenced by factors far beyond mere rank. The quality of their martial soul and the age of their soul rings are equally vital. A soul master endowed with an exceptional martial soul can effortlessly surpass 3 to 5 levels, defeating opponents of higher rank. Before us stands Douluo Yin, the granddaughter of the esteemed title Douluo Dugabo, possessing the rare and highly esteemed martial soul known as the Azure-Scaled Serpent, a true gem among her lineage. Fang Xian stood resolutely, for this was precisely the adversary he had been yearning for. Douluo Yin, a 34th level battle soul master. Martial soul, Azure-Scaled Serpent. Douluo Yin commenced by declaring her level and martial soul, a customary act of courtesy prior to their battle. Fang Xian has always regarded the act of revealing one's own information in the Douluo Continent as exceedingly foolish. To expose one's trump cards before the battle even commences merely facilitates the opponent's strategy. Navigating the martial world, he adheres to a low-profile approach akin to that of an ordinary person, combined with the steady demeanor of his senior brother, employing a dual strategy to ensure his survival in the perilous realm of Douluo. Thus, Fang Xian chose to remain silent, refraining from uttering a word. "Hey, do you not understand the rules? I have already proclaimed my name. What about you?" The captivating sway of a serpentine waist danced enticingly. "I shall not divulge." Fang Xianqian thought to himself. Only a fool would divulge such information. The narrow, beautiful eyes of Douluo Yin blazed with fury, as the ethereal shadow of the azure-scaled serpent surrounding her flickered in and out of visibility, just as the two appeared ready to engage in a fierce battle. The silver-haired little girl Yi Lingling hurriedly rushed over, positioning herself between them with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "Hey, Yin Yin, Fang Xian, what are you doing? We are all classmates in the same academy. Why must you resort to fighting? Lingling, step aside. I need to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson," Douluo Yin declared. "Yin Yin, I brought you here not for you to brawl with Fang Xian," Yi Lingling responded, turning around. Her delicate cheeks slightly puffed in dissatisfaction as she glared at Douluo Yin, just as Yi Lingling was passionately defending Fang Xian. Her petite and exquisite figure suddenly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair. Yi Lingling was taken aback, glancing back to discover Fang Xian gripping her collar with one hand, lifting her as if she were a mere toy, before unceremoniously tossing her aside. "Little one, don't get in the way." With a swift motion, Yi Lingling was sent flying, landing with a thud on the ground. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at the indifferent youth, her face awash with grievance. "I was trying to help you, and yet you resort to violence. What kind of person are you?" Even Douluo Yin, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, astonished at such a callous individual. Now that no one is in our way, the flames of combat ignited in Fang Xian's clear gaze, his handsome face lit with excitement as he declared, "Douluo Yin, there is no need for you to hold back. Let us unleash our full strength and engage in a grand battle." Upon hearing this, Douluo Yin's fair face flushed crimson, her heart ablaze with anger as she glared at Fang Xian. "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting about a grand battle? Ugh, how lewd and shameless." Fang Xian, bewildered, exclaimed, Why are you girls thought so vile? I mean, we should face off with honor." This Douluo Yin, with her misguided notions, clearly harbors twisted thoughts, likely a consequence of indulging in her little notebooks too often. In certain respects, some girls possess a breadth of knowledge that far exceeds that of boys. "Bah, you scoundrel, rogue, villain. Today, I shall teach you a severe lesson." Douluo Yin, flushed with embarrassment from Fang Xian's taunts, erupted in fury. As a 34th level soul master, her soul power surpassed Fang Xian's by a staggering 13 levels. Coupled with her rare martial soul, The emerald-scaled serpent, Douluo Yan's emerald-hued soul power, surged forth, conjuring a powerful gust of wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. First soul skill, emerald scales, scarlet venom. A green venomous snake coiled around her exquisite form, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of crimson poison directed at Fangxian. Subsequently, Douluo Yan radiated with brilliance, her soul power seemingly escalating dramatically, and even her slender, enchanting eyes sparkled with a dazzling light. Fangxian's expression shifted, a hint of astonishment crossing his features as he beheld the scene before him. He recognized it as Douluo Yan's first soul skill, the verdant red poison. This was a stimulant-like toxin capable of invigorating the nerves, augmenting one's attack power and speed by 20%. The venomous woman was a formidable adversary, her body bristling with deadly thorns, making her particularly challenging to confront. In terms of martial soul quality and soul ring age, Douluo Yan was among the most exceptional talents of the younger generation. Faced with such an opponent, Fangxian dared not display even the slightest negligence. He focused his mental energy with utmost intensity, preparing to meet Douluo Yan's assault with the seriousness it warranted. With a fierce shout, her delicate hand summoned pure soul power, her jade-like fingers clenched into a fist. The fierce wind generated by her punch tore through the void, striking with ferocity towards Fangxian's head. Douluo Yan unleashed her full strength from the very outset. Her petite fist concealed an astonishing force. Intent on ending the conflict decisively and putting an end to this bothersome foe, Fangxian. Clang! The shadowless blade was drawn from its sheath, racing through the air at high speed, its edge slicing through the atmosphere and producing a piercing, thunderous roar as it collided with Douluo Yan's punch. The sword technique had been executed. Fangxian displayed no restraint whatsoever. Although Douluo Yan was a woman, she exerted immense pressure on him. Drawing her blade and confronting the 34th level soul master, Douluo Yan. Boom, boom, boom. Within the courtyard, the waves of soul power surged, fierce winds swept through, and at times, the air was filled with the feral roars reminiscent of wild beasts. The two engaged in a fierce battle, stirring up a tempest of dust and stones, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. Soul power increased by 1. Fangxian entered a heightened state, and throughout the battle, the sound of successfully drawing his sword echoed in his mind, while his soul power surged rapidly. Engaging in combat with formidable opponents proved far more rewarding than merely slaughtering wooden dummies. In a brief span, his soul power increased by 10 points and continued to rise steadily. By the end, Fangxian found himself somewhat reluctant to strike down Douluo Yan, for this woman served as an excellent practice target. Her flowing purple hair danced in the air. "You scoundrel, Fangxian! You shameless rogue!" the young lady exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Fangxian had been fixated on her attire, a stunning purple dress that had become tattered under the onslaught of his swift blade. At that moment, a brilliant flash of blade light sliced through Douluo Yan's pristine waist ribbon. With a resounding whoosh, the scene unfolded. Chapter 26. The girl's piercing scream shattered the air, soaring to the heavens. On her delicate shoulder, a thread of her robe was torn away, revealing skin as smooth and lustrous as ivory, radiating an enchanting sheen in the courtyard. "What are you yelling about? It's as if I've done something to you." Fangxian furrowed his brow, deeply dissatisfied with the girl's reaction. He believed he had shown restraint. Otherwise, that last strike could have sent Douluo Yan flying. Despicable, shameless, filthy, and vile. Douluo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, her shimmering purple hair standing on end as she cried out in a frenzy, "Fangxian, I shall kill you." Her reason shattered, rage clouding her mind. Her emotions spiraled completely out of control. The azure-scaled serpent coiled in the air, roaring in madness, causing the very courtyard to tremble. Roar! The serpent's icy gaze locked onto Fangxian, exuding a murderous intent as it unleashed a wave of sinister purple poison mist. This was her third soul skill, azure-scaled purple poison. It was currently Douluo Yan's most formidable technique, and under the enhancement of her third soul skill. The poison of the azure-scaled serpent was terrifyingly potent, capable of instantly killing 50 adult cattle. Yan, stop. You cannot use such poison. It could result in fatalities. Seeing Douluo Yan resort to the azure-scaled serpent's poison in her desperation, Yilingling was taken aback, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. What to do? Fangxian is destined to meet his demise. The silver-haired little girl clenches her hands tightly, her small face filled with deep concern. Is it poison? As the emerald-scaled purple venom approaches with relentless ferocity, Fang Xian's gaze remains icy, his pupils betraying not a hint of fear. I recall from the original narrative that the boastfully formidable emerald-scaled snake venom, capable of annihilating all the peculiar creatures of Shrek, was effortlessly dispelled by the mere combination of Huang and Jiao, ignited by a single flame. Fang Xian, believing himself devoid of the halo of a chosen one, hesitated to engage in such extraordinary feats. The Nine-Heart Begonia's healing blade. A resplendent moonlight ascended from the shadowless blade. Delicate petals of pure white danced gracefully. Imbued with a touch of the sacred, as if the blade had pierced through the tempest, fearlessly plunging into the toxic mist of the azure-scaled serpent's venom. A miraculous event unfolded. The exceedingly potent venom, under the sanctified radiance emitted by the Nine-Heart Begonia, dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. The once overwhelming purple mist, which could have enveloped half the courtyard, began to dissolve in large swathes. Fang Xian, brandishing the shimmering shadowless blade, broke through the encirclement of the azure-scaled serpent's poison, aiming directly for the central figure, Douluo Yan. How could my poison, possibly be unraveled? Douluo Yan's alluring visage revealed a tinge of panic, unable to fathom that Fang Xian had countered her azure-scaled purple venom. The long blade sliced through the air, conjuring a fierce gale. She could distinctly sense the chill emanating from Fang Xian's blade, as if her heart were about to be pierced, engulfed in chaos. No, please. The breath of death loomed close, and even with Douluo Yan's formidable disposition, she could not help but scream in terror, hastily retreating to evade Fang Xian's assault. Yet, her mind was in disarray, her steps unsteady. How could she possibly evade Fang Xian's precise and incisive strike? Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light swept by, and a blade as pure as snow was already poised against the delicate swan-like neck of the young maiden, the chilling radiance coursing along the blade's edge, causing the hairs on Douluo Yan's body to stand on end. You have lost. Fang Xian coldly fixed his gaze upon Douluo Yan, the chilling aura of the shadowless blade emanating fiercely. Gulp! Douluo Yan, confronted with this man, who exuded an otherworldly coldness, felt a tremor of fear for the first time in her life. She couldn't help but swallow hard, her eyes fixed vacantly on Fang Xian. Soul Power 18. In this confrontation, Fang Xian had absorbed a considerable amount of soul power, a total of 18 points, surpassing the gains from 3 days of diligent training. It would not be long before he ascended to a higher level once again. This provided him with a valuable insight. In the future, he could challenge formidable opponents within the academy to refine his swordsmanship, a far more efficient method of training than solitary practice. Calmly, he withdrew the shadowless blade from Douluo Yan's neck and sheathed it, sparing her from harm, as he might yet absorb another surge of soul power from the young girl. Just as Fang Xian turned to leave, Douluo Yan, seemingly possessed by a sudden frenzy, unwilling to accept defeat, raised her fist, gritting her teeth, and charged fiercely at Fang Xian, exclaiming, "You insufferable wretch, unaware of your own demise." Fang Xian let out a cold snort, his blood boiling as golden soul energy erupted like molten lava. His eyes radiated with piercing brilliance as he raised his right fist and struck with ferocity. The force of his punch ripped through the air, his massive fist descending like a cannonball upon Douluo Yan's towering chest. A resounding crack echoed, signaling the shattering of bones. Douluo Yan's delicate face turned pale as a section of her chest caved in under the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Like a broken kite, her body flew backward, soaring 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily against the outer wall. With a single blow, Fang Xian had vanquished Douluo Yan. His disheveled black hair framed his cold, piercing gaze, resembling an enraged demonic deity, exuding an aura of icy menace. Initially, out of consideration for Yi Lingling, he refrained from using excessive force. However, it was evident that Douluo Yan had been spoiled and was repeatedly seeking trouble. He was not one to show mercy. Thus, he unleashed a punch that sent her flying, treating it as a lesson for her misbehavior. "Yan Yan, are you all right?" Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Lingling's heart raced with anxiety as she hurried to Douluo Yan's side. The Nine-Heart Begonia blossomed with energy, enveloping the young girl in a soft, milky light that instantaneously healed her injuries. Fang Xian merely intended to teach Douluo Yan a lesson, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, that previous strike could have easily claimed her life. However, she evidently failed to recognize Fang Xian's mercy. having just regained her composure. She was immediately filled with rage and hurled fierce threats at him. Fang Xian, you will pay for this. Du Guyan fumed, unwilling to accept her defeat. Her delicate face turned icy as she glared at him ferociously. I will remember today's events, and when the genius battle arrives, I shall make you regret ever crossing paths with me. Humph, Ling Ling, let us depart. With that declaration, she grasped Yi Ling Ling's hand and turned away swiftly. Observing the disheveled Du Guyan, Fang Xian called out, Du Guyan, do come again for a spar. At this remark, Du Guyan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing. She cast a fierce glance back at Fang Xian before departing without a backward glance. In the vast courtyard, only Fang Xian remained, leaning against the wall, lost in contemplation. Chapter 27. The genius battle. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a blink. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the crystalline window, lavishly illuminating a fair and handsome visage. A stream of soul power flowed across his surface, gently lifting his flowing black hair. On the bed, a black-haired youth sat cross-legged with closed eyes, quietly meditating and cultivating. Golden soul power coursed through his meridians in a steady progression, completing a full cycle, ultimately converging into his dantian and transforming into pure soul energy. The ice-blue ice phoenix martial spirit and the immaculate white nine-heart begonia martial spirit hovered serenely in his dantian. As the soul power infused them, they seemed to come alive. The phoenix spread its wings, and the begonia danced, creating a scene of divine and harmonious beauty within the youth's being. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the youth, instantly illuminating the entire bedroom. Level up successful. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. Fang Xian exhaled a long sigh, a glimmer of joy illuminating his clear eyes. After enduring a tedious and monotonous period of arduous training for half a month, he had finally made a breakthrough today. The prospect of advancing a level in just 15 days would surely astonish others if it were to be revealed. He then accessed his panel to review his current attributes. Supreme Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV22 title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 0220 proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, initial 57-100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, initial 51-100, Talents, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. While his soul power had indeed increased at a commendable pace, the proficiency in his blade drawing technique remained stubbornly stagnant, and the rate of upgrading his martial souls was exceedingly slow. At this rate, it would likely take at least another year to accumulate sufficient proficiency for a promotion. Moreover, his blade drawing technique seemed ensnared in a bottleneck, firmly trapped. Despite achieving a high success rate in drawing the blade over the past few days, he was still unable to transcend to a higher level. All that was needed was a catalyst. Fang Xian's gaze was resolute as he gently caressed the white blade, wooing, sensing that his sword drawing technique could reach even greater heights. All he required was a singular opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. However, mere solitary practice in this secluded space would prove futile for further advancement. A battle at the precipice of life and death might present him with the chance for a breakthrough. This time, he need not venture into the perilous Soul Beast Forest. For the annual Genius Battle of the Tiando Academy was about to commence. The Genius Battle. Fang Xuanma murmured softly, his cheeks flushed with excitement. This pinnacle battle, uniting the most formidable students of the academy, promised to be nothing short of spectacular. He instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, filled with anticipation. The Genius Battle, an annual grand event of the Tiando Academy, serves to assess the students' progress over the year while fostering their improvement through competition and combat. In terms of scale, this competition ranks second only to the Continental Elite Tournament held every 5 years for advanced Soul Master Academies. At that time, esteemed instructors from Tiando Academy, 3 Soul Duo-level committee members, and members of the Imperial family would gather to witness the event, making it a spectacle of immense attention. Such a highly anticipated competition naturally boasts generous rewards. The prizes for the Genius Battle each year are exceedingly rare, leaving countless individuals yearning for them. Although it may not offer treasures as rare as 10,000-year soul rings or soul bones, it provides a plethora of coveted items such as rare materials to enhance soul power, soul guide devices, wealth, titles, and fame. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything one desires can be attained here. On that bright and sunny morning, at the main campus, In a tidy and serene training ground, a beautiful female teacher in her 20s was instructing a group of students. With her fiery red hair, stunning features, and a charming smile, she wore a colorful dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves, captivating the attention of many young men. This was a fully matured beauty. Her ample bosom, perky hips, and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand radiated an irresistible allure, far surpassing that of mere 13 or 14-year-old girls. Having such a goddess of a teacher sent many male students into dreams of delight. Throughout the class, a significant portion of their gazes remained fixed upon her. Shuelang, pay attention. The teacher's almond-shaped eyes widened, and with a swift motion, she brandished a crimson whip, delivering a sharp crack that sent the distracted student, who had been staring at her chest, flying. Many students witnessing this scene couldn't help but chuckle in delight. The teacher, named Ruolin, was responsible for a class of Tiwei-level students. Among the 25 Tiwei-level instructors, her prowess was unmatched, and her teaching results were exemplary, earning her the title of the foremost Tiwei-level teacher. Despite being a woman, she was a formidable soul master at level 49. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within a year, she would likely obtain her 5th soul ring and ascend to the realm of Soul King. Ruolin's temperament was as fiery as her figure. The 4th prince of the empire, Shuelang, would find himself at her mercy should he dare to misbehave in class. In Tiando Academy, regardless of title, lineage, or status, even for the most noble of bloodlines, once admitted, all must adhere to the Academy's regulations and submit to the authority of the instructors. Otherwise, the scions of various nations would become unruly little emperors. Here, there are no princes or nobles, only strength and rank. Apologies, esteemed teacher. Avalanche, concealing his crimson cheek, awkwardly joined the ranks, while the others stifled their laughter. As this group of students eagerly absorbed Teacher Ruolin's enlightening guidance, their faces adorned with rapture. One solitary student sat beneath a tree, nonchalant and clutching a blade, resembling an aloof and exquisite gentleman, starkly contrasting with the fervently practicing learners. Oh, what a curious occurrence. The prince, who is perpetually tardy and leaves early, has shown an inclination to attend class today. Suddenly, Teacher Ruolin turned, hands on her slender waist, and with a teasing tone, regarded the dark-haired youth beneath the ancient tree. If my memory serves me correctly, today should be the day of assessment. Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Teacher Ruolin. What? You still intend to participate in the assessment? Ruolin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. I reported your unsatisfactory results yesterday. You may now prepare to return home. What did you just say? Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was the 5th day without internet, and he felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been extracted. Curse that incompetent telecommunications service. Each day without connectivity felt like a death sentence. I truly feel as though I am perishing. I have exceeded my data limit by dozens of yuan without even realizing it. The support from everyone has been remarkable. Today, I shall continue with 2 updates, with the second one scheduled for 8 in the evening. I shall maintain this dual update regime, gradually evolving towards a tri-update format. I humbly beseech you for another wave of support. Please recommend, collect, and invest. Thank you immensely. Chapter 28. Why are you yelling so loudly? At the Tiando Academy, there exists a rigorous assessment of strength. Those who have spent a year in the academy and have not achieved a level of at least 21 will be expelled. 21 is a stringent standard set by the academy, designed to weed out the feckless and indolent young scions who fail to apply themselves diligently to their training. What did you say? You have already submitted my disqualification report. Fang Xian could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkened, and his eyes fixed intently on Teacher Ruolan. Haha, just kidding. Teacher Ruolan chuckled, her laughter like flowers in bloom, waving her hand dismissively at Fang Xian. To be honest, she rather enjoyed teasing this young boy who perpetually affected an air of profound wisdom. A mere child. Yet he carried himself as if he were a sage who had seen through the illusions of the world. Each time she succeeded in riling this calm and seemingly demonic youth into a furious outburst, Ruolan felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Humph, that insufferable fellow. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, his dissatisfaction with Teacher Ruolan palpable. He wondered if Qian Rinxue had orchestrated this situation, deliberately placing him in Ruolan's class. And to make matters worse, he was now in the same class as Shuebong. 2 princes in one class, one a dandy, the other a wastrel. What a peculiar phenomenon. However, he seldom attended classes, often retreating to his home to practice his swordsmanship, making only occasional appearances to maintain a semblance of familiarity. Once a model student at Tsinghua Garden, he had now tragically fallen from grace in the eyes of his teacher. "I thought you had forgotten about today's assessment," Teacher Ruolan said, her fiery hair cascading as she fixed her gaze upon Feng Xian, her gentle eyes sharpening with intensity. "Since you dare to participate in the assessment, it signifies that you possess confidence." Feng Xian nodded earnestly. His soul power had now reached the 22nd level, surpassing not only the Academy's requirements but also exceeding by 1 level. "Let us proceed to open the soul rings," Teacher Ruolan quietly suggested. The soul rings serve as a swift reflection of a soul master's current strength. If Feng Xian truly met the standards, he should possess 2 soul rings at this moment. Feng Xian was taken aback and said, "What do you mean there isn't one?" At this moment, it was Teacher Ruolan who lost her composure, exclaiming irritably, "What do you mean by there isn't one?" Although there was no soul ring, his soul power level had indeed met the requirements. Innately full soul power of 21. Acquired full soul power of 22. Ruolan and Feng Xian exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions quite comical. Acquired full soul power and 22 levels. Teacher Ruolan clenched her silver teeth, her brows furrowing in anger, and involuntarily tightened her delicate fist, shouting at Feng Xian, "You must be joking." The wave of her furious voice resonated through the air, disheveling her elegant black hair and forcefully pushing Feng Xian back 3 steps. "If you don't believe it, then fine. But why shout so loudly?" This shout was extraordinary, infused with soul power at the soul sect level. Feng Xian felt as though he were facing a fearsome river lion roaring, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Teacher, if you doubt my words, you may summon the soul power testing device for direct verification," Feng Xian suggested. "No need for such trouble. What you lack is not a test, but a proper lesson." Teacher Ruolan had long been dissatisfied with this unconventional student, and her pent-up anger finally erupted at this moment. "Whoever you are, step forward." She pointed into the crowd, and a dozen students exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of whom she referred to. If memory served, none among them bore that name. As her temper flared uncontrollably, Teacher Ruolan fixed her gaze on Avalanche in the crowd and exclaimed, "Avalanche, I'm talking about you. Step forward." "Yes, teacher." Avalanche, taken aback, hurriedly made his way to Ruolan's side, looking as if he were ready to brave any peril for her. "Fool, not to my side." Teacher Ruolan shot a glare at Avalanche, pointing at Feng Xian across the way. "You, go and defeat him." In this academy of intermediate-level students, Avalanche's strength was not particularly remarkable at merely level 23, yet he should have no trouble dealing with that troublesome student Feng Xian. More importantly, the two were brothers. One a wastrel, the other a failure. It was time for a long-awaited duel between brothers. A mischievous smile crept across Teacher Ruolan's lips as she thought of the impending clash. "What do you mean?" Feng Xian furrowed his brow, looking at Teacher Ruolan with confusion. "Quite simply, Feng Xian, if you defeat Avalanche, I will acknowledge that you have reached the standard, and you may remain in the academy. If you fail, then quietly pack your belongings and leave. The Tiando Academy does not accommodate failures," Teacher Ruolan stated coolly. To everyone's surprise, before Feng Xian could respond, Avalanche disdainfully remarked, "Teacher, I refuse. Why should a noble being like myself duel with such a lowly creature?" Feng Xian was merely a lowly, illegitimate child, unworthy of inheriting even the royal surname, while Xue Peng was the illustrious 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, possessing unparalleled nobility. Although they were nominally brothers, Xue Peng had never recognized Feng Xian, whom he deemed a worthless sibling. They had never exchanged a single word within the academy's walls. "Silence. I commanded you to defeat Feng Xian, not to inquire about your willingness." Teacher Ruolan's cold snort resonated, her soul power at the 49th level radiating outward, causing Xue Peng to involuntarily shudder. "Yes, teacher." Xue Peng promptly nodded in compliance with Ruolan's directive. He stepped forward, unleashing his 23rd level of soul power like a fierce wind, causing the luxurious pale yellow robe to ripple slightly. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings of yellow hue floated into view, the exclusive swan martial spirit of the Tiando royal family manifesting around him, a testament to his legitimate royal lineage. With an expression of haughty disdain, Xue Peng cast a contemptuous glance at Feng Xian and sneered, "You should concede, little bastard. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to break 1 or 2 of your arms." Feng Xian gazed calmly at the defiant Avalanche, remaining silent and unyielding. ignorant of the consequences. Let this impure wretch witness the formidable power of our heavenly Dou royal family, swan martial soul. With a wild laugh, Avalanche shimmered with the brilliance of a pristine swan, charging forth as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Feng Xian. Whoosh! Feng Xian's eyes suddenly widened as he swiftly drew the shadowless blade from its sheath. The sword-drawing technique. A flash of blinding light sliced through the air, and Su Biying erupted in a torrent of blood, screaming as he fell back in defeat. The entire arena was engulfed in shock. P.S. Just a little more banter in the group, and today's second update will be lost. Yet, I restrain my desire to chat, relinquishing my noble status as the Dragon King solely for you, my dear readers. Therefore, I implore you for your votes and collections. Sending kisses your way. Is anyone interested in joining the reader group? If not, I shall take my leave. If 20 people comment below, I shall reveal the mysterious group number. Chapter 29, The Swan Martial Soul. A farce. This visually appealing yet utterly useless martial soul serves no purpose beyond being a royal emblem. It possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities and can be deemed entirely ineffectual. With a single stroke, he sent his half-brother flying, his expression impassive as he deftly sheathed the shadowless blade. Impressive. One move to defeat Su Biying. The surrounding students were astounded. Even teacher Rulin gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Unexpectedly, this solitary and troublesome student, who usually kept a low profile, truly displayed remarkable skill today, astonishing everyone. Teacher, have I qualified now? Feng Xian's gaze was sharp as he fixated on teacher Ruolan. How dare you strike me, you despicable wretch? Shui Beng shrieked in a fit of rage, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Feng Xian, teeth clenched tightly as he spat. Your mother is a harlot from a brothel, and you are nothing but a base mongrel. I was merely careless before. Should we meet again, I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth on the ground. A long blade sliced through the void, transforming into a chilling arc of cold light that ruthlessly pierced Shui Beng's right hand. The bloodied tip of the blade pressed menacingly against his throat. Feng Xian's unfeeling eyes bore down on Shui Beng, causing the young prince to shiver involuntarily. To die or to live? Feng Xian's movements were as swift as lightning. With a simple thrust of his dagger, he swiftly subdued Avalanche, his murderous intent palpable as he fixed a frigid glare upon him. Whether the prince of the Tiandou Empire was genuinely a debauchee or merely feigning such a role, he had undeniably provoked Feng Xian's ire. This sudden upheaval astonished everyone present. Even teacher Rulin, who was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the typically reticent youth seemed to transform into a formidable harbinger of death, exuding a terrifying aura of malice that sent shivers down her spine. Feng Xian, cease. Do not take a life. Teacher Rulin urgently intervened. Yet, it appeared as though Feng Xian was impervious to her words. The blade remained pressed firmly against Avalanche's throat, and with the slightest exertion, he could extinguish the life of this wayward prince. Avalanche's complexion turned ghastly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gazing into Feng Xian's impassive countenance, he realized that the boy was not jesting, he was dead serious. If he dared utter another word of defiance, he would indeed perish here. I was wrong. I do not wish to die. Spare me, please. Avalanche pleaded desperately. Humph. With a disdainful snort, the wooing blade swiftly returned to its sheath. Feng Xian's demeanor remained indifferent. He had harmed a royal prince yet appeared utterly unfazed. Hurry, you two. Escort Avalanche to the infirmary for treatment. Teacher Rulin instructed, dispatching 2 students to accompany Avalanche away. As they departed, Feng Xian noted the vengeful glimmer in Avalanche's eyes, signaling that he would not easily let this matter rest. Come what may, I fear no adversary. He felt no trepidation. You troublesome little brat. Teacher Rulin rubbed her temples, casting an exasperated glare at Feng Xian. Although the academy upheld a policy of equality, Avalanche was still a prince of the empire, and with him injured in her class, the royal family would undoubtedly intervene. This would inevitably lead to complications. Teacher, I wish to participate in the genius battle. To everyone's astonishment, Feng Xian not only displayed no apprehension, but also proactively sought teacher Rulin's permission to join the imminent genius battle. The genius battle. Upon hearing this, teacher Rulin was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise gracing her features. The other students exchanged glances, equally astonished as they gazed at Feng Xian. The genius battle. This is the most prestigious competition at the Tiandou Academy, where the brightest talents of the younger generation engage in fierce rivalry to claim the title of the Academy's strongest. Those who achieve commendable rankings in the contest are rewarded generously, attracting the Academy's attention and securing focused training opportunities, thus reaping numerous benefits. However, although every student at Tiando Academy is eligible to participate in the Genius Battle, those of the ordinary Tianwei level typically refrain from registering. The Academy classifies students based on their soul power levels. Those below level 25 are deemed the lowest tier, Tianwei. Levels 25 to 30 are considered the intermediate Tianji. And those above level 30 are the most formidable, Tiando. Under the overwhelming superiority of Tianji and Tiando students, ordinary Tianwei students merely seek out hardship by entering the fray. Consequently, few Tianwei students choose to sign up for the Genius Battle, which is truly a stage reserved for the Tiando level. You wish to participate in the Genius Battle? Quite audacious. Teacher Ruolin expressed her admiration, gently patting Fang Xian's shoulder. Over the past 2 years, as the Academy's lowest-ranking Tianwei teacher, she had often endured disdain from the more esteemed faculty. Particularly during the annual Genius Battle, while the senior teachers passionately debated which of their students might clinch victory, she found herself relegated to the sidelines, feeling deeply frustrated. She had hoped that upon her elevation to Tianji teacher, with the opportunity to mentor Tianji students, she would finally bask in the limelight of the highly anticipated Genius Battle. Yet today, she was taken aback when a Tianwei student in their 20s boldly requested to enter the contest. Very well, I have decided that this year, everyone in our class shall participate in the Genius Battle. Perhaps influenced by Fang Xian's boldness, Teacher Ruolin, with a twinkle of enthusiasm, declared, "What? How can this be?" Upon hearing their teacher's unilateral decision, the students lamented in unison. With their mere 20th level prowess, how could they possibly compete in the Genius Battle? Wasn't that tantamount to seeking punishment? Fear not. Even if you do not achieve remarkable standings, the primary goal is to broaden your horizons. Teacher Ruolin reassured them. The Genius Battle essentially serves as an exclusive arena for Tiando students. While ordinary Tianwei and Tianji students merely act as human punching bags for those prodigies who have attained the rank of sole sovereign at such a tender age. Currently, Tiando Academy boasts a total of 500 students, with less than 1/10 being of the Tiando level. Each and every Tianxia level student can be regarded as a rare prodigy. Over the years, the champions of the Genius Battle have always emerged from the Tianxia classes. Although Ruolin feels a pang of envy and regret, she understands that ordinary students cannot possibly claim the title. If only a champion could arise from my class, those haughty senior teachers would surely be left in disbelief. After indulging in this fantasy for a while, Teacher Ruolin gazed at Fang Xian and smiled gently. Fang Xian, your bold decision to participate in the Genius Battle suggests you possess some confidence. Tell me, what ranking do you aspire to achieve? The top 30? Or perhaps the top 20? Historically, the top 10 spots have been monopolized by Tianxia-level students, and ordinary participants should not harbor unrealistic hopes. She estimated that with Fang Xian's capabilities, a concerted effort could indeed secure a position within the top 30. Fang Xian resolutely declared, "First, grateful for everyone's support." He expressed his desire for recommendations. Additionally, he mentioned that he was managing 2 books simultaneously and encouraged harmony among the readers in the group, urging them to avoid quarrels. The reason for his dual engagement was due to life's demands. As a struggling author, he merely sought to secure 2 full attendance records, nothing more. Those who were not fond of his work need not join the group merely to criticize him. His struggles had already been compounded by a 6-day internet outage. The next chapter would likely be released around 11 o'clock. The much-anticipated Genius Battle commenced the following morning. Before the main campus stood a spacious, level square, where a thin morning mist lingered, and many students were already gathered. Among them were both male and female students, predominantly those at or above the 25th level of aptitude, with a few being at the lower tier of proficiency. However, none of the Academy's strongest, the sole masters of the Tiando rank, were present. The preliminary round of the Genius Battle was taking place in the square, where students of the Tiando rank, all above level 30, were exempt from the preliminaries and could directly participate in the main event. This was a privilege reserved for the Academy's most exceptional students. Surrounding the square, several instructors clad in golden robes engaged in casual conversation. They served as the judges for this preliminary round, tasked with maintaining order during the competition. On a secluded path leading to the main campus, A youth dressed in black moved swiftly, accompanied by an insistent red-haired beauty who chattered incessantly, following him into the competition square. This young man was, of course, Feng Xian, and the enchanting red-haired lady was his teacher, Ruolan. Throughout their journey, teacher Ruolan diligently relayed the important details of the competition. Although her sense of responsibility was commendable, her loquacious nature caused the typically reserved Feng Xian to furrow his brow in irritation. "All right, that should suffice," Ruolan said with a gentle smile, placing her left hand on her waist and patting Feng Xian's shoulder with her right. With a teasing tone, she encouraged, "Do your best, first." In response to her doubtful expression, Feng Xian couldn't help but smirk. Participating in a competition without aiming for first place, was one supposed to strive for second instead? A student of the Tianwei rank declaring their ambition to claim victory in the genius battle elicited laughter from the entire class, teachers and students alike, all doubling over in amusement. Feng Xian did not elaborate excessively. He simply needed to devise a strategy to overcome his adversaries. "Teacher, who is the strongest individual at the Tiando Academy? What is their current level?" He gazed earnestly at teacher Ruolan, seeking to extract valuable information from her lips. He harbored no concerns regarding today's preliminary match, as the participants were merely students in their 20s, with the highest level being a mere 29. Such capabilities posed no threat to him. In contrast, the true young prodigies within the academies represented Feng Xian's most formidable opponents. The strongest individual? Teacher Ruolan stroked her chin, pondering seriously for a moment before responding. Indeed, this year has witnessed the emergence of several impressive young talents. Notably, Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and Chu Zhongtian from the Tiando Empire stand out as the Academy's most exceptional students. At such a tender age, they have already attained level 37, with both their martial spirits and soul rings of the highest caliber. They possess the capability to contend even against soul masters above level 40. Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian. Feng Xian silently contemplated, gradually entering a state of deep reflection. He was aware of Yu Tianheng, the future captain of the royal battle team, hailing from one of the three great sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. His Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul was also a supreme martial soul, making him arguably the most exceptional talent at the Tiando Academy. As for Chu Zhongtian, he was a name that had never crossed Feng Xian's ears. However, given that he was mentioned in the same breath as Yu Tianheng, it could be inferred that his strength was certainly formidable. With a soul power of 37 levels, combined with a top-tier martial soul, he was more than capable of rivaling an average soul sect. Such power was undeniably terrifying. Feng Xian's current level is truly insufficient. Should he encounter Yu Tianheng or Chu Zhongtian, he would likely find himself at a considerable disadvantage, potentially facing defeat. Ah, there is another individual. At this moment, teacher Ruolan furrowed her brows and remarked, "This person usually maintains a low profile, appearing and disappearing like a phantom, seldom revealing their true power before others. However, their strength should never be underestimated. Who is it?" "The Prince of the Balak Kingdom, Douglas." Feng Xian raised an eyebrow, quietly committing the name to memory. He thought to himself, "Be cautious, do not falter in the preliminary rounds." It was evident that teacher Ruolan held high hopes for Feng Xian, wishing for him to secure an admirable position in the upcoming genius battle. "Understood," Feng Xian replied earnestly, nodding his head. Suddenly, a mischievous smile curved upon teacher Ruolan's lips, and with her delicate fingers, she playfully tapped Feng Xian's forehead, enticingly remarking, "Feng Xian, should you truly achieve first place, this beautiful teacher shall bestow upon you my very first kiss. What do you say?" Of course, she was aware that such a scenario was utterly improbable. If Feng Xian merely succeeded in surpassing the preliminary rounds, she would consider herself fortunate. This little incentive was merely intended to tease him. However, Feng Xian gazed at Ruolan with a look of disdain and retorted, "You might as well reserve your first kiss for some unseeing man who fancies you. I have no interest in it. At 26 or 27, approaching 30, who still has a first kiss? A leftover woman." Feng Xian contemplated that, were he on earth, his parents would undoubtedly be distressed, pondering how he could possibly be so leisurely wandering about in such circumstances. As he observed the furious departure of teacher Ruolan, he calmly leaned against the wall, patiently awaiting the commencement of the competition. As time passed, an increasing number of participants gathered in the square. By nearly 10 o'clock, over 200 competitors had assembled for the preliminary round, a truly formidable turnout. With such a vast array of contestants, it remained uncertain how long it would take to determine the victor in this preliminary event. Fang Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a voice resonant enough to reach every corner of the square, "Everyone, please quiet down. I am the host for this year's Genius Battle preliminary round. After careful deliberation by our academy, this year's preliminaries will be conducted in a knockout format." A knockout format. At these words, the participants in the square momentarily froze, unable to suppress their murmurs. This year's competition will be straightforward, a chaotic melee. In this grand free-for-all, everyone around you is your adversary. Within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, strive to defeat as many opponents as you can. Once the incense has completely burned, the 50 participants still standing will advance. However, should the time expire with more than 50 remaining, the elderly man continued coldly, then all present shall be eliminated. A wave of uproar surged through the crowd once more. This was a blatant compulsion for everyone to fiercely eliminate their rivals. A chaotic battle involving 200 participants, with the goal of eliminating 3/4 of them within the span of a single stick of incense. This preliminary round was likely to be the most arduous in history. Many competitors paled at the announcement, their expressions betraying their trepidation. A chaotic melee, how intriguing. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with anticipation for the chaotic battle that lay ahead. Chapter 31. Lush Wushuang pleads for support. By any means necessary, and at any cost, the goal was to eliminate as many opponents as possible. The open nature of this preliminary round allowed for combat, ambushes, and alliances among contestants. In essence, the objective was to eliminate 150 participants within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, leaving only 50 qualified individuals. One can only imagine the ferocity of this competition. The sole requirement set forth by the instructors was a prohibition against taking lives. Each student at the Tiando Academy possessed a background, and any incident could undoubtedly create trouble for the institution. Moreover, these students represented the Academy's future hopes, and the teachers wished to avoid any fatalities during the contest. As the incense was lit, an elderly man in gray robes surveyed the densely packed contestants below, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "I hereby declare the commencement of the competition. Remember, this contest is to be fought with restraint. No lives may be taken." With the announcement echoing through the air, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Enemies. Everyone was an enemy. All faces turned serious. Vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of soul power surged forth like a tempest sweeping through the realms, as participants unleashed their martial souls and activated their soul rings. Two-headed wolves, demonic patterned tigers, majestic eagles, vines, hoes, rakes, blades, and guns, an array of martial souls, countless and varied, dazzled the spectators. The spectacle of over 200 individuals revealing their martial souls was truly magnificent. Most were in their 20s, equipped with 2 yellow soul rings. As they simultaneously activated their rings, a brilliant golden light illuminated the entire square. The battle commenced. A fierce wind howled, and the cries of combat filled the air, transforming the scene into utter chaos. With eyes aflame, each individual fought passionately for their chance at advancement. Among them was a young man with black hair, resembling a lone wolf as he navigated through the crowd, striking with precision. With each radiant slash of his blade, 3 to 5 opponents were sent flying. Fang Xian's gaze was sharp and fierce as he locked onto a green-haired youth in his 20s, who brandished a blood-dripping shadowless blade, swiftly charging towards him. The young man was of robust stature, with a rugged appearance, and a wolf-like martial spirit flickered around him. The green-haired youth exuded a dense aura of soul power, significantly surpassing those around him, evidently having reached the pinnacle of a great soul master, poised to soon break through to the soul sovereign level. Humph, an ignorant brat. I had no intention of seeking you out, yet you dare to provoke me. Do you truly believe that I, Green Wushuang, am easily bullied? The green-haired youth, Green Wushuang, noticed Fang Xian hurtling towards him and erupted into a maniacal laugh, his words dripping with overwhelming confidence. Green Wushuang, that's him. One of the most formidable young talents among the heavenly class students. It is said that he will likely emerge as the strongest contender in this preliminaries. Many onlookers gasped, realizing the audacity of the unknown youth to challenge Green Wushuang, perceiving such an act as courting death. As the crowd caught sight of the green-haired youth at the center, they instinctively recoiled, unwilling to confront him. Yet, Fang Xian brazenly sought to provoke Green Wushuang, an audacious and reckless endeavor that left the spectators dumbfounded. Green Wushuang. The murmurs of the crowd reached Fang Xian's ears, causing him to shudder momentarily. He halted his advance, stopping 3 meters away from Green Wushuang, a serious expression crossing his face as contemplation flickered in his eyes. Haha, frightened by my name, are you? Green Wushuang crossed his arms, the wolf-like spirit hovering above him, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable pride. With a defiant stare fixed on Fang Xian, he suddenly declared, "Withdraw now and admit defeat. I can exercise restraint and let this slide, sparing you from physical suffering. What say you?" Fang Xian fixed his serious gaze upon Lu Wushuang, remaining silent for a moment before slowly exclaiming, "What a splendid name. To navigate life successfully, one must always carry a touch of green upon their head. Yet this Lu Wushuang, who is so exceedingly verdant, truly embodies the essence of a real man." The figure before him evoked a sense of solemn respect within Fang Xian. "What a vile scoundrel. It seems you have a death wish." Lu Wushuang's eyes blazed with fury, his lips twitching in anger. He could not miss the mocking undertone in Fang Xian's words, which were clearly intended to belittle him. The wolf martial spirit above his head roared, transforming into a streak of emerald light that enveloped Lu Wushuang's form, augmenting his already imposing physique to an even greater degree. His pectorals, abdominal muscles, and biceps erupted, tearing through his shirt to reveal a physique rivaling that of a world champion bodybuilder. "Roar!" Lu Wushuang bellowed, his green hair billowing as he dropped to all fours, resembling a ferocious beast as he lunged menacingly at Fang Xian. "Die, you wretched brat." Lu Wushuang was consumed by genuine fury, intent on eliminating Fang Xian in one fell swoop. Frost blade technique. A sharp gust of wind tousled Fang Xian's dark hair, revealing his steely, resolute gaze. He summoned the power of his Ice Phoenix martial spirit, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. The shadowless blade pierced through the void, carrying with it an ominous chill that struck fiercely against Lu Wushuang's iron-like body. A scream echoed as Lu Wushuang found much of his body encased in ice, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling backward, effectively cleaved from the arena, unconscious. The audience was left in shock. The surrounding combatants, engrossed in their own battles, were drawn to this astonishing spectacle, instinctively halting their skirmishes to gaze in awe at the battlefield where Fang Xian stood. Is it true? Lu Wushuang has been defeated by a single strike? Who on earth is this individual? Fang Xian, I believe his name is Fang Xian, an ordinary student of the Tianwei rank. He is the one who previously vanquished a millennium-old soul beast, and later triumphed over Yi Liangchen and Long Outyin. Now, even Lu Wushuang has fallen before him. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the students. The teachers observing from the judging panel were equally captivated, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, particularly Teacher Rulin, whose heart swelled with both astonishment and joy. Her gaze remained firmly fixed upon Fang Xian, silently reflecting, "This rascal has concealed his true depth quite skillfully." In an instant, Fang Xian's name began to circulate throughout the Tiando Academy. Many swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation as they glanced toward the cold, unyielding youth, instinctively distancing themselves to avoid crossing paths with this formidable individual. Fang Xian chose to hold back, for a single strike could have completely encased Lu Wushuang in ice, extinguishing her life. He harbored little interest in the enhancement of his reputation. Instead, wielding his blade, he surged once more into the densely populated central area, utilizing these contestants to refine his swordsmanship. With each slash, his power steadily increased, marked by the accumulation of soul energy. Chapter 32. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. In the blink of an eye, half the incense had burned away. Yet, there remained 150 competitors in the square, while only 50 were deemed qualified. Before the incense extinguished, it was imperative to eliminate another 100. Otherwise, all present would be regarded as failures, forfeiting their chances for advancement. Time was running short. The competitors were frantic. Each individual unleashed their utmost potential, employing their most secret techniques to launch fervent assaults on those beside them. A lithe figure wove through the throng. Fang Xian resembled a frenzied lion, heedless of distinctions, thrusting at every cluster and slashing at all who crossed his path, regardless of gender. If you did not provoke him, he would provoke you. If you surrendered, he would not relent, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Fang Xian stood as the unequivocal overlord among these contestants, whose average level hovered around 25, sweeping through the surrounding students with overwhelming force. Did you think these were mere fat pigs for you to butcher? They were human beings, and even the delicate girls faced no mercy from the merciless Fang Xian. He dispatched them all. Many were terrified of this harbinger of death, avoiding him like the plague. The name of the killing star, Fang Xian, truly spread throughout the tournament. Of course, aside from Fang Xian, there were others who incited anger and discontent among the crowd, such as the young couple fighting side by side, hand in hand. While everyone else fought desperately, they strolled romantically across the square, lost in each other's affections. Amidst the chaos of battle, they did not forget to sprinkle their love like confetti. Many watched, their eyes blazing with fury, gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet they could do nothing against them due to their formidable strength. This young couple, the male named Zhang Song and the female named Lin Yali, were among the most powerful of the elite students, their soul energy reaching a remarkable 29. Moreover, their martial souls exhibited a high degree of affinity, allowing them to execute martial soul fusion techniques, making even ordinary soul masters no match for them. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, Zhang Song and Lin Yali were assured to pass the preliminaries. They believed their advancement was a certainty, treating the competition as mere entertainment. Yali, your hair is disheveled, Zhang Song remarked with a gentle smile, producing an emerald comb from his pocket to tenderly groom the girl's hair. Song, you are so wonderful. Lin Yali's delicate face flushed like a peach, and she directly leaped into Zhang Song's embrace, the two indulging in their affection. Just as the onlookers felt a twinge of envy, a dazzling blade of light tore through the atmosphere, fiercely aimed at the couple, Zhang Song and Lin Yali. Who dares? Zhang Song bellowed, as a majestic black eagle materialized beside him. Lin Yali, momentarily taken aback, allowed a glimmer of cold light to flash in her beautiful eyes, as a resplendent lark soared above her head. It must be said that the couple's reflexes were remarkably swift. The instant the blade of light approached within a meter, they unleashed their martial spirits, synchronously striking out with their fists to disperse the lethal attack. Wow, what an exhilarating sight. Finally, someone couldn't stand that foolish couple any longer and decided to take action. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement as a stern, dark figure gradually emerged from the throng. Dressed in black with raven hair, his cold gaze piercing, he wielded a white longsword, emanating an aura so frigid it seemed as though he had stepped straight out of the depths of hell as a formidable harbinger of doom. The Star of Death, Fang Xian. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that it would be Fang Xian who dared to confront Zhang Song and Lin Yali? A dramatic spectacle was about to unfold. Fang Xian's pitch-black pupils were devoid of any emotion as he coldly regarded Zhang Song and Lin Yali, a slight furrow forming on his brow. The strike he had just delivered had required immense effort, executed in a state of ambush. He believed that even an ordinary soul master would be sent flying by such a blow. Yet, these two had managed to jointly withstand his blade's descent, demonstrating the formidable power of their martial soul fusion. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his icy gaze, resembling a hunter who had finally discovered a long-sought prey, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. Damn it, you almost harmed my beloved Yali, Zhang Song said with a twinge of pain as he gently caressed Lin Yali's delicate face, then turned his furious gaze upon Fang Xian, exclaiming, Fang Xian, do you have a death wish, daring to provoke us? His voice dripped with venomous anger. If you so much as lay a finger on my brother's Song, I will ensure you are ground to dust. Lin Yali coldly fixed her gaze on Fang Xian. Fang Xian let out a cold snort, remaining silent as he quietly summoned the Ice Phoenix spirit, waves of icy power emanating from him, and the blade became shrouded in frost. Since you have chosen to seek your own demise, do not blame us. Yet, let us merge our spirits. Zhang Song and Lin Yali exchanged serious glances, nodding in unison. The aura surrounding them surged brilliantly, the eagle's spirit soaring aloft, while the lark's spirit soared through the heavens. The two avian spirits swiftly fused into a formidable golden-winged roc, a tempest of soul energy sweeping through the vicinity, causing many onlookers to tremble in fear. Heavens! The spirit fusion. Such overwhelming might. The aura surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. The fusion technique is simply terrifying. The crowd was astounded, filled with dread at the sight of the duo's spirit amalgamation. Even many from the Tiando Academy would find themselves outmatched by the two. Fang Xian, you, a mere junior from the Tianwei rank, are exceptionally arrogant and foolish. Today, let us demonstrate the might of our spirit fusion technique. Hand in hand, Zhang Song and Lin Yali controlled the golden-winged rock, soaring freely in the sky. As they ascended above Fang Xian, they suddenly dove downwards. Spirit fusion technique, thunderous rock strike. They held their breath, focusing their minds. Confronted with the terrifying descending fusion technique, Fang Xian exhibited no fear in his eyes, remaining remarkably composed. The icy power surged to its peak, the shadowless blade already enveloped in frost, sharp icicles extending from its body, an overwhelming chill permeating the air. Break for me. He unleashed the blade intent he had comprehended over the years, swinging the frosty blade. As its trajectory sliced through the air, the space around it trembled, invoking a hint of cosmic power. This was a higher tier of blade heart, a threshold into the realm of blade intent. Boom. The frosty blade, imbued with a trace of blade intent, tore through the void, crashing violently into the formidable golden-winged rock, unleashing an indescribable storm of terrifying soul power. Impossible. In the next moment, two anguished cries echoed. Zhang Song and Lin Yali, this couple, were sent sprawling east and west, crashing against the walls with such force that they crumbled, both spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. In that moment, only Fang Xian stood proudly, akin to a resilient pine tree. A satisfying turn of events. Chapter 33. True werewolf time rushed by. A stick of incense was about to burn out. Yet, there were still 60 individuals present. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. 58 individuals. 7, 57 individuals. 6, 56 individuals. 5, 55 individuals. 4, 54 individuals. The final 3 seconds. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as he unleashed the shadowless blade with ferocious intensity, toppling 3 individuals in a single stroke. With merely 2 seconds remaining, he needed to eliminate one more contender. His sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, scanned the surroundings with precision, as if in pursuit of hidden treasure. Swiftly identifying the nearest target. It is you. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he spotted a maiden clad in purple. Without hesitation, he brandished his blade and charged menacingly towards her. Alas, upon noticing his approach, the purple-clad maiden momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by terror, her complexion paling as she let out a piercing scream. Following the tumultuous clashes that echoed through the battlefield, Fang Xian's notorious reputation had become widely known. There was scarcely a soul who did not recognize this harbinger of doom. He was a relentless predator, a siren of death, mercilessly targeting the fairer sex. The terms cold-blooded, heartless, and cruel scarcely encapsulated the terror that he inspired. As Fang Xian's gaze bore into her with an intensity that set her heart racing, the maiden's face turned ashen, a wave of dread washing over her, compelling her to retreat involuntarily. Were it an ordinary young man who scrutinized her thus, she might have fancied that he was preparing to confess his affections. Yet, in the presence of the grim Fang Xian, it was evident that his interest lay not in her beauty, but rather in her physique, intending to use her as a mere practice target. Wait. The maiden pleaded with an air of desperation, retreating while beseeching, Mr. Harbinger of Doom, I concede. I surrender. Please, do not harm me. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, and his long blade suddenly halted above the head of the young girl clad in purple, refraining from descending. Just as the girl exhaled in relief, Fang Xian's left fist abruptly swung forth, landing a vicious blow to her delicate abdomen, sending the enchanting beauty soaring through the air. Alas, the violet-haired maiden's charming visage contorted in pain, a cry escaping her lips as she tumbled helplessly across the ground, her graceful form now covered in dust, her appearance pitiable in the extreme. Heavens! Miss Dare, the resplendent young lady, is none other than the first goddess of the celestial level students. How despicable! That scoundrel intends to harm our goddess. How could he possibly stoop so low? A beast, worse than a swine or a dog. Around them, a chorus of grievances erupted. As many young men, upon witnessing Fang Xian's brutal assault on Dare, seethed with fury, their eyes ablaze, glaring at him with venomous intent, wishing to rush forth and tear him to shreds. Even if this rogue were merely to toy with Dare, they might reluctantly accept it. However, to deliver such a crushing blow? What manner of action is this? How could he truly bring himself to act so ruthlessly? At this moment, The crowd was left astounded by Fang Xian's malevolence and mercilessness, showing no mercy even towards a beauty. What a terrifying monstrosity. Fang Xian, however, did not pay heed to the impassioned crowd surrounding him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the referee's table, where a slender incense stick stood. As the fragrant smoke curled upwards, a sprinkle of ash fell, signifying the incense had just extinguished. This was, without a doubt, the most spectacular preliminary match I have ever witnessed. The gray-haired teacher, with keen eyes, surveyed the 50 contestants standing in the square, ultimately resting his gaze upon Fang Xian. A smile of appreciation crept onto his lips as he proclaimed, "I hereby announce the official conclusion of the preliminary round of the genius battle. All 50 contestants present shall advance." What splendid news! In the next moment, an overwhelming chorus of cheers and encouragement erupted from every direction. The participants' hearts brimmed with joy. After enduring a grueling battle among 200 competitors, they had finally secured their qualification for the genius battle, where they would have the opportunity to compete against the most exceptional talents. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Xian could not help but exhale in relief. After such an arduous contest, he had single-handedly defeated 30 to 40 fellow students, depleting much of his soul power and nearing exhaustion. However, regardless of the trials faced, he had ultimately passed the preliminary round. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began to assess his current attributes. Strong Blade System Host, Fang Xian level, LV22 title, Great Soul Master Soul Power, 36. 220 Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99-100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 60-100, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 51-100, Talents, Frost Blade. Healing Blade. From this fierce battle, he had garnered a commendable 34 points of soul power. And even the proficiency of his Ice Phoenix Martial Soul had increased by 3 points, far more efficient than practicing alone at home. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Furthermore, Fang Xian made a new discovery. He realized that with each opponent he successfully defeated, regardless of their strength, he was deemed to have successfully drawn his blade, earning an immediate reward of 1 point of soul power. This revelation would undoubtedly enhance his leveling efficiency. With this thought, Fang Xian felt a surge of delight. As the preliminary round concluded successfully, the referee informed the 50 advancing students about the rules for the official match the following day. Soon after, the crowd dispersed, each participant lost in their own thoughts. Fang Xian leaned on his hands, steering clear of the bustling crowd, and made his way alone towards the residential area in the north. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resounded. Fang Xian was suddenly startled, raising his gaze to behold a streak of blue lightning hurtling towards him with ferocity. Drawing upon his swordsmanship, he grasped the hilt and swiftly unsheathed the shadowless blade, delivering a fierce strike against the oncoming bolt of blue lightning. To his astonishment, an indescribable and terrifying force crashed against the shadowless blade, sending it trembling violently and causing Fang Xian himself to be forcibly repelled backward. Who could it be? His right hand's tiger mouth ruptured, blood flowing along the blade and staining the pristine white of the shadowless blade. He was utterly shocked. The might of this attack was nothing short of horrifying, and he found himself struggling to withstand it. As he looked up, he saw a youth clad in a brocade robe, with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, surrounded by crackling blue lightning, coldly fixated upon him as he strode forward with the poise of a dragon or tiger. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Xian's brows slightly arched, revealing a look of solemnity. Yu Tianheng. Chapter 34. Green is healthier. Yu Tianheng, a 37th level battle soul sovereign, hailing from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He is currently one of the most elite geniuses within the Heavenly Fighting Academy and a favored contender for victory in this year's genius battle. Fang Xian gazed at Yu Tianheng, a solemn expression emerging on his face. Strong. Remarkably strong. This individual was indeed exceptionally formidable. During their recent confrontation, Fang Xian had already found himself at a disadvantage. Yu Tianheng, whether in terms of rank or the quality of his martial spirit, was among the most outstanding of the younger generation. Even at his peak, Fang Xian would likely struggle to claim victory against him. After all, Fang Xian was only at level 22, a significantly lower rank, with a staggering 15 levels separating them. Furthermore, he had just endured a fierce battle, his soul power nearly depleted. Should he face Yu Tianheng now, defeat was all but guaranteed. Are you Fang Xian? Yu Tianheng's gaze was icy, piercing directly at Fang Xian. A robust aura of soul power erupted from his muscular frame, and a cerulean divine dragon materialized, roaring fiercely towards the heavens. Its ferocious growl echoing ominously. Boom, boom, boom. The violent momentum surged like a frenzied beast, crashing violently against Fang Xian's chest. Thud! He let out a muffled groan, his right foot retreating a step, half of it sinking into the mud to dissipate some of the impact's force. Though he staggered slightly, his posture remained unwaveringly straight. Indeed, Fang Xian's long black hair cascaded down, and his eyes, icy and profound, bore no trace of emotional fluctuation as they remained fixed upon Yu Tianheng. Although the latter exuded considerable pressure, Fang Xian felt no fear. Indeed, despite being a newcomer, he possessed remarkable fortitude. Yu Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Xian's spirit. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his expression darkened immediately. In a cold voice, he declared, "However, you have wronged Yin Yan, and I cannot let this go unpunished. You must receive a lesson to understand that one should temper their demeanor and not be overly arrogant. You have not earned that right." It became clear that he sought vengeance for Douluo Yin. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian instantly understood. Yu Tianheng was seeking retribution on behalf of his girlfriend. The initial conflict had been instigated by Douluo Yin herself, and in the end, that woman, unable to defeat Fang Xian, had the audacity to tarnish his clean hands with her own body, a truly despicable act. From every perspective, Fang Xian felt blameless. It was entirely Douluo Yin's fault. Yet, it was evident that Yu Tianheng was an unreasonable individual, and Fang Xian found no inclination to argue further. Let us see how this unfolds. He brandished the shadowless blade, assuming a stance and preparing to engage Yu Tianheng. Wait. Yu Tianheng suddenly raised his hand, halting him. Not today. You have just emerged from a fierce battle, and your soul energy is nearly depleted. Even if I were to defeat you now, it would lack honor. Let our grievances be settled on the arena. I assure you, I will confront you with utmost fairness then. Fang Xian was taken aback, his expression somewhat comical. One must admit that Yu Tianheng's actions were indeed commendable. He refrained from taking advantage of his opponent, embodying the qualities of an honorable man. However, in the realm of martial arts, it is often the gentlemen who meet an untimely demise first. Tianheng, what are you doing? Why have you halted? Did we not agree that you would teach this scoundrel a severe lesson? At that moment, three enchanting young women approached side by side, standing together like a picturesque scene that had undoubtedly captivated countless innocent youths. The trio comprised Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling, and Dyer, who had just been bested by Fang Xian. With a pained smile, Yu Tianheng remarked, "Fang Xian is not in optimal condition. Even if I were to defeat him, it would hold little significance. You are simply foolish." Douluo Yin retorted, her hands on her slim waist, her expression one of indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Tianheng. When dealing with such despicable, shameless, and vile ruffians, there is no need for mercy. Just rush in, knock him down, stomp on him a few times, and spit on him. That would truly relieve one's anger. Her fiery and headstrong nature was laid bare, prompting Fang Xian to furrow his brow in response. Truly, the wicked are the first to claim victimhood. Despite being the one at a disadvantage, Douluo Yin had the audacity to turn the tables, which was utterly outrageous. Fang Xian felt that he could no longer remain silent. Yu Tianheng, I sincerely apologize for the events of the past few days. At this moment, Fang Xian gazed earnestly at Yu Tianheng, his face filled with sincerity as he suddenly offered his apology. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. Douluo Yin was stunned. Yi Lingling and Dyer exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of disbelief. How could the notorious Fang Xian be apologizing? It was akin to the sun rising in the west. Just as the crowd's complex emotions prepared them to forgive Fang Xian, their expressions rapidly shifted upon hearing his next words. I did not intentionally touch your girlfriend, Fang Xian said with an innocent smile. Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin. That day, she was the one who threw herself at me. It had little to do with me. Fang Xian stated earnestly. You scoundrel, what are you saying? Yu Tianheng's eyes blazed with fury, his forehead veins bulging as he glared fiercely at Fang Xian, exclaiming, What have you done to Yin Yan? Oh, you don't know? That is surprising. Didn't Douluo Yin inform you of the true events from that day? Fang Xian deliberately stoked the flames. I apologize. It seems I have spoken out of turn. You may consider that day as if nothing transpired. My relationship with your girlfriend is entirely innocent. Yu Tianheng gradually turned to stone, feeling increasingly disturbed by this scoundrel's words, which only fueled his imagination in the wrong direction. Yin Yin, What exactly transpired between you two? His face turned pale as he could not help but glance towards Du Guyen. Do not listen to that scoundrel's nonsense, Du Guyen exclaimed, furiously stamping her foot. Nothing occurred between us. Indeed, Fang Xian hurriedly stepped forward to elaborate, declaring, in truth, that minor incident is hardly worth concern. Do not dwell upon it. Before Yu Tianheng could erupt in anger, Fang Xian cast a meaningful glance at Du Guyen's bosom and remarked, with such a girlfriend by your side, you are truly fortunate. I have already conducted my own verification, so you need not worry. Yu Tianheng's countenance darkened to an ominous shade, his lips twitching incessantly. Verified? How on earth did you verify that? He thought, feeling as if a vast expanse of verdant grassland had descended upon him, an inescapable burden. Chapter 35. The engine of collective wrath as a fine young man of the 21st century, whether at home or traveling, who does not dabble in the intricacies of cunning strategies and the art of verbal combat. Mastering these two disciplines renders one fearless in traversing the nation. Today, Fang Xian has truly tasted the allure of language, remarkably rendering the proud Yu Tianheng speechless, his face a portrait of fury. Even Du Guyen's nostrils flared in indignation. This is precisely what they mean by the more one elaborates, the darker it becomes. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyen, mere children of barely a decade, remain blissfully unaware of the harshness and peril of the world, provoking a wicked chuckle from Fang Xian. Fang Xian, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting here? Du Guyen's enchanting eyes blazed with anger as she glared fiercely at him. You rogue, you have shamelessly tarnished Yin Yan's reputation for no reason at all. Yi Lingling puffed up her cheeks, indignantly defending her friend. Fang Xian, I have clearly conceded defeat, yet you still dared to strike me. You villain. Scoundrel. I shall not let you off easily today. Dare's heart blazed with fury, wishing she could crush Fang Xian into oblivion. The three women erupted simultaneously, charging at Fang Xian. Oh no, this time, it was Fang Xian who found himself at a loss, unable to contain his exclamation. Even the upright Yu Tianheng had been reduced to silence by his taunts, yet he had not anticipated that these women would unleash their wrath first. All three of them were renowned beauties within the academy, each a formidable third-ring soul master. Du Guyan's offensive prowess and venomous strikes were formidable, while Dare's strength was also notable. To add to the fray, the divine healer Yi Lingling was fervently attending to the two, bolstering their efforts. Fang Xian found himself struggling against three formidable women alone. Roar, roar, roar. The solitary figure of Du Guyan, her violet hair dancing wildly, commanded the scene. The emerald-scaled serpent hissed, its tongue flickering, as it unleashed a series of thunderous roars, enveloped in a crimson mist of venom. In an instant, it lunged towards Fang Xian's neck. This emerald-scaled serpent bore an exceptionally potent poison, a mere bite would surely lead to an untimely demise. With a powerful tremor, Fang Xian's long blade struck precisely against the lantern-sized head of the emerald-scaled serpent, unleashing a formidable force that sent it flying. Immediately thereafter, Du Guyan launched a fierce kick towards his face. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as his left hand darted out like a venomous dragon, firmly grasping her ankle. A fierce glint flickered across his countenance as he swiftly reversed the blade in his right hand, violently smashing the hilt into Du Guyan's abdomen. His movements flowing like a stream, devoid of any compassion. He sent her hurtling through the air. Just after vanquishing Du Guyan, before Fang Xian could catch his breath, Daer charged at him with ferocity. Her long hair billowed behind her as she wielded a violet longsword, three radiant soul rings shimmering about her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with fury as she glared menacingly at Fang Xian, the purple sword spirit descending upon him with lethal intent. She still harbored resentment for the punch he had delivered, a grudge that seemed destined to remain unresolved for a lifetime. With a swift swing of his single-edged sword, Fang Xian effortlessly dismissed Daer's sword-wielding spirit. Once again, he delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, sending the delicate beauty flying for the second time. How infuriating! That scourge has turned his ire towards the beautiful ones again. Our esteemed beauties at the Tiando Academy are nearly all victims of his assault. Bystanders, witnessing this scene unfold, expressed a mix of astonishment and indignation. These were goddesses in their eyes, and many young men would gladly follow Dong Guyan and Daer, eager to shower them with admiration. Yet, Fang Xian showed no modicum of respect for these enchanting schoolflowers, often employing ruthless measures to subdue them. This angered many onlookers. 9 Harpagonia. After Fang Xian had just bested Dong Guyan and Dai Er, Yi Lingling opened her delicate hand, and a pink begonia flower blossomed, radiating a sacred glow that enveloped the injured maidens, swiftly healing their wounds. In an instant, the injuries that had befallen Dong Guyan and Dai Er vanished, restoring their vitality. Yu Tianheng, you fool, come and help. At that moment, Dong Guyan noticed Yu Tianheng, who stood idly by, and her temper flared as she scolded him for his apparent lack of action. Yin Yin, Yu Tianheng's expression turned awkward as he hesitated, finally stating, I promised I wouldn't intervene against Fang Xian today. A man must uphold his word, so I shall wait for another day. Go to hell, you big idiot. Dong Guyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, finding Yu Tianheng utterly incorrigible. Gritting her teeth, she decided to ignore him and led Dai Er and Yi Lingling to confront Fang Xian. The women surged forward like tigers. In an instant, soul power surged. Fierce winds howled, and the battle cries echoed through the air. Under the relentless assault of the women, beads of sweat formed on Fang Xian's forehead as he struggled to withstand their onslaught. Having already expended much of his soul power in previous battles, he now found himself weary, faced with Dong Guyan and her companions who were relentless in their pursuit. Defeat seemed imminent. Humph, rogue Fang Xian, you are faltering. Dong Guyan noticed Fang Xian's unsteady stance, a dangerous grin curling at her lips as she launched a punch aimed at his head. Once you fall into my hands, I shall feed you 72 doses of poison in a single day, leaving you in a state where you cannot live nor die. She threatened fiercely. Yield, scoundrel Fang Xian. You have nowhere to retreat. At the same time, Dai Er lunged forward, her sword slicing towards him. 9-heart begonia, full healing. Seeing this unfold, Yi Lingling quickly amplified her healing efforts. Wait a moment. Fang Xian, drenched in sweat, found himself unable to withstand the ferocity of the three women before him. He finally attempted to engage in verbal discourse. Well, we have no enmity between us. I can no longer fight. Let us reason together. Once my soul power is restored, I shall deal with each of you in turn. Fang Xian pondered, no grievances, no enmity. Upon hearing these words, the three women erupted in fury. You touched me, exclaimed Du Guyan in anger. You struck me, retorted Dai Er. You wounded me, declared Yi Lingling. Oh, Fang Xian sure was petrified. How utterly unjust. He had always maintained his integrity, never indulging in frivolities, yet these relentless pursuits continued to plague him. Alas, how infuriating. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, casting disparaging glances at Fang Xian. How many romantic entanglements had he orchestrated to warrant the collective ire of the three renowned goddesses of the academy? Many were indignant, convinced that Fang Xian was an irredeemable scoundrel. Thus, following his infamous reputation as a harbinger of misfortune, Fang Xian acquired another widely recognized moniker, Scoundrel Fang. Chapter 36. The public enemy. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed such animosity. Gazing at the furious trio of women, Fang Xian felt an invigorating surge of vitality. Beautiful women were meant to be confronted. With a swift motion, he unleashed his ice blade technique. Aware that today's events could not conclude peacefully, Fang Xian summoned the remnants of his soul power, exerting every ounce of strength to reluctantly release a single ice blade. A torrent of frosty air surged forth, crashing against the ground with a thunderous roar, as a plume of white frost and brown dust ascended into the heavens, obscuring the vision of the three women. Damn it! We can't see anything. The trio, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Dai Er, were both furious and vexed, ensnared by the smoke created by Fang Xian. Before long, as the mist dissipated, Fang Xian's figure had vanished without a trace. Scoundrel Fang, I will never let you escape. The clear, wrathful declaration echoed through the sky. Tiando Academy. Back mountain stream. The women were fierce as tigers. Fang Xian, exhausted, slumped by the creek, finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, he had managed to escape. Otherwise, falling into the hands of the ruthless women led by Du Guyan would likely have resulted in his torment until death. He felt a lingering dread. Thanks to Du Guyan and her companions, returning home had become an impossible feat for him. Where has that scoundrel Fang gone? Hurry, look around. Whoever captures Fang Xian will get to date the three great goddesses. Laughter echoed nearby, causing Fang Xian's heart to race once more. Following the source of the commotion, he spotted a group hastily making their way toward the back mountain. There were about a dozen individuals, all formidable soul masters, each emanating a powerful aura. They were elite members from the Heavenly Dual Academy. Upon seeing their arrival, Fang Xian's lips twitched. Even at his peak, facing such an overwhelming number of soul masters would only lead to his defeat. Now, with his spirit depleted and his strength exhausted, he could only anticipate a beating. How despicably shameless of those girls to use their beauty as bait, rallying the entire academy to hunt me down. Fang Xian fumed. A thought crossed his mind. It must have been Douluo Yin and her cohorts, leveraging their considerable influence to incite the entire student body to pursue him. Such tactics were utterly contemptible. Cursed be you all, may you never find a partner, he muttered under his breath, quickly rising from the creek and stealthily hiding in a nearby ancient tree to evade capture. If these infatuated individuals were to catch him, he feared he would be torn to shreds. Strange. I clearly saw that scoundrel Fang heading this way. Where could he have hidden? The young soul masters searched the back mountain meticulously for Fang Xian's whereabouts. No one can hinder my date with the goddess. Douluo Yin is mine. A rotund, lecherous man drooled as he searched for Fang, his small eyes gleaming with desire, while his mind wandered to fantasies of dating Douluo Yin, drool cascading to the ground. Everyone knew Douluo Yin was the girlfriend of Yu Tianheng, yet this lascivious man still lusted after her. What a perverse obsession, Fang Xian thought, ruefully. Thank you, Fang Xian. Without you, how could I have such a splendid opportunity, with the 3 goddesses at my disposal? Heh. The lecherous man, seemingly fatigued, rested at the base of a large tree, muttering to himself, for my happiness, Fang Xian, you better come to the pot. He was lost in a blissful daydream. His chubby face tilted upward. Suddenly, a large foot descended from the tree, crashing down onto the man's face. Ouch! That hurt like hell. Who asked the blind fool? The lewd rotund figure was abruptly thrust into the ground, his mouth and nose gushing blood as he let out agonizing screams. You dead fool, I mused. I truly wish to grant your desires, but alas, I never intended to regard myself as a sacrificial offering. Fang Xian's foot pressed firmly against the face of the lewd and corpulent young soul master, rendering him momentarily dazed. To be candid, he was quite curious to witness the comical scene that would unfold should Douluo Yin find herself on a date with this grotesque individual. One could only imagine the proud poisonous serpent's indignation at such a pairing. It was likely that Lu Tianheng would be equally incensed. However, at this moment, Fang Xian had neither the inclination nor the leisure to concern himself with Douluo Yin's discomfort, as a dozen soul masters loomed nearby, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. His paramount objective was to escape. With a decisive kick, he dispatched one soul master. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, soaring swiftly in a northwestern direction. There he was. The scoundrel Fang had made his appearance. Quickly, do not allow that rascal to flee. Let us converge and eliminate him. The group of young soul masters, their eyes ablaze with fervor, frantically pursued Fang Xian, driven by the prospect of a rendezvous with the goddesses. A pursuit worth their utmost effort. Fang Xian, if you possess any bravery, do not run. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds. A golden-haired youth clung tightly to Fang Xian's rear, fervently shouting provocations. Fang Xian could only roll his eyes in disbelief. Did they expect him to confront over a dozen soul masters alone? Had they lost their minds? He had no time to engage with such foolishness and hastened his pace, desperately attempting to shake off this troublesome group. Cowards, scoundrels, all they knew was to flee. As their verbal assaults proved futile, the group of students unleashed their martial souls, showcasing their diverse abilities. Some spewed flames, others unleashed torrents of water, while a few even brandished their shovel-like martial souls, sparing no effort in their pursuit of Fang Xian. In the midst of this chaotic bombardment, Fang Xian found himself covered in dust and tattered clothing, with a portion of his left hair singed. Though he suffered no significant injuries, he appeared utterly disheveled and was seething with anger. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. Fang Xian's countenance turned ashen as he fled to a nearby rock, abruptly halting his steps, with a firm grip on the hilt of his sword. He unleashed a swift draw-and strike, sending 2 or 3 nearby soul lords flying. Without a backward glance, he continued his retreat. That single stroke had instantaneously depleted the soul energy he had painstakingly amassed, yet it had also offered a momentary reprieve, allowing him to vent his frustrations upon those arrogant adversaries. For an entire day, Fang Xian was relentlessly pursued by over 400 male students from the academy. It was not until the late hours of the night, concealed within a hidden cave, that he finally evaded their relentless chase. This predicament had been instigated entirely by the venomous Douluo Yin, and Fang Xian felt compelled to impart an unforgettable lesson to this treacherous woman. The art of war teaches, flee by day, raid by night. Fang Xian sat cross-legged within the cave, quietly meditating to replenish his expended soul energy, preparing to launch an assault once his strength was restored. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the girls' dormitory as night descended, enveloping the world in a profound stillness akin to a shroud of darkness. Only a few scattered stars and the moon's gentle glow pierced through the vast night, illuminating the desolate earth. At the Tiando Academy, within the girls' dormitory, a ghostly figure silently infiltrated the premises, swiftly navigating the towering buildings of the dormitory complex. His keen gaze swept over unfamiliar rooms, and upon discovering room number 09, Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. With a deft step upon a branch, his body glided effortlessly through the air, arriving stealthily at the door of this room. As he pushed the door open, a heavy scent of perfume wafted towards him. The aroma was so intense that it nearly compelled him to sneeze, but he stifled the urge, treading softly as he discreetly entered the girls' dormitory. At this late hour, for girls lay asleep in the room, and Fang Xian held his breath, moving with utmost caution, managing to enter without disturbing a single one. The sleeping postures of these girls were rather ungraceful. One girl with long legs sprawled across her bed, her thighs dangling perilously close to the floor, while another girl with chestnut hair snored thunderously, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Fang Xian felt a sense of triumph in his stealthy infiltration of the dormitory, crediting the brown-haired girl for his success. As he took a couple of steps forward, he noticed the slightly plump girl to his left, her blanket slipping to the floor as she absent-mindedly scratched her armpit, mumbling in her sleep. It was his first time entering the enigmatic girls' dormitory. However, this sanctuary revered by boys was far from the enchanting image he had envisioned. The girls, typically adorned in vibrant attire during the day, revealed a rather disheveled state in slumber, a stark contrast that profoundly impacted Fang Xian. If he had a mobile phone at that moment, he would have loved to capture this scene and share it on Douyin, likely garnering considerable attention. Of course, it might also attract a friendly visit from the local authorities. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel such trivial thoughts, Fang Xian focused on his true objective, spotting it in the innermost part of the dormitory. To the right of the balcony, upon the bed, a girl with violet hair cradled a golden silk quilt, her fair skin radiating strikingly in the darkness. It was Douluo. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Fang Xian's eyes as he finally located the elusive serpent woman. Today, he had been relentlessly pursued, driven to the brink of despair, with no refuge to return to, all thanks to Douluo. Thus, Fang Xian's paramount objective for the evening was to impart a lesson to this venomous woman that she would never forget. Should he deliver a thorough beating to Douluo? Or perhaps abduct her and abandon her in the streets? Alternatively, he might even consider selling her to human traffickers. Fang Xian had yet to form a definitive plan. Never mind. First, he would bind this venomous serpent woman and take her to a secluded grove for a thorough beating. With a resolute determination, Fang Xian's lips curled into a perilous smirk as he approached Du Guyan with an ominous expression. Higi, Du Guyan, now that you have fallen into my clutches, prepare yourself. Fang Xian displayed a quintessentially villainous smirk, his hands slowly reaching towards the delicate form of the young girl. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from Du Guyan's lips, startling Fang Xian to the brink of a leap. His body stiffened, beads of cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead, and even his heart within his chest trembled violently, as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld, nearly scaring him to death. Truly, a thief's heart is always anxious. Under ordinary circumstances, he could kill without so much as a flicker of an eyelid, yet now, upon hearing Du Guyan's thunderous roar, he feared he had been discovered, sending him into a state of sheer panic. Reflexively, he glanced around, noting that the three girls in the dormitory were soundly asleep, showing no signs of awakening. Turning his gaze back to the girl before him, he observed that Du Guyan's eyes were tightly shut, still enveloped in deep slumber. Her sudden thunderous exclamation seemed to have been merely a murmur in her dreams. How desperately does this woman long for me? Even in the night, she utters my name. I wonder if Yu Tianheng would be infuriated upon discovering this. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, for he understood that the reason Du Guyan had called out his name in her dreams was due to her overwhelming hatred towards him, wishing nothing less than to tear him to shreds, rather than any sentiment of longing. Swiftly retrieving a large burlap sack from his spatial ring, Fang Xian wasted no time. He promptly covered Du Guyan's head and confined the young girl within the sack, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Ah, who is it? Du Guyan, being a soul master, did not remain in a state of unconsciousness. She instantly awakened and began to kick her delicate white legs, struggling fiercely. Silence. Fangxian, with a darkened expression, struck the young maiden's delicate posterior with a resounding slap, producing a crisp echo. You scoundrel, Fangxian, I shall have my revenge. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Du Guyan quickly discerned that this was Fangxian's midnight reprisal. Her spiritual power surged forth, and the azure-scaled serpent broke free from within her. Poised to escape from the burlap bag, freeze. Fangxian drew forth the shadowless blade, unleashing the power of ice, which instantaneously encased the burlap sack along with the girl. Du Guyan, in a frigid grip, sealing her soul's energy. Following this, he forcefully struck the hilt of his blade against the back of Du Guyan's head, rendering the fierce young woman unconscious. Who are you? Exclaimed the long-legged girl, her eyes wide with confusion as she approached Fangxian from behind, pointing at him with a perplexed expression. It appeared as though she had just been roused from slumber, her demeanor still dazed. Unable to comprehend that the newcomer was a nefarious rogue, engaged in the despicable act of human trafficking. Bang! Fangxian turned his head, without uttering a word, and delivered a powerful punch that left the long-legged girl with a black eye, rendering the recently awakened girl unconscious once more. How infuriating. Who dares? A lecher. Where do you think you're running off to? The sounds of the altercation in the dormitory roused the slumbering girls, and concurrently, two other girls gradually regained consciousness, raising their delicate fists and charging angrily at Fangxian. Humph, yet you have sought me out for a beating. Initially reluctant to escalate matters. Fangxian's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. His golden soul power surged around him, radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun. He brandished the shadowless blade, deflecting the slightly plump girl's advance, and soon after, the brown-haired girl charged at him with a fierce punch imbued with formidable soul power aimed at his head. His battle instincts heightened. Fangxian swiftly dodged the brown-haired girl's blow by tilting his head, then delivered a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. A cry of pain resounded as the brown-haired girl collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by the agony. After decimating a girl's dormitory, Fangxian hastily fled with his spoils. On Monday, I humbly seek your support for recommendation votes. It is the final week for my new book. I assure you there will be 2 updates today. I timidly request your votes to help propel it up the new book rankings. I have been offline for over 10 days, and the telecom company has yet to arrive for repairs. Yesterday, the local service center called to inform me that our area is experiencing a peculiar situation due to a main fiber optic cable failure, which ordinary technicians cannot repair. It requires a complete construction team and will take a considerable amount of time. The customer service representative advised me to wait another week, though it may not be fixed by then, and suggested I consider a refund. I was utterly speechless after waiting 11 days only to be advised to seek a refund. Today, I braved the rain to set up internet service in town with a different provider at $58 per month. The account is ready. An installation should occur in the next couple of days. Alas, I am exhausted. I acknowledge that the updates over the past few days have been lackluster. Feel free to voice your criticisms. I welcome them. However, I earnestly request a wave of recommendation votes, as they are crucial for my performance and serve as motivation for my writing. Thank you all. Chapter 38, The Arrival, titled Douluo at the Rear Mountain. A cascade of water rushed down from the heavens, the sound of the turbulent flow melodious and clear, akin to a celestial symphony. Clang, clang. The powerful sound of blade sharpening gradually reached the ears of the slumbering Du Guyan. Startled awake, Du Guyan realized she was tightly bound, with a cold, stoic youth sharpening a knife beside her. The pristine long blade glided over the smooth rock, sending countless sparks flying, its chilling glimmer dancing along the edge, resembling a resplendent moon illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Fangxian, what are your intentions? Gazing at the boy's cruel expression, Du Guyan curled her body in fear, her countenance paling. Fangxian remained silent, merely casting a cold glance at Du Guyan. The frigid look in his eyes sent a shiver down the young woman's spine, prompting her to exclaim, "Lecher, you wouldn't dare to bully me, would you?" In the desolate wilderness, shrouded in darkness, the presence of both a man and a woman in such close proximity instilled in Du Guyan a profound sense of peril, leading her to believe that Fangxian harbored ulterior motives and intended to tease her. Fangxian remained silent, merely lifting the long blade he had been sharpening for some time, inquiring, Do you think my knife is sharp enough? What on earth are you planning to do to me? As she gazed at Fang Xian, who approached with the blade raised, Du Yin could not help but swallow hard. She sensed that Fang Xian was not fixated on her beauty, but rather on her very life. With a sinister expression reminiscent of a typical anime villain, Fang Xian displayed a twisted smile, the blade of the Wu-Ying knife glimmering ominously before Du Yin as he spoke. Du Yin, have you heard the legend of the ogre? What ogre? The razor-sharp edge danced perilously close to her delicate nose, leaving Du Yin feeling increasingly uneasy. According to the legend, at the stroke of midnight, a malevolent ogre would wander the land, devouring those unfortunate enough to cross its path, leaving not even a bone behind. Devouring humans? She gasped. Isn't it a coincidence that it is almost midnight? Fang Xian's gaze fixed on Du Yin, his eyes glinting with a greedy light. You can't possibly be that ogre, can you? Du Yin exclaimed, a chill running down her spine. Her perception of Fang Xian morphing him into a monstrous figure with a green face and sharp fangs. Hiki, what do you think? Fang Xian, with a chilling demeanor, remarked. For a girl of your tender age, 17 or 18, your flesh is the most delectable. Which part of you shall I savor first? No, please, Fang Xian. I was wrong. I implore you, do not consume me. In that moment, confronted by Fang Xian's grotesque visage, Du Yin was truly terrified to the point of tears. Her eyes glistening red, with crystalline droplets of sorrow swirling in her gaze. The typically proud and audacious girl, under the menacing presence of the cannibalistic Fang Xian, wept pitifully. Her appearance a picture of despair. Then let us begin by extracting your eyeballs to roast and relish. Fang Xian let out a cold laugh, suddenly opening his mouth wide and lunging towards Du Yin. A piercing scream echoed as Du Yin's vision darkened, and she fainted in an instant. Huh. I barely touched you. How did you lose consciousness? Fang Xian found himself at a loss for words, contemplating that perhaps he possessed a latent talent for villainy. He mused that pursuing a career as a formidable antagonist in the Douluo Continent might not be such a bad idea after all. He had intended to frighten Du Yin a little more. However, to his astonishment, before he could even lay a finger on her, the young girl collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, the once proud maiden proved to be rather susceptible to fright. He was utterly speechless. It was indeed unexpected that Du Yin was so timid. After sharpening his metaphorical blade for so long, he hadn't even had the chance to wield it before she fainted. How utterly disappointing. It was truly lackluster. At the very least, he wished he could have struck a blow for his own satisfaction. Today's encounter would serve as a lesson for her, and he wondered if she would dare to provoke him again in the future. Fang Xian cast a faint glance at the unconscious Du Yin, calmly sheathing his blade. He felt this was sufficient and chose not to continue toying with her. Time was not on his side, and he prepared to depart from the back mountain. As for Du Yin, he thought it best to leave her to enjoy the coolness of the place, secretly hoping that a certain Yin Jiping would appear to deal with this venomous woman. After a brief pause, Fang Xian took his leave from the brook and made his way towards a grove of ancient trees behind him. This woodland marked the boundary between the front courtyard and the back mountain. Traversing it would lead him to the main campus. After being pursued for most of the night, he was ready to return home and rest. Fang Xian, resting his hands behind his head, lazily stifled a yawn and meandered into the woods. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine, as if he were being watched by a venomous serpent. Every hair on his body bristled involuntarily, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Who goes there? Fang Xian let out a thunderous roar and turned around, only to behold an enigmatic figure that had mysteriously materialized upon the once desolate rock. With long, moss-green hair and a visage adorned with deep-set wrinkles, the aged and withered body stood erect like a javelin. A pair of serpentine green eyes coldly fixed their gaze upon Fang Xian, and an overwhelming aura of terror descended upon him, causing his heart to tremble violently. It was the title Douluo Continent. Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, for the person approaching was none other than the illustrious Poison Douluo, a rank 92 control system title Douluo. His martial spirit was the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of poison. It was utterly unexpected that such a formidable title Douluo would appear so suddenly. Fang Xian's expression darkened to an extreme. A fleeting thought clarified the true intent of Du Bo's arrival. This old poison master had undoubtedly come to avenge his granddaughter. This spelled grave trouble indeed. Fang Xian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he rapidly contemplated an escape. Young man, you possess a certain discernment, recognizing me, the old man. It appears you are not as incompetent as rumored. Douluo sneered, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura swiftly escalating, surging forth like a tempestuous ocean. Yet you have wronged my granddaughter. Do you truly believe you can depart unscathed today? In the next moment, 9 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose from Douluo's feet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky in an instant. The overwhelming presence radiated forth like a primal beast, crashing violently against Feng Xian. With a thunderous roar, Feng Xian felt as though he had been struck by an out-of-control truck. His chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hearing the unmistakable sound of his bones shattering, pain enveloped him entirely, rendering him senseless. Before a tidal Douluo, he had no means to retaliate. Being instantly hurled away by that terrifying force, crashing into 3 ancient trees before violently slamming against a rock, blood streaming from his body. Teetering on the brink of life and death. Chapter 39. The Poison Nest and Opportunities. Am I dead? The sensation of pain surged like a tidal wave, causing Feng Xian's body to convulse. His head throbbed, as if iron wires were twisting within, a searing agony akin to being crushed by a truck, bones fracturing, skin tearing, muscles straining. His body was gravely injured. Gradually, consciousness returned, roused by the pain. Feng Xian struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, revealing a dim, damp, eerie, and desolate cave, an unfamiliar cavern. With bloodied hands bracing against the ground, he forced himself into a sitting position, noticing that the blood had dried, suggesting some time had passed. Upon examining his injuries, Feng Xian discovered the severity of his condition. His left wrist was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and a ghastly wound marred his abdomen. Most horrifying of all was his thigh bone, brutally protruding through flesh, exposed to the air, sending chills down his spine at merely a glance. This was the might of a tidal Douluo, without even striking, merely unleashing the formidable power of 9 rings. That unparalleled, tyrannical aura had crushed Feng Xian, inflicting grievous harm. I am so weak. I am truly too weak. Faced with Douluo, Feng Xian acutely felt his insignificance, clenching his fists in frustration. Wait, what of Douluo? Remembering that terrifying old poison master, he jolted, swiftly scanning his surroundings, his keen gaze vigilantly searching every corner of the cave. Yet, he found no trace of Douluo. Had he vanished? Feng Xian could not help but furrow his brow. That formidable yet eccentric tidal Douluo felt like a thorn in his side, and he harbored a profound apprehension towards Douluo. After a moment of silence, his gaze swept over his battered body, and a grave expression gradually emerged in his eyes. In summary, the most pressing matter at hand was to first tend to his own wounds. Where's my blade? Feng Xian hurriedly reached for his waist and discovered that the shadowless blade remained undamaged within its sheath, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dagger was still by his side. With a blade in hand, the world was his to conquer. As he caressed the pristine white of the shadowless blade, a sense of reassurance washed over him. The healing blade. He silently recited an incantation, and within him, the 9-heart begonia surged into action. Waves of divine radiance blossoming forth from the blade, enveloping Feng Xian entirely. In the next instant, he felt as though he were enveloped in a hot spring, warmth radiating throughout his being, gentle and soothing. The fractured bones realigned on their own, and the torn flesh began to mend gradually. In this dire situation, the formidable healing prowess of the 9-heart begonia martial soul finally demonstrated its true power. Before long, the severe injuries that had plagued Feng Xian were restored in the blink of an eye. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of stagnant air, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. The astonishing healing abilities of the 9-heart begonia left him both astonished and intrigued. This martial soul was truly extraordinary, rivaling even the enigmatic powers found within the realms of Zhetian. Feng Xuantu abruptly rose to his feet, beginning to stretch his limbs. His fists swung through the air, generating gusts of forceful wind, while the bones in his body emitted a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of popping beans. Undoubtedly, he had returned to his peak condition. Was it through such sorcery that you managed to counteract Yin Yan's serpent venom? A voice, chilling to the bone, suddenly pierced the silence. Feng Xian felt a sudden chill run down his spine, instinctively turning to look back. In the depths of the cave, a pair of glimmering green eyes was coldly fixated upon him. This ancient creature had been lurking in the shadows of the cave, alarmingly close to Feng Xian. Yet he remained utterly oblivious. It was Douluo. Feng Xian gritted his teeth, raised the shadowless blade, and swiftly locked his gaze onto Douluo, his expression imbued with an unprecedented gravity. In a fleeting moment, if this idiosyncratic title Douluo harbored intentions of murder, he could extinguish Fang Xian's life in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was evident that Douluo had no desire to slay Fang Xian. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago on the back mountain. With the toxicity mastery of the poison Douluo, his death would have been so complete that not a single trace would remain. How peculiar this young lad is. Despite being merely at the 20th rank, he managed to defeat the 34th rank Yin Yan. I must admit, I find myself rather intrigued by you. Douluo cast a cold, penetrating glance at Fang Xian and spoke in a low, resonant voice. You should count yourself fortunate that you refrained from making a move. Had you inflicted even the slightest harm upon Yin Yin, you would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Fang Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Douluo. He did not believe that this ancient creature would show him mercy simply because he had spared the life of Douluo Yan. The only way to escape now was to rely on himself. He endeavored to maintain his composure, swiftly contemplating methods of survival. However, you have offended Yin Yan, and this grievance must be thoroughly addressed. I shall not end your life immediately. Rather, I will gradually extract all your secrets from you. When you become of no further use, I shall discreetly send you from this world. Ha! A cruel smile curled at the corners of Douluo's lips. Renowned for his lethal toxins, he was clearly no benevolent soul. Since the moment he captured Fang Xian in his lair of poison, he had no intention of allowing Fang Xian to leave alive. Fang Xian was acutely aware of the perilous situation he faced. Even his usually composed demeanor faltered as his breath quickened and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. What should I do? Must I truly perish at the hands of this ancient monstrosity? Just as panic gripped his mind, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, this was an unprecedented crisis. Yet it also presented a monumental opportunity. Was it not how Tang San first encountered Douluo? Perhaps this was a chance to seize Tang San's fortune ahead of time. As memories of the Douluo storyline flooded back, Fang Xian's expression gradually steadied. With calm resolve, he fixed his gaze upon Douluo and declared, "Old monster, should I meet my demise, you shall not escape either." In the next instant, Douluo's eyes blazed with a frigid light, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet to freezing levels. "You insolent brat, what did you just say?" His voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, echoed ominously. The plan to draw out Douluo was meticulously crafted to seize Tang San's opportunity and absorb those divine medicinal treasures. How delightful. By the way, after a grueling 14 days without internet, I finally regained connectivity. I visited the Unicom Service Center yesterday, and today they completed the installation. It was quite the ordeal. But this beleaguered author now has access once more. A final note to express my disdain for the abysmal telecommunications service. I humbly request your support in the form of votes and collections. Chapter 40, Deceiving the Title Douluo Bang. The response to his words was a resounding slap. Douluo swung his hand heavily, sending Fang Xian hurtling through the air. "Young man, threatening a title Douluo is an unwise endeavor," the poisoned Douluo remarked coldly, his serpent-like gaze void of any empathy as he observed Fang Xian crumpled on the ground. As Fang Xian had anticipated, attempting to deceive a cunning title Douluo was evidently no simple task. There was a genuine risk that this eccentric old monster might end his life. Fang Xian calmly rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his attire, and surveyed Douluo with an air of composure. "Truly worthy of the title of the poison crown of the world, you are indeed formidable. In the face of your lethal toxins, not only those of my generation tremble, but even the esteemed title Douluo would quail in fear." "Humph, it's good that you understand," Douluo replied, proudly raising his head, evidently pleased by Fang Xian's flattery. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, Fang Xian's subsequent words swiftly transformed his expression. "Alas, you have not only poisoned others, but you have also poisoned yourself." A mocking smile adorned Fang Xian's lips. "You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? My poison could never harm me. For decades, I have roamed the Douluo Continent, and it is only I who can poison others. Who could possibly poison me?" Douluo's countenance suddenly grew cold. Fang Xian fixed his gaze on Douluo, unblinking and composed. Methodically articulating, "Whenever it rains on an overcast day, do you not experience an unbearable itch in your ribs, typically manifesting at noon and midnight? Each episode lasting up to an hour, escalating in intensity throughout? Furthermore, in the depths of the night, around the third watch, do you not endure excruciating pain akin to needles piercing your scalp and soles, accompanied by convulsions for a duration of half an hour? Surely, the torment you endure requires no further elaboration from me. If it were not for poisoning, how could you possibly be afflicted in such a manner? How do you know this? Despite being a shrewd and calculating individual, Douluo could not suppress his astonishment as Fang Xian ruthlessly unveiled the deeply concealed secret he had harbored. This was his most guarded truth, unknown even to his cherished granddaughter. How could this inexperienced youth possess such knowledge? Moreover, Fang Xian's descriptions were so precise, they seemed as if he had witnessed the affliction firsthand. How could Douluo not be astounded? Your poison is nothing but refuse, Fang Xian boldly declared, channeling the essence of his life's most audacious statement, as if speaking for Tang San in the narrative of Douluo. Be cautious with your words. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to allow you to witness your own decaying, pus-riddled demise. Trust me, it would be but a mere gesture for me. In a fit of fury, Douluo unleashed a palpable aura of murderous intent, crashing into Fang Xian's form like a wild beast, forcing him to stagger back 9 steps. Cough, cough. Fang Xian's lips bled a glimmering crimson as his longsword plunged into the earth, harnessing the power of ice to dispel the terrifying aura of malevolence. Humph. The lad indeed possesses some skill. Just now, even a soul master would have struggled to withstand that strike. Yet you, a mere soul master of merely 20 levels, managed to fend off my murderous intent. Quite intriguing. Douluo nodded thoughtfully, followed by a chilling smile as he proclaimed, however, should you provoke me further, you shall meet your demise. He chuckled, my death is inconsequential, and even your aged self, a relic of 70 years, is of little concern. Yet, alas, what a pity. Fang Xian mused cryptically. What do you lament? Douluo furrowed his brow, perplexed by this audacious youth's intentions. It is a pity for your young and beautiful granddaughter. She may not endure much longer. Fang Xian's gaze pierced coldly into Douluo's eyes. You wretch, what did you say? Douluo's fury erupted, and with a sudden motion, he raised his right hand, unleashing a formidable gravitational force that drew Fang Xian from 10 meters away into his grasp. He clutched Fang Xian's neck, his murderous intent glaring fiercely at the latter. Fang Xian gradually discerned the Achilles heel of Douluo, and thus, he exhibited no trace of trepidation. Maintaining a calm demeanor as he declared, to be candid with you, not only are you afflicted by a lethal poison, but it has also permeated your very marrow. If left untreated, you may not have many years left to live. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies with your granddaughter, Douluo. She has likely endured this affliction for as long as you have. Her strength is woefully inadequate, and the venom coursing through her veins is far more insidious, as she was tainted by it from the moment of her birth. When it manifests, it will undoubtedly be more severe and agonizing than what you endure. I can confidently assert that if this continues for another 2 years, Douluo will surely meet an untimely demise. Douluo trembled visibly, his expression gradually contorting as his eyes filled with anguish. He comprehended the horrific sensation of the poison's eruption. Even he, a titled Douluo, found it nearly unbearable, let alone his frail granddaughter. In this world, Douluo held his granddaughter Douluo in the highest regard. Having lived a long life, he could accept his own demise. But he could not bear to witness Douluo embark on a path of no return, ultimately succumbing to the poison. Huh, old monster. Do not wear such a terrifying expression. As Douluo writhed in torment, Fang Xian gradually unveiled a mysterious smile. His gaze fixed intently upon Douluo as he earnestly proclaimed, your poison is not without remedy. What? Young man, do you possess a cure for my affliction? Suddenly, Douluo seized Fang Xian's shoulders with fervor, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of elation and suspicion, torn between excitement and doubt regarding the veracity of Fang Xian's words. Of course, Fang Xian, with a proud smile, understood that Douluo had taken the bait. How could you endure my rambling for so long? Do you take me for Huang Xiaodian? Silently mocking himself, Fang Xian's lips curled into a smug arc. As long as he adhered to Tang San's safe route, the formidable Douluo before him would transform from a terrifying poison Douluo into a delightful surprise package: the dragon-slaying blade, the paralysis ring, a max-level upgrade card, the Western external aid, the 7-colored abyss pillar, and the great dragon buff. Everything was possible. The author, in his brevity, was lacking in strength, providing but a single update today, with 2 to follow tomorrow. Moreover, the contract has been sent out. This book shall not be abandoned. So those who have yet to embark on this journey should hasten. Lastly, I humbly seek a wave of recommendation votes for support. Chapter 41. The divine Dr. Fang Xian seeks recommendations, seeks collections. At this very moment, the Douluo before him was no longer a deadly serpent, but a bare and plump sheep. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he seized this opportunity, not only could he acquire the rare treasures meticulously collected by Douluo, but he could also persuade a titled Douluo to serve as his bodyguard. Truly an extraordinary chance. Can you cure my poison? Douluo furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the earnest Fang Xian. If even he could not remedy the potent toxin within himself, how could this inexperienced youth claim to do so? I am acquainted with a divine physician whose medical prowess is unparalleled, capable of defying death and curing any ailment. There exists no malady he cannot heal. Fang Xian declared confidently. Such a remarkable individual exists. Who is this esteemed physician? Douluo inquired. The world's foremost divine physician is none other than myself. Douluo felt an impulse to swat Fang Xian into silence, thinking, this brash youth boasts without a hint of humility. You doubt me? Yet this is the undeniable truth. Within the entire Douluo Continent, no one but I can cure you, Fang Xian asserted. Ha ha ha. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. What audacity! You aim to exaggerate to the extreme. Regardless of Fang Xian's declarations, this cunning old monster would never easily place his trust in him. So he decided to boldly amplify his claims. Old monster, would you allow me to borrow your granddaughter to prove my words? Fang Xian suggested. A dangerous smile curving his lips as he regarded Douluo, who had just entered the cave, her expression darkening as she approached him. Upon hearing this, Douluo froze in place, her eyes blazing as she glared at Fang Xian, seething with rage. You insolent Fang Xian, what nonsense are you spouting now? You'd best watch your words, young man. Should you dare to speak ill of my yin again, do not blame me for leaving you without a grave. Douluo warned coldly. Fang Xian let out a disdainful snort, remarking, do as you will. However, should you take my life, no one shall be left in this world capable of curing the poison afflicting both you and your grandfather. Thus, it won't be long before you both accompany me to the grave. Douluo's expression fluctuated, as if he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. What poison? Grandfather, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend, Douluo said, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded Fang Xian with growing suspicion, her gaze sharpening. This treacherous and despicable scoundrel harbors nothing but malice. Not a single word he utters is sincere. Grandfather, please do not fall prey to his deceit. Miss Douluo, is it not rather unseemly for you to slander me? Have you forgotten that just last night, we shared a delightful conversation beneath the moonlight? Fang Xian countered. Who was sharing moonlit conversations with you? Douluo snapped, her silver teeth clenched as she shot him a furious glare. It was clear that this man had been spinning ghost stories to frighten her, yet he bore the audacity to assume a countenance reminiscent of a romantic night spent together. Ah, how forgetful you are. I recall you were so moved that you fainted, he teased. I was scared into unconsciousness. Douluo retorted, exasperated. Then turned to her contemplative grandfather. Grandfather, leave this rogue to me. I shall use my green-scaled serpent's poison to bring about his demise. Fang Xian scoffed. The poison of your grandfather is but refuse, and yours is even more wretched than the refuse itself. Why not give it a try? I shall stand here, unflinching and unyielding, and we shall see if your azure-scaled serpent's venom can inflict any harm upon me. Infuriated, he fumed, you detestable fiend. Today you shall experience the potency of my serpent's poison. Douluo, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, only to realize her grandfather remained silent, prompting her to exclaim with a hint of reproach, Grandfather. In Fang Xian's eyes flickered a glimmer of light as he quietly observed the fluctuations in Douluo's expressions. His intention to provoke Douluo was deliberate, aiming to use her as a means to validate his own capabilities and earn Douluo's trust. If he could not withstand the venom of Douluo, Douluo would undoubtedly realize that Fang Xian was deceiving him and would swiftly end his life in a fit of rage. Conversely, should he endure the poison, it would further solidify Douluo's confidence in him. After a prolonged silence, Douluo finally spoke in a somber tone. Very well, young man. If you can withstand Yin Yan's green-scale serpent poison, I shall tentatively accept your previous claim. Should you fail, I regret to inform you that your life will end here. His words were laced with a palpable threat, a harbinger of impending doom. Yet, instead of fear, Fang Xian felt a surge of clandestine delight. This was precisely what he desired. Douluo had long held a disdain for Fang Xian, and now, she seized the opportunity to administer a severe lesson. The young maiden rolled up her sleeves, adorned with golden threads, and approached Fang Xian with a light step. One hand rested on her slender waist, while the other twirled a strand of her purple hair, her elongated eyes glinting with a dangerous light as they fixated on him. "You insolent fool, are you prepared to meet your demise?" she coldly proclaimed. "I hope your serpent's venom proves more intriguing this time, and does not merely tickle as it did before." Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. "Humph, you ignorant wretch, perish." With a sharp command, a green-scaled serpent materialized from Du Guyan's form, its emerald eyes locking onto Fang Xian as it opened its gaping maw, releasing a plume of purple poisonous mist toward him. This was the venom of the green-scale serpent, exceedingly lethal. Even a four-ringed soul master would succumb instantly if touched by it. Du Guyan was utterly confident in her ability to poison Fang Xian to death. The encroaching purple mist quickly enveloped Fang Xian, relentlessly invading his body. Just a single inhalation of the green-scale serpent's poison sent excruciating pain coursing through his lungs. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, his fair complexion swiftly turning an ominous shade of purple-black, and the darkness began to creep into his eye sockets. He staggered, on the brink of collapse, a clear sign of having been poisoned. "Ha ha, Fang Xian, you have fallen victim to my green-scale serpent poison. Now, slowly await your demise." Du Guyan laughed triumphantly, convinced of Fang Xian's inevitable death. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from the depths of Fang Xian's heart. The nine-heart Sitang, his martial soul, began to bloom in his dantian, exuding waves of pure, immaculate white soul power that surged forth, coursing rapidly through his meridians. When the green-scale serpent's poison encountered the healing force of the nine-heart Sitang, it scattered like a mouse fleeing from a cat. In that instant, the nine-heart Sitang unleashed a formidable detoxifying power, persistently dispelling the serpent's venom from Fang Xian's body, cleansing his very being. Before long, the venom coursing through Fang Xian's body was entirely purged, the excruciating pain inflicted by the poison gradually subsiding, and his complexion returning to its normal hue. A slight smile graced his lips as he calmly regarded Du Guyan, saying, "I apologize for disappointing you once again." Chapter 42. The Creation. The eyes of ice and fire seek recommendations. "Impossible. You have been struck by my green-scale serpent venom. How can you still be alive?" Du Guyan's expression drastically altered as she gazed at Fang Xian's smiling visage, her face reflecting disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. What on earth has this young man done? Du Gubo's pupils abruptly contracted, his usually composed demeanor shaken by an overwhelming tide of astonishment. He had witnessed Fang Xian fall victim to his granddaughter's green-scale serpent venom, expecting imminent death. Yet, before long, the young man had inexplicably recovered. It was utterly inconceivable. Though Du Guyan's poison was not as potent as Du Gubo's, it was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary great soul master to withstand. Could it truly be as Fang Xian claimed, that he is a master of healing arts? Du Gubo was enveloped in confusion. "Now, you must believe that my words hold truth. I am indeed a bona fide divine physician, and such minor toxins pose no threat to me," Fang Xian proclaimed with an air of pride. In reality, his ability to neutralize Du Guyan's venom was not due to any medical expertise, but rather thanks to the detoxifying prowess of the nine-heart Sitang. This martial soul not only healed injuries, but also bore the effect of detoxification, rendering him fearless in the face of Du Guyan's poison. However, this detoxifying effect had its limitations. It had not yet reached the level of immunity to all toxins. Had the venom been unleashed by Du Gubo himself, even the nine-heart Sitang would have been powerless to save him. After all, the disparity in their levels was simply too vast. Very well, Fang Xian. Although Du Gubo was not entirely convinced by Fang Xian's assertions, the icy glint in his eyes softened somewhat. "As long as you can eliminate the deadly poison afflicting both myself and Yin Yin, I shall spare your life. What say you?" "Ha ha." Fang Xian chuckled coldly. "You would exchange 2 lives for my one? There is no such thing as a bargain in this world. I would be at a great loss. Moreover, I do not trust you. What if I cure you, and you repay my kindness with enmity, dismissing me with a wave of your hand and taking my life? For the poisoned Douluo, such an act would be mere child's play." Safety and stability were Fang Xian's unwavering principles. Without sufficient security, he would never easily place his trust in Du Gubo. How unexpected that a youth of such tender years possesses so many cunning schemes. Du Gubo, confronted with the tenacity of Fang Xian, could not help but feel a headache coming on. He retorted in irritation, "Rest assured, While I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, I adhere to the principle of repaying both enmity and kindness. As long as you can save me and Yin Yan, I will certainly not treat you unjustly." Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as he finally encountered the long-awaited opportunity. "Grandfather, what on earth are you talking about? What poison? My body is perfectly fine. How could I be poisoned? Have you been deceived by this villain?" Duguian stared at Fang Xian with suspicion. "Yin Yan, do not worry. Just watch quietly. Your grandfather knows what he is doing." Dugubo affectionately ruffled Duguian's little head. Even the Poison King, notorious as he was, could not help but reveal a hint of tenderness in his gaze. No matter what transpired, he would not allow his beloved granddaughter to suffer the slightest harm, nor would he permit her to meet a tragic end due to his own circumstances. Hence, despite his usual suspicion, Dugubo found himself compelled to trust this inexperienced youth, Fang Xian. Senior Dugubo, as the saying goes, even the most skilled housewife cannot cook without rice. Although I am a master healer capable of resolving numerous poisons, I currently possess nothing, no herbs whatsoever. How could I possibly treat you? At last, the crux of the matter emerged. After much coaxing and persuasion, having spent countless words to convince the duo, Fang Xian finally unveiled his intentions. He had his sights set on the exquisite celestial herbs cultivated in Dugubo's medicinal garden. "How simple," Dugubo replied with a proud smile. "My garden is filled with countless rare and exotic plants, an endless array of medicinal herbs. Whatever you require, feel free to search for it yourself. I have awaited this very declaration. After all the effort I have expended, if I do not uncover your secrets, I shall not share your surname." Fang Xian secretly chuckled to himself. Subsequently, he closely followed behind Dugubo, exiting the cave and making his way to the ancient creature's medicinal garden. The tranquil valley stretched along verdant hills, culminating in a serene hot spring pond. This pond, elliptical in shape and modest in size, was divided in the middle, revealing an extraordinary dichotomy in the spring water, one half a milky white, the other a vibrant crimson. The milky waters exuded wisps of cold air, causing the surrounding flora to be adorned with a delicate layer of frost. Meanwhile, the crimson waters emitted scalding steam, bubbling like boiling water and casting a fiery glow upon the nearby vegetation. The contrasting temperatures of the two distinct springs coexisted harmoniously within the same pond, clearly delineated yet peacefully cohabiting. The eye of ice and fire. Gazing upon the dual-hued spring before him, Fang Xian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After expending so much effort, he had finally arrived at this extraordinary treasure trove. A significant opportunity awaited him. "What do you mean by the eye of ice and fire?" Dugubo inquired, puzzled as he looked at Fang Xian. "It is an exceptional place, with the existence of this eye of ice and fire. I am absolutely confident in curing the lethal poison within you," Fang Xian replied. In truth, according to the original narrative, even Tang San would only have a 50% chance of curing Dugubo. However, Fang Xian deliberately exaggerated the odds to reassure the poisoned Douluo. Regardless, as the plot unfolds, even with a 50% chance, Dugubo ultimately survives until the end and significantly enhances his strength. Thus, in a certain sense, 5 equals 10, a 10% chance. Although Dugubo found Fang Xian's words somewhat dubious, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. This was akin to a terminal cancer patient witnessing a doctor confidently assert, "I can certainly cure you," despite the possibility of the doctor being a quack selling dubious remedies. The patient would still feel a flicker of hope. Is that for real? Dugubo cast a skeptical glance at Fang Xian. Of course, for this divine physician, curing your poison is as simple as eating and drinking, Fang Xian proclaimed, his demeanor unwavering. "You brat, if you call yourself fat, you'd be panting," Dugubo chuckled. Amused. "Fear not. Follow the storyline. The divine elixirs and protectors will all be present." Fang Xian's heart surged with excitement. Chapter 43, The Endless Quest for Immortal Herbs. "Elder Dugu, I require some time." Surrounded by the vibrant and fragrant array of celestial herbs, Fang Xian's breath quickened as he endeavored to suppress his yearning. He calmly turned to Dugubo, stating, "Grant me a day. I shall devise a remedy to counteract the lethal poison within you." Dugubo's eyes brightened, an unmistakable joy bubbling to the surface as he replied, "Excellent. I can certainly wait a day, but I advise against any tricks. I am acutely aware of every movement in this valley. You would be wise not to entertain thoughts of fleeing or else." "Flee? With such an abundance of celestial herbs, even if you urged me to leave, I would not budge." Fang Xian smiled calmly. exuding an air of righteousness as he declared, "Rest assured, a man of honor stands by his word. Once spoken, it is as difficult to retract as it is for a horse to chase after its owner. If I fail to concoct the antidote for you, I shall vow to remain until my last breath." This statement, inspired by the Itagarba Bodhisattva's vow to not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, carried a stirring fervor that even the usually stoic Douluo Bo found somewhat moving. Little did he know that this young man was indeed a person of integrity, for just moments prior, doubts about his intentions had clouded Douluo Bo's mind. It appeared he had misjudged him. Douluo Bo could not help but reflect on this with a newfound appreciation for Feng Xian. After all, in this day and age, individuals of true integrity are a rarity. However, he would never suspect that Feng Xian's true motive was to acquire his garden of celestial herbs. Quake in fear. O celestial herbs! With great relief watching the old monster Douluo Bo depart, Feng Xian rubbed his hands together in excitement, ready to pounce upon a shimmering purple spirit mushroom. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a chill creeping up his back. Turning around, he discovered Douluo Yin glaring at him with an icy demeanor. He scratched his head in confusion. Why are you still here? You bad egg, what are you up to? I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving my grandfather. Douluo Yin shot a furious look at Feng Xian. Cough, that is simply not the case. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate me, even if you lent me tenfold courage. I would never dare to deceive him. Humph. Douluo Yin's violet hair billowed as her almond-shaped eyes widened. With her hands on her waist, she ground her silver teeth and said, "Listen here, scoundrel Feng Xian. My grandfather is elderly and perhaps a bit muddled, easily swayed by your trickery. But you shan't fool me. Speak quickly. What are your true intentions? I refuse to believe that you genuinely wish to assist us in concocting an antidote. One cannot deny that a woman's intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate." The esteemed titled Douluo had been hoodwinked, yet this stubborn girl remained a formidable challenge. Very well. If she wishes to stay, let her stay. Feng Xian maintained a serene expression as he unfastened his belt under the scrutinizing gaze of Douluo Yin, swiftly shedding his outer garment. If Miss Douluo wishes to witness my bathing, I have no objections. How vulgar. Douluo Yin's cheeks flushed crimson as she spat vehemently at Feng Xian and fled with the speed of a startled bird. As she departed, she muttered curses under her breath, shameless, despicable, lewd. With Douluo Yin's abrupt exit, the valley fell into a profound silence, save for the bubbling sound of the hot springs within the yin-yang eye. At last, with the pair gone, Feng Xian's gaze swept over the myriad of precious herbs surrounding him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his palms together, eager to commence his harvest of celestial elixirs. Feng Xian lifted his footsteps, traversing along the path of the ice and fire duality in search of rare herbs in the vicinity. Before long, by the banks of the icy spring stream, he stumbled upon an unusual object, white and tender, resembling a plump little worm. A surge of joy washed over him. It was the exquisite snow silkworm, a prime specimen of cordyceps. Cordyceps itself is a precious treasure of nature, and this snow silkworm is the pinnacle of its kind, extraordinarily valuable. Consuming it would instantly augment one's soul power. And given that cordyceps are nourishing in nature, their effects are gentle, devoid of any adverse side effects. Should it be sold, it could undoubtedly fetch an astronomical sum of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Feng Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, still unable to compose himself when he was captivated by a brilliant crimson lotus ahead. The cinnabar lotus, this rare herb, imbued with a frigid essence, possesses the remarkable ability to counteract the lethal toxins associated with fire attributes, rivaling the value of the precious snow silkworm. Not far away, a violet Ganoderma seemed to have just emerged from the soil, its umbrella-like cap barely unfurled, still adorned with a touch of earth, exuding a delicate beauty. This is a 9th-rank purple Ganoderma. The dazzling array of exquisite herbs left Feng Xian slightly dazed, pondering which one to harvest first. Indeed, only a fool would deliberate. Naturally, the wisest choice is to gather them all. Feng Xian began to fervently gather the snow silkworms, vermilion lotuses, and Ganoderma, casting them into his spatial ring. Suddenly, an alluring and rich fragrance drew him closer. Before him bloomed a pink celestial flower, nestled at the confluence of red and white spring waters along the creek. Its petals glistened with an almost ethereal clarity, while its stamen sparkled like diamonds. The flower, a foot in length, unfurled magnificently, surpassing even the brilliance of flames, exuding a beauty that was both enchanting and intoxicating, a subtle yet exquisite celestial fragrance. Feng Xian was overwhelmed with joy. Before him stood an extraordinary colossal flower, a genuine supreme celestial herb known as the fragrant Douluo. The fragrant Douluo is the nemesis of all poisons, although it cannot detoxify per se. It possesses the remarkable ability to suppress toxins. Within the aromatic embrace of the fragrant Douluo, no poison can take effect. However, it must be noted that if one is already poisoned, the presence of the fragrant Douluo will yield no results. This is the finest antidote. As time passed, Fangxian discovered a plethora of celestial herbs: the miracle fungus, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the Douluo tulip, the heartbreak red, the narcissus jade skin bone, and the forgetting river autumn dew. One precious herb after another graced his sight. Any single one of these celestial treasures, if presented to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. To illustrate, if the renowned chrysanthemum duke were to learn of the miracle fungus, he would likely stop at nothing to seize it. This is indeed a land of riches. At that moment, a daring thought emerged in Fangxian's mind. He licked his lips, greedily surveying the multitude of celestial herbs before him, contemplating the notion of consuming them all at once. Such an endeavor, without doubt, would lead to his immediate demise. Struggling to suppress his avarice, Fangxian continued to explore the herb garden. Around dusk, he stumbled upon 2 celestial herbs, one embodying extreme cold and the other extreme heat, each suppressing the other: the 8-pointed Xian ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. This was the ultimate objective of Fangxian's expedition. In terms of quality, these 2 herbs were not the finest among the celestial offerings. However, their fusion would undoubtedly yield the most exquisite outcome in this place. Despite the immense danger associated with consuming both herbs simultaneously, this was Fangxian's optimal choice. Seated by the spring, he hesitated for a moment, but determination flickered in his eyes as he resolved to act. Both the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-pointed Xian ice grass are genuine celestial herbs and cannot be harvested with metal tools, for doing so would significantly diminish their efficacy. Only jade implements may be used for a flawless collection. Fortunately, Fangxian had an ancient jade spade, seized from an adversary, nestled within his spatial ring. With the jade spade in hand, he successfully harvested both celestial herbs intact. As the 2 celestial herbs converged before Fangxian, the contrasting essences of extreme cold and extreme heat mysteriously vanished. The fiery red leaves of the fiery apricot blossom were adorned with a layer of pristine frost, while the icy white tips of the 8-pointed Xian ice grass were enveloped in a fiery warmth. The cold and the heat intertwined, neutralizing one another. This phenomenon, where the 2 celestial herbs counteracted each other, would grant a fleeting moment of 10 seconds for their extreme attributes to harmonize. This was the optimal time to consume them. If this moment were to be missed, both herbs would succumb to each other's influence, their medicinal properties entirely obliterated, rendering them ineffective. Now is the moment. Fangxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized 2 highly toxic celestial herbs and tossed them into his mouth, chewing with fervor. To his surprise, they were quite palatable. Although both herbs contained lethal poison, their flavor was unexpectedly delightful, reminiscent of a refreshing ice cream paired with a savory hot dog, alternating between hot and cold, sweet and delectable. However, it was not long before Fangxian's body trembled violently, and his complexion soured. "Ah, it's so hot." A torrid wave of heat surged through his limbs, making him feel as though he were ensconced in a searing volcanic crater. The blood in his veins seemingly brought to a boil, his body flushed crimson, on the verge of succumbing to this terrifying heat. This was the overwhelming heat from the fire apricot blossom wreaking havoc within him. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow, and the veins on his forehead bulged as his face contorted in agony, his body quaking as if in a spasm. Desperately suppressing the excruciating pain, Fangxian gritted his teeth and entered a meditative state, channeling the ice phoenix martial spirit within him to alleviate the torment wrought by the searing heat. In such dire circumstances, he needed to maintain clarity of mind. Succumbing to the pain would spell disaster. Under the influence of the ice phoenix, the oppressive heat was temporarily quelled, and Fangxian's anguish eased slightly, his complexion gradually returning to a more normal hue. Yet before he could catch his breath, a wave of terrifyingly frigid power erupted, instantly freezing his lower body into a solid block of ice. Damn it, it's freezing. Following the intense heat came an equally piercing cold. Fangxian understood that the 8-point ice grass was now unleashing its medicinal potency. He clenched his jaw and summoned every ounce of soul power to withstand the invasive chill. This ordeal was akin to the Monkey King enduring the trials within the 8 trigrams furnace, alternating between scorching heat and biting cold, a torment that felt unbearable. However, unlike the indomitable Mr. Sun, Fang Xian's body could not withstand the relentless oscillation between the fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass. Cracks began to form on his skin, and streams of blood stained his entire being. The moment had arrived. Enduring this excruciating pain for 3 long minutes was a necessary sacrifice to await the full effect of the 2 celestial herbs. With a powerful strike of his right hand against the ground, he unleashed a force that shattered the earth, and his frozen body, propelled by this momentum, plunged into the eye of ice and fire. The fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass, both embodiments of extreme heat and cold, were perfectly suited to the harmonious duality of the eye of ice and fire. The spring water of this eye possessed an incredibly fearsome blend of icy and fiery forces. Should an ordinary individual fall in, death would be certain, and even a titled Douluo like Douluo would likely find himself in peril. Yet, since the fire apricot blossom and the 8-point ice grass were birthed from the very essence of the eye of ice and fire, embodying both cold and heat in a profound connection, Fang Xian, having consumed both herbs, did not immediately succumb to the water's grip. Instead, he struggled fiercely within the eye, enduring pain that was even more intense than before, teetering on the brink of explosive demise at any moment. In this process, the immense energy contained within the 2 mystical herbs swiftly integrated into his being, continuously augmenting Fang Xian's strength. The tempering of ice and fire transformed him, leading to a rebirth. Fang Xian was submerged in the spring water, yet he could sense that his body was undergoing a monumental transformation. Suddenly, a wondrous scene unfolded before his eyes. Within his dantian, the 9-heart sea peach blossomed gracefully, dancing in the air, as a gentle milky white energy intertwined with the extreme cold and heat, bringing order to the rampant forces raging within him. It continuously soothed, melted, and absorbed. Was the 9-heart sea peach assisting him in absorbing the essence of the 2 celestial herbs? Feeling this extraordinary change, Fang Xian was utterly astonished. As a premier plant-type martial soul, the 9-heart sea peach resonated with the celestial-grade herbs, illuminating each other and gradually stabilizing the tumultuous ice and fire, transforming them into Fang Xian's own power. It was a scene nothing short of miraculous. Recalling the original work of Douluo, Tang San, after consuming the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot, achieved an indestructible golden body, yet due to his insufficient strength, the overwhelming medicinal power of the 2 celestial herbs remained dormant within him, not fully absorbed. Thus, consuming the 2 celestial herbs did not elevate Tang San's soul power, but merely granted him a body impervious to poison. However, now, under the catalysis of the 9-heart sea peach, Fang Xian was voraciously absorbing the immense medicinal energy of the 2 celestial herbs. Witnessing a frenzied surge in his soul power, he leaped directly from level 22 to level 25, then onward to level 26, level 27, level 28, and it continued to escalate wildly. Of course, this process remained excruciatingly painful, akin to a hellish torment. Although the mediating effect of the 9-heart sea peach provided some relief, Fang Xian's low level meant he could not withstand the formidable medicinal power of the celestial herbs repeatedly. His skin cracked time and again, and his body even shattered on multiple occasions, with crimson blood staining the duality of ice and fire. Fortunately, with the 9-heart sea peach to mend his wounds, his body collapsed repeatedly, only to be restored again, then to collapse once more, and be repaired anew. Fang Xian had never beheld the visage of hell, yet he surmised that it might closely resemble his current predicament. At long last, in the depths of the night, this tormenting ordeal reached its conclusion. With a resounding crash, the surface of the ice-fire duality eye erupted, and a tall, robust figure soared forth, tracing an elegant arc through the air before gracefully alighting upon a pristine spring's edge. This individual was devoid of any garments, completely bare, with skin that glimmered like ivory jade. The sinewy muscles of his form were prominently defined, resembling an unparalleled treasure wrought from the very fires of creation. Level 30. Fang Xian clenched his fists, feeling the surging soul power within him. A handsome visage could not help but display a hint of euphoric delight, as a hearty laugh echoed through the serene valley. Chapter 45, Seeking Antidote. Level 30. Fang Xian. After assimilating the fiery essence of the flame apricot and the icy potency of the eight-pointed ice grass, leaped directly from level 22 to level 30. An astonishing ascent of 8 levels, truly remarkable. For an ordinary person, ascending from level 22 to level 30 would typically require no less than 2 years. Yet here was Fang Xian, soaring through 8 levels in an instant, poised on the brink of transcending to the 31st level of the Soul Master Realm. Furthermore, he would then be able to continue replicating martial souls. Fang Xian's heart blossomed with joy. Rustling sounds emanated from a dense thicket ahead. Suddenly, a curious little head peeked out from the foliage, lifting its charming face to gaze in the direction of Fang Xian, who was filled with bewilderment. Their eyes met. A captivating exchange of stares ensued. "Is it beautiful?" Fang Xian inquired. "Ah, I shall kill you," Du Gu Yin exclaimed with a shriek, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And she fled like the wind. It was utterly perplexing. It was I who had been seen. Fang Xian felt as though he had been wronged, taken advantage of, and then bitten back. The young woman might have been out of her mind. Having fled in fright during the day, she had the audacity to sneak back at night, leaving him utterly speechless. He retrieved a clean outfit from his spatial ring, shook off the droplets of water from his dark hair, and swiftly changed. He then sat cross-legged by the stream, examining his personal information. Strong Blade System Host, Fang Xian level, LV30 title, Great Soul Master Soul Power, 15500 proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99100, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Elementary 70100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Elementary 30100, Talent, Ice Blade. Healing Blade. His soul power had ascended directly to level 30. Possibly due to the absorption of extreme cold energy and the effects of celestial herbs, which had also enhanced the proficiency of his 2 martial souls. Dugubo had given Fang Xian a deadline of 1 day. He had to hasten to concoct the antidote. In truth, the antidote was merely a common remedy to soothe muscles and promote circulation. The secret to alleviating the poison within Dugubo lay in Fang Xian's blood. Now, having absorbed the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal ice grass, his blood contained the medicinal essence of both celestial herbs, capable of mitigating the severe poison in Dugubo. Subsequently, the old monster could force the toxins into his soul bone, thereby achieving complete detoxification, though this would require some time. Such was the nature of the Douluo plot. He was not adept at life-restoring elixirs, but he had no trouble with everyday remedies for muscle relaxation. With this thought, he swiftly set to work preparing the antidote. The following morning, as the sun rose in the east, rays of sunlight cascaded from the sky, piercing through the haze and illuminating the tranquil soul beast forest. Whoosh, whoosh. A swift sound of piercing air jolted Fang Xian from his meditation. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the gaunt, aged face of a man, resembling a venomous snake, with a hint of urgency in his green eyes. "Boy, the time is nigh. Have you concocted my antidote?" Dugubo stared coldly at Fang Xian, evidently lacking the patience one might expect from a titled Douluo. After waiting an entire day for the remedy to counteract the poison coursing through his veins, if Fang Xian failed to provide a satisfactory answer today, he would have to face the wrath of a titled Douluo. Casting a blank glance at Dugubo, Fang Xian calmly produced a small green vial, placing it on the ground before resuming his meditation, seemingly oblivious to the outside world, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage. After a brief hesitation, Dugubo uncorked the vial, bringing it to his nose for a slight sniff. Instantly, his brow furrowed, and with fiery eyes, he glared fiercely at Fang Xian. "You insolent brat! How dare you deceive me? This is merely an ordinary remedy. I have dealt with poisons for decades and am well versed in various herbs. I can distinguish such matters with ease. You may choose to shatter it into pieces, then trample it underfoot, ultimately deciding to end my life." Fang Xian responded with calm composure, saying, "Of course. You might also opt to try it for a while and assess the effects before making a decision." After pondering for a moment, Dugubo finally replied, "Very well. I shall trust you this once, young man." Fang Xian continued, "This medicine serves merely as a preliminary remedy, capable of alleviating the agony wrought by the onset of the potent toxin within you. To entirely eradicate it, however, one must seek alternative methods." "What? There are other methods required? Did you not claim to be a master of the healing arts, capable of curing ailments with but a single dose?" Dugubo retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice, feeling perhaps he had been deceived by Fang Xian. "Cough, cough. You have been afflicted by this poison for decades. Do you truly believe a single potion could cure you? Do you take me for a celestial being? If I possess such extraordinary abilities, I would have long since pledged my allegiance to the mightiest spirit hall of the continent, dispatching agents to eliminate you, rather than allowing you to capture me here. Feng Xian cleared his throat, realizing that he had boasted excessively, nearly causing himself to falter. Did he truly believe a single remedy could cure you? Did he think it was an elixir of immortality or a mystical flower of harmony? To his astonishment, a title Douluo could be so naive, or perhaps he believed his cunning had reached unparalleled heights. Very well, let him articulate how to completely eradicate the venom coursing through my veins. Though he harbored some dissatisfaction, after careful contemplation, Douluo acknowledged the validity of this reasoning, and thus he patiently inquired of Feng Xian. Recalling the narrative in his mind, Feng Xian spoke eloquently. The reason you are being harmed by the toxins is primarily due to your cultivation of poison techniques. If your martial soul were a tool type, you could attempt to condense the toxins within your martial soul, thereby alleviating your severe poisoning. However, since your martial soul is of the beast variety, the venom has fused with your very being over a prolonged period. While you might suppress it with your formidable soul power, this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Before long, the toxins within you will erupt completely, engulfing you entirely. Hence, to entirely eradicate the poison within, one must seek a medium to serve as a reservoir for the toxins. With your strength, you should possess soul bones, correct? This is the orthodox method of detoxification as delineated in the original text. Fortunately, I possess an extraordinary memory, enabling me to recall the detoxification methods with clarity. Had a forgetful reader traversed this realm, Douluo would surely have been driven to exasperation. Feng Xian could not help but exhale in relief, expressing a profound admiration for himself. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, "Are you suggesting that I force the toxins into the soul bone? You clever lad, that is indeed a commendable strategy. However, the toxins I have accumulated over decades are not easily compelled. A misstep could result in a far more severe backlash, potentially leading to my untimely demise. Surely, you do not wish to bring about my ruin, do you? This is the only method of detoxification. The choice is yours," Feng Xian replied nonchalantly. Chapter 46. Departure. Moreover, your body has been ravaged by potent toxins for decades. It cannot be cured overnight. It requires time, at least 6 months. However, your granddaughter, Douluo, is still quite young. If you can procure a soul bone for her to serve as a vessel for the toxins, I am utterly confident that I can heal her instantly, without any lingering side effects. This is the truth. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Feng Xian's countenance remained unperturbed as he gazed calmly at Douluo. The moment Douluo mentioned his beloved granddaughter, his previously icy demeanor softened instantly. "Very well," he said, "having lived for so many years, this old body is of little consequence. As long as you can heal Yin, that is all that matters. Rest assured, with this miraculous physician at your service, I guarantee that both you and your grandfather will enjoy long and prosperous lives." Feng Xian boldly asserted his stance, utilizing it as leverage in the negotiation. One can only hope. Douluo rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, Feng Xian deftly shifted his tone and began to outline his terms. "I have saved both your lives. Surely you do not intend to let me off lightly as compensation? That would be an immense loss for me." Douluo, his face darkening, retorted, "You insolent youth. I have traversed this continent for decades. Even the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire treats me with utmost respect. How dare you negotiate with me? If you refuse to negotiate, then let us all meet our demise together. I exchange one life for 2. What a tremendous bargain for me." Feng Xian replied nonchalantly. Douluo, at a loss for words, could only glare in frustration, his anger palpable. This young man is exceedingly cunning. Cornered, Douluo had no choice but to concede, for he did not wish to meet a fatal end. "Very well, young man. Aside from sparing your life, I shall grant you one additional condition. Is that acceptable?" Douluo finally relented. "Oh, just one condition? Wasn't it supposed to be 3? Feng Xian furrowed his brows, feeling that his own brilliance paled in comparison to that of Tang San. While Tang San possessed 3 remarkable attributes, Feng Xian had but one condition. Thus, he resolved to harness his intellect and maximize the benefits he could derive from Douluo. Feng Xian pondered for a moment and devised a clever way to utilize this condition. "Very well, Senior Douluo, I am not one to be driven by greed. My sole condition is that you assist me with 3 tasks. Is that too much to ask?" Douluo's lips twitched slightly in response. You really are quite the talent. Why not have me perform 10 tasks for you instead? Just one. In addition to ensuring your safety, I shall offer my assistance for one task, and that is non-negotiable. He said, his expression darkening. TCH, clearly my aura is insufficiently strong. Fang Xian curled his lip in discontent. At that moment, Douluo gazed steadily at him, implying, it seems that the Snowy Night Emperor has misjudged you, as has the world. You are not the worthless individual that many perceive. Rather, you are a little scoundrel with a wicked heart. Yet, in this world, scoundrels tend to outlive the virtuous. Is that a compliment? I am truly honored. Fang Xian replied. Douluo murmured softly, I wonder if Snowy Night will regret his past decision. Although the words were barely above a whisper. Fang Xian heard them distinctly and asked in confusion, what decision? Douluo merely fixed him with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. Time flowed on. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xian had spent a full 3 days with Douluo. The formal match of the talented battle was to be held at noon today, marking a grand occasion for the Tiando Academy. He resolved to depart. This competition differed from the previous preliminaries, which had merely been a chaotic brawl among lower-tier students, garnering little attention from the notable figures. Once the formal match commenced, however, it would capture nationwide interest. Surely today, the royal family, nobility, and various sects would send representatives to witness the event. During these 3 days, Fang Xian had made considerable progress, nearing the soul power levels of the most exceptional talents. This occasion also presented an opportunity to assess his advancements in strength, and thus, he would not miss this match. Just as the clock struck noon, the sun blazed brilliantly in the sky, with nary a cloud in sight, a rare, splendid day. Fang Xian stood by the stream of the ice and fiery Yangai, raising his hand to touch the well-stocked spatial ring, a satisfied smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It was time to depart. Douluo had already left yesterday, returning to the Heavendo Academy to prepare for the competition today. The Heavendo Academy, situated on the outskirts of Heavendo City, was not far from the Soul Beast Forest where Douluo resided. If he sprinted with full vigor, Fang Xian could reach the academy in less than an hour, arriving just in time for the commencement of the match. This official competition would consist of 100 participants, 50 students under level 30 who advanced from the preliminaries and another 50 Heavendo level students above level 30. The format would follow an elimination system, with opponents drawn by lot, facing each other in pairs, and the defeated being eliminated. Given the large number of participants, the competition would likely stretch over several days. After pondering for a moment, just as Fang Xian was about to prepare to leave, an enraged roar erupted from the heavens. You brat! Stop right there. With his green hair standing on end, Douluo descended from the sky, glaring furiously at Fang Xian, his eyes nearly ablaze with anger. Ah! Senior Douluo, good afternoon. Have you come to express your gratitude? You are too kind, Fang Xian replied with an innocent smile. The treatments of the past few days had proven effective, since taking the antidote concocted by Fang Xian. Douluo experienced a significant reduction in the pain during the poison's onset, and his demeanor towards Fang Xian had markedly improved. Yesterday, Fang Xian had informed Douluo about returning to the academy, and the latter had consented, leading Fang Xian to believe that Douluo had come specifically to bid farewell and express his thanks. Thank gratitude? You've ruined my medicinal garden beyond repair. And you think you can just walk away? Douluo shouted, pointing furiously at the devastated garden. The once lush garden, teeming with rare herbs and precious medicines, had now been completely ravaged, with overturned soil scattered everywhere, leaving no spot untouched. Witnessing the utter destruction of his beloved garden at the hands of Fang Xian, he was instantly consumed with rage. Oh, about that matter, Fang Xian calmly remarked, you promised, did you not? These herbs are my terms. Is that too much to ask? Am I not being reasonable? Douluo, feeling somewhat guilty, responded with a hint of pleading, but you must leave some for me. Right? You can't take everything. I have left some, Fang Xian replied. What on earth have you left? Douluo pointed at the barren ground. I have left the roots and seeds. They will sprout again in a few years. Douluo retorted, farewell, old monster. I must hurry to the competition and can't linger here. Remember to collect the antidote on time. With a wave, Fang Xian bid Douluo farewell and swiftly disappeared from sight. I curse you to be defeated in the competition, Douluo shouted in frustration, watching the retreating figure. Chapter 47. The First Battle Tiando Academy. In the central square, a vast expanse lay before the eye, typically enclosed, only to be open to the public during significant competitions. At this moment, The grand plaza was teeming with people, a sea of dark figures bustling about, the clamor and chatter echoing in all directions. The official competitors numbered merely 100, yet the spectators far outnumbered them, perhaps tenfold. Each invited guest present at the genius battle was no ordinary person, but a figure of importance and power within the Douluo Continent. At the very center of the square stood a large arena, forged from marble and exceptionally sturdy. A young man stood alone upon the stage, his silhouette appearing solitary. Impatience etched upon his features. Where's that scoundrel? Has he not arrived yet? His cold, irritable gaze drifted towards the opposite side of the arena, where his opponent should have been. Howard furrowed his brow, his patience wearing thin. The audience, too, was beginning to grow restless. Directly opposite the arena, adjacent to the judges' table, was a VIP section. The Snow Knight Emperor occupied the main seat, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd, his aged yet resolute face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Flanking him were Qian Renxue and Ning Fingxi, standing quietly, exuding an air of composure and tranquility. Who is competing in the first match? And why has it not yet commenced? The Snow Knight Emperor inquired, glancing at Qian Renxue. Reporting to your majesty. The first match features the 31st level Tian Do level student Howard against the 22nd level Tian Wei level student Fang Xian. Qian Renxue respectfully answered. Is Fang Xian still at the academy? The Snow Knight Emperor paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. According to his expectations, Fang Xian should have been expelled by the year's end for failing to meet the academy's level requirements. Indeed, not only is he still at Tian Do Academy, but he has also fought his way through the preliminaries to earn his place in the genius battle. Qian Renxue recounted Fang Xian's recent endeavors in meticulous detail to Shui Yi. Gradually, the expression of the Emperor of Snow Knight stirred with surprise. He had not anticipated that a son he had deemed a failure could achieve even the slightest accomplishment. However, such trivial achievements were evidently insufficient to capture the Emperor's attention. Before long, he restored his facade of stoic authority, as if the world around him held no allure. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, the chief commissioner of the Tiando Academy, Meng Xinji, with arms crossed, turned to the anxious red-haired beauty, teacher Ruolan. Given that your student Fang Xian has been absent from the competition, this match must be ruled in his opponent's favor. How can this be? Ruolan bit her lip, her face etched with frustration. It was a rare opportunity for her class to have a participant in the genius battle. If Fang Xian could secure a commendable position, it would bring her honor, earning her the respect of colleagues who often mocked her for instructing only the younger, less capable students. Among teachers, there existed competition as well. Commissioner Meng Xinji, I implore you to extend your patience just a moment longer. That boy should arrive imminently, Ruolan pleaded, her hands clasped together in earnest supplication. Meng Xinji pondered for a moment, first glancing at the Emperor in the VIP section and then surveying the increasingly restless audience. As time passed, murmurs of impatience rippled through the crowd. He shook his head, realizing that further delay was untenable. I regret to inform you, Teacher Ruolan, that under these circumstances, Fang Xian must be declared the loser. In the next instant, Meng Xinji rose and announced loudly, due to Fang Xian's continued absence, I declare this match in favor of Howard. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled through the air, crashing onto the arena like a meteor, producing a thunderous impact. Clad in black, with long hair and an imposing stature, a pair of piercing eyes glinted with an intensity reminiscent of flames, coldly fixing upon Howard. It was none other than Fang Xian, who had just arrived. As Fang Xian made his entrance, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of commotion. Yet, this was not a celebration of a hero's arrival. Rather, it was met with jeers and disdain. Look, the scourge Fang Xian has arrived. I've heard he's ruthless, not even sparing beautiful women. Howard, we stand with you. Defeat Fang Xian. At this juncture, Fang Xian's notoriety as a public enemy had yet to dissipate, with 80% of the male students and all of the female students regarding him as their primary adversary. Thus, many were rallying against him, cheering for his opponent, Howard. Finally, that insufferable brat has shown up. Ruolan exhaled in relief, her hand pressed against her elevated chest. He has arrived. He is finally here. Amidst the throng, a delicate and charming silver-haired little girl caught sight of the suddenly arrived Fang Xian, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Yu Lingling had presumed that Fang Xian would miss the competition. Humph, that scoundrel. I shall personally defeat him on the arena. Beside Yu Lingling, Du Guyan glared at Fang Xian with a huff. Yin Yin, leave this matter to me. I will honorably vanquish Fang Xian during the competition and avenge you. Yu Tianhing replied with a gentle smile. The spectators below buzzed with chatter, some elated while others despondent. However, Fang Xian paid no heed to their opinions. His gaze remained steadfastly locked on his opponent, his spirit and focus heightened, ready to utilize Howard to test the fruits of his recent cultivation. I trust one have not lost my eligibility to compete? He inquired, glancing towards the judging panel where Dream Shinji sat. Indeed, Dream Shinji nodded and proclaimed, "Since Fang Xian has arrived in time, I hereby announce that the first match of the Genius Battle, Fang Xian versus Howard, officially commences." With the announcement echoing through the arena, a wave of fervent cheers erupted, as the crowd had long awaited this moment with bated breath. Countless gazes intersected, ultimately converging upon the figures of Fang Xian and Howard, all anticipating a thrilling contest. Chapter 48. A Blade. Radiant sunlight cascaded from the azure heavens, illuminating the two figures upon the stage. They stood in a fierce standoff, the air thick with tension. You are Fang Xian? I have long heard of your infamous reputation. Your notoriety has spread throughout the entire Douluo Academy. Today, it seems I have the opportunity to exact revenge for the goddesses you have tormented. Prepare yourself. Howard flashed a cruel smile at Fang Xian, stretching his limbs, the sound of his joints cracking reminiscent of popping beans. Fang Xian's gaze was icy and resolute, remaining silent as he focused intently on his opponent before him. Howard, a level 31 soul master, wielded the martial spirit of a brown bear. Fang Xian, a level 30 soul master, possessed the martial spirit of a blade. After exchanging their identities, Howard was the first to launch an offensive. Bear spirit, manifest. With his golden hair billowing, Howard roared, unleashing a torrent of energy as a formidable black-brown bear materialized around him, its massive form exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Though the brown bear was not a particularly unique spirit, it was renowned for its strength and defense, making it a formidable force capable of contending with soul masters of levels 34 to 35. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, emerged. Third soul skill, Bear Mountain Palm. Howard unleashed his most potent Millennium soul skill, a terrifying aura radiating from him as his right hand, imbued with fierce winds, struck violently toward Fang Xian's chest. Blade draw technique. With his spirit, energy, and mind in perfect harmony, Fang Xian concentrated intensely, his soul power surging within him. As his right hand gripped the hilt, he unleashed the fruits of his recent training, drawing his blade with a sudden flourish. Boom! The ethereal white gleam of his blade cleaved through the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as it careened toward Howard. This strike represented Fang Xian's profound understanding of the blade draw technique, augmented by his current peak soul power, colliding head-on with Howard's renowned defenses. Crash! A thunderous sound echoed as Howard's ribcage caved in. Even with the formidable defense of his brown bear spirit, he could not withstand the sheer ferocity of Fang Xian's strike. His complexion turned ashen as he coughed up blood, his body akin to a kite with its strings severed, tumbling heavily against the edge of the arena. How is this possible? Howard stared in disbelief at Fang Xian, struggling to rise from the ground, but ultimately failing, succumbing to his grievous injuries and losing consciousness. With a single strike, the Soul Master was vanquished. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All participants, spectators, and judges stood in stunned astonishment, captivated by Fang Xian's breathtaking display of skill, lost in a reverie of disbelief. After an indeterminate time, murmurs began to circulate. Is this real? Did he truly defeat Howard with just one strike? Howard was a 3-ring soul master, renowned for the invincible defense of his bear spirit. Even when faced with a 35-level soul master, he could hold his ground. That Fang Xian shattered Howard's defenses with a single blow was unfathomable. Terrifying. Such an extraordinary blade. This individual has reached an exceptionally profound level of understanding regarding the art of the blade. The crowd buzzed with astonished expressions, the magnitude of Fang Xian's prowess in defeating Howard with a single strike leaving them in utter shock. Not merely ordinary spectators and contestants, even the 3 formidable educators, Meng Shinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin, all of whom held the esteemed rank of level 80, found themselves captivated by Fang Xian, their expressions a blend of astonishment and delight. Regardless of the outcome of the competition, all were students of the Douluo Academy, and Fang Xian's exceptional performance led them to recognize the emergence of a rare talent within their institution, filling them with immense satisfaction. Indeed, Fang Xian's prowess was remarkable, far surpassing that of ordinary geniuses and rivaling even the most elite talents like Yu Tianheng. Meng Shinji stroked his beard, a smile of approval gracing his face. Among all present, the most astonished was undoubtedly the Snow Knight Emperor, seated in the prime position of the VIP section. Even he could not suppress a flicker of shock. To defeat a young soul master with a single strike, what did it signify? It indicated that Fang Xian possessed extraordinary talent and potential, perhaps even the capability to aspire toward the rank of title Douluo in the future. Previously, due to Fang Xian's humble origins and mediocre qualifications, Snow Knight had never regarded this son with any respect. However, this stunning display of skill gradually transformed Snow Knight's prejudices against Fang Xian. For the first time, he began to take Fang Xian seriously. The accomplishments of his younger brother were largely attributable to the Emperor's earnest guidance. Congratulations to His Majesty. Qian Renxue cast a deep glance at Fang Xian on the arena, her face aglow with smiles as she congratulated the Snow Knight Emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The fifth prince's future achievements are boundless. Ning Fingji, observing Fang Xian's performance, could not help but express his admiration, his demeanor reflecting profound respect. As for the others below, some offered high praise for Fang Xian, while others seethed with envy at his display of strength. How infuriating! That scoundrel has grown stronger again. Du Guyan exclaimed indignantly. Stronger indeed? This gives me the qualification to defeat you. I eagerly anticipate our match. Fang Xian. Yu Tianhing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his calm words imbued with formidable confidence, as he rightfully prided himself on being at the pinnacle of Tiando Academy. This is what they say about good people not living long while calamities linger for eternity, lamented the silver-haired young girl Yilingling, puffing her cheeks in discontent as she cast a resentful gaze at Fang Xian on the arena. Due to Fang Xian's notorious reputation and poor social standing, very few in the arena genuinely rejoiced in his success, with teacher Ruolan being one of the rare exceptions. This insufferable child has hidden his capabilities too well. Teacher Ruolan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Fang Xian, unable to contain her excitement and elation. After all, her class had produced an extraordinary genius, a unique honor for her as an instructor. On the arena, Fang Xian stood tall and straight, akin to a resilient pine tree rooted firmly in place, his expression exuding confidence and indifference. He paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. Instead, he focused inward, attentively listening to the system's prompt. Good. Successful strike. Reward. Soul power 1. Following the successful sound of drawing the sword, a long-awaited notification that had been anticipated for an entire year finally resonated. Congratulations. Your sword drawing technique has ascended to the minor accomplishment stage. Chapter 49. Upgrade. Sword drawing technique 1/parts the waters, another cleaves the void, with a blade in hand. I am invincible. Unbeknownst to you, your comprehension of the sword has reached a new realm. Congratulations, your sword drawing technique has advanced to the minor accomplishment stage, enhancing the basic sword drawing damage by 20. Rewarded sword techniques, Storm Slash, Swallow Reversal Storm Slash, an extraordinarily powerful sword draw, increasing the drawing power by 30. Swallow Reversal, an ultra-fast sword draw, augmenting the drawing speed by 30. Fang Xian was overwhelmed with joy. After 2 long years, his proficiency in the blade drawing technique had finally reached a new level. Moreover, he had been rewarded with 2 formidable sword techniques. He was brimming with excitement, eagerly accessing his personal panel to review his current status. Supreme Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV 30 Title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 101. 500 Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 0-200, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7100, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 3100, Talents, Frostblade. Healing Blade Sword Techniques, Storm Slash, Ultra Strength Blade Drawing, increases drawing power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultra Fast Blade Drawing, increases drawing speed by 30. With the proficiency in the blade drawing technique elevated to the minor stage, the fundamental drawing damage surged by 20. And he had also acquired 2 powerful sword techniques. Fang Xian's sword drawing technique has advanced to a new level. While defeating Howard and securing victory in the first match brought him joy, it was the enhancement of his proficiency that truly elated him. With a resonant clang, he sheathed his sword and, under the gaze of countless onlookers, descended calmly from the arena. Suddenly, a towering figure obstructed Fang Xian's path. This individual possessed thick black hair and a robust physique, with eyes sharp as lightning. An aura as formidable as the ocean emanated from his magnificent form, elevating him far above the average competitors. Yu Tianhing. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, his deep-set eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. The person blocking his way was none other than Yu Tianheng, one of the most exceptional talents of the younger generation and a current favorite to win the championship. After several days apart, Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, his strength appearing even more unfathomable. Although Fang Xian had significantly increased his power, he still felt immense pressure in the presence of Yu Tianheng. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Fang Xian gazed coldly at Yu Tianheng, his fighting spirit palpable. "Fang Xian, I await you in the finals," Yu Tianheng declared with a haughty grin, forcefully stomping the ground, his body propelling upward and landing gracefully on the arena. In the second match of the Genius Battle, Yu Tianheng faced off against Chen Lin. Yu Tianheng, a level 37 Battle Soul Sovereign, wielded the Supreme Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Lin, a level 35 Battle Soul Sovereign, commanded the Martial Soul, Shinming Wolf. The entrance of the seeded contestants instantly captured the attention of the audience from all directions. This clash promised to be a formidable confrontation. As the 35-level Chen Lin faced the 37-level Yu Tianheng, the spectators eagerly sharpened their focus, anticipating the thrilling battle that was to unfold. Fang Xian stood still, his gaze fixed intently upon the arena. He had yet to witness the prowess of Yu Tianheng, and this moment presented an opportune chance to observe the true strength of the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. "Go for it, Tianheng." Du Guyan raised her small fist, vociferously cheering for Yu Tianheng. "You can do it." Yi Lingling, Dai Air, and numerous classmates, both male and female, wholeheartedly supported Yu Tianheng. In stark contrast to the unwelcomed Fang Xian, Yu Tianheng was evidently well-liked. Unlike Fang Xian's reclusive demeanor, Yu Tianheng enjoyed an amiable reputation within the academy, possessing a remarkable charisma that instantly drew forth a cacophony of cheers and shouts upon his entrance. It truly evoked the aura of a master from the Heaven Do Empire. Upon the stage, Yu Tianheng, with his flowing black hair and piercing gaze, radiated intensity. The moment the referee announced the commencement of the match, his eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he struck with the swiftness of thunder. His right arm underwent a transformation, becoming draped in blue-purple scales, with long, sharp claws extending outward, crackling with formidable lightning. 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, swirled around this dragon-like appendage. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The menacing claw, coursing with purple lightning, rent the air asunder, embodying the might of a cataclysmic force, and crashed down upon Chen Lin with unrestrained ferocity. Boom. One strike. Chen Lin was defeated. As they gazed at the pitiful figure hurtling backward, the crowd stood agape in astonishment, and soon, a roar akin to a tsunami reverberated throughout the heavens. In just a single strike, he had vanquished the 35th-level Chen Lin. How formidable! Yu Tianheng was undeniably exceptional. The champion of this genius battle was destined to be none other than Yu Tianheng. The audience marveled in disbelief at Yu Tianheng's extraordinary performance. To defeat a soul master of 35 levels with a single blow was a spectacle that overshadowed even Fang Xian's earlier display. Yu Tianheng stood proudly at the center of the arena, his hair billowing, radiating vitality. It seemed he was oblivious to the cheers and shrieks surrounding him, for his keen eyes remained steadfastly locked on Fang Xian below, with a fierce combat spirit ablaze within him. Fang Xian maintained an unwavering gaze, fearlessly meeting the sharp eyes of Yu Tianheng, while a surge of fighting spirit ignited within him. Impressive. Indeed, remarkably formidable. Yu Tianheng's effortless defeat of Chen Lin not only astonished the audience, but also left Fang Xian profoundly surprised. As a scion of the esteemed Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lineage, Yu Tianheng's prowess exceeded Fang Xian's expectations significantly. This would be a formidable adversary. Fang Xiansheng, by nature, is exceedingly cautious and never underestimates any adversary. He has deemed Yu Tianheng as his foremost rival in this contest of prodigies. "Hey, Fang Xian, did you see that? Tianheng far surpasses you." Just as Fang Xian was about to depart, Du Guyan approached him, her delicate face adorned with a mischievous smile, casting a contemptuous glance in his direction. "You merely defeated a level 31 Howard. What is there to boast about? With your abilities, when you encounter Tianheng, your fate will surely be more dismal than Chen Lin's." "Humph. Yan, cease your antics." Yi Lingling, witnessing Du Guyan's provocation of Fang Xian, hurried over to restrain her. She was acutely aware of Fang Xian's temperament. Should Du Guyan ruffle his feathers, who could predict whether he might retaliate with a blade? After all, she had once experienced such merciless treatment herself. Let us see about that. To the surprise of the onlookers, Fang Xian exhibited no extreme reaction. Instead, he responded with a tranquil gaze towards Du Guyan and departed the arena without a backward glance. The first day of the prodigy battle concluded splendidly, with time fleeting swiftly. This year ushered in numerous new stars, garnering attention from all corners. Luminaries such as Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Du Guyan, Shi Imo, Yu Feng, the enigmatic Douglas, and the emerging Fang Xian shone brightly throughout the contest. The royal family, academies, and various sects had already set their sights on these exceptional talents, with some factions discreetly extending invitations, promising bountiful rewards such as 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, eager to recruit them under their banners. Among this assembly of prodigies, the most outstanding and resplendent was undoubtedly Yu Tianheng of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Many believed him to be the strongest of the younger generation, and the championship of this year's prodigy battle was likely to be his. The event attracted widespread attention, causing the entire academy to buzz with excitement. The crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Qian Renxue, specifically visited many of the prodigies to engage in lively discussions with them. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the three prestigious sects, was exceptionally cordial, conversing warmly with many outstanding students. His demeanor was notably amiable, showing genuine concern for their well-being, which endeared him to numerous students. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as one of the top 3 sects, specializes in support-type abilities. Although Ning Fengji is celebrated as the strongest support-type soul master on the Douluo Continent, his personal strength is not particularly formidable. Consequently, he places great emphasis on nurturing promising young battle soul masters. However, amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the academy, one individual had chosen to leave the arena early, retreating to his home and securing the door as if to ward off thieves. At present, Fang Xian had but a single objective, to lock himself away and consume his elixirs. For with the right potions, even a mortal could ascend to the realm of immortals. Fang Xian scoured the medicinal garden of Dugubo, acquiring countless precious herbs, which he meticulously stored in his spatial ring. Now, he aspired to emulate his classmate Han Paopao, consuming these herbs as one would a meal, indulging eagerly to swiftly enhance his soul power. Sitting upright in his chamber, Fang Xian retrieved 3 exquisite herbs. Arranging them before him, he gazed intently at the precious medicines, carefully encased in silk boxes or jade vessels, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. The 3 herbs in question were the celestial-grade herb Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu, the supreme treasure Shui Qian, and the elite treasure Jiupin Ziji. Wang Chuan Chou Shui Lu is a remarkable celestial herb, possessing gentle medicinal properties that do not conflict with the previously ingested by Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Lai Huixing Jiao Shu. Although it does not enhance soul power, consuming it can refine one's vision to achieve extraordinary clarity, allowing one to perceive wondrous objects across great distances. Such exceptional eyesight would undoubtedly benefit Fang Xian when he employs his drawing sword technique to vanquish foes, rendering this herb invaluable. Notably, Tang Sen also chose this rare herb after consuming Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao and Lai Huixing Jiao Shu, though regrettably, he shall never have the opportunity to partake in it again. As for Shui Qian and Jiupin Ziji, while they may not be classified as celestial grade, they are nonetheless rare treasures, known for their ability to strengthen the foundation and enhance vitality. Consuming them results in a significant boost in one's power. Master Yu Xiaojiang remained confined at the 29th level for over 30 years, ultimately breaking through to the 30th level thanks to Jiupin Ziji. Alas, Master S' supply of Jiupin Ziji is no longer accessible, and it seems he must now resign himself to a lifetime within the ranks of a great soul master. Fang Xian pondered for a moment, a wicked sense of amusement filling his heart. At present, aside from these 3 herbs, his spatial ring contained the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, the 8-petal fairy orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the Chihuahua tulip, the heartbreak red, and the narcissus jade bone, 6 varieties of consumable celestial herbs. Among these 6, the heartbreak red was undoubtedly the most precious. However, to harvest the heartbreak red, one must be consumed with thoughts of their beloved. Sincerity alone can coax the flower to yield. A mere moment of distraction could lead to one's demise, as even the slightest wavering could result in fatal consequences. As a solitary swordsman who had no need for women, Fang Xian felt that he was destined to remain estranged from this exquisite blossom. Yet, he could consider selling it at a high price to Tang San in the future. Beyond the heartbreak red, The most potent herb was likely the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, known for its formidable medicinal properties, capable of refining one's essence to unprecedented heights. If Fang Xian were to consume this herb now, he could easily expect to elevate his level by 4 or 5 ranks without any difficulty. Nevertheless, despite his greedy inclinations, he dared not indulge further in celestial herbs for the time being. After consuming such an abundance over 3 consecutive days, one could only speculate on the adverse effects that might ensue. A catastrophic explosion of one's body would be nothing short of disastrous. Thus, it would be wiser to reserve these soul-enhancing elixirs for a later time. Moreover, should any unforeseen calamity befall him, he could swiftly consume the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum to bolster his strength, catching his adversaries off guard and perhaps preserving his life. With this thought, Fang Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Possessing a trump card imbued him with an unparalleled confidence. Finally, the Douluo tulip was equally rare. As a transmigrator familiar with the Douluo novel, Fang Xian understood that the Douluo tulip could upgrade the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9 treasures glazed tower. This was invaluable for the heir of the 7 treasures glazed sect, providing him with leverage for future negotiations. After indulging in delightful reflections on the efficacy and functions of these celestial herbs, Fang Xian had a clearer understanding of their attributes. With such an abundance of celestial herbs, he would have a greater sense of security traversing the Douluo Continent. Upon regaining his focus, Fang Xian gazed at the autumn water dew, the snow silkworm, and the 9th-grade purple Ganoderma before him, his eyes gleaming with determination. He began to consume the herbs, starting with the 9th-grade purple Ganoderma. In the past, Comrade Han Paopao had successfully established his foundation after consuming a substantial quantity of foundational pills, seemingly without any lingering side effects. Furthermore, while the narrative hinted at potential negative impacts from excessive consumption of celestial herbs, it lacked specific details. Thus, Fang Xian resolved to follow the path of mortals, embarking on his journey of voraciously consuming herbs. The 9th-grade purple fungus was chewed twice before being swallowed whole, while the snow silkworm was consumed in a single gulp. Along with the autumn water dew, the 3 precious herbs taken in unleashed a torrent of medicinal power, resulting in a monumental transformation within Fang Xian. As his soul force surged rapidly, alas, I had been riding with such joy, yet the data is rather disheartening. I feel like a mere shadow of my former self. A new week has begun. I humbly seek your votes. Since signing the contract, we have transitioned from the new book list to the premium list. Yet the collection and recommendations remain woefully scant. Today, we managed to gain just over 20 collections and approximately 30 recommendations, which is quite pitiful. I have made my efforts, but it feels futile, alas. First, I shall express my plight, and then I shall beseech your support. I kindly request your collections, recommendations, and even donations. All forms of support are immensely significant. If all goes according to plan, this week will witness a trial push. And the success of this book is intrinsically linked to the outcome of that push. Therefore, I implore you for a wave of free recommendation votes. Additionally, I must add that if no recommendations come this week, it would essentially mean abandonment, leading to a future of mere existence without purpose. A humble monologue from an insignificant author. Chapter 51, Soul Bones. I seek your recommendations. The molten energy surged within, roaring through my body, vigorously cleansing my limbs and bones, purifying the impurities within, and enhancing my physical strength. Fang Xian's physique and soul power surged wildly. After approximately an hour, the tumultuous waves within him gradually calmed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Within his profound gaze, a mysterious golden glimmer flickered. Rising to his feet, he gazed out of the window. A grain of sand, a blade of grass, the ants crawling upon the ground, and the insects soaring through the air. All the myriad wonders of the world were magnified infinitely in Fang Xian's eyes, rendered exceptionally clear. This was the extraordinary effect of the autumn water's gaze, refining the eyes and enhancing vision. Fang Xian pondered the nature of his eyes. While they may not possess the extraordinary capabilities of the legendary Fire-Eye Golden Pupil or the All-Seeing Eye, they certainly rivaled a 3-tomo Sharingan. The eyes are often described as the windows to the soul, and a pair of formidable eyes undoubtedly served as an extension of Fang Xian's swordsmanship, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. In the heat of battle, he could swiftly and accurately perceive his opponent's movements, achieving a decisive strike with remarkable efficiency. After consuming the autumn water elixir, Fang Xian experienced an astonishing transformation in his vision. His eyesight was greatly enhanced. allowing him to discern a grain of sand or a blade of grass from 300 meters away. Thus, the question arose, what name should be bestowed upon these extraordinary eyes? Fang Xian pondered for a while, intending to bestow a melodious name upon his extraordinary ability to perceive all things. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Eye of Spiritual Vision, Violet Extreme, Divine Pupil, Ultimate Kaleidoscope, True Eye of the Evil King, Eye of Death, Geas. A multitude of dazzling titles flitted through his mind. However, Fang Xian deemed them all lacking in sophistication and grandeur. Finally, he settled on the name Nameless Eye. After all, no matter what name the author assigns, it will inevitably be met with criticism. Subtle yet opulent, he feared that an excessively ostentatious name might attract unwarranted attention. Thus, he resolved to call it the Nameless Eye. Neither unpleasant nor overly melodious, it strikes a perfect balance. Neither too formidable nor too feeble. Fang Xian nodded earnestly. He then began to assess his own soul power enhancement. Strong Blade System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV 30 Title, Grand Soul Master Soul Power, 452500 Proficiency, Minor Blade Technique, 0200, Divine Blade, 0 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 70100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 30100, Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade Techniques, Storm/Superior Blade Technique, increases blade power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultra-Fast Blade Technique. Increases blade speed by 30. After consuming the Snow Silkworm and 9-piece Purple Ganoderma, his soul power surged from 101 to 452. This marked an enhancement of approximately 351 points. Moreover, in 2 days, once he fully absorbed the medicinal energy within his body, he would likely break through to the soul respect realm. Contemplating this, Fang Xian couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. As days passed, the Genius Battle unfolded with fervor. This year's Genius Battle exhibited a level of prowess significantly surpassing previous years, hailed as the strongest in history. Numerous exceptional talents emerged like mushrooms after rain, vying for supremacy on the arena. The Tiando Academy, established by the royal family, is under the control of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Night Snow Emperor. If the students excel in the competition and gain the emperor's favor, they undoubtedly secure remarkable opportunities for advancement, soaring to great heights. Furthermore, the royal family, with its vast wealth, has prepared sumptuous prizes for the Genius Battle, inciting envy among many. Firstly, the top 10 in this grand tournament will each receive a noble title, hereditary and untransferable, with exceptionally performing individuals also obtaining a fief, enjoying boundless power and glory. Most students in Tiando Academy hail from noble backgrounds. Thus, the noble title typically amounts to a mere baron or viscount, rendering it uninteresting to the majority, except for a few from humble origins. For the masses, what holds greater allure is the second prize. The top 3 of the Genius Battle will be guaranteed a 10,000-year soul ring by the Empire, with a lifespan of less than 30,000 years, and the type and characteristics can be chosen at will. A 10,000-year soul ring, freely selectable. This is undoubtedly a coveted reward for every participant, as when they eventually advance to the 5-ring Soul King. This complimentary 10,000-year soul ring will play a crucial role in enhancing their power. Finally, and most importantly, the champion of the Genius Battle will receive a rare soul bone. Though merely an ordinary soul bone, it is a treasure beyond compare, invaluable and irreplaceable. Everyone in the Douluo Continent understands that the most precious items in the world are the 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. 100,000 years of soul rings, a pinnacle among soul rings, are not for mere mortals without a soul beast spouse to indulge in fantasies. However, soul bones, while equally invaluable, can be procured with relative ease due to the formidable might and substantial wealth of the Tiando Empire. A single soul bone captivates countless young powerhouses, and even many seasoned veterans are envious. At this stormy gathering of talent, the newly emerged young elites fiercely compete for the soul bone prize exclusive to the champion, employing every means at their disposal in a desperate struggle. As for the soul bone, it is rumored that the champion of the Genius Battle will receive one, igniting a fervent desire in Fang Xian's heart. Due to his unique constitution, while he cannot absorb soul rings, he can certainly assimilate a soul bone. If he could acquire a soul bone compatible with his own attributes, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian's yearning for the soul bone intensified, and he resolved to strive for the championship. For 2 consecutive days of battle, Fang Xian effortlessly defeated his opponents. each victory achieved with a single strike, which only amplified his burgeoning reputation, drawing the attention of various factions across the continent. Even the Night Emperor, impressed by Fang Xian's remarkable performance, gradually began to regard this previously discarded son with newfound respect. Nevertheless, the path to victory is fraught with challenges. On the fourth day of the competition, a formidable adversary stood before Fang Xian. Yu Feng, a 36th-level Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, a member of the future Imperial Battle Team and currently one of the most outstanding talents at the Tiando Academy. Should Fang Xian overcome this obstacle, he would secure a place among the top 10 and earn the right to contend for the championship. Fang Xian faces Yu Feng in a fierce showdown. Both are vying for the coveted spot in the top 10. A highly anticipated battle is about to unfold. Chapter 52. Fang Xian vs. Yu Feng under the radiant sun. Golden rays cascade over the bustling central square, draping every individual present in a shimmering glow. After 3 consecutive effortless victories, Fang Xian finally encounters a formidable adversary today. As he gazes ahead, a slender yet robust figure gradually comes into view, causing his eyes to narrow and focus. Yu Feng, a 36th-level Battle Soul Master. His martial soul is the Wind Bell Bird. His golden hair dances in the wind, revealing a face marked by determination and resolve. Although his physique appears somewhat frail, his piercing eyes emanate a shrewd and astute glimmer. Fang Xian, a 30-level Battle Soul Master. His martial soul is the blade. Observing the 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rising from Yu Feng, a twinge of envy stirs within Fang Xian. While others display their soul rings with pride, his replication martial soul cannot absorb ordinary soul rings. Awakening from a momentary sense of regret, Fang Xian's stern visage gradually adopts a serious demeanor. The 6th-level disparity in soul power compels him to regard Yu Feng with utmost respect. Clang. The long blade is drawn, emitting a blade of white light approximately a foot long. Though lacking in sheer force, its speed is remarkable, exceeding that of a fierce gale. As it swiftly arcs toward Yu Feng, in anticipation of a speed-focused opponent, Fang Xian reduces the force of his draw while enhancing its velocity, hoping to counter Yu Feng's renowned swiftness. Whoosh! Suddenly, a phantom of a blue bird materializes around Yu Feng, its wings flapping forcefully, stirring a tempest in the air. In an instant, his form vanishes, evading Fang Xian's strike with astonishing speed. Gone. Taken aback, Fang Xian swiftly scans his surroundings with sharp eyes, only to find Yu Feng hovering 10 meters behind him, a look of disdain flickering in his dark eyes. Heavens! Such speed! Many spectators are left in awe of Yu Feng's extraordinary reflexes. Just as Fang Xian's blade seems poised to strike Yu Feng's head, he mysteriously disappears and reappears behind him in the blink of an eye, his speed simply unfathomable. Yu Feng, true to his name, he rides the winds, moving with unparalleled swiftness. Regrettably, Fang Xian, your journey in this competition ends here. I shall be the one to terminate your winning streak. Waves of azure soul power flow around Yu Feng as his wind bell bird martial soul emits a triumphant cry. Dozens of transparent wind blades are unleashed from above, hurtling towards Fang Xian at the center of the arena with relentless fury. First soul skill, Blade of the Wind. How swift! Fang Xian's pupils suddenly contracted as the wind blades rapidly approached him, their sharp gusts even slicing through his skin, causing a trickle of blood to seep from his cheek. The Ice Blade. A torrent of soul power surged into his Ice Phoenix martial spirit. Fang Xian dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He positioned his shadowless blade before him and, with a sudden and forceful slash, transformed all the wind blades into exquisite ice sculptures. The frozen wind blades lost their momentum, hovering in the air for a brief moment before gently crashing to the ground, producing a crisp sound as they shattered into fragments. How is this possible? He has actually thwarted my wind blades. What is this bizarre sword technique? It can even unleash ice. Is it a characteristic of his martial spirit? A barrage of questions surged through Yu Feng's mind. His wind blades were extraordinarily swift, even challenging for Yu Tianheng. Yet this Fang Xian effortlessly dismantled his wind blade assault with a single stroke. Yu Feng found it hard to believe. He had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Conversely, although Fang Xian had successfully defended against Yu Feng's attack, it was evidently not as effortless as he had envisioned. Yu Feng's speed was incredibly rapid. Had Fang Xian's movement been a fraction slower, he would likely have sustained severe injuries and forfeited his chance to advance into the top 10. Fortunately, Fang Xian had recently acquired a new ability that he had yet to utilize. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to counter Yu Feng's astonishing velocity. In the next moment, A flash of golden light swept through his eyes. The unnamed eye. Fang Xian activated the newly acquired ability, and the moment the nameless eye unfolded, the world suddenly magnified several dozen times, everything becoming crystal clear. Simultaneously, the Wind Rider spread his wings and dove menacingly towards Fang Xian. The third soul technique. Ghost Shadow Splitting Slash. The Millennium Soul Ring on the Wind Rider shimmered with an otherworldly purple light, transforming into a blue-feathered predator, descending to strike while altering its trajectory. This time, he did not launch a direct assault as before. Instead, he moved in a curve, his figure flickering in and out of visibility like a phantom. His speed reaching unfathomable heights, leaving no one able to discern the Wind Rider's movements. What velocity was this? It was simply astonishing. The trajectory of the Wind Rider's attack was utterly imperceptible. How could one respond to such an onslaught? It was over. This time, Fang Xian was undoubtedly destined to lose. Many spectators marveled at the Wind Rider's lightning-fast speed, which was beyond the capability of ordinary eyes to track. Even seasoned veterans struggled to perceive the movement's path. The changes occurred too swiftly. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the Wind Rider. Such extreme speed was indeed a formidable strike. Even she found it exceedingly difficult to capture the Wind Rider's actions, and with Fang Xian at merely level 30, he was surely unable to evade this attack. Ning Fengji stood with hands clasped behind his back, his hair flowing gently, exuding an aura as warm as jade. On his composed countenance, a rare expression of gravity emerged, declaring decisively, "No one below the Soul Sect can withstand this move." Emperor Shuye sat upon his throne, his profound gaze fixated on Fang Xian on the stage. His expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor sorrow, leaving all to wonder what thoughts occupied the emperor's mind at this moment. "Ha ha ha, it's over, Fang Xian." A boisterous, derisive laugh suddenly erupted. The Wind Rider, after 3 swift movements, abruptly appeared behind Fang Xian, his wings unfurled, transforming into a blue celestial blade, its energy severing the void, charging fiercely towards the unsuspecting back of Fang Xian. It was a foregone conclusion. Many who witnessed the Wind Rider's sudden emergence behind Fang Xian could not help but shake their heads in despair, believing that Fang Xian was doomed to fail. Just then, Fang Xian, who had maintained a vigilant defense, suddenly pivoted, the nameless eye gleaming with golden light, as if he had foreseen the impending attack. His shadowless blade was swiftly unleashed, cleaving through the air in a half-circle arc, tearing apart the atmosphere, ferociously striking at the Wind Rider. Yin Fan. The speed of his blade drew a 30% increase. In this critical moment, Fang Xian utilized the nameless eye to capture the Wind Rider's movements, executing the newly acquired sword technique, Yin Fan, to counter the surprise assault from behind. Boom! A tremendous collision erupted, producing a deafening roar. How could this be possible? In the next moment, Yu Feng let out a piercing scream, spewing blood as his body tumbled like a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the stage and crashing heavily to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, on the arena, Fang Xian stood resolutely at the center, his long black hair billowing, eyes sharp and composed, wielding a bloodied longsword. The atmosphere was electric with astonishment. Fang Xian emerged victorious, as the referee's verdict echoed throughout the venue. A wave of euphoria surged among the crowd. He had triumphed over Yu Feng, despite the staggering 6-level disparity in soul power. Was that fellow a freak of nature? Unbelievable! Fang Xian was indeed formidable. Many were left in sheer disbelief. If previously Fang Xian had merely been regarded as a rising star, after vanquishing Yu Feng with a single strike, he now stood alongside the likes of Yu Tianheng and Chu Zhongtian as a peerless prodigy. Alas, how could that insufferable fellow grow increasingly monstrous? Du Guyan, filled with indignation, had always viewed Fang Xian unfavorably, and now witnessing his ascent only fueled her frustration. Ha! He has made it into the top 10. My student has entered the ranks of the top 10 geniuses in the competition. In stark contrast to Du Guyan's irritation, Teacher Ruo Lan was overjoyed, her emotions bubbling over as she danced in place, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Having taught at the Tiando Academy for 2 years and guided several cohorts of students, this was the first time anyone had reached the top 10 of the genius battle, filling her with immense pride. A student's brilliance reflects glory upon the teacher. Although this student had attended only a handful of classes, it had been less than a year, and she never anticipated Fang Xian would grow to such heights. She recalled the last time he had come to the academy, being turned away by the guards at the entrance. At that moment, A young man in his 30s approached Ruo Lan with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Teacher Ruo Lan. Congratulations on nurturing such an exceptional student. Teacher Qinming. Ruo Lan was taken aback, then smiled gently. You flatter me, Teacher Qinming. Your Yu Tianheng is equally remarkable. The two educators exchanged pleasantries, engaging in cordial conversation. As of today, the top 10 contestants in the genius battle had been determined. Yu Tianheng, Zhu Zhongtian, Du Guyan. Fang Xian, Shi Emo, Osro, Lin Dong, Li Chaofeng, and Douglas. These 10 individuals represented the pinnacle of talent at Tiando Academy, extraordinary in their abilities, brimming with potential, likely to become figures of great renown across the continent. Though still young, they had already captured the attention of many influential individuals, with every move they made drawing significant interest. The finals would commence in 7 days, during which these 10 would engage in a fierce battle for supremacy, captivating the audience's attention. Upon returning home, Fang Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, his profound eyes brimming with an unmistakable ecstasy. Congratulations. Your soul power has reached its maximum capacity. You are currently at LV 30, 500500 and eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yes. In that moment, Fang Xian's body erupted like a live volcano, his soul power surging forth like molten lava, cleansing and strengthening every fiber of his being. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on achieving the rank of Soul Master. At last, he had become a Soul Master. Fang Xiansong exhaled deeply, a subtle smile gradually illuminating his cheeks. He could distinctly sense the soul power within him coalescing into a flowing stream, significantly enhanced compared to before. More importantly, upon reaching the 31st rank of Soul Master, he would be bestowed with a divine blade, enabling him to continue replicating martial spirits. A truly delightful prospect. Fang Xian pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, contemplating whom to strike down this time. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to Soul Master. The system has upgraded, unlocking new features. Huh? An upgrade? What sort of peculiar operation is this? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his mind clouded with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation at hand. As he calmed his thoughts, he was astonished to discover that the interface of the blade system had undergone a remarkable transformation, now featuring several new functions. 1. Personal information. 2. Store 3. Lottery. 4. Enhancement Furnace. 5. Backpack. Fang Xian was the first to access his personal information, eager to discern any changes in his attributes. The Supreme Blade System host, Fang Xian level, LV 31 title, Soul Sovereign Soul Power, 0600 weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Technique, 0200, Mindset Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Primary 70100, 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Primary 30100, Talents, Frostblade, Healing Blade Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Draw, Increasing Draw Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Ultra High Speed Blade Draw. Increasing draw speed by 30. As a solitary Douluo, the wandering swordsman, with each adversary vanquished, your prowess shall refine further. Upon leveling up, the system rewarded him with another divine gifted blade, enabling further replication of martial souls, alongside the addition of 2 new attribute categories, weapon and mindset comprehension. Fang Xian was taken aback for a moment, then clicked on the newly added weapon tab, and instantly, a series of attributes manifested before his eyes. Shadowless Blade Level. A. Rare, Strength, 35 Speed, 72 Enhancements, none Special Attributes, none Overall Evaluation, Ethereal and Elusive, Swift as a Spectre, yet slightly lacking in strength. A blade is swift as lightning. Note, the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are 10 points. How impressive it is that the specific attributes of the Shadowless Blade have been revealed. Fang Xian was somewhat astonished, feeling that the system had become more meticulous and comprehensive following its upgrade. Curiosity piqued, he proceeded to explore the realm of his understanding. Understanding of the mind stage. Initial blade intent effect. When unsheathing the sword, it embodies a trace of the world's momentum, significantly enhancing the power of the draw. Note, the understanding of the mind pertains to the host's personal comprehension of the blade, and cannot be enhanced by external means. Fang Xian had previously experienced the might of this blade intent. It was indeed formidable, capable of causing a remarkable surge in the power of the sword draw, with effects that were profoundly evident. according to the information provided. This blade intent seemingly could not be augmented through external forces, but rather, it relied upon his gradual and personal insights into the blade to strengthen over time. It appeared that there were even higher realms above this momentum. The domain of the sword draw is boundless. However, it took Fang Xian a full 2 years to grasp a mere sliver of blade intent, to elevate his understanding to a higher state. It was likely that he would have to wait an indeterminate length of time. Contemplating this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. The path of the strong has no shortcuts. After spending approximately 10 minutes meticulously reviewing his personal information, Fang Xian returned to the main menu and began to examine the newly introduced features one by one. He expressed his gratitude to each supporter, acknowledging their kindness and encouragement. As he observed the upgraded system, he noted the abundance of new functionalities. He now had numerous fresh concepts to ponder, which left him somewhat at a loss, feeling overwhelmed. In the 54th chapter, he encountered the Soul Ring. A lottery and enhancement awaited him. Upon opening the shop interface, an astonishing item appeared before Fang Xian's eyes. A yellow halo floated serenely in the air, emanating a dazzling and resplendent light. It was indeed a soul ring. Fang Xian swallowed hard, his face a portrait of astonishment. Item: Copy Soul Ring Centenary, Attribute, None Skill, None Description, an exclusive soul ring for the replication of martial souls, devoid of any attributes or skills, yet capable of significantly enhancing the proficiency of the replicated martial soul. Price: 10 unsheathings of the blade. Note: each replicated martial soul may absorb only one copy soul ring. A copy soul ring? Fang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as the system gave birth to a peculiar new phenomenon. Currently, the store offers 3 distinct types of soul rings: the Century Soul Ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, and the 10,000-Year Soul Ring. All are specifically designed for the replication of martial spirits, and according to the system's description, these replicated soul rings do not bestow additional skills. However, they significantly enhance the proficiency of the replicated martial spirits. The currency for this store is not ordinary money, but rather the number of times one draws their sword. As the years progress, the number of sword draws required for the replicated soul rings escalates to an outrageous extent. The pricing is as follows: Century Soul Ring, 10 sword draws; Millennium Soul Ring, 1,000 sword draws; 10,000-Year Soul Ring, 100,000 sword draws. Fang Xian had yet to behold a 100,000-year soul ring. The highest tier he encountered was merely the 10,000-year soul ring. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of the elusive 100,000-year soul ring. Even an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring was beyond his financial means at present. Within the confines of the system shop, a replicated 1,000-year soul ring necessitated a staggering 1,000 successful draws of the blade for acquisition. Fang Xian surmised that his daily success rate for drawing the blade hovered around 10 times. Thus, the prospect of purchasing a 1,000-year soul ring would entail a protracted wait of over 100 days. As for the more advanced soul rings, the timeline for their procurement remained an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. Although the commonplace 100-year soul rings were more affordable, requiring only 10 successful draws for purchase, he had no intention of absorbing a soul ring of such modest age. A replicated martial soul could only absorb a single replicated soul ring. Fang Xian is now 31 years old, fully capable of absorbing soul rings that are a millennium old. It would be utterly foolish to squander this precious opportunity on mere century-old soul rings. Soul rings. I never anticipated that I could also absorb a soul ring. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement within him. In the Douluo Continent, one would feel rather embarrassed to venture out without sporting at least 8 or 9 soul rings. At the bottom of the shop interface, a blue bar displayed the currency count, which represented the current number of blade draws available. Regrettably, it stood at 0. It appeared that the blade draws accumulated prior to the upgrade system had not been recorded by the system. Truly, a most unfortunate oversight. Cursing under his breath, Fang Xian exited the shop to explore the lottery feature. The lottery interface revealed a large, colorful spinning wheel adorned with an array of peculiar items: talent points, upgrade cards, soul rings, mastery and swordsmanship, a century of cultivation, under 10,000 years, and 100 blade draws, among many other strange and wondrous items. Fang Xian was momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the purpose of certain artifacts. Suddenly, a strange flash of crimson swept past his vision. The soul ring of 100,000 years. Unbeknownst to Fang Xian, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a 100,000-year soul ring on the lottery wheel, his eyes instantly ablaze with fervent brilliance. The 100,000-year soul ring, indeed. stands as the most coveted treasure of the Douluo Continent. Generally speaking, lotteries such as the seven-colored lottery or scratch-offs are merely brazen schemes to deceive the populace, with few fortunate souls reaping any genuine reward. Thus, Fang Xian initially harbored little enthusiasm for this lottery feature, suspecting it to be a mere ploy by the system to amass wealth. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that the prizes included a 100,000-year soul ring. Even if this were a ruse, Fang Xian would willingly leap into the fray. As an ordinary man who had never possessed a soul beast companion, the thought of acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring seemed but a distant dream. Yet now, the lottery function presented the possibility of such a marvel. It was simply astonishing. With blood surging through his veins, Fang Xian was consumed by excitement, his mind relentlessly fixated on the prospect of winning. Lottery wheel, beginner, price, 1 draw per 100 blade pulls. Must one pull the blade 100 times to obtain a single chance at the lottery? Fang Xian smacked his lips in disappointment, lamenting the fact that he had yet to draw his sword even once. It seemed that today would not grant him the opportunity to partake in the lottery. Just then, a voice resonated within his mind. As this was the host's inaugural activation of the lottery wheel, he was gifted 3 free chances to draw. Oh, this must be what they call a beginner's gift package glitch. Yet undeniably beneficial. Fang Xian was filled with an overwhelming joy, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him as he embarked on the journey of the lottery. In the next moment, the vibrant wheel of fortune began to spin at an exhilarating speed, dazzling him with a myriad of precious prizes. However, Fang Xian's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the coveted 100,000-year soul ring. Adhering to the principles of luck and chance, he closed his eyes, mentally counting to 6 before abruptly calling for the wheel to stop. What had he drawn? Was it the illustrious 100,000-year soul ring? If not, he could settle for the 200,000-year soul ring as a suitable alternative. Thank you for your patronage, and may you continue to strive for success. Fang Xian found himself exasperated. Having traversed into another realm, yet still unable to escape the wretched curse of fate that compelled him to express gratitude. Frustration mounted as he realized he had squandered a precious opportunity for a complimentary lottery draw. Determined, he gritted his teeth and prepared for a second attempt. Uttering a new incantation. 1, 2, 38. 8, 8, 8. Fortune is upon us. At the moment he reached the number 8, Fang Xian abruptly called for a halt. Congratulations. You have won 100 draws of the sword. At the very least, there was a reward. With 100 sword draws, he could precisely afford another lottery entry, neither gain nor loss. Finally, he readied himself for a third lottery attempt. Fang Xian drew a yellow soul ring, aged 800 years. This is quite commendable. Gazing at the yellow ring tinged with purple, Fang Xian displayed a smile of satisfaction for the first time. After concluding 3 rounds of draws, he amassed a total of 100 instances of blade drawing along with the 800-year soul ring, all of which were automatically stored in his backpack, yielding an acceptable bounty. Without expressing excessive gratitude, he quietly reveled in his fortune. Subsequently, he meticulously examined his personal information, the shop, and the lottery in turn. Fang Xian trembled as he reluctantly opened the final enhancement furnace. Could it be that the curse of the horse excrement had transcended time and space, defying the heavens to accompany him to the Douluo Continent? Before him materialized an ancient and somewhat worn enhancement furnace, identical to the one etched in his memory. The very same pit. Upon sighting this eerily familiar iron furnace, a chill coursed through Fang Xian's heart as he recalled a painful chapter from his past. Enhancement furnace function. Augments the power and speed of weapons price. 100 unsheathings, conscientious tip. As the level of enhancement increases, so too will the cost. So do keep an eye on your wallet. Fang Xian, I humbly seek your support and appreciation. Grateful for every friend's encouragement. Chapter 55. Defeating Rewards. As the sun rises, the sky is clear and boundless. The 3 days of respite swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the highly anticipated finals commenced. The expansive central arena was already brimming with spectators, their fervor erupting like molten lava, igniting the entire Sky Do Academy. Fang Xian's first opponent is Shimo, who possesses a level of 35. Although his attack power does not rival the formidable strengths of Yu Tianheng and Chu Zhongtian, his martial soul, the Xuanwu turtle, is renowned for possessing the most formidable defense among his peers of the same level. In terms of tenacity, he is even more challenging than Fang Xian's previous adversary, the level 36 Yufeng. This is indeed a formidable contender. Fang Xian's right hand rested upon the pristine hilt of his blade, his profound gaze piercing through the disheveled strands of hair that fell across his forehead, focusing intently on the imposing figure before him. The man stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body exposed, revealing a bronze complexion and muscular physique that bulged with explosive strength from his abdomen and shoulders. He was none other than Shimo, one of the young prodigies who had secured a place among the top 10. Many who were unfamiliar with Shimo might find themselves perplexed, for he hardly resembled a youth in his teenage years. Rather, he appeared to be a man in his 30s, leading some to question whether he had exceeded the age limit. However, despite his rugged appearance, Shimo was indeed only 18 years old, still a young lad at heart. "Fang Xian, you are formidable, but I shall not concede," Shimo declared, flexing his muscles and preparing himself, the sound of his joints cracking resonating through the air. He fixed a serious gaze upon Fang Xian, his expression grave, fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. After the series of matches in recent days, Fang Xian's prowess had become evident to all, and no one dared to look down upon him any longer. Fang Xian, the once obscure and seemingly inept prince, has unknowingly evolved into one of the most radiant geniuses of the Tiando Academy. Let us witness the true prowess at hand. A golden aura of soul power surged around his body as Fang Xian unleashed an explosive force from his feet, shattering the ground beneath him. Propelled by this surge, his body soared forth, and in that fleeting moment, the hidden shadowless blade, sealed within its sheath, was drawn forth with sudden urgency. With a swift motion, the slender, silvery blade, exceptionally sharp, effortlessly sliced through the air, executing a graceful 180-degree spin, resembling a silver crescent moon as it swiftly struck the body of the graphite figure. Clang! The shadowless blade struck with unerring precision, yet contrary to Fang Xian's expectations, it did not rend the opponent's defenses. Instead, it collided with an impenetrable force, akin to striking a piece of tempered steel, producing a piercing metallic sound. What sort of monstrous defense is this? Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly as he endured a strike from his own blade technique, while Shimo remained utterly unperturbed, exhibiting an astonishing level of defensive prowess that left Fang Xian momentarily speechless. Haha, Fang Xian, is your blade truly so lackluster? Do you believe you can breach my defenses? You are sorely mistaken. Above Shimo's head, a majestic green tortoise floated serenely, emanating beams of emerald light that coalesced into a protective barrier as impenetrable as iron, encasing Shimo within its formidable embrace. Just moments ago, Fang Xian's strike had been thwarted by the defense shield of the Xuanwu tortoise soul. Gazing at the plump, verdant creature perched atop Shimo, Fang Xian nearly burst into laughter. A green-haired tortoise. Truly a remarkable sight. Yet another eccentric martial soul. The martial souls of Douluo are indeed a cornucopia of the bizarre, encompassing every conceivable form. Fang Xian was filled with a sense of dark amusement as he silently derided the situation. The spirit of Xuanwu. However, Shimo remained oblivious to Fang Xian's peculiar thoughts, wholly focused on defeating him. With a fierce roar, he summoned the Xuanwu martial soul, enveloping himself in a brilliant green light that shimmered radiantly. In the next moment, a colossal fist, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, struck forcefully against Fang Xian's chest. Bang! Fang Xian let out a soft grunt, feeling a powerful force collide against his chest, causing his internal vitality to surge violently. A coppery sweetness filled his throat, and a trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He had endured a punch from Shimo yet did not retreat an inch. Instead, he unleashed his shadowless blade once more, fiercely striking at Shimo. Tempest Slash. The blade technique's power surged by 30%. Whoosh. The shadowless blade swept through the void, accompanied by a piercing cacophony of air bursting, akin to a ferocious tornado engulfing its surroundings, mercilessly slashing against Shimo's formidable shield. Crack! The blade's wind collided violently with the defense of the Xuanwu turtle spirit. And to everyone's astonishment, the shield, as solid as steel, shattered with a resounding crack. The force of this tempest slash was overwhelming, directly breaching Shimo's defenses and landing a decisive blow upon his robust form, toppling him over with sheer power. Gasp! Shimo's complexion turned pale as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, feeling as if he had been struck by a savage beast, his entire body convulsed in agony. A fresh gash appearing on his chest, blood streaming uncontrollably. Such formidable strength. How could you? He gazed incredulously at Fang Xian, seemingly unable to comprehend how the latter had shattered his defenses. With a deep sense of unwillingness, Shimo crashed heavily to the ground. Fang Xian emerges victorious. Mengshenji. Observing Shimo's fall promptly declared Fang Xian's triumph, causing an uproar among the onlookers. What just transpired? Shimo has actually been defeated. Yet, in a flash, the seemingly disadvantaged Fang Xian had turned the tide, decisively vanquishing Shimo, leaving the crowd in astonished disbelief, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Congratulations on defeating a third-ring soul master. You are rewarded with 100 blade draws and 100 soul power. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Fang Xian stood in a daze, his countenance marked by a hint of bewilderment. As realization dawned upon him, a surge of astonishment welled up within his heart. He opened his personal panel, strongest drawing blade system host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Sovereign Soul Power, 100. 600 weapon, Shadowless blade proficiency, minor mastery of blade drawing, 0-200, mental comprehension, blade intent divine gifted blade, 1 martial spirit, Ice Phoenix soul, initial level 7100. 9 heart begonia soul, initial level 3100, talents, Frostblade, healing blade techniques, Storm Slash, enhanced drawing blade. Increases drawing power by 30, Swallow's Return, super speed drawing blade, increases drawing speed by 30, usable drawing blade attempts, 200 as a solitary Douluo and a wandering swordsman. With each foe you vanquish, your strength shall refine further. Indeed, he observed that his soul power had directly increased by 100 points, and his drawing attempts had also risen by 100. At this moment, Fang Xian finally comprehended the true significance of the prompt at the bottom of his personal panel. He had not anticipated that following the system upgrade, defeating opponents would reward him with both blade drawing opportunities and soul power. If this were the case, could he not significantly enhance his strength through combat? Defeating a soul master would grant him 100 blade drawing opportunities, perfectly allowing him to exchange for a chance at a lottery. If he were to accumulate the defeat of 10 soul masters, he would gain 1,000 blade drawing opportunities, which would enable him to purchase a Millennium Soul Ring. Moreover, with each soul master defeated providing a reward of 100 blade drawing opportunities, what would the rewards be for vanquishing even more formidable adversaries, such as soul sect members or even soul kings? The thought of this stirred excitement within Fang Xian, igniting a fervent anticipation for the future. Chapter 56, A Clash of Titans. The finals were unfolding with fervor. Yu Tianheng effortlessly overcame Li Changfeng, advancing to the next round. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongtian faced off against Du Guyan, launching a domineering assault that left the young woman no chance to unleash her emerald scale serpent's poison, securing victory for himself. Osro narrowly triumphed over Shur Mo, though he sustained considerable injuries, casting doubt on his prospects for the championship. Douglas, a figure shrouded in mystery, had previously kept his prowess hidden, yet he displayed extraordinary strength in the finals, defeating Lin Dong with a single punch. As the sun began to set, the 5 competitors who would progress were revealed: Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Fang Xian, Osro, and Douglas. Only those who advanced to the next round and secured a top 3 position would be guaranteed a Millennium Soul Ring by the Empire, a reward of great magnitude. Furthermore, those who advanced further would contend for the championship title. This year's champion reward was a rare fire-attributed Millennium Soul Bone, a veritable treasure of the mortal realm. The following morning, the second round of the Genius Tournament Finals commenced with great fervor. With 5 contestants remaining, the judges, including Ming Shenji, opted for a lottery to determine the matchups. The first match was Yu Tianheng versus Osro. The second match was Fang Xian versus Chu Zhongtian. Douglas was fortunate enough to have a bye, inciting envy among many. As a result, Douglas advanced effortlessly into the top 3, ensuring himself a 30,000-year soul ring. The remaining contestants commenced their respective matches. In the matchup between Yu Tianheng and Osro, the outcome was largely predictable. Yu Tianheng's strength already surpassed that of Osro, and considering Osro's injuries from the previous match, he was swiftly defeated by Yu Tianheng. The first match concluded rapidly, with Yu Tianheng successfully advancing. The audience, however, felt somewhat unfulfilled, as the match had ended too quickly. Yu Tianheng had not exerted significant effort to defeat Osro, leaving many yearning for a thrilling battle. Now, the second match commenced, Chu Zhongtian versus Fang Xian. When the Dream God Machine announced the list of competitors, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Countless gazes converged from all directions, all focusing on the arena, igniting the fervor of the spectators, each face radiating enthusiasm. Haha, Fang Xian against Chu Zhongtian. This promises to be a thrilling spectacle. A clash of titans, This is the ultimate showdown between top geniuses. Who will emerge victorious, Fang Xian or Chu Zhongtian? The audience buzzed with animated discussions about the impending battle. Chu Zhongtian, ascending the stage. Fang Xian's fighting spirit surged as he fixed his gaze upon the dark-haired man before him, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Fang Xian, the dark-haired man called out sharply. His penetrating gaze locked onto Fang Xian. His hair flowed freely, his demeanor austere, his physique tall and robust, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, radiating a chilling brilliance. Exuding an overwhelming aura. This man is Chu Zhongtian, known as the Little Tyrant, a 37th-level battle spirit master, one of the strongest young disciples of the Tiando Academy. Chu Zhongtian's martial soul is the ancient beast, the golden-winged Daping, exceedingly rare, and in terms of quality. It is not in the least inferior to Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon. The two stood in a cold standoff, even before the battle commenced. The temperature in the air rapidly escalated, the scent of gunpowder thickening. At this moment, the previously silent Snow Knight Emperor turned to his companion, Qian Ruxue, and inquired, "Do you believe Fang Xian has a chance to defeat Chu Zhongtian?" This query caught Qian Ruxue off guard. She had not anticipated that the usually reticent Snow Knight would suddenly pose such a question, indicating that he was beginning to regard Fang Xian with more seriousness. Sensing her princely position was under threat, a barely noticeable glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. She furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head and sighing. The level disparity between Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian is too great. Coupled with the fact that Chu Zhongtian possesses a rare and exquisite martial soul, it seems improbable. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded subtly, his expression unchanged, and turned his gaze to the left, addressing the gentle and refined middle-aged man, Master Ning. As the head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, your perspective undoubtedly surpasses the ordinary. What is your take on this competition? Ning Fengji, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled lightly and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Your Majesty, rather than saying the possibility is slim, it is better to consider that everything is possible." Everything is possible? He mused, and with a ripple of interest in his otherwise calm eyes, he smiled at Ning Fengji. "Master Ning, I have heard you have a clever and charming daughter. Nearly 12 years of age, is that correct?" "Indeed." Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow and nodding earnestly. "I see," he murmured, leaving behind a cryptic statement. The emperor once again fell into silence, while only Ning Fengji remained deep in thought, pondering the profound implications of His Majesty's words. The discourse was not confined to the royal court. The fierce clash between Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian stirred the hearts of many, with numerous debates erupting over who possessed the greater likelihood of victory. Thud, thud, thud. Teacher Ruo Lan's heart raced within her chest. And though she was not participating in the contest, her anxiety and excitement surpassed that of Fang Xian, who was actively competing. What should I do? This opponent is none other than Chu Zhongtian. Could that rascal Fang Xian possibly lose? No. My student could never be defeated. Ha ha ha. Victory is assured for Fang Xian. Despite Ruo Lan's fervent attempts to instill a belief in Fang Xian's imminent triumph within her mind, a sense of unease lingered. For Chu Zhongtian's prowess was formidable. He had obliterated his previous adversaries in mere moments, with not a single one managing to endure even 10 seconds against him. Fang Xian faces a formidable challenge. At this moment, Teacher Qin Ming gazes at Teacher Ruo Lan with a smile and remarks, "Your student is indeed a person capable of creating miracles, is he not?" "Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming." Upon hearing these words, Teacher Ruo Lan is momentarily taken aback. As her inner apprehensions gradually dissipate, a wave of gratitude towards Qin Ming washes over her. With his encouragement, she finds a measure of solace. Defeat is certain. Defeat is certain. Defeat is certain. De Gu Yin pouts her lips and, resembling a little sorceress, casts her curses. She rotates her thumb 180 degrees towards the ground, directing it at Fang Xian, fervently attempting to boo him. "Fang Xian, give it your all." Yi Lingling bites her lip, her gaze fixed on Fang Xian in the arena. As a whisper, barely audible like a mosquito, escapes her lips. "Central Arena. I hereby announce that the match between Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian has commenced." At this moment, Dream Machine, the chief referee, clears his throat and officially declares the beginning of the battle. In the next instant, brilliant sparks ignite in the eyes of both Fang Xian and Chu Zhongtian as they charge fiercely towards one another. Fang Xian's eyes blazed with a chilling light, his body transforming into a furnace as torrents of soul power surged forth like flames. The invisible blade erupted in resplendent golden brilliance, its blade aura slicing through the air with unyielding force. Drawing upon the blade technique, Storm Slash. This strike was unparalleled in strength, accompanied by a fierce gale, ruthlessly cleaving through the air, akin to a frenzied beast lunging towards the heavens. Heavenly Rock Manifestation. Chu Zhongtian let out a deafening roar, his raven hair swirling wildly, as a formidable golden-winged rock materialized above him, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the universe. This was an extraordinary martial spirit of the ancient lineage, possessing an overwhelmingly terrifying might, far surpassing that of ordinary martial spirits. The instant the golden-winged rock was unleashed, it ignited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. The golden-winged rock. Indeed, a martial spirit of the ancient lineage, the golden-winged rock. Such formidable power. What is this overwhelming aura? It is utterly terrifying. Ordinary martial spirits stand no chance against it. The spectators gasped in awe as Chu Zhongtian unleashed his martial spirit. The energy emanating from him was overwhelmingly fearsome, as if he had transformed into an ancient ferocious beast, completely overshadowing Fang Xian. Before the imposing might of the golden-winged rock, Fang Xian's figure appeared diminutive. Boom! The invisible blade collided fiercely with the heavenly rock's fist, soul power surging violently as the fierce winds swept outward in all directions. Fang Xian let out a muffled groan, his body retreating violently, as though an invisible force had pierced through his chest. His internal organs trembled, and a mouthful of crimson blood was immediately expelled. In their initial clash, Fang Xian found himself at a disadvantage. There was no remedy. The disparity was far too great. Fang Xian, at the 31st level, faced off against Chu Zhongtian, who stood at the 37th level, revealing a significant disparity of 6 levels in soul power. Furthermore, the latter possessed the formidable top-tier martial soul, the golden-winged rock, and had yet to unleash the abilities of his 3 soul rings. His expression turned ashen as he staggered back 7 steps, barely managing to steady himself and calm the tumultuous blood surging within. Raising his gaze, his piercing eyes locked onto Chu Zhongtian, a glimmer of ferocity flickering within them. Ha ha ha, Fang Xian, it seems you are faltering. That last punch only utilized 50% of my strength. It appears you can no longer endure, Chu Zhongtian declared with a haughty smile, crossing his arms as the ethereal image of the golden-winged rock flickered around him. With a disdainful curl of his lips, he coldly regarded Fang Xian, stating, "If you concede now, it is not too late. Otherwise, should I unleash my full power and inadvertently cause you grave injury, do not blame me. Enough of your prattle." Fang Xian retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was resolute as he brandished the shadowless blade, fearlessly charging once more at Chu Zhongtian. "Let us see who will be left battered." Foolhardy, Chu Zhongtian scoffed, merging his form with the golden-winged rock and raising his resplendent golden fist to meet Fang Xian's advance. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Fang Xian's spine quivered as an explosive surge of energy erupted within him. He delivered a fierce strike upon Chu Zhongtian's formidable form, the blade tearing savagely through his chest, crimson blood splattering forth. In a fit of rage, Chu Zhongtian roared, extending his massive hand into a colossal golden claw that blotted out the sun, the aura of his ferocity overwhelming, as it struck Fang Xian with immense force, sending him crashing backward, blood continuously spilling from his lips. The clash of blades and the cries of the phoenix soared into the heavens. Both combatants driven to the brink of frenzy, each bearing injuries akin to 2 ferocious beasts locked in a brutal struggle, the battlefield rife with palpable murderous intent. Many spectators felt the chilling aura of death permeate the air, their hearts gripped with trepidation. Such strength. Both warriors exhibited extraordinary prowess. The crowd was astonished, struggling to fathom that this was a confrontation between 2 soul sovereigns. The might displayed by Chu Zhongtian and Fang Xian transcended their current ranks, nearly reaching the realm of the 4-ringed soul sect. However, it was evident to all that Fang Xian was at a distinct disadvantage, consistently crushed beneath the overwhelming power of Chu Zhongtian. Though both were wounded, it was clear that Fang Xian bore the heavier injuries. His left arm lay broken and limp, devoid of strength, while his chest had caved in, at least 3 ribs fractured, his body drenched in blood, hair disheveled, and his attire tattered, presenting a rather pitiful sight. In contrast, while Chu Zhongtian bore 2 shallow gashes from Fang Xian's blade across his chest, they were not deep, revealing no bone, merely oozing threads of blood, and his injuries were relatively minor. Fang Xian was on the verge of defeat. Observing the scene on the arena, The crowd could only shake their heads. The outcome painfully apparent. In terms of combat prowess, Fang Xian was indeed significantly outmatched by Chu Zhongtian. Fang Xian, my heavenly rock fist has already left you gravely injured. Do not persist any longer. If you are wise, surrender. Chu Zhongtian coldly surveyed the battered Fang Xian, his handsome visage marked by an air of arrogance. Confident of his impending victory and unwilling to squander further time on his opponent. Indeed, there is no need to continue this charade. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xian cast a glance at his myriad wounds, his expression tranquil as he lifted his gaze to meet Chu Zhongtian's. A subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. If I do not receive treatment soon, I may very well perish. Treatment? Chu Zhongtian was taken aback, frowning as he replied, "What nonsense is this? You, a warrior specializing in offense, wish to mimic a support-type soul master to grant yourself a buff?" "Yes, precisely. That is indeed my intention." Fang Xian smiled enigmatically as he harnessed the power of his 9-heart CPNE martial spirit to commence the healing of his injuries. The pristine white blossoms of the 9-heart CPNE unfurled gracefully, releasing a torrent of vibrant life energy that coursed through Fang Xian's meridians, swiftly mending his wounds. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Fang Xian radiated a soft, pearlescent glow, his fractured left arm, collapsed sternum, and numerous lacerations healed completely in the blink of an eye. The audience stood in stunned silence. What transpired? Fang Xian's injuries had miraculously healed. Could it be that he was a support-type spirit master? Someone could not contain their astonishment. Impossible. That fellow possesses such formidable strength. He must be a battle spirit master. A support type could never rival Chu Zhongtian. An elderly man with white hair shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps he fortuitously acquired a rare healing spirit ability. Speculated a female teacher. Many were engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the spirit ability Fang Xian had employed to effect such a rapid recovery. In such a scenario, the outcome truly became an enigma. Humph, that insufferable fellow is like an indestructible cockroach. How could he possibly revive after being so thoroughly beaten by Chu Zhongtian? De Guyan could not help but mutter inwardly. Among the assembled crowd, only Yi Lingling had witnessed Fang Xian's healing prowess firsthand, having served as his test subject. She held a particularly vivid impression of his abilities, in stark contrast to the shock and perplexity of the others. The expression on Chu Zhongtian's face was one of utmost displeasure. He had thought victory was assured, only to find that Fang Xian had healed himself and appeared revitalized once more. All right, I am brimming with vitality again. A wicked smile crept across Fang Xian's face as he hefted the shadowless blade, calmly declaring, "Come forth, Chu Zhongtian, let us engage once more." The atmosphere, initially charged with fervor for an exhilarating battle, began to take on an eerie quality. Although Fang Xian's combat prowess was inferior to that of Chu Zhongtian, he leveraged the extraordinary healing abilities of his 9-heart begonia martial soul. Whenever he sustained significant injuries, he would instantly heal, akin to possessing an everlasting divine nurse, endowing him with an almost grotesque endurance. Consequently, he grew more tenacious with each setback, progressively seizing the initiative in the match, ultimately reversing his fortunes and beginning to suppress Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Initially, he had the upper hand, relentlessly attacking Fang Xian, yet after an intense exchange, he was left battered while Fang Xian remained unscathed, only growing more vigorous. Who could possibly contend with such an opponent? Surely, there must be foul play involved. In the end, Chu Zhongtian could no longer endure, bellowing, "Referee! Referee! This match is unmanageable. I must report this. This fellow is clearly cheating. How can one fight under these circumstances? Oh, who is cheating? I am merely healing myself in a fair manner. If you feel aggrieved, then you should also bolster your own vitality." Fang Xian remarked with a mocking smile, observing Chu Zhongtian's ashen face. His strategy was simple: sustain himself while outlasting his opponent. Indeed, Fang Xian's plan proved remarkably effective, rendering the once mighty Chu Zhongtian a disheveled mess, nearly driven to madness. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Meng Shenji, the chief referee, eager to see how he would address this unprecedented situation. Meng Shenji wore a contemplative expression, hesitating momentarily before addressing Chu Zhongtian. In light of this circumstance, if you wish to lodge a complaint against Fang Xian's healing abilities, I can only suggest you treat him as a support soul master. A support soul master? Whose support soul master possesses such formidable strength? Chu Zhongtian's lips twitched violently, His plan to have the referee penalize Fang Xian had evidently collapsed. Realizing he could not afford to continue exchanging blows with Fang Xian, lest he be worn down, he understood that the only way to triumph was to strike decisively, defeating him in a single blow, denying any chance for healing. With this thought, Chu Zhongtian roared, his dark hair billowing wildly, as three resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose around him. The third 1,000-year purple ring radiated an otherworldly light. The golden-winged great Peng martial soul seemed to be infused with formidable energy, shaking off its lethargy and reviving with terrifying ferocity, a murderous aura enveloping the entire arena. Third soul skill, Heaven Peng Thousand Sword Kill. Chu Zhongtian transformed into a majestic golden-winged great Peng, descending from the heavens with a fierce battle cry. With a powerful flap of his wings, golden feathers shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows, unleashing a tempest of lethal intent upon Fang Xian. Blade of Ice. Fang Xian, with a demeanor of indifference, gazed calmly at the descending Chu Zhongtian. A low growl resonated within him. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit, long sealed within his dantian, emitted a piercing cry. Soaring majestically as the frigid power of ice spread forth, all converging upon the shadowless blade. He understood that the outcome hinged on this very strike. Thus he concentrated all his soul power, unleashing the chilling force, even invoking a hint of the comprehended sword intent, preparing to confront Chu Zhongtian with utmost strength. Boom! The blade, enveloped in an endless blizzard, traced a graceful arc through the air, a bone-chilling frost sweeping forth, freezing the countless Tianpeng feather arrows in their flight. Then, like a flash of lightning, it cleaved through Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian's complexion turned ashen, blood gushed from his mouth, half of his body encased in ice, uncontrollably hurtling away until he crashed heavily against the plaza's wall, causing it to collapse, leaving him buried beneath the rubble, a pitiful sight. And he lost consciousness on the spot. The arena fell into a profound silence. Congratulations, you have defeated a 3-ring Soul Master. Rewards, 100 blade draws, soul power 100. The sound of victory resonated, and Fang Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. Before he eagerly focused his mind to check his current attributes. Supreme Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 200600 weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Mastery of Blade Drawing 1200, Mental Comprehension. Sword Intent Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Spirits, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 33100. Talents, Frostblade, Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strong Blade Draw, increases blade power by 30, Swallow's Return, Super Fast Blade Draw, increases blade speed by 30, available blade draws, 300 as a solitary Douluo, the Wandering Swordsman. With each adversary he vanquished, his strength would be refined. The remarkable enhancement of all attributes and the acquisition of 100 blade draws meant he now had a total of 3 chances for a lottery draw. Is it truly the case that Fang Xian has defeated Chu Zhongtian? Am I dreaming? After an indeterminate duration, the once silent plaza gradually echoed with astonished voices. This was utterly unfathomable. Chu Zhongtian was a full 6 levels above Fang Xian and possessed the top-tier martial spirit, the golden-winged Great Peng. Renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess among the younger generation and a favorite to win this year's Genius Tournament. No one could have anticipated that today he would fall to Fang Xian. The crowd was left utterly astounded. Excellent, excellent, excellent. In the snowy night, the Emperor of Snowy Night was visibly pleased, exclaiming 3 times with delight, for the first time expressing admiration towards Fang Xian. He had never anticipated that a son he had long since given up on would gradually rise to compete with the most exceptional individuals from the Tiando Academy for the championship. This remarkable talent and potential had captured the Emperor's attention, and he had resolved that regardless of whether Fang Xian could seize the title, he would reward him generously. Even if Fang Xian could not ascend to the throne of Tiando in the future, his astonishing cultivation aptitude would undoubtedly enable him to become a formidable Soul Douluo, thereby enhancing the military strength of the Tiando Empire. Qian Renxue observed the subtle changes in the Emperor's expression, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes. The once discarded Fang Xian had now entered the Emperor's sight and begun to gain significance. For Qian Renxue, this was undeniably troubling news, as she sensed her status as the crown prince was under threat. However, After a moment's contemplation, a thought seemed to dawn upon her. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she gazed at Fang Xian on the arena, her lips curling into a chilling smile. Fang Xian, I wish you luck in the upcoming matches. Chapter 59. Shadows. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, drenching the spectators in the square. Yet they remained oblivious, their attention fully captivated by the unfolding battle on the arena. A single strike? The spectators swallowed hard, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at the stage. There stood a purple-haired man, arms crossed, his cold visage exuding an air of defiance, resembling an invincible deity amidst the arena. Beneath him lay a handsome young man, bloodied and battered, his pallor suggesting grave injuries. As blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs continuously poured from his mouth, presenting a most tragic sight. Douglas had actually defeated Yu Tianheng with a single blow. How could this be possible? The entire venue was in uproar. From contestants to onlookers, everyone was left in shock. What incredible strength! Their prowess was clearly from an entirely different realm. Fang Xian gazed upon the violet-haired man on the field, a figure reminiscent of a demonic deity. His expression gravely serious for the first time. Above the latter's tall and robust form, for soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, floated in serene suspension, their resplendent radiance illuminating the dimly lit square. Notably, the fourth purple ring radiated an eerie blackish-purple glow, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. This was, astonishingly, a 5,000-year soul ring. Soul Master. A 4-ringed Soul Master. Douglas had indeed attained the rank of Soul Master. Upon witnessing Douglas's 4th soul ring, many could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A dark horse. This was truly an unexpected turn in the finals. Who could have anticipated that the always low-profile Douglas would suddenly unleash such formidable power, defeating the championship favorite, Yu Tianheng, with just a single strike? Leaving the entire arena in shock? Douglas had concealed his abilities so profoundly, quietly achieving the status of a 4-ringed Soul Master. Fang Xian's expression was grave. Just moments ago, he had been elated by his fortunate buy in the competition, yet now he found little to smile about. For after Douglas had vanquished Yu Tianheng, Fang Xian realized that he would soon face him in the finals, a young Soul Master of the 4th ring. The heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is nothing remarkable, Douglas scoffed, placing his foot firmly on Yu Tianheng's chest, applying pressure that contorted Yu Tianheng's face in agony, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Remove your filthy foot from Tianheng. A sharp voice pierced the air as Du Guyan furiously ascended the platform, her delicate hand striking forth, unleashing a torrent of purple poisonous mist towards Douglas. This was the venom of the emerald line snake, incredibly lethal. A mere inhalation could gravely injure an ordinary Soul Master. Humph, Douglas retorted coldly, withdrawing his foot from Yu Tianheng and deftly evading Du Guyan's poisonous assault. Tianheng, are you all right? Du Guyan's lovely face was etched with concern as she cradled the unconscious Yu Tianheng, urgently calling out to a silver-haired girl below the stage. Lingling, heal him. Understood. Yi Lingling nodded earnestly, her graceful hands weaving intricate patterns, gradually conjuring a flawless white begonia flower that emanated a sacred and serene aura. Lo and behold, it was the 9 Hearts Begonia. 9 Hearts Begonia, heal. Her melodious voice echoed, and the 9 Hearts Begonia's radiance surged, projecting a gentle milky white light that enveloped Yu Tianheng, rapidly commencing his healing process. To the astonishment of many, Yu Tianheng's injuries visibly mended at an extraordinary pace, and before long, he had fully recovered and awakened from his unconscious state. The healing capabilities of the 9 Hearts Begonia were nothing short of miraculous. Witnessing this scene, numerous spectators were left in awe. The healing prowess of the 9 Hearts Begonia was terrifyingly potent. How could Yu Tianheng, who had sustained such grievous injuries, suddenly return to peak condition? In a team battle, Yi Lingling's contributions would be invaluable. I concede. Yu Tianheng's expression was tinged with bitterness as he cast a glance at Douglas beside him. Nothing was more tormenting than voluntarily admitting defeat. A hush fell over the crowd, surprised that Yu Tianheng would reach this juncture, many feeling a pang of sympathy for him. With his capabilities, he was undoubtedly a contender for the championship. Yet Douglas was simply too formidable. Having just turned 18, he had inexplicably ascended to the realm of Soul Master. An 18-year-old 4th-ring Soul Master. In the entire Tiando Academy, and indeed across the Douluo Continent, he was a paragon of genius. This invincible strength and innate talent utterly eclipsed all the students of Tiando Academy. It seemed the championship of this talent battle was destined to belong to Douglas. One could hear a sigh escape the lips of many present, as the prevailing sentiment echoed through the crowd. After all, the disparity in prowess was evident, and the addition of a Millennium Soul Ring could not be compensated for by mere skill. The gap was simply too vast. There was no room for comparison. The announcement of Douglas as the champion was inevitable. Some had almost forgotten the existence of Fang Xian, hastily urging the judges to declare Douglas the victor. Indeed, even if Fang Xian were exceptionally strong, he could only be compared to Yu Tianheng at best. Yet, even Yu Tianheng had fallen to Douglas with a single strike. What significance would it hold for Fang Xian to enter the fray? Defeat was assured. Do you hear me, Fang Xian? Are you waiting to be humiliated? Or will you show some sense and voluntarily concede? Douglas, with arms crossed behind him, wore a look of defiance. His icy gaze was fixed on the distant Fang Xian, while the four soul rings upon him shimmered with an ominous light, exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a fierce tiger, pouncing relentlessly towards Fang Xian. Bang! A blade of air sliced through the atmosphere, forcefully shattering Douglas's imposing energy. Fang Xian's body stood as straight as a javelin, the shadow blade embedded at an angle in the ground. He met Douglas's piercing gaze and coldly declared, "Let us fight first." Upon hearing Fang Xian's response, the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What was happening? Did Fang Xian intend to continue the match? Was he not inviting his own suffering? With a 31st level Fang Xian facing a 41st level Douglas, there was a 10-level disparity. How could victory possibly be within reach? Hey, fool. This is not merely a difference in soul power. Douglas possesses an additional soul ring, which undoubtedly boasts considerable age and potentially harbors formidable abilities. The crowd murmured, their skepticism palpable. Clearly, no one believed in Fang Xian's chances, for the disparity between the two was insurmountable, both in rank and strength, existing in entirely different realms. Even the Emperor of the Snowy Night furrowed his brow, his expression betraying disappointment. There had once been a flicker of hope within him, a hope that Fang Xian might seize the championship. However, the emergence of Douglas had extinguished all expectations he had harbored for Fang Xian. Fang Xian paid no heed to the mocking voices surrounding him. With his long hair cascading down and his sword sheathed, he departed the arena alone. Chapter 60. An unconquerable adversary. The climactic battle of the genius competition is set to take place at noon 3 days hence. This generous time frame is intended to allow both competitors ample opportunity to recuperate, enabling them to perform at their utmost during the contest, thus providing the audience with a spectacular showdown. However, many have begun to lose interest in the impending match, finding it somewhat tedious. The prevailing sentiment among the masses is that the champion has already been determined. Douglas, what could possibly compare? 3 days remain, and I shall not concede. His fists clenched tightly, producing a series of crackling sounds. Determination surged across Fang Xian's handsome visage. Until the final moment, he would never choose to surrender. Besides, there is still time. Time is more than sufficient. Although he is undoubtedly not a match for Douglas at present, he possesses enough time to reverse his fortunes. The following day, Fang Xian received a summons from the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Fang Xian, it is time to concede. Upon their meeting, the two exchanged no pleasantries. The Emperor, with a cold demeanor, urged Fang Xian to yield. I understand that your journey to the finals has been arduous, and it would indeed be a pity to give up now. However, for the sake of the Empire's dignity, I implore you to concede. The dignity of the Empire. Fang Xian furrowed his brows, his gaze gradually sharpening as he declared, what does my victory or defeat have to do with the dignity of the Empire? To speak frankly, he had never harbored any fondness for the Snowy Night Emperor, his rather unworthy father. And the events of today only ignited a flicker of anger within him. To concede for the sake of the Empire's honor? How absurd. Your Empire has never bestowed anything upon me. Why should I relinquish my own interests for its sake? Fang Xian's heart was enveloped in a profound indifference. Indeed, it matters. You are the prince of the Tiando Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor's face bore a hint of displeasure, yet he patiently elaborated. Fang Xian, do you understand? Although our Tiando Empire appears formidable, we are, in fact, in a state of decline. One of our vassal kingdoms, the Baloch Kingdom, while ostensibly loyal to us and accepting our dominion, has become a nation within a nation. Aside from obligatory tributes, it exercises complete autonomy over its internal affairs. Were it not for our control of a substantial military presence, the Baloch Kingdom, along with 3 other kingdoms, would likely have already descended into rebellion. Fang Xian remained silent, attentively listening. Most importantly, Douglas is the prince of the Ballot Kingdom, while you are the prince of our Tiando Empire. I cannot allow you to be defeated by Douglas in the arena, as such an outcome would greatly tarnish the reputation of our empire. It would embolden the ambitions and arrogance of the Ballot Kingdom, potentially inciting internal strife. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? The Emperor of the Snowy Night spoke earnestly. Therefore, Fang Xian, for the sake of the Empire's honor, I urge you to concede willingly. Fang Xian remained silent, uttering not a word. Rest assured, I shall compensate you generously, monetary rewards, titles, spirit rings, whatever you desire. All I ask is that you concede the match against Douglas. If you willingly admit defeat, I will procure for you a soul bone of equivalent age to the championship prize. What do you say? The Emperor of the Snowy Night believed that his offer was sufficiently generous for Fang Xian to accept. Admit defeat? On what grounds? The dignity of the empire? What does that concern me? However, the Emperor's words not only failed to persuade Fang Xian, but instead intensified the anger simmering within him. After a moment of silence, Fang Xian resolutely declared, I will undoubtedly prevail. Upon hearing this, the Emperor raised an eyebrow, deeply displeased by Fang Xian's impulsive stance. He could not fathom Fang Xian's thought process. Continuing the fight would only lead to humiliation, something evident to all but himself. The Emperor of the Snowy Night felt a surge of irritation. As the sovereign of a vast empire, few dared to refuse his demands. Yet today he found himself rebuffed by his own son, which left him quite displeased. Had it not been for Fang Xian's remarkable strength and talent, he would have issued a frosty command without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, suppressing his ire, the Emperor fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian and patiently inquired, What level are you currently at? Level 31, Fang Xian replied calmly. Impressive. At merely 15 years of age, achieving level 31 is indeed commendable. Yet Douglas has reached level 41, a full 10 levels above you, and possesses an additional 5,000-year spirit ring. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? The Emperor questioned. No, Fang Xian answered earnestly. The Emperor laughed, a bright smile illuminating his face, overflowing with confidence and delight, convinced he had swayed Fang Xian. Since victory is unattainable, why subject yourself to humiliation? It would be wise to concede. Such a choice would be the best for you, for me, and for the Empire. Furthermore, your lower level and youthful age would mean that no one would look down upon you for retreating and surrendering to Douglas. Even Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was defeated by Douglas with a single blow. What could you possibly do? Fang Xian, with an air of tranquility and composure, said, Your Majesty, I wonder if you have ever heard a certain saying? Oh, what saying might that be? Shui Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. After a separation of 3 days, one should regard each other with fresh eyes. Shui Yi was taken aback, his expression immediately darkening. It appeared that Fang Xian was determined to press on regardless of the circumstances. Indeed, after a mere 3 days, much could change, including the outcome of a contest. Faced with the formidable level 41 Douglas, Fang Xian did not possess unwavering confidence in victory. However, he recognized the glimmer of opportunity. If he could seize the next 3 days to relentlessly train and enhance his abilities, overcoming Douglas was not beyond the realm of possibility. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Fang Xian respectfully bowed to the Emperor of the Snowy Night, without pausing. He turned and strode out of the palace. The cold and dim hall was left with the Emperor alone. His face, marked by fluctuating emotions, appeared particularly eerie under the faint light. Chapter 61, A Just Ally. Currently, the only way to defeat Douglas is to absorb the soul ring. Fang Xian possesses 2 remarkable replicated martial souls, the Ice Phoenix and the Nine-Heart Begonia, which have yet to absorb any soul rings. Furthermore, he wields a divine blade that allows for the replication of an additional martial soul. Thus, it stands to reason that he could potentially absorb 3 soul rings in total. The consecutive absorption of these 3 soul rings would undoubtedly result in a significant elevation in his level, granting him at least the capability to contend with Douglas. However, the acquisition of soul rings is limited to 2 avenues, the first being purchasing them from the store, and the second relying on the fickle fortune of a lottery. Regardless of the method employed to obtain soul rings, it necessitates a substantial number of blade draws. How might one swiftly amass the requisite blade draws? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, pacing thoughtfully through the woods as he contemplated methods to accumulate more sword-drawing opportunities. Currently, he possessed 300 sword-drawing chances and could draw from the lottery 3 more times. It was evident that the likelihood of obtaining anything of value was rather slim. Should he opt to purchase from the store, A Millennium Soul ring would cost a staggering 1,000 sword draws, which was clearly far from sufficient. Although a Century Soul ring merely required 10 sword draws, he had no desire to absorb an ordinary one. The 800-year soul ring nestled in his backpack, however, was still a viable option worth considering. In summary, his sword-drawing opportunities were woefully inadequate. He needed to strive earnestly to earn more chances in the 3 days leading up to the finals. As Fang Xian was deep in thought, devising ways to gain more sword-drawing chances, a pair of noble brothers swaggered towards him, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Serves him right. Let us see how arrogant that scourge Fang Xian is now. Dragon Outyin laughed heartily. With Douglas emerging in the finals. It's about time someone curbed Fang Xian's haughty demeanor, Yi Liangchen remarked, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin. In fact, I genuinely hope Fang Xian does not concede but chooses to compete with Douglas. That way, we could relish in the sight of Fang Xian being thoroughly humbled. Brother, your conscience is truly in a deplorable state. Utterly wretched. Dragon Outyin retorted. Outyin, at last. Both of us have risen to the rank of Soul Ancestor. From now on, this Tiando Academy shall belong to the two of us, Yi Liangchen declared. At that moment, a stern figure brushed past the two brothers. In that fleeting instant, Dragon Outyin and Yi Liangchen felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Gentlemen, it has been quite some time. Fang Xian crossed his arms. His back turned to the two, a dangerous smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. The infamous Fang Xian, Long Outyin, and Yi Liangchen shuddered in unison. Turning to find Fang Xian regarding them with a smile that was more sinister than benign, his deep-set eyes glinting with a frosty light, causing them to leap in fright. Truly, it is said that enemies are destined to cross paths. They had not anticipated encountering Fang Xian here, particularly while speaking ill of him. A chill ran down their spines as they felt that their fates were all but sealed. Just now, I heard that both of you have attained the status of Soul Sovereigns, is that right? With his right hand resting on the hilt of his white blade, Fang Xian gazed at Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen with evident excitement, the treasured sword in its scabbard emitting a faint creaking sound. Oh, no, we were merely jesting. The two hapless brothers, sensing Fang Xian's predatory gaze, trembled uncontrollably, clutching each other in a desperate embrace. Fang Xian bestowed a radiant smile upon the two, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The shadowless blade abruptly unsheathed, transforming into a beam of moonlight-like brilliance, which sent Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen flying. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 2 Soul Lords. Reward, 200 drawn blade attempts, Soul Power 200. Hearing the system's notification, Fang Xian erupted into hearty laughter. Feeling that the acquisition of these blade attempts and Soul Power points was exceedingly effortless. It was futile to deny it. He had heard it all. Casting a fleeting glance at the two brothers, who lay helplessly on the ground, frothing at the mouth and already unconscious, Fang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. These brothers truly were his fortuitous stars. The last time he encountered them, they had gifted him a substantial bounty of gold soul coins, and now they had presented him with a treasure trove of experience and a brilliant inspiration for swiftly enhancing his strength. What generous souls they were. Fang Xian sighed, realizing that he could engage in deeper emotional exchanges with them in the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, he focused his mind and assessed his current attributes. The Supreme Blade Drawing System host, Fang Xian level, LV31 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 400, 600 weapon, Shadowless Blade proficiency, minor mastery of blade drawing, 1. 200, state of mind, blade intent divine gifted blade, 1 martial soul, Ice Phoenix soul, beginner 72, 100, 9 heart begonia soul, beginner 33, 100, talent, Ice Blade. Healing blade techniques, Storm Slash, enhanced blade drawing, increasing the power of the draw by 30, Swallow's Return, high speed blade drawing, enhancing the speed of the draw by 30, usable blade draws, 500. The soul power is about to level up, and the number of blade draws has increased by 200. What a delightful turn of events. Fang Xian was exceedingly delighted, as a bold idea emerged in his mind. In the following 3 days, the Tiando Academy was engulfed in a tremendous storm. Fang Xian, wielding the banner of righteousness in the quest for world peace, provocatively instigated discord around him. Upon encountering students of the 30th level or above, he wasted no time in delivering a decisive blow, though he refrained from taking their lives, merely besting them in combat. You are a villain, he declared. The following morning, Fang Xian set his sights on a young nobleman adorned in splendid attire, draped in gold and silver. Without hesitation, he deemed the young man a nefarious character. The noble youth was taken aback, bewildered by the accusation. As he opened his mouth to protest, a massive blade came crashing down before him. Congratulations, you have defeated a soul master. Reward, 100 draws of the sword, soul power 100. There is no issue in robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished. Fang Xian wielded his blade, toppling the noble youth with unwavering conviction before departing. In a secluded path, a thunderous roar reverberated. You treacherous dog, how dare you flee here? A plump student paused momentarily, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, only to be sent flying through the air. Hey, you scoundrel, how dare you brazenly flirt with virtuous women in broad daylight? In a small grove, a young couple, entwined in each other's embrace, were deeply engrossed in their romantic exchange when a booming voice of justice erupted. The young man let out a chilling scream as he was cleaved away by a single stroke of the sword. No need for thanks, for I am a comrade of justice. Fang Xian calmly sheathed his sword, exuding an aura of righteousness as he earnestly nodded at the girl, whose expression was one of bewilderment. The girl exclaimed, I humbly request your support in the form of collections, recommendations, and rewards. I am deeply grateful for the assistance of every reader. A special thanks to the reader with the ID 20200422003128869. 20200723215442405 for their generous contribution, which I sincerely appreciate. Lastly, I implore you for your recommendations. It is crucial that I reiterate this request thrice. Chapter 62. The Frenzied Ascension in Recent Days. Fang Xian has taken on the role of a valiant messenger of justice, turning the heavenly Douluo Academy upside down. Many students have fallen victim to his actions, and even several enchanting young women were not spared. The students, filled with grievances, flocked to their teachers to lodge complaints against Fang Xian, labeling him the tyrant of the academy. Ultimately, this turmoil caught the attention of the academy's committee member, the formidable Dream Machine, a soul Douluo of over 80 levels, who sternly admonished Fang Xian. It was only after this intervention that the matter subsided. Alas, a well-laid plan has been thwarted. Fang Xian walked down the street with a face full of regret, resting his head on his hands as he gazed at the plump sheep passing by. His palms itched with the urge to draw his blade, yet he restrained himself from acting on the impulse. After all, a warning from a soul fighter was not to be taken lightly. He could not afford to cause further trouble for his peers, or he would truly face ostracism from the academy and be forcibly expelled. Fortunately, in recent days, Fang Xian had triumphed over 10 powerful soul emperors, amassing a remarkable total of 1,000 draws and 1,000 soul power points. The rewards were bountiful. The evening of the third day approached. With the finals set for tomorrow, Fang Xian returned home and immediately closed the door to immerse himself in arduous training. Strongest Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV31 Title, Soul Sovereign Soul Power, 1 for 100. 600, Upgradable, Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 1200, Mind Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72, 100. 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 33, 100. Talents, Blade of Ice, Blade of Healing Sword Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing, increases blade power by 30. Swallow's Return, Ultra Fast Blade Drawing, increases drawing speed by 30. Usable blade drawing attempts. 1500 soul power has accumulated to a staggering 1 for 100, enabling a complete upgrade. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of energy surged within, transforming into a more magnificent soul power, fervently augmenting Fang Xian's strength. Congratulations, you have advanced to LV33. Current soul power 100, 900, achieving a 2-level leap. Fang Xian could distinctly sense a notable enhancement in his soul power, a smile involuntarily gracing his countenance. At level 33, he stood against Douglas, who was at level 41, still lacking any advantage in terms of rank. However, the gap between them had diminished somewhat. Subsequently, he opened the lottery interface, placing all his hopes upon the vibrant, multicolored wheel before him. System, grant me your favor. Fang Xian clasped his hands together, resembling a devout believer, earnestly anticipating the moment. The lottery. In the next instant, he embarked on a journey of chance. as the vibrant wheel began to spin with fervent speed. Thank you for your patronage. Draw again. Thank you for your patronage. Continue to draw. Thank you for your patronage. Let me draw. Draw. Fang Xian's eyes turned red as he frantically began to draw prizes. 8 consecutive draws. All were met with the phrase, "Thank you for your patronage." Fang Xian was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, pondering that he should have first consulted the almanac before indulging in the lottery. What a stroke of ill fortune this was. He felt as though he had squandered his luck entirely. Having wasted a staggering 800 attempts, he was deeply pained. Gazing at the remaining 700 attempts available for use, Fang Xian hesitated momentarily, but a resolute determination flickered in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with the lottery. The moment had come. He had no choice but to take action. After a continuous string of 8 failures, Fang Xian finally experienced a moment of triumph. Congratulations! You have drawn a Millennium Spirit Ring. A purple spirit ring now floated in midair, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Haha, a Millennium Spirit Ring. Fang Xian was overjoyed. Feeling that his efforts had not been in vain, the long-awaited reward had finally arrived. After a staggering 9 attempts, he had finally obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, the value of which was comparable to that found in shops. Although he had not incurred a loss, his gains were also modest. At last, he had drawn a usable item, which rekindled a flicker of confidence within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely continued his quest for fortune. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and it appeared that the season of harvest had arrived. On his 10th attempt, he received 10 talent points. On the 11th draw, he obtained 10 basic proficiency points. The 12th attempt bore the message, "Thank you for your patronage." On the 13th try, he acquired 100-year soul ring. The 14th draw also concluded with, "Thank you for your patronage." Talent points serve to enhance the proficiency of martial souls, akin to blank skill points. While basic proficiency points are dedicated to improving fundamental sword drawing techniques, all rather commendable rewards. As for the 100-year soul ring, its utility was rather limited. Unbeknownst to him, the 1,500 sword drawing attempts had consumed the vast majority of his resources, leaving him with but one final opportunity to draw. Fang Xian took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he initiated the final lottery draw. As the vibrant wheel spun rapidly, his heart raced with anticipation, filled with anxiety. Congratulations! You have won the Millennium Soul Ring, 3,000 years. A soul ring of 3,000 years. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated that his final draw would yield a soul ring of 3,000 years, a truly unexpected delight. Approximately an hour later, Fang Xian's lottery journey came to a close, with all his attempts exhausted. However, his once barren backpack was now brimming with an array of rare items. Fang Xian opened his backpack to examine the items contained within. He discovered a yellow soul ring, Centennial, a yellow soul ring, Octocentennial, a purple soul ring, Millennial, a purple soul ring, Trimillennial, 10 talent points, and 10 basic proficiency points. These comprised the entirety of Fang Xian's possessions within the system's inventory and represented his most formidable assets in overcoming Douglas. After a moment's contemplation, he absorbed all 10 basic proficiency points, elevating his mastery of the minor blade technique to 11,200. Subsequently, he allocated the 10 talent points, choosing to invest them in the Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit, as it possessed the highest attack power and was on the verge of leveling up. Following the upgrade, the attack power of the talent blade technique would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Thus, all 10 talent points were dedicated to the Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit. Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit, initial level 82, 100, required merely 18 more proficiency points to ascend to the next level. Fang Xian was confident that by absorbing a single soul ring, the Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit would undoubtedly achieve a level increase. Currently, he harbored 2 replicated martial spirits, the Ice Phoenix and the 9 Hearts Begonia, as replicated martial spirits could only absorb 1 replicated soul ring each. He was thus capable of absorbing 2 soul rings in total. After some deliberation, Fang Xian ultimately resolved to allow the 9 Hearts Begonia to absorb the Octocentennial Yellow Soul Ring, while the Ice Phoenix would absorb the Millennial Purple Soul Ring. With this decision made, he hesitated no longer and promptly commenced the absorption of the soul rings. Little did he expect that he, too, could possess soul rings now. Fang Xian's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 63, The 2 Great Soul Rings Test the Waters. Within the Dantian, the petals of the 9 Heart Sea Tang blossomed gracefully, their leaves pure and exuding a sacred and tranquil aura, reminiscent of a flower fairy fallen into the mortal realm. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring materialized out of thin air, transforming into a delicate golden bracelet that adorned the 9-heart Si Tang. The two harmoniously complementing each other, and their brilliance surged dramatically. Feng Xian closed his eyes in deep concentration, seated gracefully upon the bed. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his entire being, illuminating the dark room in an instant. Congratulations, the soul ring has been successfully absorbed. Current attribute: 9-heart sea pearl soul 83,100. An 800-year soul ring has approximately increased the talent points by 50. Yet the 9-heart sea pearl martial soul remains unchanged in level. Feng Xian felt a tinge of regret. Indeed, the upgrade of this talent proved to be rather arduous. With a sigh, he resumed his earnest endeavor to absorb the soul rings. The 9 hearts Si Tang weapon spirit was on the brink of advancement. Yet the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix spirit was remarkably high. Coupled with the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring, it was certain to ascend to a loftier level. With a resounding cry, the Azure Ice Phoenix spread its wings and soared, emanating a majestic call that was utterly lifelike. At that moment, a violet soul ring descended from the heavens, perfectly encircling the body of the Ice Phoenix, as a surge of soul power erupted forth like a tidal wave. Congratulations! Soul ring absorption successful. The Ice Phoenix weapon spirit has advanced to an intermediate level. Current attributes: Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. The innate skill, Blade Technique, Ice Blade, has evolved into Dance of the Flurrying Snow. Dance of the Flurrying Snow. The power of the Ice Blade technique is enhanced by 50, the freezing effect increased by 100, condensing the power of ice into a singular line, capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. It has leveled up. Feng Xian was filled with elation as his Ice Phoenix martial soul ascended from the elementary to the intermediate level. The newly unlocked talent, the Blade of Heavens, transformed from the cold ice blade into the dance of fine snow, greatly amplifying its might. He opened his palm, and with a mere thought, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, floated from his hand, radiating a brilliant aura. Haha, I finally possess soul rings. Feng Xian mused, excitement bubbling within him as he gazed at the 2 rings in his palm. These soul rings not only enhanced the proficiency of his martial soul but also harbored immense soul power. Absorbing both rings in succession allowed Feng Xian to break through once more, elevating his level twofold, directly ascending to level 35, achieving a 4-level leap in a single night. His soul power surged forth like a rocket. Should today's events become known, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. He accessed his personal information, most powerful blade drawing system host, Feng Xian level, LV35 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 151. 000 weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11, 200, Mental Comprehension, Blade Intent Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82, 200. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Elementary 83, 100, Talent, Dance of Fine Snow, Blade of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Drawing, increases drawing power by 30. Swallow's Return, Super Speed Blade Drawing, increases drawing speed by 30. Usable blade draws. 0. His strength had surged immensely. Feng Xian's heart surged with an exhilarating excitement, as he realized that the gap between himself and Douglas was gradually narrowing. Yet, it was still insufficient. His strength could ascend even further. Clenching his fist tightly, Feng Xian's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. At present, he possessed a divinely bestowed blade and the ability to replicate another martial soul. Moreover, he had a soul ring that had existed for 3 millennia left in his backpack, which he could still absorb. With the finals approaching, if he could manage all these matters efficiently, his power could soar to unprecedented heights. Martial soul. Whose martial soul should he replicate? Feng Xian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. This was indeed a matter worthy of reflection. Every 10 levels, one is granted a divine blade, and the opportunity to replicate a martial soul is exceedingly rare, certainly not to be squandered on something as trivial as the blue silver grass. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Feng Xian resolved upon the optimal target for replication, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. In truth, his original intention had been to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul. According to his initial strategy, Feng Xian had planned to stealthily acquire Yu Tianheng's martial soul during their battle in the finals, subsequently using it against him. This scheme seemed nothing short of perfection. However, Fate took an unexpected turn when Yu Tianheng was defeated by Douglas, thus shattering Fang Xian's plan to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul. With the prospect of defeating Yu Tianheng in a fair match now unattainable, the only recourse left was to seize the opportunity under the cover of darkness and strike him down stealthily. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is an elite martial soul, endowed with attributes of thunder and lightning, boasting both formidable attack power and speed. Within the entirety of the Tiando Academy, it undeniably represents Fang Xian's finest choice at this juncture. Having come to this realization, he resolved to set out immediately, determined to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul that very night. For the following day marked the finals against Douglas, and he must elevate himself to his utmost pinnacle. With his hair styled into a lethal appearance and clad in a dashing dark outfit, Fang Xian was resolute. He must topple Yu Tianheng at all costs. With a mischievous hum, he swiftly donned his attire, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Yu Tianheng. Onward, let us proceed to vanquish. Fang Xian's expression brimmed with excitement as he pushed open the door and stepped over the threshold. Just as he reached the courtyard, an uninvited guest arrived silently. In the pitch-black night, a golden figure gracefully approached. With hair like spun gold, exquisite features, and skin as fair as snow, she wore male attire that could not conceal her extraordinary beauty, regal and ethereal. Little brother, it has been a long time. Qian Rinxue smiled radiantly. Her steps light as she moved like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, quietly entering the courtyard of Fang Xian's home. Each of her movements exuded unparalleled elegance, leaving one feeling as though they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. A fat sheep, Fang Xian thought, staring at Qian Rinxue in momentary astonishment, his eyes suddenly igniting with fervent light, as if he had discovered a rare gem. Like the wind, he rushed towards the maiden. Big brother. Fang Xian's exquisite visage blossomed with unrestrained joy as he surged forward, seemingly teleporting to stand before Qian Rinxue. With arms wide open, before the young maiden could react, he enveloped her in a fervent embrace. Qian Rinxue's delicate countenance stiffened. Her body shivered with an inexplicable chill, rendering her momentarily petrified in place. Fang Xian tightly embraced Qian Rinxue's slender waist, tears brimming in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Your arrival is truly fortuitous. With you by my side, why would I ever seek out that insignificant waist, Yu Tianheng?" A surge of excitement coursed through Fang Xian's heart. Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel soul was significantly more powerful than Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul. It was a legendary super soul. Those endowed with the six-winged angel soul possessed an innate soul power reaching a staggering level 20, truly formidable. When it comes to the classification of soul skills, there exist three distinct tiers: ordinary souls, top-tier souls, and super souls. Ordinary souls represent the standard variety, lacking any remarkable characteristics, while top-tier souls vastly surpass ordinary souls. Often endowed with unique abilities or ancient genes, they may emerge from mutations or evolutions of ordinary souls or evolve from companion souls of the same attribute. As for super souls, they transcend top-tier souls entirely, exhibiting unparalleled strength across all facets. Typically, they boast extraordinary abilities or divine genes, and their awakening rituals generally necessitate specialized procedures, often evolving from top-tier souls. Before him stood Qian Rinxue, who bore the six-winged angel, a true super soul of terrifying might. Fang Xian had firmly resolved that he would not let Qian Rinxue escape. Tonight, he would devise every possible means to bring her down. Little brother, let go. Qian Rinxue was taken completely off guard as Fang Xian enveloped her in a bear hug. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and a chill coursed through her heart. This was far from the first time she had found herself in Fang Xian's embrace. That shameless hand was once again wandering over her pure and pristine form. Don't let go. Brother, after all these years, why have you never come to see me? I truly miss you. Despite Qian Rinxue's desperate struggles to escape Fang Xian's hold, his grip was as strong as iron, his arms like a golden hoop tightly clasping her slender waist. With no intention of releasing her, on a late night, you come willingly to face your fate. How could I possibly deny you? Fang Xian couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Plump sheep, oh plump sheep. Whether I can defeat Douglas this time entirely depends on your milk production. Fang Xian's gaze was sharp as he tightly embraced Qian Rinxue, simultaneously springing into action. His right palm spread open, and a radiant golden light coalesced into an energy blade, striking fiercely against the young woman's delicate form. In a mere 3 seconds, without pain or trace, Qian Rinxue remained blissfully unaware that something of great importance had been seized from her by Fang Xian. Such was the advantage of the divine knife. The process was swift, painless, and left no harm in its wake. You know nothing. In truth, I have already employed it. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have acquired the soul of the six-winged angel. New talent unlocked. Angel's Blade. Upon hearing the system notification resonate in his mind, Fang Xian felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that he would so effortlessly replicate the six-winged angel's martial spirit. What a delightful surprise it was. The six-winged angel's martial spirit is among the most formidable in the Douluo Continent, possessing both light and holiness attributes, and holds the potential for ascension to divinity in the future, making it extraordinarily powerful. With this super martial spirit, Fang Xian's chances of victory against Douglas tomorrow had just increased. Little brother, what are you up to? Qian Rinxue sensed something amiss. Nothing, it's all over. Fang Xian replied with a grin. What is over? A warm greeting between brothers. At this moment, having successfully accomplished his task, Fang Xian quickly released Qian Rinxue's slender waist. He was not the type to covet another's body. By the way, big brother, what brings you here so suddenly? Fang Xian cast a curious glance at Qian Rinxue. Could it be that this woman truly shared a telepathic connection with him? Just as he contemplated taking decisive action, she appeared before him unbidden, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within his heart. It's nothing much. Tomorrow is the finals, and I merely wish to see how well you have prepared. Qian Rinxue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her golden hair cascading gracefully, restoring her noble and awe-inspiring demeanor, radiating an air of untouchable sanctity. It seems satisfactory. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, maintaining a facade of calm while inwardly pondering the intentions of Qian Rinxue. As a clandestine agent of the Spirit Hall infiltrating the Tiando Empire, she held the position of the empire's current crown prince. Fang Xian's remarkable performance in the recent competitions had undoubtedly caught the attention of the Emperor Shuiyi, which might have instilled a sense of threat in this impostor of a prince. Thus, Fang Xian speculated that Qian Rinxue's sudden visit that evening was far from benevolent. Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation, for Qian Rinxue was an astute individual who would not be foolish enough to resort to violence against him within the confines of the Tiando Academy. Ensuring his temporary safety, with a gentle smile and a warm demeanor, Qian Rinxue kindly advised Fang Xian to exercise caution in the forthcoming competition while earnestly inspecting his abode. Her appearance resembled that of a visitor rather than an adversary. Little brother, it is quite late, so I shall not intrude further. Remember, you must be careful in tomorrow's match. Qian Rinxue bid farewell to Fang Xian with an amiable tone, gracefully departing. All right, elder brother, goodbye. Fang Xian gazed at the retreating golden silhouette, his eyes deep and contemplative, grappling with the ambiguity of Qian Rinxue's intentions. The night grew ever more profound. At the back mountain of the Tiando Academy, a shadow cloaked in darkness flickered in and out of sight, resembling a specter. The silhouette, discernibly male with flowing purple hair, sat quietly on a rock, seemingly awaiting something. Time elapsed unnoticed until the moon timidly emerged from behind the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the earth and the waterfall. At that moment, a slender and graceful figure approached from the nocturnal veil, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisite profile illuminated by the moonlight, appearing particularly enchanting. At last, you have arrived. I detest waiting, the purple-haired man remarked, frowning as he regarded the golden-haired girl clad in male attire, his expression revealing a hint of impatience. To know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in every battle, Qian Rinxue responded with a serene smile, gazing calmly at the purple-haired man, her lips curving upward. You seem to be in fine spirits, Douglas. On Monday, I shall ensure a multitude of updates, providing an exhilarating experience for all. Should the results be favorable, I will augment the updates daily, for I am a person of my word. After midnight today, I will release 2 chapters consecutively, followed by the remaining 3 chapters throughout the day at a leisurely pace. I humbly beseech your support. A dedicated scribe endeavors to pen these words. My heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Chapter 65. The decisive battle begins beneath the moonlit night. A cascade of water plummeted from the starry sky. Humph. The heavenly is merely a congregation of incompetents. Is there anything you still doubt? Douglas scoffed, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he cast a discontented glance at Qian Rinxue. I have just met with Fang Xian. That fellow has grown even stronger. Qian Rinxue's delicate visage was frosty, her beautiful eyes swirling with strands of murderous intent. What of it? He is but a mere soul master, and even with a few levels of improvement, he remains nothing more than an insignificant insect. Rest assured, by tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly eliminate Feng Xian. A chilling aura radiated from her, causing the temperature to plummet. Douglas crossed his arms, gazing deeply at Qian Rengshu, and remarked, I do hope you do not forget your promise, my lady. Of course, as long as you dispose of Feng Xian and eliminate this significant threat. Allowing you to enter the Hall of Offerings for cultivation and have a titled Douluo guide your training, it is but a trifling matter. Qian Rengshu smiled faintly, stating, after all, Douglas, you are indeed counted among the most exceptional talents within our spirit hall. Having you linger at the heavenly to assist me seems a waste of your considerable abilities. In the next moment, a thought struck her. A faint glow flickered from her jade hand, and a white jade vial materialized in her palm. This is the fruit of the evil spirit flower. While it cannot compare to celestial great herbs, it can substantially enhance soul power in a short period. Before her words could fully dissipate, Qian Rengshu handed the vial to Douglas, sternly advising, remember, do not use the evil spirit flower's fruit unless absolutely necessary. For this substance harbors malevolent properties that can harm a soul master's body. Fear not. To deal with someone of Feng Xian's ilk, I have no need for the evil spirit flower. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Douglas's eyes as he swiftly accepted the vial, an eerie grin spreading across his face. As if victory in tomorrow's contest was already assured, Qian Rengshu quietly mused, I hope that is indeed the case. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, having successfully replicated Qian Rengshu's martial spirit, remained alone in his room, meticulously studying the newly acquired spirit. Upon introspecting his dantian, a sacred seraphim floated serenely, its 6 wings of radiant gold shimmering with an aura of unparalleled nobility. The Ice Phoenix and 9 Heart CP flanked it, trembling in fear, unwilling to approach the 6-winged angel. Such a formidable presence is entirely incomparable to ordinary martial spirits. Feng Xian was overwhelmed with excitement as he sensed the formidable power of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Undoubtedly, it was a super martial soul possessing the potential for divinity, exuding a dominating aura. Even the combined presence of the Ice Phoenix and the 9-hearted Sea Tang could not compare to such a terrifying essence. The replication of the 3rd martial soul was a resounding success. It was the perfect opportunity to absorb the final soul ring of 3,000 years. According to the original lore of Douluo, based on the invincible theories of the master, the maximum age for a soul master's 3rd soul ring that could be absorbed is below 1,760 years. Clearly, this 3,000-year soul ring exceeded the absorption limit. However, the master's theories were meant to be transcended. Feng Xian ingested the fiery apricot blossom and the octagonal ice grass, 2 celestial elixirs. His body, having been tempered within the duality of ice and fire, boasts of physical strength and resistance far beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus, absorbing this 3,000-year-old purple ring posed no challenge whatsoever. With this thought in mind, he focused his spirit and swiftly began the process of absorption. Congratulations! The soul ring has been successfully absorbed. The 6-winged angel martial spirit has advanced to an intermediate level, with the current attributes reflecting the 6-winged angel S soul, intermediate 0-200. The innate skill, blade technique, Angel S Blade, has evolved into Judgment S Sorrow. Judgment S Sorrow, a formidable strike forged from sacred light, possessing immense destructive power. With a 100 increase in attack strength against malevolent entities, the 6-winged angel martial spirit has ascended. Feng Xian felt a surge of joy upon realizing that. After absorbing the 3,000-year soul ring, his 6-winged angel martial spirit had ascended from the elementary to the intermediate level, unlocking the formidable blade drawing technique. Ding dong! Congratulations on your breakthrough to level 37. Current soul power level, LV 37, 101, 500. Moreover, with the successful upgrade of his martial spirit, the overwhelming soul power bestowed by the 3,000-year soul ring caused Feng Xian's soul power to soar dramatically, propelling him to leap 2 levels and attain the formidable rank of 37. As he absorbed the soul ring, his strength experienced a rapid and continuous enhancement. Ultimate Blade Drawing System Host, Feng Xian Level, LV 37 Title, Soul Master Soul Power, 101, 500 Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11. 200, Mindset Comprehension, Blade Momentum Divine Blade, 0 Martial Spirit, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0-200, Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82, 200, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Elementary 83. 100 Talents, Judgment of Sorrow, Dance of Fine Snow, Blade of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing, Increasing Drawing Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Supersonic Blade Drawing. Increasing Drawing Speed by 30, Usable Blade Drawing Attempts, 0 Arise, My Soul Rings. With a mere thought, 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple materialized in Feng Xian's palm, radiating a brilliant light that instantly illuminated the dark room. In the ultimate state, Feng Xian gazed at the 3 soul rings resting upon his palm, feeling the surging soul power within him, and was overwhelmed with excitement. His eyes shimmered with determination as he clenched his right hand tightly. A battle cry gradually resonated within his heart. Douglas, prepare for combat. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. The sky above was clear, a brilliant azure, and the golden sunlight cascaded down gently, enveloping the bustling central square in a radiant cloak of shimmering gold. Today marked the final showdown of the genius battle, Feng Xian versus Douglas. Originally, this climactic duel was expected to be the highlight of the competition, igniting fervor and anticipation among the masses. However, this year, many spectators found themselves indifferent, entirely losing interest in the contest. To them, the victor seemed predetermined, Douglas. With his formidable level 41 soul power and 4th 5,000-year soul ring, was deemed capable of effortlessly overpowering all the young talents present. What could Feng Xian, a mere soul master in his 30s, possibly achieve, other than to be mercilessly defeated? Hey, how many moves do you think Feng Xian can withstand against Douglas? Some spectators had ceased betting on the victor entirely, instead wagering on how long Feng Xian could endure under Douglas's onslaught. Withstand a few moves? I doubt it. He'll probably be eliminated in a single strike, scoffed a young male student with his hands in his pockets. Even if Feng Xian is strong, he can barely compare to Yu Tianheng, and if Yu Tianheng was defeated in an instant, what chance does he stand? Asserted a pink-haired girl with conviction. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, no one seemed to hold faith in Feng Xian. When the audience had gathered sufficiently, Meng Xinji rose to announce the commencement of the match. I hereby declare the final battle of the Genius Tournament, Feng Xian versus Douglas, commence. With the final showdown underway, the clamor of the square gradually subsided, and all eyes fixated on the arena, unblinking as they watched the 2 figures standing atop the stage. On the platform, Feng Xian donned a sleek black outfit, a long blade at his waist, his black hair cascading down, and his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Opposite him stood Douglas, his disheveled purple hair framing a handsome face marred by a sinister smile. Coldly surveying Feng Xian as an overwhelming presence began to emanate from him. Douglas, Feng Xian declared. Feng Xian, Douglas responded. The 2 men faced each other with icy resolve, the air thick with tension. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Douglas's mouth as he pointed a finger at Feng Xian, his tone laced with disdain. 1 move. What? Feng Xian furrowed his brow, yet his heart remained tranquil, unperturbed by Douglas's provocation. 1 move, defeat you, or I concede, Douglas proclaimed, his sinister visage adorned with a confident smile, brimming with arrogance. The moment these words escaped his lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Hey, did you hear that? Douglas has declared he will defeat Feng Xian in 1 move. Many could not contain their exclamations, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. What is so impressive about relying on a higher level? If you possess true skill, face me at the same realm. Du Guyan scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Douglas. A high level is also a form of strength. Yu Tianheng sighed heavily, still disheartened by his own defeat. He gazed at Feng Xian on the stage, murmuring, Feng Xian, I hope you can perform a miracle. Go for it. Yi Lingling puffed her cheeks, clenching her small fists, resolutely cheering for Feng Xian. It must be acknowledged that Douglas indeed possessed the arrogance to back it up, given the circumstances. His claim to defeat Feng Xian in a single move was not without its plausibility. 1 move to vanquish me, or else concede. Feng Xian's countenance remained composed as he cast a fleeting glance at Douglas, uttering, Remember your words. I hope you are a man of your word. This fellow exuded an excess of confidence. One could only hope that he would still be able to smile later. Dealing with a mere soul master of the 30th rank, a single strike would suffice. Douglas snorted, his calm demeanor laced with formidable self-assurance, entirely dismissing Feng Xian. In the next moment, for soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, ascended from beneath his feet, unleashing a torrent of soul power that reverberated through the entire arena. Although his words may have sounded somewhat arrogant, Douglas did not underestimate his opponent, nor did he hold back his strength. Beyond merely defeating Fang Xian, he had a mission bestowed upon him by Qian Renxue to eliminate Fang Xian. Thus, he resolved to vanquish him in a single blow. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Douglas's eyes, and a shadowy aura enveloped him, emanating a chilling and terrifying presence, accompanied by the faint echoes of ghostly wails and howls that sent shivers down one's spine. What a sinister aura! What kind of martial soul is that? Fang Xian squinted, feeling an icy, bone-chilling malevolence wash over him, an indescribable sensation surging from his feet, rushing towards the crown of his head. Ha ha, Fang Xian. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Accompanied by a booming laugh, Douglas's right hand suddenly transformed, becoming grotesquely large and crimson, sharp claws sprouting forth like those of a beast. In less than 3 seconds, his right hand had morphed entirely from human to a blood-red demonic claw, emanating a sinister aura and an exceedingly terrifying presence. What is that? Fang Xian gazed in shock, struck by the transformation of Douglas, which bore resemblance to Yu Tianheng's draconic metamorphosis. However, while Yu Tianheng transformed towards the essence of a dragon, Douglas's change was profoundly sinister, akin to becoming a ghastly claw. The surrounding audience was equally astonished. During his confrontation with Yu Tianheng, Douglas had not unleashed this technique, and now, witnessing that scarlet demonic claw sent chills down many spines. What malevolent spirit resides within Douglas? The snowy Night Emperor furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Yet, his concern did not lie with Fang Xian's safety. Rather, he was more apprehensive about the potential disgrace the empire would suffer should Fang Xian be defeated by Douglas. Among the entire Tiando Academy, Ning Fengji was the most knowledgeable. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School fixed his intense gaze upon Douglas on the stage, solemnly stating, "If I am not mistaken, Douglas's martial spirit is likely a form of malevolent spirit, possibly akin to the specters of hell." Specters? The Snowy Night Emperor was taken aback, having never before encountered such an evil martial spirit. "Your Majesty, malevolent spirits are exceedingly wicked and possess formidable power. In this match, His Highness the 5th Prince faces grave peril. Should we advise the Snowy Night Emperor to halt the competition, lest Fang Xian fall victim to Douglas's hands?" The Snowy Night Emperor's face displayed a fleeting hesitation, yet he did not immediately call for the match to be stopped. "Father, it is too late." At that moment, Qian Renxue smirked coldly, observing Douglas closing in on Fang Xian, unable to suppress her delight. "The outcome is sealed. Fang Xian is doomed. Farewell, Fang Xian." Douglas's face twisted into a menacing grin, a murderous intent surging forth as that scarlet demonic hand tore through the air, accompanied by waves of dark energy, striking mercilessly towards Fang Xian's head. Demon King Claw. A piercing wail shattered the eardrums, and the fierce gale sliced through skin, even before the claw made contact. Fang Xian felt a gash open on his left cheek, a trickle of blood seeping forth. So powerful. Fang Xian's expression was grave, as he could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within Douglas's claw. Should he suffer a direct hit from that claw, he would likely be torn to shreds. Ice Blade Art. Dance of the Falling Snow. A torrent of soul energy surged into his Ice Phoenix martial spirit, and Fang Xian's eyes glowed with a chilling light. The shadowless blade was unsheathed with a sudden flourish, and 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, manifested around him, unleashing an overwhelming force akin to a volcanic eruption. The shadowless blade transformed into a slender ripple of snow, streaking through the void like a comet, and struck fiercely against the grotesque hand of the specter. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted, causing the solid marble arena to crack with a loud snap, splitting wide open at the center. How is this possible? The crowd swallowed hard, their astonishment evident as they stared at Fang Xian, who stood calmly on the platform, unscathed. They were all left in a state of disbelief. He blocked it. Fang Xian astonishingly blocked Douglas. The entire arena was in shock. At the center of the stage, Fang Xian, with his flowing black hair and the shadowless blade in hand, quietly regarded the pallid-faced Douglas, a dangerous smile gradually curving his lips. "Very well, I am unharmed. You may concede." Douglas's face turned ashen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Despite his earlier bravado, he had failed to land a single blow against Fang Xian. His expression was akin to that of a man who had just received a stinging slap in public, the humiliation burning on his cheeks. Is Douglas about to surrender? A chorus of jeers erupted around him, many urging him to concede. "Incompetent Douglas, spare yourself further disgrace and admit defeat." Du Guyan unleashed her scornful wit, exacerbating Douglas's frustration. Though she often clashed with Fang Xian and had no intention of aiding him, Douglas's demeanor was far more irksome in comparison. The esteemed figures, including the Snow Knight Emperor, Ning Fengji, and Dream God Machine, exchanged bemused glances, their expressions a blend of incredulity and amusement. After all, Douglas had publicly vowed that if he failed to defeat Fang Xian with a single strike, he would immediately surrender. Yet, having exhausted his attempt, Fang Xian stood unscathed in the arena. How could one determine the victor in such a scenario? The crowd was left in a state of confusion. What a useless fool! Qian Rinxue could not help but mutter, chastising Douglas for his foolishness. He had boasted without the means to back it up, inciting the ire of the spectators. Was he truly considering surrendering? Judge, may I declare my victory now? Fang Xian, indifferent to Douglas, turned his gaze toward the judges, fully convinced of his triumph. Die, you bastard! A fierce roar suddenly erupted. Douglas, face contorted with rage, surged towards Fang Xian, his crimson claws striking toward his back with lethal intent. Humph! I anticipated your treachery and was prepared for it. Fang Xian's lips curled into a menacing arc. In the face of Douglas's ambush, he exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, he seemed to have anticipated the attack. With a swift motion, the shadowless blade was brandished, cutting sharply backward. Storm Slash! A 30-fold increase in power. The chilling edge of the blade, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck Douglas with tremendous force, sending him flying with a single, devastating blow. Ah! Douglas screamed in agony, blood gushing forth as his body uncontrollably tumbled backward, soaring 7 or 8 meters before crashing violently against the edge of the arena. His appearance a picture of utter disarray. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Students, teachers, the 3 major committee members, as well as Shuiyi, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Fengji, all stood agape, struggling to comprehend the astonishing spectacle that had unfolded before their eyes. Fang Xian cleaved Douglas with a single stroke? How is this even possible? Surely, I must be seeing things. How could a soul master of the 3rd ring overpower one of the 4th? The disparity in their strength should be insurmountable. How did Fang Xian achieve such a feat? This is astonishing. Voices of disbelief and astonishment erupted as the crowd buzzed with shock. Could the legendary invincibility of Douglas truly be shattered? Initially, the spectators had confidently anticipated Douglas to claim the championship, rendering the final match somewhat uninspiring. However, now, with Fang Xian's decisive blow sending Douglas flying, the outcome of this contest had become shrouded in uncertainty. Many were now invigorated, their anticipation for the final match reignited. In the center of the arena, Fang Xian stood poised with his battle blade, his black hair billowing in the wind. Surrounded by 3 formidable spirit rings in hues of yellow, purple, and purple, emanating an overwhelming aura. The efforts of the past 3 days bore fruit, significantly enhancing his power, rendering him fully qualified to challenge Douglas. With a cold gaze directed at the crumpled figure on the ground, Fang Xian scoffed lightly, saying, Douglas, do not feign defeat. I know you are not so easily vanquished. Rise and continue. At that very moment, Douglas, who had been lying motionless on the ground, trembled slightly, then slowly began to rise. Damn it, that accursed Fang Xian. I shall not let you off so easily. Douglas's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixated on Fang Xian, appearing utterly enraged. He was a level 41 soul master, while Fang Xian was merely in his 30s and lacked 1 spirit ring. Nothing could be more humiliating than being struck down by an opponent he deemed inferior. Let us see how this unfolds. Fang Xian's demeanor was frigid, his eyes radiating a chilling brilliance as he surged towards Douglas with unbridled ferocity. With a swift motion, he executed the technique of Yin Fan, augmented by the speed enhancement of his blade technique level 30. In that fleeting moment, his blade was drawn, transforming into a streak of white lightning, dashing through the void with unparalleled swiftness, fiercely aimed at Douglas's head. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment, Douglas roared, his 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, blazing with an ominous luminescence, unleashing the terrifying aura of the soul sect. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and the scarlet, ghostly claw tore through the fabric of reality. Before Fang Xian's blade could cleave into his skull, Douglas preemptively intercepted it with his ghostly claw. As Fang Xian's strike missed its mark, a flicker of malevolence crossed his gaze. With a swift motion, he raised his knee and forcefully collided it with Douglas's abdomen, causing his face to turn a ghastly shade of green. Die, Douglas. Seizing the opportunity presented by Douglas's momentary vulnerability, Fang Xian rapidly withdrew his shadowless blade and struck fiercely at Douglas's chest, severing 4 or 5 of his ribs, blood and shattered bone splattering in all directions. Cursed Fang Xian, I will tear you apart. Douglas howled in agony, an eruption of dark demonic energy swirling around him, reminiscent of a wrathful specter. With his right hand, he viciously clawed at Fang Xian's chest, tearing through flesh to reveal two stark white ribs, blood dripping incessantly. The two engaged in a brutal clash, their combat spiraling into madness, akin to two feral beasts locked in a lethal struggle. Blood and flesh littered the ground, painting a scene of unparalleled carnage. Was this still a competition? It was nothing short of a savage slaughter, utterly horrifying. If this continued, one of them would surely perish. Shouldn't someone intervene to stop this? Witnessing the gruesome battle unfolding on the stage, many felt a chill run down their spines, paralyzed by fear. Fang Xian and Douglas battled with fervor, their bodies drenched in blood and marred by wounds, having reached a fever pitch where victory was imminent. Amidst this tumultuous clash, I beseech your support for collections and recommendations, expressing my heartfelt gratitude to every reader for their unwavering encouragement. With ample votes and collections, I could dedicate myself tirelessly to writing. Chapter 68. The Final Moments. Boom, boom, boom. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, two figures collided with ferocity. Blood splattering and debris flying as a powerful storm of soul energy surged in every direction. The arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes fixated on the fierce struggle unfolding on the stage, as onlookers were struck with astonishment. The brutality of this contest transcended imagination. This was no mere friendly competition. It was a fight for survival. Bang! A specter of shadow struck fiercely, and Fang Xian let out a muffled groan, feeling as if he had been hit by a freight truck. The sound of cracking bones echoed clearly as he gasped in pain, his chest caving in from the force, and his body was uncontrollably thrust backward. He staggered back 7 steps, spitting blood, his complexion pale, and his breath faltering, struggling to maintain his footing. After a series of relentless battles, both combatants were severely injured, their soul energy greatly depleted. Fang Xian, relying on his exquisite and formidable sword-drawing technique, could barely contend with Douglas in battle. However, as time elapsed, the disparity in their soul power levels gradually became apparent. After all, he was only at the 37th level, while Douglas boasted a formidable 41st level, complemented by an additional soul ring. The volume of the latter's soul power far surpassed his own. If the battle continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. Fang Xian's eyes were profound, his expression grave, as he swiftly activated the 9 Hearts Si Tang to mend his wounds. He remained vigilant against Douglas, rapidly devising strategies to counter the impending threat. "Ha, Fang Xian. It appears you can no longer endure." Douglas sneered upon noticing Fang Xian's signs of fatigue. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he continued, "To be frank, it is quite commendable that a mere 3-ring soul master like you has managed to contend with me this long. Now, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the Howl of the Evil Spirit. Suddenly, the 3rd purple ring around Douglas erupted with a brilliant radiance. As the ghastly apparition surrounding him roared menacingly, a torrent of dark, malevolent energy surged forth, morphing into a terrifying ghostly visage that charged at Fang Xian with ferocious intent. Ready to strike with the blade technique, Storm Slash. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as the shadowless blade sliced through the air, transforming into a streak of chilling brilliance that violently tore apart the approaching ghostly visage, scattering black malevolence in all directions. Douglas has weakened. A surge of joy welled within him as he distinctly sensed the diminishment of Douglas's soul power, making it considerably less arduous to fend off the latter's assaults. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a surge of confidence blossomed within him. To his astonishment, he had managed to withstand the might of Douglas for such an extended period. As the competition reached this critical juncture, the Snow Knight Emperor wore an expression of sheer shock, genuinely moved by Fang Xian's performance, which far exceeded his expectations. He was holding his own against Douglas. Had they been of the same age, Douglas would undoubtedly have been no match for Fang Xian. Ning Fengji's gaze, deep as the starry sky, remained fixated on Fang Xian, filled with admiration. How infuriating! How exasperating! Could it be that Douglas, the inept, might actually succumb to Fang Xian? A chorus of rage erupted within, as she observed the stalemate on the arena, and Qian Rinxue's expression turned grim. She had originally devised a plan to have Douglas publicly eliminate Fang Xian in front of everyone, thereafter claiming it was a tragic accident. This way, She would not only evade any repercussions, but also remove a potential threat, achieving a dual advantage. Yet, who could have anticipated Fang Xian unleashing such astonishing power? Battling Douglas on equal footing? The situation had become increasingly enigmatic. How formidable! It was beyond belief that Fang Xian could exhibit such strength, rivaling Douglas. Unbelievable. How had this scourge's power escalated so rapidly? Pray tell, who do you think will ultimately triumph? It can't possibly be Fang Xian, can it? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Fang Xian's performance defied all expectations, leaving many in utter amazement. Boom. On the stage, the two engaged in yet another fierce clash, causing the ground beneath them to fracture. With a powerful gale sweeping through the air, Douglas's left arm was brutally shattered. The stark white of his bone piercing through flesh, exposed at the elbow, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Fang Xian's chest was ruthlessly torn open by the claw of a specter, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, with blood gushing forth in torrents. He, too, was gravely injured. This fierce battle had reached its final moment. Both warriors were utterly exhausted, with only a single strike left within their grasp. They understood the gravity of the situation, refraining from a reckless attack. Instead, they maintained their distance, hastily gathering strength, preparing to unleash a decisive blow upon one another. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two combatants on the stage, not daring to exhale, their expressions taut with anxiety, silently anticipating their final clash. The outcome hinged on this very instant. Fourth soul skill, the arrival of the evil spirit. Suddenly, Douglas let out a wild howl. His flowing purple hair billowing as the 4th deep purple soul ring radiated an enchanting glow above his lithe figure. Concurrently, his sinister martial spirit emitted a terrifying roar, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that completely engulfed Douglas's form, exuding an aura of utmost wickedness. What could that possibly be? Fang Xian was suddenly taken aback, sensing the malevolent aura enveloping him, akin to the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Cackle, 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 perish, Fang Xian. In the next moment, a grotesque specter surged forth from the obsidian mist, resembling a fiend from the depths of hell, terrifying and sinister, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence as it lunged menacingly towards Fang Xian. Gazing upon Douglas, now utterly transformed into a malevolent spirit, Fang Xian's expression grew exceedingly grave, as he sensed the looming threat of death emanating from him. This creature was frighteningly powerful. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination as he faced the oncoming Douglas. In a frenzy, he channeled all of his remaining soul power into the 6-winged angel martial spirit, finally awakening his new martial soul. Within his dantian, the 6-winged angel came to life, radiating a divine brilliance. Fang Xian's entire being was enveloped in a golden glow, sparkling with luminescence, exuding an aura that was both pure and formidable. A wave of righteous energy emanated from him, impervious to all malevolence. The blade technique of light, judgment of sorrow. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he wielded the shimmering, shadowless blade, fiercely striking at the ethereal figure of Douglas. During this trial phase, I humbly request your support through collections and recommendations, and any contributions would be immensely appreciated, particularly on the Starting Point platform. I am grateful for every reader's encouragement. The 5th update is expected to be released in the evening. Separate postings may attract more collections, and I sincerely seek your recommendations. Chapter 69, Defeat. This is the 5th update for the trial phase. Ding. An evil entity has been detected, activating the passive effect of Judgment-S Grief, enhancing attack power by 100. Ultimate Judgment-S Grief. As the shadowless blade made contact with the ominous demonic energy, a system notification resonated in Fang Xian's mind, causing the originally 3-foot-long golden blade aura to surge to over 9 feet, imbued with an overwhelming sanctity. With a crackling sound, the pitch-black, demonic energy unleashed by Douglas dissipated in large swathes upon encountering the divine golden brilliance released by Fang Xian, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Fang Xian was filled with unanticipated joy as he wielded the shadowless blade with fervor, delivering a devastating strike known as the Sorrow of Judgment upon Douglas. The blow violently tore apart the malevolent spirit that had possessed him, sending it flying with a single, forceful stroke. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as Douglas nearly succumbed to the cleaving force. A pained scream escaped his lips, blood cascading from his wounds. His bones shattered under the sheer ferocity of the attack, his form propelled 7 meters away, crashing heavily into a corner of the arena. Blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs erupting from his mouth. Silence enveloped the crowd. Countless astonished gazes converged from all directions, fixated upon the solitary figure, standing resolute with his blade raised. The spectators were utterly astounded. In the center of the arena, Fang Xian stood drenched in blood, his dark hair cascading wildly, his deep-set eyes radiating a primal intensity, alone upon the stage, with his long blade still dripping crimson. Fang Xian had triumphed. After an indeterminate amount of time, a piercing scream filled with astonishment shattered the stillness. Following this, a cacophony of excited cheers and shouts erupted, akin to a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the entire Tiando Academy. Heavens! Fang Xian has vanquished Douglas. It is unfathomable. How could Fang Xian have accomplished this? A miracle. I have witnessed the birth of a miracle. The crowd surged with exhilaration, all palpably invigorated. The third-ring Soul Master Fang Xian had, against all odds, triumphed over the fourth-ring Soul Sect Douglas, an occurrence that seemed utterly surreal. It was widely believed that the champion of this contest would inevitably be Douglas. Yet now, with a single stroke, Fang Xian had turned the tide of battle, decisively casting Douglas aside, claiming the title of champion in this year's Genius Battle with an indomitable stance. Bravo! Remarkable! Truly magnificent! Ha ha! The Snowy Night Emperor was filled with delight as he gazed upon Fang Xian on the stage, his eyes brimming with admiration and fondness. Erupting into hearty laughter, Fang Xian astonished everyone by defeating the nearly invincible Douglas of the younger generation. His formidable combat prowess and extraordinary talent were evident to all, having captivated everyone present. Many perspectives and prejudices regarding him were quietly shifting. The once deemed useless prince had, almost imperceptibly, transformed into the most exceptional genius of the entire Tiando Royal Academy, without exception. At the moment he triumphed over Douglas, Fang Xian stood as the strongest. Yu Tianheng, Zhu Zhangtian, and Du Guyan no longer held the qualification to be compared with him. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! Fang Xian had indeed vanquished Douglas. As the leader of one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's praise carried immense weight. A smile graced his gentle, jade-like visage, clearly expressing his admiration for Fang Xian. Although Fang Xian was an illegitimate child with no claim to the throne, his strength and talent were undeniable. If he were to be welcomed into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he could, in the future, offer protection to his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji's thoughts turned to Fang Xian's exceptional talent, envisioning him as a safeguard for Ning Rongrong. Just like he and Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, these naturally supportive soul masters required a powerful battle soul master for protection. And the formidable supportive characteristics of their Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul could only be manifested through a strong attack-type battle soul master. Following Fang Xian's battle with Douglas, Ning Fengji was deeply impressed, feeling compelled to extend an invitation to him to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with utmost effort. Humph! Douglas, that useless fool, actually lost to Fang Xian. Qian Renxue gazed at the nearly lifeless Douglas sprawled on the arena, her delicate face betraying a mix of emotions. Internally, she cursed this incompetent individual for ruining her meticulously crafted plans, her heart brimming with frustration. Meanwhile, many teachers below were engaged in animated discussions. Fang Xian won. My student has become the champion. The sudden turn of events left teacher Rulin dazed, struggling to wrap her mind around the fact that, as a mere spirit master, she had produced a champion genius. The incredibility of it all filled her with both astonishment and joy. Congratulations, teacher Rulin, for nurturing such an outstanding student. Qin Ming smiled gently, sincerely extending his congratulations. The students wore expressions of disbelief, each reacting uniquely to Fang Xian's victory. Wow! Incredible! Fang Xian, that naughty fellow, is actually this strong. He even defeated Douglas. Du Guyan exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Fang Xian, you are truly formidable. Yu Tianheng stared blankly at Fang Xian on the arena, a wave of immense frustration swelling within him as he clenched his fists tightly. This mischievous individual had grown even stronger. Yi Lingling pouted slightly, her cherubic cheeks reflecting a look of astonishment as her little fingers twirled mischievously. On the arena, Fang Xian took a deep breath. The murmurs surrounding him penetrated his ears, yet he remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed. Referee, it is time to announce the results of the match, isn't it? With a tranquil demeanor, Fang Xian cast an inquiring glance towards Ming Xinji, the committee's official. Ah, yes. Ming Xinji at the referee's table momentarily froze, finally snapping back from his overwhelming shock. A look of delight spread across his face as he opened his mouth, ready to declare Fang Xian's victory. At that moment, Douglas, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly struggled to raise his head, gazing at Fang Xian with a handsome visage that gradually contorted into a mask of resentment and madness. A white jade vial abruptly materialized in Douglas's hand. He swiftly removed the cork and poured a crimson fruit into his mouth. Boom! A torrent of energy surged violently within him, and all his injuries instantly healed. His aura swelled, becoming even more formidable than before. Fang Xian, I want you dead. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating in all directions. In the midst of this tumult, I humbly seek your support. Please consider casting your votes and offering your collections. Your encouragement means the world to me. The 5th chapter has concluded. I earnestly request your votes once more. Earlier, I checked the data network, and our ranking stands at 4th place. Precariously perched on the threshold of advancement, caught between progression and elimination. This round has seen a surge of prominent figures, leaving me trembling in apprehension. I remain uncertain if we can secure a spot in the top 3. If we do, it would solidify our position. Thus, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support and kindly ask for more votes. For those who have yet to collect, I implore you to do so, enhancing our ranking further. Regarding tomorrow's updates, if the votes and collections are favorable, I promise a minimum of 8,000 words. Achieving 10,000 may prove challenging. As many may not realize, I am juggling 2 works. One requires 4,000 words daily to maintain attendance, while this one demands 10,000. Yesterday, I wrote into the early hours, and today has been spent tirelessly at my computer, with another 4,000 words yet to be penned for the other book. My head is spinning from the effort. Such is the arduous life. Well, it is what it is. I shall do my utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Thank you all. Chapter 70. The Evil Spirit Flower and Celestial Herbal Medicine. First update. I seek your recommendations and collections. What is happening? The sudden upheaval left everyone bewildered. Douglas, who had been defeated and barely clinging to life, suddenly stood up, exuding a menacing aura of demonic energy. His terrifying presence now even more potent than before. Many individuals found themselves utterly perplexed, unsure of the unfolding events. Alas, Douglas had ingested a certain elixir designed to enhance his prowess. Ning Fengji's face paled in alarm as he urgently addressed the Snow Knight Emperor. Your Majesty, the competition must be halted at once. Otherwise, Fang Xian may be in grave danger. Gazing upon the arena, where Douglas raged like a wild beast, the Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. He spoke in a grave tone. Douglas, cease at once. Your Majesty, if my memory serves me correctly, there appears to be no rule against the consumption of potions in this contest. Douglas grinned, his handsome visage twisted with an unsettling charm. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Indeed, the rules of the genius battle were devoid of any restrictions. Any means, regardless of cost, could be employed to vanquish one's opponent. This unrestrained regulation was primarily intended to assess the comprehensive qualities of the participants, preventing the emergence of fragile blooms sheltered from adversity. Now, with such a provision serving as a shield, Douglas brazenly consumed the fruit of the evil spirit flower. Though it was undeniably an act of cheating, many could not definitively declare Douglas as having violated the rules. Even the Snow Knight Emperor and Dream Machine found themselves enveloped in silence. Ha ha ha. The soul power surges forth unceasingly. Douglas laughed maniacally, an aura of dark energy radiating from him. Having consumed the evil spirit flower, his injuries instantaneously healed, and his soul power skyrocketed by 2 levels, reaching the formidable threshold of level 43, rendering him even more terrifying than before. This is troubling. Douglas's aura has grown exceedingly fearsome. The enhancement from that potion is substantial. It appears he has leveled up. Qin Ming frowned, speaking gravely. This is disastrous. Fang Xian's situation is perilous. What shall we do? Teacher Rilon's fair face revealed a hint of anxiety, her heart racing with concern. How despicable. This scoundrel has resorted to drugs. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the other students were filled with righteous indignation, expressing their discontent over Douglas's use of the potion. As Fang Xian was on the brink of victory, Douglas had seemingly resurrected, plunging Fang Xian into a perilous predicament. Though he could self-heal and mend his injuries, his soul power and stamina could not be replenished in time. Now, Fang Xian was utterly exhausted, his soul power depleted. How could he possibly contend against the newly empowered Douglas? It seems that Fang Xian ultimately could not perform a miracle. The crowd collectively sighed, a sense of regret lingering in their hearts. Upon the arena, the consumption of drugs, Fang Xian narrowed his eyes, casting a smile that was both enigmatic and dangerous towards Douglas across from him. The corners of his lips gradually formed a perilous curve as he spoke softly. Very well. Since you have ingested the potion, let us compete in our concoctions and see whose elixir proves superior. With a scoff, he added, you boast of your prowess. But the substance I consumed is a top-tier elixir, known as the fruit of the evil spirit flower, second only to celestial grade in quality. Douglas crossed his arms, regarding Fang Xian with a hint of disdain, and retorted with a cold laugh, are you claiming to possess the legendary celestial grade herbs? Congratulations, you are indeed correct. I do possess celestial grade. Fang Xian's right hand spread open, and a magnificent chrysanthemum materialized out of thin air. This splendid purple flower, with its somewhat fuzzy petals, exuded an undeniable charm. The golden stamen rose dramatically above the petals, exceeding half a foot in height. The entire blossom appeared as a harmonious entity, devoid of any scent, yet radiating an overwhelming brilliance that instantly captivated the attention of all present. The spectators' throats constricted in astonishment, exclaiming, a true celestial grade herb. This large purple chrysanthemum was none other than the extraordinary celestial herb, Qirong Tongtianju. Truly a celestial treasure. How could this be? How could you possess a celestial grade herb? Upon witnessing Fang Xian produce the celestial herb, Douglas was left utterly petrified, his expression darkening as his lips twitched uncontrollably. Just moments before, he had insisted that Fang Xian could not possibly own such a herb, only to be thoroughly and humiliatingly proven wrong. The Qirong Tongtianju, a neutral celestial grade herb. Consuming it enhances one's fortune and fortifies the 8 meridians, enabling the cultivation of an indestructible body. After contemplation, Fang Xian concluded that this particular celestial product was indeed more suited to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly placed the wondrous mushroom, Tongtianju, into his mouth and swallowed it whole without even chewing. Boom. In the next instant, a searing surge of medicinal energy erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, nourishing his parched soul power and cleansing his entire being. Fang Xian could not help but unleash a resounding roar, his body seemingly transforming into a blazing furnace. The blood coursing through his veins boiled with fervor, while the soul power within his dantian surged uncontrollably, his momentum soaring dramatically. Level 38. Level 39. Level 40. Boom. Fang Xian's withered soul power surged instantly, breaking through barriers and expanding wildly, elevating him 3 levels to a formidable rank of 40. Feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through his body, he clenched his fists tightly, his face alight with exhilaration. In this moment, he had never felt so powerful. Perhaps due to the consumption of various celestial herbs previously, he had developed a certain resistance, and thus, the effects of the wondrous Tian Tong Jun were not as overwhelming this time, only enhancing him by 3 levels. Nevertheless, that was more than sufficient. Gazing at Douglas across from him, Fang Xian brimmed with confidence in his ability to defeat him. Damn it, Fang Xian, I will see you dead. Douglas's eyes burned with rage, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl, as dark energy surged around him, transforming him once more into a malevolent specter. Charging furiously toward Fang Xian, the Light's Blade technique, Judgment of Sorrow. Fang Xian's gaze was icy as he calmly wielded his long blade, striking at the malevolent spirit of Douglas. The 6-winged angelic martial soul possessed an innate restraint against evil entities, amplifying its offensive prowess. In this critical moment, Fang Xian opted for the divine attribute of the sword-drawing technique to confront Douglas. With a whoosh, a golden streak of light sliced through the azure sky, gentle as rippling water, yet imbued with a fierce killing intent. It cleaved through Douglas with the swiftness of lightning. Clang! Fang Xian calmly sheathed his blade, as a bloodied head rolled to his feet. The scene before him was nothing short of a captivating exhibition of swordsmanship. The audience was left in awe. During this testing phase, I humbly request your support in terms of collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably through Qidian. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every reader for their support. At present, we are ranked 4th in recommendations, trailing the 3rd place by just over 20 collections. Let us strive together, cast more votes, and increase our collections, aiming for the top 3 spots. By the way, Friends on QQ Reading can easily add a collection on Qidian by logging in with their QQ account on the web version. Without the need for registration or downloading the client, it is quite simple. Chapter 71. Champion. Second update. Your support is greatly appreciated. This astonishing strike left all present utterly speechless. For a considerable duration, the entire central square fell into a profound silence. Fang Xian emerged victorious. After an indeterminate time, a voice filled with disbelief quietly resonated, igniting the fervor of the crowd. An endless wave of cheers and shouts surged forth from all directions, completely enveloping Fang Xian. Fang Xian exhaled with a sense of relief, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Victory was his. He had finally triumphed. It had not been an easy journey. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have slain a 4-ring soul master. Reward, 1,000 blade draws, soul power 1,000. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, then elated beyond measure. He had not anticipated such generous rewards following the defeat of Douglas. To vanquish a soul sovereign only yielded 100 blade draws and 100 soul power. Yet, slaying a soul master granted an astonishing 1,000 blade draws and soul power, a tenfold increase. It seemed the rewards for defeat escalated with the opponent's rank. If a soul master bestowed 1,000 blade draws, what might one earn for vanquishing a soul king, a soul emperor, or even a title Douluo? The rewards would undoubtedly surge. Imagining the bounty from directly defeating a title Douluo, he envisioned a reward of astronomical proportions, believing he could spin the lottery wheel to procure a soul ring of 10,000 years. With such thoughts, Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement, surpassing that of winning a championship. Strongest blade draw system host. Fang Xian level. LV40 title. Soul sovereign soul power. 10003000 weapon. Shadowless blade proficiency. Minor blade draw technique. 11200. Mental comprehension. Blade intent divine gifted blade. 0 martial soul. 6-winged angel soul. Intermediate 0200. Ice phoenix soul. Intermediate 82200. 9 heart begonia soul. Beginner 83100. Talents. Judgment's grief. Dance of the fine snow. Blade of healing blade techniques. Storm slash. Super strength blade draw. Increases blade draw power by 30. Swallow's return. Super speed blade draw. Increases blade draw speed by 30. Available blade draws. 1,000. Fang Xian concentrated his mind and examined his personal information. His level had surged to 40, and he had acquired an impressive 1,000 draws available for use. Furthermore, he possessed ample currency for expenditure and was merely 1 level away from reaching the 41st Soul Master rank. However, with the elevation in rank came an increasing requirement for soul power. Ascending to level 41 necessitated a staggering 3,000 points of soul power, which would require gradual accumulation, an endeavor not achievable overnight. After Fang Xian defeated Douglas and claimed the championship, the crowd was astounded. The emergence of an underdog in the finals always invigorates the spirit, eliciting expressions of exhilaration as discussions erupted fervently among the spectators. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Emperor Xueye clapped his hands in delight, his gaze toward Fang Xian brimming with elation. Who would have imagined that the once obscure Fang Xian could slay Douglas with a single strike, seizing the championship in such a formidable manner, thus shocking the entire assembly? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Fang Xian's prowess was extraordinary. Even Douglas was no match for him. It seemed that among the younger generation, few could rival his capabilities. Ning Fengji's face shimmered with admiration, his eyes fixed on Fang Xian, musing, due to the awkward circumstances surrounding his identity. Fang Xian is destined not to become the heir of the empire. Therefore, I must find a way to invite him to my 7 Treasures glazed tile school. He could provide invaluable protection for Rongrong in the future. How infuriating! That worthless Douglas not only failed to eliminate Fang Xian, but was instead slain by him. Qian Rinxue's fair countenance fluctuated between emotions, her icy gaze firmly locked on Fang Xian, her beautiful eyes swirling with murderous intent. The more outstanding Fang Xian's performance, the greater the threat he posed to her. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that Fang Xian was so deeply concealed, possessing such formidable strength, and even possessing celestial-grade herbs? A treasure of the mortal realm? Qian Rinxue's eyes turned cold. She felt both astonished and taken aback, realizing that she had underestimated Fang Xian. Incredible! Fang Xian actually triumphed. Teacher Rulon exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha! It appears that the foremost individual in the Tiando Empire is none other than Fang Xian. Qin Ming expressed his astonishment. It was truly astonishing that not long ago, a previously inconspicuous and inept prince could now vanquish a multitude of young geniuses and seize the championship in one fell swoop. TCH, that detestable villain, defeating Douglas was no great feat, Du Guiyan remarked, unable to suppress a smirk as she gazed at the dazzling youth who captured everyone's attention on the stage. She harbored no fondness for either Douglas or Fang Xian. Regardless of who claimed the championship, she found little joy in the outcome. Honestly, why couldn't these two just perish together? Du Guiyan grumbled. Yin Yin. What mischief are you contemplating now? Yi Lingling blinked her large eyes, noticing the mischievous smile of the girl beside her, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek playfully. Fang Xuanyuan's expression was complex as he fixated intently on Fang Xian, a fierce battle intent igniting in his gaze, only to be extinguished shortly thereafter. Sighing softly, he could not suppress the feeling of melancholy that washed over him, realizing that he was no longer Fang Xian's equal. Indeed, within the entire Tianshou Academy, there would be no other student capable of rivaling Fang Xian. At this moment, Fang Xian had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the Tianshou Royal Academy. Fang Xian, I shall train relentlessly. If I cannot ascend to the Soul Sect, then to the Soul King. If the Soul King eludes me, I shall strive for the Soul Emperor. And if that remains unattainable, I will aim for the title Douluo, until I surpass you. Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled with determination as he clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. Judge, you may proceed to announce the results of the match. I believe this time, no one shall disrupt the proceedings. Fang Xian stood serenely upon the arena, gazing at the still-dazed dream god machine. In truth, he was indifferent to the title of champion. However, the coveted prize, a Millennium Soul Bone, ignited a profound yearning within him. Soul Bones. These are rare and precious artifacts that countless soul masters yearn for. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts. Yet their appearance is a mere 1 in 1,000, or even less. Consequently, soul bones are exceedingly rare and valuable, to the extent that even title Douluo-level powerhouses covet them. A common soul bone can fetch a price in the market ranging from several 100,000 to even tens of millions of gold soul coins, and yet, they are often more valuable than available. One cannot help but wonder if soul bones might enhance the proficiency of one's martial soul. Fang Xian felt a surge of anticipation. Coughing softly, he awoke from a profound shock as the aged visage of Dream Machine revealed a brilliant smile. He proclaimed loudly, thus, I announce that the champion of this year's genius battle is Fang Xian. The name echoed, Fang Xian, Fang Xian. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of cheers and applause surged from all directions, completely enveloping Fang Xian. The entire Tianshou Academy erupted in jubilation. Is this what it feels like to be a champion? It seems rather ordinary. Fang Xian stood at the center of the arena, gazing down at the fervent faces below, listening to the cacophony of applause that echoed like firecrackers, feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, an incongruous cold shout pierced the air. Wait! A request for support during the trial phase arose, seeking collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably on the starting point platform. Gratitude was expressed to every reader for their unwavering support. There would be 2 more updates later in the evening. Chapter 72. Seeking an Explanation, 3rd Update. A chilling voice abruptly shattered the joyous atmosphere that enveloped the crowd. What is happening? Who is it? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, following the source of the sound with his gaze. There, in the VIP section, sat a man in his 50s, clad in a crimson robe. His blood-red eyes filled with fury, fixated on him with a murderous intent that was palpable. You little beast, I shall slay you. The visage of the crimson-robed elder was somewhat grotesque, adorned with 7 resplendent soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each emanating a terrifying aura that belonged to a soul sage. In the next instant, he let out a roar, his body suddenly launching forward. An unyielding force tearing through the air as he charged towards Fang Xian, brimming with lethal intent. 7-ringed soul sage. Fang Xian's heart quivered, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, sending chills down his spine. Perish. In full view of the crowd, the elder in the crimson robe, brimming with an insatiable murderous intent, rushed onto the arena with the speed of lightning, his right fist trembling the very fabric of the air, aimed squarely at Fang Xian's head, ready to strike with devastating force. Insolence. Audacity. How dare you? At the critical moment, Dreaming Deity, by Bashan, and Jilin erupted in fury. The three mighty-souled Douluos stationed at Tiando joining forces to subdue the Elder in red, awakening from the grips of deathly fear. Fang Xian found his garments drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting instant, confronted by the imposing murderous aura of a soul saint, he felt utterly immobilized, rendered incapable of any movement. I am so feeble. I am far too weak. Fang Xian clenched his fists in a fit of rage. In that instant, the triumph and exhilaration from recently vanquishing Douglas evaporated entirely. What significance did his supremacy among the younger generation hold when, in the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, a sole sovereign or a sole clan was regarded as mere trifles, utterly inconsequential? Now, any second-rate sect or a small kingdom could send forth a seasoned master who could effortlessly erase him from existence. Fang Xian is currently regarded as a figure of immense potential for the future. However, this hinges on his ability to mature smoothly. For he lacks the protection of a title de law and stands alone. A cold gaze descended, fixating on a face marred by resentment. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Fang Xian's eyes as he noticed that, despite being subdued by the trio of Dream God Machine, the crimson-robed elder continued to glare at him with unabated hostility, evoking a disquieting sensation within him. Simultaneously, a question lingered in his mind. What could possibly provoke this soul saint to suddenly attack him? Damn it, release me. Are you of the Tiando Empire going to resort to tyranny? The crimson-robed elder struggled fiercely, his furious gaze directed at the Snow Knight Emperor seated upon the throne. Your Majesty, Douglas is a prince of our Balak kingdom, and he has been unjustly harmed and perished within the Tiando Academy. You must provide an explanation. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd swiftly comprehended the situation. It turned out that the crimson-robed elder hailed from the Balak kingdom and sought vengeance for the fallen Douglas, which explained his sudden aggression towards Fang Xian. So that was the case. Fang Xian's gaze was icy, coldly fixed upon the old man in the red robe. It was evident to all present at the competition that Douglas had made several attempts to end his life. However, despite Douglas's sinister intentions, he ultimately fell victim to Fang Xian's counterattack. The audacity of this old rogue to feign victimhood and shamelessly strike back was truly appalling. Fang Xian felt a surge of anger as he cleaved Douglas in two, devoid of any remorse or regret, for that man had brought his fate upon himself. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, he sensed Douglas's murderous intent and, of course, would not hold back. To kill in order to quell the violence. This was a principle Fang Xian had always upheld. Alas, another troublesome matter arose. The Emperor of the Snowy Night furrowed his brow, clearly unable to approach the situation with the same simplicity as Fang Xian. After all, the death of a prince from a kingdom within the Heavenly Dou Empire could not be taken lightly, despite his lack of fear towards the Balak kingdom. It was inevitable that this incident would attract much scrutiny and trouble, potentially even inciting enmity from the Balak kingdom. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. Duke Blake of the Balak kingdom lamented the untimely demise of his prince, declaring it a mere accident, unforeseen by anyone. The Emperor of the Snowy Night waved his hand, signaling Dream Machine and his companions to release the elderly man in red, and calmly remarked, "Very well, state your demands, as compensation. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Compensation? Excellent. I trust your Majesty will keep his word. I have but one request, the red-robed soul sage Blake sneered, pointing at Fang Xian. Let Fang Xian accompany our prince in death. What? Fang Xian to be sacrificed? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with shock. Who in Tiando City was unaware that Fang Xian was the son of the Emperor of the Snowy Night? Although originally a mere illegitimate child, Fang Xian had now displayed astonishing potential, which greatly pleased the Emperor, who now placed immense importance on him. Yet, here was a soul sage from the Balak kingdom, audaciously demanding Fang Xian's life. This was utterly unreasonable. Douglas's death in the arena was entirely an accident. In such a fierce contest, injury or death was a common occurrence. The prince of your house was merely knocked down, still clinging to life, yet he chose to resort to drugs, only to find he could not withstand Fang Xian's blow and was slain. Who was to blame for that? Moreover, when Douglas held the upper hand and was about to kill Fang Xian, did we see you intervene? Many could not help but murmur amongst themselves, casting disdainful glances towards Blake. Humph. Fang Xian let out a cold snort and raised an eyebrow, his demeanor remarkably composed. He refrained from uttering a single word, choosing instead to remain quietly in place, awaiting the final decision from the Snow Knight Emperor. His current demeanor had already captured the Emperor's attention. As long as the monarch's mind was not clouded, he would not demand retribution from Feng Xian for a deceased Douglas. After all, in the Emperor's eyes, self-interest reigned supreme. At this moment, Feng Xian had demonstrated sufficient worth. As he anticipated, upon hearing Blake's request, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression turned frosty, and he decisively rejected the demand. Impossible. Feng Xian is the most outstanding talent of the Tiando Academy. From this moment forth, I shall not permit any harm to come to him. Otherwise, I shall hold the Balak Kingdom accountable. This was a blatant warning. In that instant, the Snow Knight Emperor finally revealed the majestic aura befitting the ruler of the Tiando Empire, exuding unmatched authority as he coldly regarded Blake. Even a soul sage felt the pressure when faced with the emperor of a vast empire. Blake shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill run down his spine. As the situation unfolded, Blake gritted his teeth and insisted, "You cannot be serious." The Snow Knight Emperor was evidently growing irritated. How dare this mere soul sage be so ungrateful? With a single command, he could make Blake vanish forever. However, this was a public setting, with many eyes watching, and it involved the death of a prince from the opposing realm. Thus, the Tiando Empire had its own share of culpability. Consequently, the Snow Knight Emperor, exercising restraint, proposed, "Let us settle this matter. I will overlook your aggression towards Feng Xian. You may escort Douglas's remains back to your homeland, and in addition, I shall compensate you with 500,000 gold soul coins. Let this matter conclude here." With a change in tone, he added gravely, "Otherwise." His low words were laced with a chilling intent. He did not need to elaborate further. Blake clearly understood the Emperor's implication. The monarch's patience had evidently reached its limit. Should Blake continue to be obstinate and utter another word of dissent, he would likely find himself unable to return alive to the Balak Kingdom. "Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty." Blake's expression fluctuated between various emotions. Although he was filled with dissatisfaction, he could only nod in agreement in the face of the Snow Knight Emperor's warnings and threats. To disagree? Such an option would mean forfeiting his life. Excellent. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems the matter has finally reached a harmonious resolution. Observing the scene, the onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. 500,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Feng Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he uncontrollably exclaimed, "Wait a moment, I have some objections." The crowd stood in stunned silence, collectively directing their gaze towards Feng Xian. The emperor himself had expended such a vast sum to quell the impending calamity, and here he was, seemingly idle, springing forth with such frivolous concerns. In truth, Feng Xian had initially intended to maintain a tranquil demeanor befitting a handsome gentleman. However, the sheer enormity of the amount, 500,000, proved overwhelming, compelling him to voice his thoughts. 500,000 seems rather excessive. Perhaps we could consider reducing it a bit?" He offered a disingenuous smile, casting a tentative glance towards Blake. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was rendered speechless. "My dear fellow, you have just secured victory. Must you engage in such an undignified display?" They were at a loss for words, astonished that Feng Xian was actually fretting over money. "Douglas has perished. What need have we for such an exorbitant sum?" One lamented. "Brother, if you have more money than you know what to do with, kindly spare some for me. I am in dire need of funds." Feng Xian silently lamented. Recently he had desired to visit the old madman to acquire a fine blade, yet funds were necessary. "Feng Xian, silence yourself." Emperor Shui's expression darkened as he abruptly silenced Feng Xian, who nearly jeopardized his recent negotiations with Blake. How infuriating! Blake's countenance was grim, as he inwardly berated Feng Xian. He swiftly gathered Douglas's remains and hastily departed the arena, casting a frigid glare at Feng Xian before his exit. Regardless, this matter had finally reached a conclusion. The genius battle had ended splendidly, leading to the award ceremony. Due to Feng Xian's victory, Emperor Shui was particularly elated, bestowing the title of Viscount upon the top 10 contestants. Feng Xian, having triumphed in this competition, ascended from an ordinary commoner to a distinguished earl, evoking envy from many. However, within the Douluo Continent, such a title seemed to hold little practical value. Monetary reward would have been far more beneficial. Soul bones. Soul bones. Feng Xian approached the stage with a face full of anticipation, eagerly awaiting the presentation of the prize designated for the champion. Prior to the competition, he had already heard whispers that the champion's reward was a millennium-old soul bone imbued with the essence of fire. A single individual can accommodate a total of 6 soul bones, each of which is exceedingly precious. To this day, Fang Xian had yet to acquire a single soul bone, which heightened his eagerness for this particular reward bestowed by the empire. He wondered what part of the body it would correspond to. Fang Xian murmured softly, quietly anticipating the moment. Fang Xian, congratulations on seizing the championship. This is your well-deserved prize. The Emperor of the Snowy Night approached with a warm smile, first affectionately patting Fang Xian on the shoulder. Then, with a graceful motion of his right hand, a vibrant soul bone materialized in his palm, radiating a dazzling green light. The instant the soul bone appeared, it captivated the attention of everyone present. Their throats constricted with excitement, and their gazes grew increasingly fervent. Even the 3 soul Douluos, including Dream Machine, could not hide their envy. Fang Xian momentarily stood in astonishment as he swiftly received the soul bone from the hands of the Snow Knight Emperor. After a meticulous examination, he murmured in disbelief, "Isn't this supposed to be a fire attribute soul bone of 10,000 years? The aura emanating from this soul bone clearly indicated that it was not a fire attribute, but rather a plant-type soul bone. Could it have been swapped? He harbored serious doubts that his prize had been tampered with, potentially replaced by some nefarious trickster. Indeed, this was not the original fire attribute soul bone. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled faintly, a glint of smugness evident in his eyes. Leaning in discreetly, he whispered into Fang Xian's ear in a tone audible only to the two of them. This is a plant-type soul bone of 50,000 years. 50,000 years. Upon hearing this revelation, Fang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with ecstasy. No wonder he felt the formidable aura radiating from this verdant soul bone. It turned out to be a soul bone of such remarkable age. What was happening? Was it supposed to be a 10,000-year soul bone? How did it suddenly transform into one of 50,000 years? Fang Xian felt a twinge of confusion upon sensing the gentle and amicable gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor. After a moment of contemplation, enlightenment struck him. It became clear that the Snow Knight Emperor intended to win hearts with this ancient soul bone, dating back 50,000 years, thus compensating for the past grievances Fang Xian had endured, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to the Tiando Empire. Truly, he was a sovereign of remarkable acumen and grandeur. The act of offering a soul bone of such antiquity to garner allegiance is an endeavor beyond the reach of most, as its value is simply unparalleled. Were such a relic to wander into the world, a multitude of titled Douluos would undoubtedly vie for its possession. Yet here was the Snow Knight Emperor, presenting this 50,000-year-old soul bone as a prize to Fang Xian. This subtle and quiet transformation evoked a sense of admiration in Fang Xian for the Emperor's cunning and stratagems. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, receiving such a precious soul bone without any cost filled Fang Xian with immense joy and surprise. Fang Xian, this soul bone is of immense value. You must remain here at the Tiando Academy during this period and dedicate yourself to fully absorbing it. The Snow Knight Emperor earnestly advised. Indeed, I understand. Fang Xian carefully stored the soul bone and nodded earnestly. Thus, the genius battle concluded splendidly. During the trial phase, I humbly request your support in the form of collections, recommendations, and donations, preferably on the original platform. I am grateful for every friend's support. Exhausted yet fulfilled, I have finally completed the 4th chapter. I kindly ask for your votes and collections. 8,000 words are concluded. I earnestly seek your collections and recommendations. As promised, here is the 4th chapter. 8,000 words are finished. I implore you for collections and recommendations. Currently, our ranking stands at 4th place, just 20 collections shy of 3rd place. However, we have over 100 more recommendation votes than they do. Let us all strive harder, casting more recommendation votes and accumulating more collections, for our advancement or elimination hinges on these next few days. As for tomorrow's update, should the recommendation votes and collections be substantial, I shall again present 8,000 words. I shall give my all. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Thank you all. Chapter 74. The Left Arm Bone of Bloody Devour. First update. I seek collections and recommendations. This soul bone is named the left arm bone of Bloody Devour. It originates from a carnivorous flower with a cultivation of 50,000 years. Although classified as a plant type, it possesses overwhelming dominance and harbors formidable offensive and destructive capabilities. A soul master can absorb 6 soul bones, located in the left arm, left leg, right leg, skull, and torso, with the torso bone providing the most significant overall enhancement, followed by the skull, and then the left and right arms and legs. Different locations yield varying effects. Generally, skull bones come from mental-type soul beasts, enhancing the soul master's mental fortitude. Arm bones stem from strength and offensive-type soul beasts, greatly augmenting the soul master's power. Leg bones derive from speed-type soul beasts, increasing the soul master's velocity. The most powerful of all is the torso bone, which enhances the soul master's overall attributes. This 50,000-year-old left arm bone of Bloody Devour, although derived from a plant-type soul beast, is evidently a soul bone that boosts attack potency and strength. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Fang Xian gazed intently at the green soul bone, shrouded in a blood-red aura of malice, and could not help but furrow his brow slightly, expressing a tinge of regret. The left arm bone, is it? How I wish it were the right arm bone instead. He had always wielded his blade with his right hand. If this were a right arm bone, the absorption would undoubtedly amplify his right hand strength, significantly enhancing the might of his sword techniques. Alas, it is but a left arm bone. Should the soul master who acquires it be left-handed, they would surely rejoice. After lamenting for a moment, he chided himself for his greed. Having already acquired a 50,000-year-old soul bone, he still yearned for a specific location, which indeed was a touch avaricious. The left arm bone of Bloody Devour. What sort of enhancement will this soul bone bestow upon me, I wonder? In Fang Xian's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he eagerly began to absorb the soul bone, with his left hand hovering above the bloodthirsty left arm bone. Golden soul power quietly surged forth, guiding the soul bone to merge with his arm. At the moment the soul bone fused with his left arm, a tremor coursed through Fang Xian's body. His left hand felt as though it had plunged into a furnace, searingly hot, causing even his blood to begin to boil. Murder, fury, bloodshed. Three malevolent auras converged upon him with wild intensity, perhaps due to the nature of the man-eating flower, which was steeped in bloodshed and malice. This soul bone was enveloped in an aura of evil, persistently resisting its host, making absorption exceedingly arduous. Gritting his teeth, Fang Xian focused his mind and painstakingly refined the malevolent energies, embarking on the protracted journey of absorbing the soul bone. 7 days later, in the courtyard, a young man clad in black stood beneath an ancient tree, his flowing black hair framing a strikingly handsome face, his features sharp and refined as if sculpted from gravel. Devour. The young man raised his left hand, a mysterious black gas emanating from his palm, imbued with a sense of destruction. He struck the ancient tree with a single palm, and with a resounding crack, the tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was effortlessly snapped in two. Such formidable power. His eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded earnestly, thoroughly satisfied with the skill he had just acquired. This young man with black hair was none other than Fang Xian. After several days of effort, he had finally completely fused with the 5,000-year-old bloodthirsty left arm bone, gaining the accompanying soul skill, Devour. Devour, release the devouring aura, capable of consuming and refining all things. An exceptionally potent soul skill. Following the absorption of this left arm soul bone, the strength of Fang Xian's left hand surged dramatically, far surpassing that of his right hand wielding a blade. Such a powerful arm would be wasted if relegated to a supporting role. Could it be that he would now practice swordsmanship with his left hand? Fang Xian pondered this question earnestly, and ultimately, a brilliant idea blossomed in his mind, the dual-wielding technique. By strengthening his left hand and mastering a plethora of sword techniques, he could indeed embark on the path of training with twin blades. Imagine, if he wielded the blade of ice in his left hand and the blade of flame in his right, merging ice and fire in harmony as he fought. His combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. This is indeed a splendid notion. Fang Xian stroked his chin, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face as he murmured, "If I am to practice wielding a left-handed blade, I must first procure an exquisite knife." He resolved to make time to visit the old madman in search of a fine blade. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 41. Reward, Divine Blade 1. This soul bone not only augmented Fang Xian's strength but also, imbued with immense soul power, enabled him to transcend the barriers of the Soul Master rank, attaining the 41st level of the Soul Master realm. To his astonishment, shortly thereafter, the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Congratulations. The bloody devouring left arm bone has been successfully absorbed. The Nine Hearts Begonia martial spirit has ascended to an intermediate level. With current attributes, Nine Hearts Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. The Talent Blade Drawing Technique. Healing Blade has evolved into Light of Healing. Light of Healing. Healing effects enhanced by 30. significantly accelerating the speed of injury recovery. What a delightful surprise. Fang Xian felt elated, realizing that the absorption of this left arm bone had also elevated the proficiency of his 9 hearts begonia martial spirit, propelling it directly to intermediate status. While the healing blade advanced further to become the light of healing, greatly amplifying both the speed and effectiveness of healing. Oh, it must be because this is a plant-type soul bone that the absorption has benefited the 9 hearts begonia, which shares the same classification, Fang Xian speculated. It seems that not only soul rings can enhance martial spirit proficiency, soul bones of the same attribute can do so as well. Next, Fang Xian focused his mind, filled with anticipation, and proceeded to examine his current basic attributes. Supreme Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV41 Title, Soul Master Soul Power, 05000 Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Completion Blade Drawing Technique, 11200, State of Mind Comprehension, Blade Intent Divine Blade, 1 Martial Spirits, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0200, Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200, 9 Hearts Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200, Talents, Judgment of Sorrow, Dance of Fine Snow, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Drawing, Enhancing Blade Power by 30, Swallow's Return, Super High Speed Blade Drawing, Enhancing Blade Speed by 30, Usable Blade Drawing Attempts, 1000. His power has surged immensely. Fang Xian gazed at the surging attributes, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, the once inconspicuous youth, devoid of possessions, was gradually ascending towards the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, step by step. During this initial phase, he humbly beseeches for your support in terms of collections and recommendations. The gratitude for every reader's encouragement is immense. These past 2 days of intense updates have left him fatigued, grappling with drowsiness and headaches. Today, he promises a minimum of 3 updates, and he shall strive to produce a 4th. He continues to seek your recommendations and collections, as his potential advancement may hinge on these next few days. Chapter 75, The Journey of Enhancement, 2nd Update. He earnestly requests your collections and recommendations. Presently, Fang Xian has 1,000 opportunities to draw his blade. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the main interface of the panel. 1. Personal Information 2. Shop 3. Lottery 4. Enhancement Furnace 5. Backpack. Finally, Fang Xian selected the 4th option, the Enhancement Furnace, eager to experiment with it. Since the system upgrade, he had yet to utilize the Enhancement Furnace. With some spare drawing opportunities at hand, he opted not to engage in the lottery but to enhance his weapon instead. Upon entering the enhancement system, an ancient and weathered furnace materialized before him, alongside a slender, white blade that was none other than the Shadowless Blade. The Shadowless Blade hovered silently beside the enhancement furnace, its fundamental attributes automatically displayed. Shadowless Blade Level A. Rare Level, Strength, 35 Speed, 72 Enhancement, None Special Attributes, None Comprehensive Evaluation, Invisible and Formless, Swift as a Spectre, though slightly lacking in strength. A Blade of Lightning Speed. Note, the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are 10 points. The Shadowless Blade, with its elongated and sharp body, is a weapon primarily focused on speed. As Fang Xian's consciousness stirred, the Shadowless Blade floated effortlessly above the enhancement furnace, embarking on its journey of gradual yet assured improvement. According to the furnace's specifications, for enhancements below 10, a total of 100 draws was required for each attempt. However, astonishingly, once surpassing 10, the number of necessary attempts skyrocketed to an alarming 1,000 draws per enhancement. Moreover, the costs escalated dramatically with each increase in enhancement level. Most crucially, if one were to fail an enhancement attempt on a weapon above 10, it would shatter completely. This predicament is rather disheartening. After all the effort invested in acquiring a fine blade, to have it reduced to mere shards is quite vexing. Nevertheless, the attributes bestowed by enhancing a weapon beyond 10 yield substantial improvements, along with the chance of randomly imbuing the weapon with a rare attribute, which is indeed remarkable. For now, let me secure a 10 enhancement. Fang Xian delightedly thought to himself that he had 1,000 draws stored in his backpack, perfectly sufficient to enhance his weapon 10 times. If he were to succeed without a single failure, he would ascend to an enhancement level of 10, a veritable leap into the heavens. However, while the dream was beautiful, reality proved to be quite harsh. 10 minutes later, Fang Xian lay sprawled across the bed, Feeling utterly drained, 5 consecutive failures? He clutched his chest, a visage of despair etched upon his face. Oh, my heart aches. He had attempted to strengthen his abilities 5 times in succession, each endeavor ending in failure, not even earning a single one. Brother, what are you doing? The dungeon pales in comparison to your misfortunes. Could it be that the curse of the twisted vine would amplify in this otherworldly realm? Fang Xian yearned for tranquility, however. The absence of instant noodles in the Douluo Continent rendered him restless, igniting a fire within him instead. By heaven, I shall not be defeated by this misfortune today. His fist struck the wall with a resounding thud, teeth clenched in a fit of rage. He resolved to persist in his endeavors to strengthen himself, determined to uncover just how many times this wretched enhancement system could lead him to defeat. In the past, he had weathered the storm of 18 consecutive losses, plummeting from the rank of King to Diamond 2 without a flicker of concern, though it is worth noting that the Starry Radiance level had yet to be introduced at that time. So do not deride. 5 losses, after all, were hardly significant. The enhancement furnace began to shake violently, accompanied by an eerie, thunderous mechanical sound. Congratulations. The shadowless blade has successfully been upgraded to 1. Strength, 36. 1. Speed, 73. 1. Let the celebrations commence. Fang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having achieved success at last, the enhancement of his weapon yielded only a modest increase of a single attribute point, yet it was a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on with the strengthening process. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade 2 successfully enhanced. He continued with fervor. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade 3 successfully enhanced. With relentless determination, he pushed further. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade 4 successfully enhanced. A series of triumphs followed a streak of failures. This was what they referred to as a turn of fortune. Bring it on. With one final opportunity for enhancement, Fang Xian's eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the violently shaking enhancement furnace, silently urging, up, up, up. However, the enhancement failed, and the Shadowless Blade reverted to 3. Damn it. His lips twitched uncontrollably as he glared darkly, unable to suppress an expletive. This failure was one thing. But why did the enhancement level decrease? Was it still stuck in the 6 or 7 versions? For heaven's sake, even the inferior products don't drop below 10 anymore. Had they forgotten to synchronize the updates? Fang Xian let out a long sigh, feeling as though he might have stumbled upon a fraudulent system. It was evidently outdated. Time for another round of reinforcement. Fang Xian silently resolved that he would never again engage with the enhancement furnace when funds were insufficient. It was simply unaffordable. After expending 1,000 attempts to draw his blade, the Shadowless Blade had only reached 3. Would it not be more delightful to purchase a Millennium Soul Ring instead? He inwardly berated the enhancement furnace 180 times until his frustration subsided. Only then did he calm himself to examine the enhancements of the 3 Shadowless Blade. Shadowless Blade level. A. Rare, Strength, 45, 10, Speed, 84, 12, Enhancement, 3 Special Attributes, none overall evaluation, invisible and formless, swift as a specter, though slightly lacking in strength. A blade as quick as lightning. The enhancement presumably improved its attributes by over 10 points, which was visually acceptable. According to the description, the basic attributes of an ordinary long blade hover around 10 points. Now, the overall attributes had increased by 22 points, yielding a substantial enhancement of approximately 20, quite impressive. So it was 3, let it be 3, progress shall be gradual. Sooner or later, I shall wield a 18 Shadowless Blade and conquer all of Douluo Continent. Fang Xian stroked his chin, filled with exuberance as he contemplated his next move. With the enhancement of the Shadowless Blade complete, he resolved to pay a visit to the old madman, hoping to discover a fine blade amidst his collection. Seizing the opportunity during his leisure hours, he aimed to practice his left-handed swordsmanship. After all, having absorbed the soul bone, the strength of his left hand far surpassed that of his right. Neglecting to hone his sword-drawing skills would be a waste. Moreover, the Shadowless Blade had endured considerable damage through numerous battles, particularly in his encounter with Douglas, making it imperative to seek repairs from the old madman. A fine blade requires regular maintenance and care. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian set off towards the city of Tiando. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall quietly descended, enveloping Tiando City in a tranquil silence, draped in a mysterious veil. The ancient and dilapidated blacksmith shop stood steadfast at the end of the street, unchanged over the past decade, reminiscent of an aging elder who could rest eternally at any moment. Upon arriving at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Fang Xian calmly surveyed the surroundings, noting that everything remained as it had always been, devoid of any alterations. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold of the blacksmith shop, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards him, freezing Fang Xian in place. His pupils constricted sharply, and the hair on his body stood on end. This presence belonged to a titled Douluo. Fang Xian was engulfed by a profound sense of terror, acutely aware of a monstrous and chilling aura of murderous intent that sent tremors coursing through his body involuntarily. This overwhelming and grotesque bloodlust was reminiscent of what he had previously sensed emanating from Douluo, thus leaving a lasting impression on him. In an instant, he realized that this formidable presence was that of a titled Douluo. What on earth is happening? How could a titled Douluo possibly be here? With a gaze filled with uncertainty, he directed his attention forward, where a gray figure gradually materialized before him. It was an elderly man in his 60s, adorned with a high crown and a flowing red robe, exuding an aura of terrifying bloodlust akin to that of a primordial beast. Title level. Undoubtedly, it was title level. Fang Xian swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Under the oppressive aura of terror, he dared not even draw a breath. Beside the elder clad in red, there were over a dozen young men in their 20s, all of whom were soul masters. Although their presence lacked the overwhelming dread of the elder, each was undeniably formidable. A congregation of soul sect. Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he realized that this group consisted entirely of soul sect experts, with a couple of individuals exuding an aura that far surpassed that of the soul sect, likely having reached the realm of the five-ring soul king. It was no wonder they were led by a titled Douluo. Even the foot soldiers were of a caliber exceeding the soul sect, exuding an almost terrifying strength. This group, led by an elder clad in crimson, encircled the dilapidated blacksmith shop, leaving no room for even a fly to escape. At the heart of this encirclement stood the old madman, his hair disheveled, still engrossed in his forge, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had been surrounded. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck the unformed iron ingot, sending sparks flying, causing the dimly lit room to flicker intermittently. The clear sound of metal clashing rang out, jarringly piercing through the oppressive silence. What on earth is going on? Fang Xian clenched his teeth, gazing at the formidable figures that filled the room. Feeling as though he had inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves, he dared not act rashly, remaining silent and motionless in place. An hour passed, then two. Yet the dozen or so unparalleled warriors within the chamber remained utterly silent and still, as if awaiting something. In this ancient blacksmith shop, only the old madman was wholly engrossed in forging weapons. They waited for a full 3 hours until the stroke of midnight. Is it nearly time? The elder in red stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon the newly forged black longsword in the old madman's hands, stating, "This blade is quite remarkable." The old madman's face, etched with countless wrinkles, broke into a smile of gratification, tenderly caressing the blade. As dark as ink, yet exuding a menacing sharpness. "Indeed, this is the finest sword I have crafted over the years," the old madman declared with satisfaction. "It seems to have transcended the realm of ordinary blades," remarked the elder in red. "Quite so." The old madman's smile deepened. "Yet it remains a mere mortal weapon." The elder in red replied coldly. The old madman fell silent. "You cannot truly believe you can forge a divine weapon?" The elder in red scrutinized the old madman, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "We mere mortals, even if we exhaust our entire lives, how could we possibly forge a divine weapon? Such a weapon is the prerogative of deities above level 100. Indeed, it has been a full decade since I last forged a divine weapon. This sword is the finest I have produced in 10 years. The old madman lifted the obsidian blade, proclaiming, "This blade is named Black Blade, Waterbreaker. Black Blade, Waterbreaker." Fang Xian's spirit surged as he fixated intently on the ebony blade before him, his eyes brimming with fervent excitement and yearning. What a magnificent sword! An unparalleled weapon. As a seasoned swordsman, Fang Xian was intimately familiar with blades, and he immediately discerned the extraordinary prowess of the black sword, Water Severance, recently forged by the old madman. In terms of quality, it even surpassed his own white sword, Shadowless. "Ah, little madman, your timing is quite unfortunate. I have a guest this evening." The old madman lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance at Fang Xian by the door. "Indeed, I feel the same way. I apologize for intruding on your reunion with an old friend. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Fang Xian smiled gently at the crowd, raising a small hand as if to prepare for a swift getaway. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, two shadowy figures darted through the air, their expressions as cold as ice, blocking Fang Xian's path with lightning speed. The brilliant hues of 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, manifested around the two men, unleashing an overwhelming aura belonging to the soul sect, pressing down upon Fang Xian like a tempest. TSK. Fang Xian could not help but furrow his brow, realizing that he could no longer slip away unnoticed. He carefully sensed the auras of the 2 soul Douluos, their fluctuating soul power exceptionally formidable, likely exceeding level 48. This group was comprised entirely of high-ranking soul Douluos, their soul power surpassing even Fang Xian's. Since you are here, do not leave. The words of the elder in the red robe echoed in his ears, instantly darkening Fang Xian's expression. He truly did not understand what stroke of fortune had befallen him. Barely stepping outside, he encountered a tidal Douluo. Well, considering our decades of friendship, I have waited for you to complete this blade. That should suffice, right? The red-robed elder coldly fixed his gaze upon the old madman, speaking in a grave tone. I believe that this black blade, Duan Shui, will be remembered throughout the ages as your legacy, the work of the blade Douluo. The old madman, with his long, gray hair flowing freely, his eyes deep as the cosmos, replied, Then I shall hold you to your words, blood Douluo. No sooner had his words fallen than the two seemed to erupt like twin volcanoes, unleashing their soul power. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalesced into a tangible force, violently tearing apart the ancient blacksmith shop. 9 radiant soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from the feet of the elder in the red robe, illuminating the dark starry sky with their brilliance. Simultaneously, the old madman's gray hair danced in the wind, and his profound eyes sparkled with intense vitality as 9 soul rings identical to those of the red-robed elder manifested from his body. 2 tidal Douluos. Fang Xian was taken aback. My sincere gratitude to every reader for your support. I apologize for the limited updates today. The recent surge of chapters has left me utterly exhausted, and I still have a headache. The possibility of advancing in recommendations largely hinges on the next few days. In the final moments, I humbly request your continued support in the form of collections and recommendations. Chapter 77, The Night of Slaughter, Part 2. Thanks to Xing Piaochun for the generous donation of 20,000. Beneath the starry sky, the 2 titled Douluo faced each other with icy detachment, their 9 soul rings shimmering ominously, releasing an aura of terrifying murderous intent akin to primordial feral beasts, shaking the very earth beneath them. The blood Douluo's gaze was devoid of warmth, his red cloak billowing without wind, as he extended his right palm, from which a 3-foot blood sword materialized, enveloping the air in an indescribable, ghastly scent of blood. This was indeed a blood sword martial spirit, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, steeped in malevolence. The overwhelming aura of malice caused many around to tremble with fear. Luo Xuanqing, born of a worthless martial spirit, has remarkably ascended to the title of Tidal Douluo. The blood Douluo, wielding the blood sword, coldly regarded the old madman, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. However, your fortune ends here. Draw your blade. Indeed, let us settle our grievances today. The old madman, with his disheveled gray hair and profound gaze, locked onto the blood Douluo, an infinite murderous intent surfacing on his resolute face as he declared, Blood Sword 1. The debts you and your spirit hall owe me will be collected one by one. No sooner had the words left his lips than his 9 soul rings erupted in brilliance as he swung his black blade, water severing, enveloped in boundless killing intent. Charging fiercely at the blood Douluo, the battle of tidal Douluo erupted with a thunderous roar. So powerful, how extraordinarily formidable. Is this the clash between tidal Douluo? Witnessing the fierce confrontation between the 2 tidal Douluo, Fang Xian was utterly astounded, as if he were beholding the true essence of the world. This was indeed the pinnacle of power in Douluo Continent. To his astonishment, the old madman turned out to be a tidal Douluo, a fact he had concealed remarkably well. Luo Xuanqing, Blood Sword 1, in the Spirit Hall, what on earth is happening here? From their exchange, Fang Xian gleaned some information, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The old madman's true name appeared to be Luo Xuanqing, and the blood Douluo known as Blood Sword 1, along with the numerous powerful soul masters nearby. All seemed to hail from the Spirit Hall. What deep-seated enmity exists between the old madman and the Spirit Hall? Fang Xian was filled with confusion. At that moment, a young soul master from the Spirit Hall let out a cold laugh, suddenly raising his fist and aiming it directly at Fang Xian's head, delivering a powerful strike. The force of the punch tore through the air, reverberating through the soul, as an overwhelming aura of death loomed ominously. As Fang Xian's eyes turned icy, the shadowless blade, confined within its sheath, suddenly broke free, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant white gleam that tore through the somber night. In an instant, it cleaved through the young soul master, leaving behind a piercing sound of flesh and bone being rent apart. The young soul master stood there, bewildered and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, as Fang Xian's blade severed him at the waist, his upper body dislocated, blood gushing forth in a frenzied torrent. The strike was executed with such swiftness that it rendered his figure nearly invisible. Before the young soul master could even launch his fist, he was already slain. How could this be? With a single stroke, he annihilated the level 48 Jiangsu. Who on earth is this young man? The experts from the Martial Soul Hall were left in a state of shock, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed upon the cold, resolute youth wielding the blade, gradually abandoning their previous underestimation of Fang Xian. Congratulations on defeating a 4-ring soul master. Reward, 1,000 blade draws, soul power 1,000. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A subtle smile graced the corners of Fang Xian's lips. The 5,000-year-old soul bone bestowed upon him an immense enhancement, coupled with the amplification of the shadowless blade. His overall attributes surged by approximately 20 points, rendering his blade swifter and more formidable. Thus, Fang Xian harbored no fear towards the formidable Soul Sect warriors, not even those on the brink of ascending to the Soul King level. With a single stroke, he felled a Soul Sect member, his gaze icy and devoid of hesitation as he swung the shadowless blade once more, aiming it fiercely at another white-robed Soul Sect warrior before him. Having just witnessed the demise of a comrade, the white-robed warrior was evidently on high alert, no longer underestimating Fang Xian. He swiftly reacted, unleashing his martial spirit. Perhaps by mere coincidence, the martial spirit of the white-robed warrior manifested as a golden shield, appearing exceedingly robust, perfectly countering Fang Xian's blade. Clang! The shadowless blade struck heavily against the golden shield, producing a resonant metallic clash, and the seemingly indomitable edge of the blade encountered an unexpected obstacle, failing to cleave through. Such an unyielding shield, akin to the shell of a tortoise. Fang Xian was somewhat taken aback. The martial spirit of the white-robed soul sect was unnaturally resilient. His shadowless blade struck against it, but failed to pierce the defenses of the shield. Instead, his arm tingled from the recoil. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Do not be overly arrogant. My martial spirit is known as the Diamond Shield, as unyielding as steel and indestructible. If you wish to breach my defenses, you might as well wait 1,000 years. Observing Fang Xian's predicament, the white-robed soul sect member laughed triumphantly, fully aware of his martial spirit's formidable defensive capabilities. Oh, is that so? Let us put it to the test. Fang Xian's eyes surged with madness as he coldly declared, Today, I shall surely cleave your shell. In the next instant, he lifted his left hand and placed it upon the hilt of his sword, now gripping it with both hands. The terrifying power of 50,000 years of soul bone erupted violently, and the shadowless blade transformed into a streak of icy brilliance, hurtling towards the white-robed soul sect with reckless abandon. Futile, do you not yet comprehend? Your blade cannot harm me. The white-robed soul sect scoffed, gazing at Fang Xian as he charged with his weapon raised. He once again lifted his diamond shield martial soul, positioning it before him to withstand Fang Xian's assault. Boom. However, this time, the diamond shield failed to withstand the onslaught of Fang Xian's shadowless blade, bolstered by the formidable power of the 50,000-year left arm bone. The strike was unmatched in its might, shattering the diamond shield martial soul and cleaving through the white-robed soul sect, blood and shattered bones splattering across the ground. Fang Xian stood amidst the shadows, drenched in blood, with the remnants of the white-robed soul clan beneath his feet. The white blade, Wu Ying, had just claimed its victims, yet bore not a single trace of crimson. The slender blade glimmered with a moonlit halo, shining resplendently against the backdrop of night. How could this be? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Xing Liangchen for the generous reward of 20,000. I am sincerely thankful, and will provide additional content shortly, as I currently lack a manuscript. The sudden donation left the author trembling in awe, as no words accompanied the gift. Alas, circumstances have arisen. I shall engage with everyone in a brief chapter this evening to discuss matters of little consequence. Chapter 78, Night of Slaughter, Part 3. Thanks to DCYCY for the generous reward. Unbeknownst to all, A light drizzle began to fall from the pitch-black sky, washing away the vivid stains of blood and the cooling corpses beneath. Despite the chilling raindrops soaking his cheeks, Fang Xian inhaled the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air, awakening the fierce, killing intent within his chest, igniting the primal desire for battle. Having just dispatched 2 members of the Soul Clan, the remaining 10 formidable warriors from the martial Soul Temple wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Fang Xian. Eyes shimmering with lethal intent. The leader of this group, a burly man in his 40s, towered over the rest, his gray eyes sharp as a hawk's. The aura radiating from him was significantly more imposing than that of his companions, marking him as an unmistakable Soul King of level 50 or above. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gray hair cascading loosely, he cast a fleeting glance at Fang Xian, as if regarding a mere insignificant insect. He parted his lips, his voice cold and detached. All of you, attack together and eliminate this boy. Understood. As the command echoed, a murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the 9 Soul Clan members, who simultaneously charged towards Fang Xian. The colors of their soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, formed a perfect configuration, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. 9 of them, indeed. Fang Xian cast a sweeping glance at the 9 Soul Sect members surrounding him. His demeanor remarkably composed. His austere countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, it exuded a sense of eager anticipation. Had he encountered these 9 Soul Sect members some time ago, he would have faced certain demise without a glimmer of hope. However, now, with the integration of the ancient bone from a bloodthirsty, 50,000-year-old entity into his left arm, the potency of his dual-wielding technique has surged dramatically. Although his proficiency with the left-handed blade remains nascent, by following the trajectory established by his right hand, he can unleash the terrifying power dormant within his left arm, thus amplifying the might of his swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. Let the challenge commence. Fang Xian let out a wild roar, his long black hair swirling around him. 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, rose from beneath his feet, unleashing an overwhelming aura that far surpassed that of an ordinary soul sect. Facing 9 soul sects, Fang Xian displayed no fear. Instead, he charged at them with fervor, swiftly locking onto the bald man on the left, whose aura was somewhat diminished. He surged forward with remarkable speed. Perish! He shouted, gripping his blade tightly as he swung it down upon the bald man. His left arm felt like a furnace, the surging power erupting like molten lava, all of it channeled into the blade. Boom! The force of this strike was formidable, cleaving the bald man in 2 amidst a shower of blood. The bald soul sect had attempted to defend himself, but it was futile. Such overwhelming strength could not be withstood. The enhancement from his 50,000-year-old soul bone had drastically amplified his power, increasing the might of his strike tenfold. Unless one possessed strength vastly superior to Fang Xian's, it was nearly impossible to block his blade. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, another comrade had fallen, inciting the fury of the Spirit Hall soul sects. They cast aside their hesitation, activating their martial spirits and launching a frenzied assault against Fang Xian. The rain poured down as a fierce battle erupted. On this remote street in the northern outskirts of Heavendo City, 2 earth-shattering clashes unfolded simultaneously. Tidal Douluo against Tidal Douluo, Soul Sect against Soul Sect. In this dark and rainy night, the combat raged on fiercely. The ferocity of the battle on the side of the old madman surpassed that of Fang Xian's. Within less than an hour, he had exchanged blows with Blood Douluo over 100 times, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the moonless, starless rain, the blood-red sword clashed against the black blade, sending forth brilliant sparks that illuminated the inky darkness. Each collision shook the very earth, generating fierce winds that uprooted nearby buildings, creating an atmosphere of terror. Ha ha ha, Luo Xuanqing, you are faltering. I shall send you on your way. Blood Douluo cackled, his gaze sharp as he seized upon a fleeting opening in the old madman's defense. The blood-red sword pierced through, brutally penetrating his left rib. Blood and shattered bones splattering forth, indicating a grievous injury. Excellent. I have awaited this very strike. The old madman, despite having endured Blood Douluo's blade, revealed no sign of pain. Instead, a dangerous smile crept onto his lips. He gripped the blood-red sword tightly with his left hand while wielding the black blade with his right, fiercely swinging it toward Blood Douluo. Boom! The blade descended from the heavens, enveloped in an aura of invincibility, and violently struck the chest of the Blood Douluo, propelling him through the air. A harrowing scream escaped his lips as he coughed up blood, his body hurtling back several hundred meters before crashing heavily against a wall, which collapsed upon impact. His ribs shattered, and a ghastly gash marred his chest, an endless torrent of blood gushing forth, nearly cleaved in two by the old madman. Were it not for his status as a titled Douluo, with physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, this strike would have undoubtedly claimed his life. Damn it. You deliberately allowed me to strike. The blood Douluo's expression darkened, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he glared furiously at the approaching old madman. At this point, he could no longer feign ignorance. He realized that the man had intentionally feigned a weakness to lure him into an attack, seizing the opportunity to launch his counterstrike. What a clever tactic, what cunning. However, as his cold gaze fell upon the old madman's chest, he noticed the ominous bloodied wound, surrounded by a sinister aura of carnage that relentlessly corroded the madman's flesh. Hee, Luo Xuanqing, I must concede that your ploy is rather exquisite. I have indeed suffered a slight loss. Yet, it seems you have overlooked one crucial detail. My blood sword harbors formidable corrosive power. The agony and injuries you now endure may very well rival my own. The blood Douluo sneered. Such trifling skills cannot harm me. The old madman's silver hair fell loosely around him, his eyes deep and unfathomable, seemingly impervious to the excruciating pain emanating from his wound. His grip on the blade remained as steady as a mountain, unwavering. Covered in blood, wielding the black blade, he resembled an ancient war deity awakened, charging with murderous intent toward the blood Douluo as the two continued their fierce battle. The clash between titled Douluos was nothing short of cataclysmic. Meanwhile, Fang Xian surged through the ranks of the Spirit Hall Soul Masters, an unstoppable force, as he swiftly dispatched 3 Soul Masters, his relentless and domineering aura completely overwhelming the remaining 5. What on earth is this guy? Is he a monster? The Soul Masters gazed in terror at the frenzied Fang Xian, fighting to hone one's skills, killing to quell the killings. With each fallen Soul Master, Fang Xian's power surged exponentially. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to DCYCY for the generous reward. It is immensely appreciated. Additional updates will come in a couple of days. Thank you once again. However, dear patrons, in the future, if you wish to support, it would be preferable to do so on the original platform, as the author only receives a quarter of the income from QQ reading. Bitter smile. Thank you all. Thank you all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for each and every one of your collections, recommendations, and generous donations. Allow me to share my experiences from this past week of trial and promotion. I have found it difficult to eat or sleep, consumed by worries about advancing in this endeavor. Day and night, I have tirelessly penned my thoughts, my mind perpetually on edge, unable to find rest until the early hours, leaving me weary and somewhat disoriented. It is with a sense of regret that I acknowledge my failure to progress. If I had not put forth the effort, the lack of advancement would not have weighed heavily upon me. How delightful it would be to simply exist as a carefree, content being. However, the disappointment of failure after such dedicated toil is indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful for the multitude of recommendations received during these past days. Prior to this trial, we garnered merely 60 or 70 votes daily, yet after announcing the promotion, many of you enthusiastically participated, propelling our daily recommendations to around 200. Although I did not advance, I sincerely appreciate your unwavering support. Naturally, not advancing in this trial will not deter me from my writing journey. I have experienced several rounds of promotions before, all ending in elimination, and I have grown accustomed to such outcomes. Amidst my preoccupation with writing, I regrettably failed to acknowledge many of your generous donations in a timely manner. So I would like to express my gratitude to each contributor. Thank you to Xingliangshan for the 20,000 points, to DCYSY for the 10,000. To Wuliao Igwa for the 600, to PPX Kaitian for the 500, and to the many others whose names I have unfortunately forgotten. Thank you to all my readers for your generous contributions and support. Lastly, I wish to inform you that this book will be available for purchase on August 1st, this coming Saturday. Initially, I intended to wait an additional 2 weeks to provide more free content, but given the lack of advancement in the recommendations, there seems little point in delaying further. The editor has advised me to launch on the 1st and to increase the frequency of updates, which may lead to further opportunities for recommendations in the future. As the new month approaches, I find it fitting that I can fully commit to this endeavor. I will share my thoughts on the launch on Friday, but rest assured, there will be a significant increase in updates upon release. Thank you all once again. Chapter 79, Night of Carnage. Part 4. To sustain through battle, to cease through slaughter. Fang Xian, drenched in blood, with disheveled black hair, surged with unbridled battle fervor that soared to the heavens. The glimmer of his blade sliced through the night, resembling an ancient war deity resurrected. Growing ever bolder as he fought valiantly against 9 foes, ultimately slaying 4 of them. With a ferocious roar, his hair billowed around him, and the 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple radiated with blinding brilliance. The shadowless blade cleaved through the darkness, transforming into a radiant arc of white light, directly obliterating a soul master from the spirit hall. The bloody head flew forth, rolling upon the damp earth, stained with mud. Thus far, Fang Xian had dispatched 7 soul masters, leaving the spirit hall with 4 remaining soul masters and 1 coldly observing soul king. Congratulations, your current soul power is 70005000, and you may upgrade. Would you like to elevate your level immediately? Slaying 7 soul masters granted Fang Xian a substantial boost, filling his soul power to the brim and bestowing him with 7,000 uses of blade drawing opportunities. After battling fiercely against a group of formidable soul masters for such an extended period, Fang Xian felt a tinge of fatigue. The immense consumption of soul power weighed heavily upon him. Despite his resolute spirit and refusal to retreat in battle, his momentum visibly waned. This lad is faltering. One could sense his soul power diminishing. Having killed so many of our brethren, we must ensure he meets a gruesome end. The 4 soul masters, sensing Fang Xian's dwindling strength, fixed their eyes with icy resolve and intensified their assault, intent on capitalizing on his moment of weakness to vanquish him. Bang! A powerful iron fist struck him squarely, accompanied by a fierce gust of energy, crashing against Fang Xian's chest and forcefully caving it in. Cough, cough. Fang Xian coughed up blood, a searing pain tearing through his heart, causing him to instinctively retreat. Yet, having only taken 3 steps back, a massive iron hammer descended upon him from behind, crashing heavily onto his spine and propelling him once more through the air. The soul masters of the spirit hall, each boasting a formidable level of 48, with some on the verge of breaking 50, possessed immense strength. The moment they detected the slightest flaw, they would ruthlessly strike Fang Xian down. After enduring 2 consecutive blows, Fang Xian found 3 to 5 of his ribs fractured, his spine injured, and his internal organs shaken by the invasive energy, leaving him significantly harmed. Blood trickled from the corner of Fang Xian's mouth, his face smeared with crimson stains. He knelt on one knee in a puddle, his hair, matted with blood and mud, fell across his forehead. As the rain washed over him, the mixture of blood and mud dripped steadily from his brow. However, those eyes, radiant as the stars, gleamed with a brilliant light. Upgrade. A suppressed roar surged from deep within his heart. Boom. A torrent of warmth suddenly erupted from within, transforming into the purest energy, swiftly revitalizing Fang Xian's parched soul power and fatigued body. A cataclysmic change was occurring within him, his momentum soaring uncontrollably. Though his soul power had been exhausted, he had persevered, intending to reserve this precious opportunity for an upgrade until the most arduous moment. Following the upgrade, the desiccated soul power within him instantly surged, now stronger by 1/3, dispelling the previous despair, and his aura radiated anew, restoring him to his peak condition, transcending in battle. Relishing the abundant soul power coursing through him, Fang Xian let out a wild, unrestrained roar. He first activated the 9-heart begonia martial soul, swiftly mending his injuries with healing light, then silently summoned the ice phoenix martial soul, secretly gathering the power of frost, preparing for the final assault. What is happening? Upon hearing Fang Xian's roar, the crowd was immediately struck with astonishment, witnessing the once battered and exhausted figure now surge back to an optimal state, visibly recovering from his injuries at an astonishing pace, on the verge of complete restoration. This fellow is truly a monster. A green-haired man's eyelids twitched violently. Damn it. After fighting for so long, this could not only has weakened but has grown even stronger. A man with a scar on his forehead felt his lips twitch uncontrollably, unable to suppress a curse. We cannot allow him to fully recover. Quickly, everyone, let us strike together and take him down while we have the chance. Someone coldly declared. Fang Xian's recovery speed was astonishingly swift, leaving the members of the spirit hall astounded. A murderous glint ignited in their eyes as 4 of them surged forward in unison, intent on obliterating him. Kill, kill, kill. The faces of the 4 soul sect members twisted into grotesque expressions as they charged at Fang Xian with reckless abandon. In the face of their relentless advance, Fang Xian remained impassive, his gaze radiating a chilling brilliance. A torrent of soul power surged toward his ice phoenix martial spirit, unleashing wave after wave of frigid energy that froze the very fabric of reality around him. With a flourish, he executed the ice blade technique, dance of the fine snow. Like a meteor streaking through the night sky, the icy blades cleaved through the darkness, carrying an excruciatingly cold aura as they struck down upon the group of Soul Sect members with blinding speed. In an instant, the four were transformed into statues of ice, their martial spirits likewise encased and rendered immobile. Fang Xian's gaze remained indifferent as he turned his back to the crowd, calmly sheathing his blade. Suddenly, with a series of explosive sounds, the four ice sculptures of the Soul Sect shattered into countless fragments, their lives extinguished in an instant. Congratulations. You have vanquished 4 members of the Soul Sect. Reward: for 1,000 instances of blade drawing, Soul Power 4,000. The Supreme Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV42 Title, Soul Sect Soul Power, 6,000 6,000, Upgradable, Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Achievement in Blade Drawing Technique, 11200. State of Mind, Blade Intent Divine Blade, 1 Martial Soul, 6 Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. Talents: Judgment's Grief, Dance of the Delicate Snow, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increases blade power by 30. Swallow's Return, High-Speed Blade Drawing. Increases drawing speed by 30. Available blade draws, 11,000. Though life and death battles are fraught with peril, they offer immense personal growth. That night, Fang Xian dispatched 11 members of the Martial Soul Hall Soul Sect, garnering 11,000 blade draws and a substantial amount of soul power as rewards. Having just ascended to level 42, his soul power was instantly replenished, allowing him to continue his journey of advancement. Fang Xian sensed a remarkable surge in his power, and an expression of contentment graced his face. The fierce battle of life and death he had endured that night had finally proven worthwhile, yielding immense rewards. However, before he could catch his breath, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged towards him. Startled, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself, yet was violently thrown back, both he and his weapon, by the overwhelming force. TSK, has it finally reached this point? Fang Xian gritted his teeth, gazing at the towering figure approaching him. His expression suddenly grave to the utmost degree. The Soul King, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally made his move. As we reach this pivotal moment of publication, I am filled with gratitude for the unwavering support from all of you who have followed this journey thus far. It has been 44 days since the book was released, and we have garnered 5,000 collections on Qidian and 25,000 on Q Reading. I must admit, I am quite content with this achievement. Although our initial promotional efforts did not elevate us to a more favorable recommendation position, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened yesterday, I have come to terms with it. To receive any recommendation at all is a blessing. Let us not dwell too much on minor setbacks. It is time to refresh and rest. Moreover, I acknowledge that there are indeed numerous flaws within this work, and I have no defense against the criticisms that have arisen. Allow me to address the first significant controversy. Why does Fang Xian lack a martial soul? In the world of Douluo, every individual, whether a waste or a genius, should possess a martial soul. So why is Fang Xian an exception? Many have raised this question with considerable dissatisfaction. To clarify, at the outset of this tale, I established that Fang Xian is a soul that has traversed directly from the 21st century to the Douluo Continent. He is not a reincarnated spirit, but rather a complete being transported into this realm. His unique constitution places him at a substantial disparity from the inhabitants of Douluo, rendering him incapable of nurturing a martial soul. Instead, he wields a blade to conquer the Douluo Continent. This premise should mitigate most of the controversy, I hope. However, as I continued to write, I found that this approach lacked a sense of immersion, preventing me from establishing a direct connection with the primary characters of the Douluo world, not wishing to align with any factions or the Spirit Hall. Thus, around the 10th chapter, I temporarily assigned Fang Xian the identity of the 5th Prince of Tiando, which allowed for involvement in royal conflicts and the intricate power struggles with Qianren Xue and the Spirit Hall. This twist opens up avenues for him to lead a royal combat team against Shrek Academy, which indeed presents an exciting narrative. Nevertheless, I regret having made this alteration. as it has drawn considerable scrutiny since the beginning. Permit me a moment of gentle lament. A common individual with a martial soul of one possesses a twin martial soul, an extraordinary rarity that dominates Douluo and stands invincible across the world. A martial soul of two signifies a triple martial soul, unrivaled in the universe, the strongest in heaven and earth. Yet, if one can gain an additional martial soul, why can't one lose one? Given that the Douluo Continent accommodates the remarkable concept of triple martial souls, it begs the question, why can't there exist an individual born without any martial soul at all? If you find it difficult to reconcile this notion, consider Fang Xian's lack of a martial soul as an inability to awaken one, akin to a completely defective martial soul that cannot be realized. His soul power is cultivated through a blade drawing system, and the absence of a martial soul does not impede his soul power training. With this perspective, I hope it becomes somewhat more acceptable to you. In the future, I shall take the opportunity to make appropriate modifications, changing no martial soul to unable to awaken a martial soul. This adjustment will neither hinder the reader's enjoyment of the narrative nor facilitate the acceptance of new readers. Additionally, I was rather eager to commence this work, which has resulted in certain flaws in its conceptualization. Thus, I shall endeavor to amend these shortcomings gradually and strive to enhance my writing. As for the trajectory of this story, it will not align with Tang San's protagonist group nor pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Initially, I will sweep through the top 3 sects before annihilating the Spirit Hall, ultimately aiming to dominate the Douluo Continent. This is the general outline of the development, which, I hope, sounds appealing to you. Now, regarding the frequently inquired topic of the female lead, initially, I had no intention of including a female protagonist, opting instead for a cold-blooded assassin narrative, where any enemy, regardless of gender, would be eliminated without hesitation. However, I have been inundated with inquiries about the identity of the female lead, alongside numerous suggestions for potential candidates. To clarify, I shall not entertain a harem or indulge in frivolous relationships. Although my writing may not be exemplary, I do not wish to merely indulge in wishful thinking. One must not always approach situations with a baser mindset. This addresses some of the issues surrounding the existence of this work. Should you have any queries, feel free to voice them, and I am open to constructive feedback. Now, to the crux of the matter. The most crucial point is here. The work has been launched. Please subscribe. This is of utmost importance. Subscription numbers are vital, impacting both my sustenance and the longevity of this narrative. Therefore, I kindly implore capable readers to support the official subscription. As this is my debut on Qidian, the data will primarily reflect Qidian's metrics. Currently, we have 5,000 collections, and achieving 200 to 300 initial subscriptions would be commendable. Allow me to share my thoughts on initial subscriptions. The passing mark is set at 200, with a target of 300. Upon reaching 300 subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added, and for every subsequent 100 subscriptions, another chapter will follow. Furthermore, every 50 rewards or monthly votes will also yield an additional chapter. Is this incremental update system satisfactory to everyone? Ultimately, it is a simple matter. If subscription numbers flourish, I would be more than willing to deliver daily updates without issue. The specific launch time is set for midnight tonight, during which 3 chapters will be released consecutively. I guarantee a significant update on the day of launch, with any additional updates to be calculated in due course. To my readers on QQ Reading, if possible, please consider subscribing on Qidian, as the revenue share from QQ Reading is considerably lower. Thank you all. See you tonight. Remember to subscribe. Chapter 80, Night of Slaughter, and first update. Please subscribe. The night is shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril. The rain poured relentlessly, the violet thunder dragon roiling amidst the dense clouds, as the resounding thunder echoed from the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the world. Witnessing the demise of his subordinates one by one, the Soul King, who had hitherto been a detached observer, could no longer restrain himself and finally turned his attention to Fang Xian. What a bunch of worthless fools. 9 of you cannot even handle a single soul sect, and you have brought disgrace upon the Spirit Hall, he exclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a surge of anger evident in his demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a solitary commander. If he did not act now, there would be no one left to command. Do you understand the consequences of opposing our Spirit Hall? Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I shall not grant you reprieve. The middle-aged Soul King's gaze was piercing, emanating an aura of authority without the need for rage. His imposing figure radiated explosive power, and his formidable presence crashed upon Fang Xian like a tidal wave. How utterly ridiculous! You, without discernment, attacked me without provocation, and now you dare to use the spirit hall to intimidate me? Do not presume that you can act with impunity. Today, I shall slay those of the spirit hall. With a swift motion, Fang Xian plunged his long blade into the ground, coldly regarding the middle-aged Soul King. His handsome visage betrayed no fear, and a fierce blade aura erupted forth, shattering the latter's imposing force. I am Mu Hong, a level 52 battle soul master, with the martial soul of the divine beast Chuanwu. The Soul King of the Spirit Hall, Mu Hong, revealed his identity, casting a dispassionate glance at Fang Xian. Boy, I do not slay nameless individuals. I shall grant you the opportunity to announce your name. Fang Xian exhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon the Soul King Mu Hong. With utmost seriousness, he proclaimed, I am Tang San, residing in the Holy Soul Village. Should you seek vengeance in the future, you may certainly find me there. Only a fool would divulge their true identity. Do you think me foolish? In this era of wandering the martial world, it is indeed unwise not to have a few substitutes. Fang Xian could not help but scoff inwardly. A Soul King of level 52 posed a formidable adversary, and he dared not exhibit even a trace of carelessness. His gaze remained fixed on Mu Hong, his expression steeped in gravity. Quite impressive, even disclosing your home address. Yet, regrettably, it is unnecessary, for you shall meet your demise here today. The instant the words left his lips, 5 resplendent soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, emerged from Mu Hong, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Notably, the black soul ring, resembling thick ink, emanated a terrifying presence. It was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. The oppressive force was staggering. Fang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the 10,000-year soul ring, causing his very spirit to tremble. The disparity between a soul master and a soul king extends far beyond mere levels of soul power. It is embodied in this ancient soul ring of 10 millennia. A soul master at level 41 can absorb soul rings of up to 5,000 years, whereas upon reaching the pinnacle of level 51 as a soul king, one gains the ability to harness soul rings of 10,000 years, resulting in a transformation of power that is simply incomparable. Thus, when a soul master confronts a soul king, the odds are overwhelmingly stacked against them. The first soul skill, King's Dominance Fist. A verdant silhouette of the ancient tortoise materialized upon his skin. Mu Hong roared, propelling himself forward with sudden ferocity as he unleashed the King's Dominance Fist, striking fiercely toward Fang Xian. Blade technique, Tempest Slash. Upon witnessing this, Fang Xian immediately drew his blade to defend himself. However, the moment the Wu-Ying blade met Mu Hong's fist, an extraordinary force surged forth, akin to being struck by an out-of-control truck, propelling Fang Xian, along with his weapon, through the air. Astonishing! Such strength, akin to that of a monster, could this truly be the power of a Soul King? He staggered back 9 paces, ultimately colliding with the willow tree at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, pain coursing through him as he gasped sharply, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the advancing Mu Hong, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated the Soul King's terrifying might. With both hands gripping the blade, he relied on the strength of his left arm bone, aged 50,000 years, which could easily cleave through the Soul Sect. Yet, against the Soul King, he found himself incapable of even withstanding a single punch. The disparity brought forth by a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed insurmountable. It seemed he had no choice but to attempt that. Fang Xian's gaze was profound, his expression serious, as he earnestly contemplated methods to defeat Mu Hong, finally resorting to a hidden trump card. Farewell, little demon. To perish at the hands of a Soul King is indeed your honor. Mu Hong's 5 soul rings glimmered brilliantly as the formidable Xuanwu divine turtle surged forth with a roar. He brandished his sovereign fist once more, charging fiercely towards Fang Xian, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Calmly observing the oncoming Mu Hong, Fang Xian maintained his composure, a chilling glint emanating from his deep-set eyes as he coldly uttered 2 words, devour, devour. The bloodthirsty soul skill associated with his left arm, honed over 50 millennia, was reputed to refine all things in existence. Yet, facing a Soul King of a significantly higher realm, Fang Xian was uncertain how effective this skill would prove. Today, he would put Mu Hong to the test. Boom, boom, boom. The power of devouring erupted forth, waves of black energy surged from his left arm, swiftly enveloping the blade, swirling around the Wu-Ying blade like a tempest, transforming it into a black hole capable of consuming all. Devouring power, devouring all. Fang Xian roared internally, determination igniting in his eyes as he wielded the wooing blade, now shrouded in devouring energy, to clash directly against Mu Hong's sovereign fist. Ha! The oblivious little brat. Truly unaware of the lesson to be learned. Do you not comprehend? Your blade cannot withstand my sovereign fist. Mu Hong scoffed, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupting from within him. His green fist radiated with resplendent light, its power magnifying exponentially. The released fist wind sharp and formidable as if it were a blade. He exerted his full strength, pushing his first soul skill, the sovereign fist, to its utmost limit, aiming to shatter the wooing blade and annihilate Fang Xian in a single strike. However, at that moment, the devouring power upon the wooing blade began to rotate rapidly, forming a vortex akin to the eye of a storm, and astonishingly swallowed Mu Hong's fierce soul power entirely. How is this possible? Your blade consumed my attack. What an extraordinary skill. Mu Hong's face was a portrait of shock as he gazed incredulously at his right fist. The once massive fist, towering at nearly a meter high, rapidly diminished, shrinking back to its original size, losing the terrifying might it had just possessed. Ah, perish! Fang Xian let out a resounding roar, unleashing a torrent of soul power akin to a volcanic eruption. With a single stroke, he severed Mu Hong's right arm, sending the formidable Soul King hurtling through the air. In a harrowing display, Mu Hong emitted a piercing scream as his bloodied arm was flung away, the impact of Fang Xian's blow propelling him a staggering 7 meters before he crashed into a wall, collapsing into a puddle of murky water. A once proud Soul King, now drenched in blood and mud, found himself in a pitiable and wretched state, had it not been for his formidable martial spirit. The Xuanwu tortoise, which granted him extraordinary defense, that single strike could have cleaved him in two. My arm! My arm! Mu Hong cried out in agony. His face twisted in pain as he clutched the stump of his severed limb, wailing like a slaughtered pig, blood gushing forth from the grievous wound. The devouring soul technique he had just encountered exhibited terrifying prowess, completely absorbing a Soul King's assault, allowing Fang Xian to seize the moment and strike Mu Hong with relentless force. However, while the devouring skill was undeniably potent, its activation came at a tremendous cost. The more soul power expended, the greater the technique's might became. The earlier consumption of Mu Hong's dominating fist had drained a significant portion of Fang Xian's own soul power. If facing an opponent of equal rank, he might have been able to completely devour and refine them. This was his inaugural engagement utilizing the devouring soul technique, and the results filled him with immense satisfaction. The Blade of Light technique, Judgment of Sorrow. Fang Xian, having landed a strike, swung his blade once more toward Mu Hong. He activated his six-winged angel martial spirit, channeling a ceaseless flow of divine energy as he unleashed his most formidable attack skill to date. Perish, Mu Hong! Fang Xian let out a wild roar, and the yellow, purple, and purple soul rings shimmered with brilliance, aiming to seize the opportunity to slay Mu Hong. Cursed little brat, do not grow too complacent. Although Mu Hong had lost his right arm and was gravely injured, his strength significantly diminished. He was ultimately a Soul King. Upon sensing Fang Xian's murderous intent, he instantly reacted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he let out a low growl. Fifth soul skill, Xuanwu Divine Armor. Buzz. In a flash of golden light, a colossal golden tortoise shell materialized around Mu Hong, enveloping him entirely and providing perfect protection. This was his 10,000-year soul skill, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Not to mention mere soul ancestors, even among Soul Kings of the same rank, none could breach his defense. Clang! The shadowless blade, imbued with divine power, transformed into a golden blade of light, striking fiercely against the Xuanwu Divine Armor, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. How is this possible? Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His full-force strike not only failed to shatter the tortoise shell, but instead resulted in his own hand being injured by the recoil, crimson blood flowing down his palm and staining the white blade. What an extraordinary level of defense this is. He could only gasp in disbelief, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, one who not only surpassed him by a level as a Soul King, but also possessed terrifying defensive capabilities. Do you, little ghost, wish to kill me? Perhaps in 100 years. My Xuanwu Divine Armor cannot be shattered even by ordinary Soul Emperors. You, mere Soul Zone, should abandon such delusions. Mu Hong, witnessing Fang Xian's failed assault, could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, as if releasing pent-up frustration. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate by shattering it today. Fang Xian's eyes were ablaze with fervor. Humph, do not overestimate yourself. That devouring skill must have been a tremendous burden on you. I can see that your soul power is utterly depleted. Mu Hong sneered, eagerly awaiting the moment when Fang Xian would be exhausted, ready to strike him down. Level up. At this moment, Fang Xian shouted in his heart and began to elevate his level. Having just defeated a dozen or so soul zone, he had amassed enough soul power to ascend 2 levels. He had already leveled up once before, and now he could rise another. This was the perfect opportunity to utilize it as a marvelous tactic for replenishing his soul power. A surge of soul energy roared within him, and Fang Xian's soul power instantly reached its pinnacle, level 43. His strength advanced further, restoring his soul power to its peak state. While activating his angel martial soul to attack, he simultaneously employed the devouring skill to neutralize the tortoiseshell's defense. With both strategies combined, he finally shattered Mu Hong's Xuanwu divine armor in one fell swoop. Die! Fang Xian let out a wild howl as his long blade ruthlessly tore through Mu Hong's chest, the bloody tip emerging from his back, impaling him entirely. No! Mu Hong spewed forth blood, his face a mask of terror, seemingly bewildered by how a mere soul master could breach his defenses. Overcome by profound resentment, his body gradually weakened, collapsing into a pool of blood. Congratulations. You have vanquished a 5-ring Soul King. Rewards: 10,000 draws of the blade, soul power 10,000. 10,000 draws of the blade and 10,000 points of soul power. Fang Xian was filled with ecstatic joy, having never anticipated such bountiful rewards from vanquishing a Soul King. Although the demise of Mu Hong had been tinged with both fortune and peril, it was fortunate that all had proven worthwhile. He eagerly accessed his personal panel, unable to contain his excitement as he examined his current attributes. Strongest Blade Drawing System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV43 Title, Soul Master Soul Power, 100,007,000, Upgradable, Weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11200, State of Mind, Blade Force Divine Gifted Blade, 1 Martial Souls, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. Talents: Judgment's Lament, Dance of Falling Snow, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Supercharged Blade Drawing. Increasing Blade Power by 30, Swallow's Return, High-Speed Blade Drawing, Enhancing Blade Speed by 30. Usable Blade Draws, 21,000 with a remarkable total of 21,000 blade draws at his disposal. This amount would surely suffice for an extended period of indulgence. Moreover, the substantial soul power gained from defeating the Soul King would enable him to ascend once more. Fang Xian was filled with exhilaration. He chose not to upgrade immediately. Instead, he regarded this opportunity for advancement as a strategic trump card. After tonight's battle, he had a clear understanding that should his soul power be depleted, an upgrade would instantly replenish his drained energy, akin to a miraculous revival. For Fang Xian, this opportunity for elevation was exceedingly precious, a reserve to be held as his ultimate weapon and secret asset. He wondered how the old madman was faring, awakening from the realm of consciousness. Fang Xian's thoughts swiftly turned to the old madman, and his gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. At last, he spotted the 2 titled Douluos still engaged in fierce combat, 300 meters to the east. This was dire. The situation was critical. Fang Xian fortuitously witnessed a breathtaking spectacle, his pupils constricting sharply as an expression of profound distress overcame him. On the battlefield, the old madman and the blood Douluo had clashed for hundreds of rounds, remaining evenly matched, yet amidst one powerful collision, the blood-red sword spirit brutally severed the old madman's black blade. A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning cleaved the void, altering the very fabric of the heavens. In this fierce confrontation for a swordsman, the blade is life itself. Losing one's sword in the midst of such a pinnacle battle is akin to the end of existence. With the black blade shattered, the old madman found himself bereft of his weapon, and the situation grew dire. He could no longer contend with the blood Douluo. Ha ha! The blood Douluo laughed raucously, his sword having cleaved the black blade. A proud smirk danced upon his aged visage as he coldly regarded the old madman, stating, "What a pity, Luo Xuanqing. I must concede that your swordsmanship is indeed unparalleled, unmatched by any. Had your blade been of divine quality, I would certainly not stand a chance against you." At this juncture, he shifted his tone, a derisive smile creeping upon his lips. However, it is unfortunate that you cannot forge a divine weapon. You are a mere waste of a martial spirit, devoid of any combat prowess. It seems your fate is sealed here." The old madman remained silent, his resolute countenance betraying no emotion as he gazed at the remnants of his broken blade, murmuring, "Indeed, an ordinary sword, even the most exquisite of blades, cannot compare to a title-level weapon spirit. What now, Luo Xuanqing? Are you prepared to surrender?" The blood Douluo taunted. "If I were to capture you alive, I am certain His Holiness the Pope would be most pleased." Bloodsword 1. "You are correct. I am indeed incapable of forging a divine weapon." But the old man's silver hair fell loosely around him, his gaze deepening, a dangerous smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Who told you that I lack a divine weapon? What? Are you jesting? Such trivial tricks cannot deceive one of my standing as a title Douluo." The blood Douluo momentarily faltered, his brows knitting together as doubt flickered in his eyes, clearly struggling to accept the old madman's claim. The broken blade slipped from his grasp, falling onto the blood-soaked earth. Simultaneously, a menacing, blood-red longsword materialized from thin air, its crimson aura slicing through the night, exuding a terrifying killing intent that soared to the heavens. This was a long sword of a striking crimson hue, measuring approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length, slender and elongated. At first glance, it appeared no different from any other sword, yet an aura of red killing intent enveloped it, solidifying into a tangible form visible to the naked eye. As this sword emerged, the entire space was engulfed by a chilling wind, accompanied by the endless wails and screams of tormented spirits, piercing eardrums and shaking souls, sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami. What manner of sword is that? From a distance of 100 meters, Fang Xuandu trembled uncontrollably, his bones creaking ominously, and even his very soul quaked in terror, as if it could scarcely bear the overwhelming aura of malevolence that threatened to shatter him. Evil, utterly evil. Merely casting a glance at the blood-red longsword was enough to ensnare him in its boundless killing intent, rendering him powerless to resist. A demonic blade. A true demonic blade. Fang Xian was utterly astonished, as if he beheld a murderous blade emerging from the depths of hell. A divine artifact? Indeed, a true divine artifact. How could this be? How could you possibly possess such a weapon? The blood Douluo's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the old madman unsheath the ominous blade, and he could no longer maintain his composure. For even as a title Douluo, he sensed a chilling aura of death emanating from the weapon. It bore the essence of the divine. "You are correct. As a mere mortal, I cannot forge the legendary divine artifact, but I possess one," the old madman proclaimed with pride. Gripping the blade tightly in his right hand, his aura suddenly transformed, surging with an overwhelming ferocity, akin to a peerless god of slaughter awakening from the abyss, with a terrifying bloodlust piercing the heavens and shaking the very earth. "Little madman, observe closely. This is how a blade is wielded." The old madman roared with laughter, his entire being suffused with the intent of the blade. Unleashing a crimson domain of swordsmanship as the blood-red blade aimed squarely at the blood Douluo and struck down with tremendous force. With a single slash, nearly one slash, it severed the blood sword, cleaving through the air to annihilate the blood Douluo. Bang! A title Douluo of the 91st rank, utterly powerless to resist, was instantly slain, his body dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist, shattering into pieces. Astounding. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. To slay a title Douluo with but one stroke? Fang Xian was utterly astonished, his entire being trembling with excitement. Remarkable. Truly extraordinary. Is this what it means to be a genuine master swordsman at the pinnacle of their craft? Fang Xian gazed at the formidable old madman with a countenance full of admiration and yearning. Is this truly the highest realm of wielding a blade? The essence of swordsmanship. The spirit of the blade, and the domain of the sword. When these 3 elements coalesce, they are unleashed through the enchanted blade, transforming into an ultimate strike capable of vanquishing gods and slaying demons. Little madman, stop daydreaming. We must depart at once. The old madman cast a glance at the still-dazed Fang Xian and remarked, with such a commotion, "The powerhouses from the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire will surely arrive shortly." Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, awakening from the immense shock, his face painted with astonishment as he gazed at the old madman. Hey, if you're that powerful, why not just charge ahead? Why not slay gods and Buddhas with abandon? You insolent brat, if only it were as simple as you imagine, the old madman retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Fang Xian. Suddenly, a trickle of blood escaped from his lips, staining his garment crimson. Old madman, what is happening? Are you injured? Fang Xian was slightly taken aback as he gazed at the suddenly blood-spitting old madman, his expression tinged with concern. He had not anticipated that the once formidable figure, who had just moments ago vanquished the blood Douluo with a single stroke, would now be coughing up blood, his countenance drained of color, and appearing utterly haggard. What could possibly be the cause of this? Could he have sustained injuries during the battle with the blood Douluo? Fang Xian was engulfed in confusion, pondering the issues plaguing the old madman. It seemed that the strike he had just witnessed was far from the effortless display he had anticipated. It bore a significant burden on the old man's shoulders. Without further ado, the old madman waved his hand, retrieving the severed black blade, Duan Shui, while brandishing the crimson demonic sword, hastily leading Fang Xian away from the scene. The rain poured relentlessly, accompanied by the howling winds and thunder. The downpour intensified, fervently washing away the blood that stained the ground, as heaps of corpses bled out endlessly. The rainwater cascaded down, gradually forming a river of crimson, infusing the entire street with a pungent metallic scent. From a distance, the scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Within the span of a single night, the spirit hall had suffered the loss of 11 soul kings, 1 soul emperor, and a title Douluo. Should this calamity spread across the continent, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout, inciting the wrath and frenzied pursuit of the spirit hall towards the orchestrator of this massacre. Truly, the situation had escalated beyond control. Beside a pile of Soul King's corpses, Mu Hong lay askew on the ground, his pupils completely dilated, his body devoid of warmth, transformed into a lifeless shell. At that moment, whether it was the impact of raindrops or the sweep of the tempest, his fingers twitched momentarily before being silently enveloped by the thick darkness of the night. Chapter 83. A new dawn. The night faded quietly, and the sun lazily ascended from the eastern horizon, casting gentle rays of golden sunlight upon the damp earth, heralding a new dawn. After the rain, the skies cleared. A stunning rainbow emerged against the pale gray backdrop, and as Fang Xian lifted his eyelids, he felt a slight sting, raising his fair hand to shield his eyes, yet the vibrant hues still slipped through his fingers, illuminating his somewhat languidly handsome visage. Where am I? He wondered. Fang Xian languidly stifled a yawn, propping himself up with his hands to rise from his weary state, and cast a bewildered glance at the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself amidst a thicket of shrubs, devoid of towering trees, and not a single beast in sight. Unlike the ancient soul beast forest of yore, after battling fiercely through the night, Fang Xian was utterly exhausted and had lost track of where he had followed the old madman to. All he remembered was collapsing into slumber without a word the moment they halted. He was simply too fatigued. After a restful night as sleep, he felt revitalized, his energy noticeably restored. But where was the old madman? Fang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings, yet he found no trace of the old madman. He mumbled to himself. He couldn't have perished, could he? After all, I assisted him in vanquishing so many enemies from the spirit hall yesterday. Surely, he ought to compensate me in some manner. Suddenly, a rustling sound of grass echoed, and the disheveled old madman emerged from the depths of the forest, a half-smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Fang Xian. What compensation do you seek? He inquired. Oh, you're still alive, Fang Xian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise at the sight of the old man and plopping down beside him. The old man's hidden depths and formidable strength left him utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary blacksmith was, in fact, a powerful title Douluo? Shouldn't I be entitled to at least 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins? Fang Xian mused, stroking his chin, resembling a petty merchant meticulously calculating his gains. Haha, does a prince of the Tiando Empire truly lack money? Have a little ambition. The old madman chided playfully. Uft, as a prince, I am utterly worthless. That emperor has never even bestowed upon me a single copper soul coin, Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. Enough of this lamenting over poverty, for I am even poorer than you. The old man fixed a calm gaze upon Fang Xian, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. I have no money to offer, nor am I willing to part with my life, and besides, I never asked for your assistance. This old fellow must have seen the bright sword. In terms of shamelessness, he could certainly rival comrade Li Yunlong. Fang Xian's lips twitched violently, signaling that extracting any benefit from this miserly figure was an endeavor doomed to failure. With a heavy sigh of regret, he tilted his head back toward the rocky outcrop behind him and inadvertently caught sight of the crimson demonic blade. precariously lodged beside the old madman. His gaze ignited with fervor. This was an exceedingly rare artifact, its terrifying power already etched in Fang Xian's memory. Just last night, the old madman had wielded this very blade to effortlessly slay the blood duelist with a single strike, a feat that could only be described as overwhelmingly formidable. He chuckled to himself, thinking, even without wealth, I shall seize the opportunity to test this blade. Fang Xian hurriedly approached the old madman, his eyes greedily fixated on the blood-red demonic blade. Unable to restrain himself, he rubbed his palms together and eagerly reached out to touch the weapon. Suddenly, a large, calloused hand came crashing down, forcibly swatting Fang Xian's outstretched hand away. The old madman cast a fleeting glance at Fang Xian and spoke in a grave tone. Little madman, this blade is not something you are capable of wielding at your current level. Reckless handling could very well lead to your demise. Is it truly that formidable? If you're not going to let me try it, just say so. What a miser. Fang Xian could not help but curl his lip in disdain, casting a lingering glance at the demonic blade. For a swordsman of his caliber, this blade was an unparalleled treasure, far exceeding the white blade, shadowless, that he currently wielded. It was a weapon reserved for beings of divine rank. Hey, old madman, where did you acquire this sword? Fang Xian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the blade. Curiosity brimming. Found it on the ground, the old madman replied nonchalantly. Really? Where exactly? I want to try my luck and find another. Fang Xian exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. I won't tell you, the old madman retorted. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise at the old man's unexpected mischievousness. Regrettably, he could not grasp the enchanted blade, and thus he sat silently before the eccentric old man, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the mystical sword. After a while, the old man lifted his head, his profound eyes penetrating through his disheveled gray hair, casting their gaze upon Fang Xian as he inquired, Are you truly willing to test this blade? Fang Xian's skin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile of delight graced his face as he earnestly nodded. All right, today, I shall indulge you, allowing you to experience the might of this divine weapon. The old madman chuckled, reluctantly acquiescing to the request, yet he cautioned seriously. However, let me make it clear beforehand, if anything untoward occurs while you wield the blade, I shall bear no responsibility. Humph, don't try to scare me, it's merely a knife. Surely, it cannot devour a person. Fang Xian rolled his eyes, disregarding the old man's threats, while a swell of anticipation and excitement surged within him. With his right hand extended, he firmly grasped the demonic blade. Little madman, let your eyes behold the vastness of the world. The old man's gaze, profound and contemplative, lingered on Fang Xian as he murmured softly, Boom. At the moment Fang Xian seized the demonic blade, an overwhelming torrent of fierce and unparalleled murderous intent surged forth from it, as if 100,000 sharp blades were simultaneously piercing through him. His flesh felt as though it was being torn apart, and his soul crushed under the weight of agony, compelling him to let out a mournful wail. In that instant, Fang Xian found himself ensnared in a vortex of lethal energy, his frail body being mercilessly shredded, his very spirit on the brink of collapse. It was overwhelmingly powerful, truly, astonishingly formidable. Is this what divine strength feels like? Awakening from a harrowing nightmare, Fang Xian was engulfed in shock, his face contorted in pain as his right hand, still gripping the demonic blade, exploded in a burst of agony. The sheer ferocity of the murderous aura was insufferable, rendering a mortal's body utterly incapable of withstanding it. Yet, he was unwilling to yield. With clenched teeth, his flesh torn asunder, only the stark whiteness of his bones remained in his right hand, which steadfastly clung to the demonic blade, refusing to let go. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, resolutely employing the 9-heart-sea begonia to mend his injuries while simultaneously plunging his consciousness into the demonic blade, enduring the apocalyptic aura of murderous intent with great difficulty. Refusing to yield. Such resilience. The old man observed this scene, a smile of approval gracing his lips. Boom. After an indeterminate passage of time, as Fang Xian began to acclimate to the terrifying aura within the demonic blade, a thunderous roar resonated in his mind, and the world before him abruptly shattered. A magnificent tapestry slowly unfurled. Chapter 84. Demonic Blade. Crimson Rain. 5th update. Subscription requested. Before him lay a vast expanse of chaos. With chaos above and the sky beneath his feet, thousands of combatants clashed fiercely. Most astonishing to Fang Xian was the revelation that each individual here possessed 10 soul rings. their terrifying presence potent enough to obliterate the Douluo Continent. Divine beings. These individuals were all level 100 deities. Feng Xian was profoundly shaken, as if he were witnessing a battle among the gods. Among this group, the most inferior soul ring configurations began with 10,000 years. Black, 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 black. Red, 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 gold. The vast majority possessed their first soul ring of 100,000 years or more, comprising red, 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 gold. It was utterly terrifying. Ah no. Flee quickly. That being is. A chorus of fearful screams erupted from the chaos. In the center of the battlefield stood a crimson-haired man wielding a demonic blade, drenched in blood, reveling in madness. With each swing of his sword, legions of level 100 deities fell, as he engaged in a frenzied slaughter among the divine. God Layer. Who is that man? Feng Xian watched in terror as so many deities, each possessing 10 soul rings, were utterly vanquished by a single red-haired man, their ranks shattered and scattering in disarray. It is crucial to realize that these were a host of divine beings. This scene was profoundly shocking. Is the demon blade the weapon of that individual? Feng Xian noticed the crimson-haired man wielding the scarlet demon blade, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one possessed by the old madman. It was indeed the very same. Filled with intense curiosity, Feng Xian cautiously approached the heart of the battlefield, his fervent gaze directed at the crimson-haired man, eager to discern the visage obscured by the chaotic aura. Just then, the crimson-haired man suddenly lifted his head, coldly locking his gaze upon Feng Xian. In the fleeting moment of their eye contact, 2 beams of icy light shot forth, shattering his form into fragments. Boom. In the next instant, Feng Xian's mind erupted in a cacophony, his vision fading to black as he awakened from that enigmatic chaotic realm. Gasping for breath, his body was drenched in cold sweat. His strength seemingly drained, collapsing weakly to the ground. How terrifying. Truly, how terrifying. Merely a glance was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate me. Is this the power of the divine? Feng Xian gasped for breath, his face etched with terror, clearly still reeling from the recent shock. Have you awakened? Remarkably, you managed to endure for such a duration. The old madman sat cross-legged on the ground, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Feng Xian. Old madman? What on earth was that just now? Feng Xian stood in a daze, evidently still shaken. As you observed, it was merely a battle, albeit a battle between deities. The old madman's eyes were profound as he spoke in a low voice. Feng Xian fell into a contemplative silence. You must have seen that crimson-haired man. The one who slays gods. He is the master of this cursed blade. The old madman caressed the red demonic sword. Speaking earnestly, this blade is known as the demon's sword, Blood Rain, a weapon forged for the purpose of god-slaying. The demon's sword, Blood Rain. Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated upon the demonic blade, and his expression gradually grew grave, for the origins of this weapon were truly astonishing. This demonic sword possessed extraordinary power. Even I, a titled Douluo, could not entirely unleash its potential. Among the divine artifacts, this blade stood as the pinnacle of existence. The old madman shifted his tone, exhaling a sigh as he remarked, however, due to the immense power of the demonic blade, the backlash it inflicts is equally formidable. Once one wields this sword, they shall inevitably be consumed by the terrifying murderous intent it harbors. It is vital to understand that this is the residual killing aura left from slaying deities. Even a mere wisp of it can shatter an ordinary person to pieces. Even I, as a titled Douluo, must bear a tremendous burden and cost when employing this demonic blade. Thus, it became clear. Feng Xian nodded earnestly, finally comprehending why the old madman would inexplicably cough up blood. It appeared that he had been rebounded by the terrifying murderous aura contained within the demonic blade, sustaining a certain degree of internal injury. Very well, little madman, you should not even consider this cursed sword for the time being. With your current capabilities, attempting to wield it would result in your utter destruction. The old madman smiled faintly, waving his hand to stow the demonic blade into his spatial ring. He then produced a sleek, ebony-long knife and slowly extended it toward Feng Xian, saying, "This black blade, water severance, is a parting gift for you." Eh? Wasn't this blade severed? Feng Xian exclaimed in astonishment as the flawless water severance appeared before him, for he distinctly recalled that it had been cleaved in two by the blood duelist's sword. Indeed. I spent 3 days repairing it, the old madman replied with a serene smile. Repaired it? Feng Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the black blade. Waterbreaker. His fingers caressed the obsidian-like blade, and although it did not compare to the legendary artifact-grade demon blade, it was nonetheless an exquisite weapon of the highest caliber. In terms of quality, it even surpassed his own white blade, Shadowless. Given his current prowess, the artifact-grade demon blade, Crimson Rain, was but a distant dream. However, the black blade, Waterbreaker, was indeed the most suitable weapon at his disposal now. Haha, thank you. Fang Xian, feeling a surge of excitement, toyed with the black blade and expressed his gratitude to the old madman. However, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to blink and inquire. What did you just say about 3 days? What 3 days? It felt like merely an instant. In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year on Earth. Although you were only in that chaotic space for a brief moment, in reality, 3 days have already elapsed, the old madman elucidated. Fang Xian sighed in melancholy. In the realm of the divine, is it possible to feel the passage of time? Little madman, I must take my leave now. May fate allow us to meet again. The old madman gazed intently at Fang Xian and let out a deep sigh. What? You are departing already? Fang Xian felt a sudden jolt of surprise and hurriedly exclaimed. There is no need to rush, for I still have numerous inquiries to pose to you. Who precisely are you? What grievances do you hold against the Spirit Hall? From whence did you acquire this demonic blade? Do not attempt to deceive me by claiming it was merely found. I refuse to believe such a tale. The old madman offered a faint smile and replied, Let us save that for another time. Should our paths cross again, I shall reveal everything you wish to know. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Yet, in the next moment, the figure of the old madman flickered and vanished, leaving behind a resonant burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, little madman, strive to survive. This world is truly remarkable. Fang Xian fixed his gaze on the spot where the old madman had just stood, lost in thought for an extended period. His eyes shimmered with determination as he solemnly nodded. I will live life to the fullest. Chapter 85. The Engagement of the Hall Master Xing Liangqin. Additional update. Upon returning to the Tiando Academy, for reasons unknown, a group of individuals suddenly rushed forward in a flurry of anxiety. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, eyeing the crowd warily. What is it? Are you looking for a fight? This group consisted of Yu Tianheng, Du Guyin, Yi Lingling, and others, who had hastily approached and surrounded him, leading Fang Xian to believe they were seeking trouble. Fang Xian, where on earth have you been? Why have you only just returned? The people at the academy have been frantic searching for you. Yu Tianheng exclaimed. Searching for me? Fang Xian's heart sank, and he gradually furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous feeling. This cannot be. Could it be that the events of that night have been exposed, and the Spirit Hall has traced it back to him? He was merely a modest soul master. On that fateful day, the Spirit Hall had suffered the demise of more than a dozen formidable individuals, including a titled Douluo. Surely, no one would suspect him. Just as Fang Xian was lost in confusion, he heard, Hey, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, said Du Guyan. The Emperor has been looking for you for 3 days, Yi Lingling explained. Wait, the Snow Knight Emperor is looking for me. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation at hand. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace, Fang Xian stood in the center of the Grand Hall, utterly perplexed, casting a bewildered glance towards the Snowy Knight Emperor seated upon the throne, unsure of the purpose behind this sovereign summons. However, the Snowy Knight Emperor appeared to be in high spirits, smiling broadly as he engaged in pleasant conversation with Ning Fengji at his side. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was exceptionally cordial, and there existed a commendable friendship between Snowy Knight and Ning Fengji, with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School being the sole sect among the top 3 that supported the Tiando royal family. The two spoke in hushed tones, leaving Fang Xian unable to discern their discussion, and he refrained from interjecting, remaining quietly in the hall. After approximately 10 minutes, the Snowy Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji concluded their dialogue and turned their attention towards Fang Xian, both displaying amiable smiles. Fang Xian suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as an ominous thought surged within. What do these two old fellows intend to do? Under the intense scrutiny of their fervent gazes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, sensing that it boded ill. Fang Xian, your performance in the competition has been exceptional, earning you the admiration of Master Ning. After much deliberation, we have decided to arrange a marriage for you, spoke the amiable Emperor Shuya with a smile. An engagement? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you are my son, and at the age of 15, you are quite the handsome young man, possessing extraordinary abilities. Master Ning has a beloved daughter, just 12 years old, who is intelligent, graceful, and charmingly beautiful. Emperor Shuya stroked his beard and continued with a smile. You are both of similar age, exceptional talents among the younger generation, a match made in heaven. Which is why Master Ning and I have decided to formalize this engagement for you both. Ning Rongrong, an engagement? Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Fang Xian, your prowess is well recognized, while Rongrong is a remarkably gifted support soul master, possessing the continent's foremost support martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile. Should the two of you unite, your strengths will undoubtedly complement each other, elevating your power to new heights, and you will surely carve out a distinguished reputation across the continent. A smile graced Ning Fengji's handsome visage as he nodded at Fang Xian, clearly pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Fang Xian's expression stiffened, as he was greatly inclined to refuse, fearing the prospect of a future broken engagement. This ploy had become utterly tiresome. Perhaps he could feign consent and subsequently discreetly dismiss that little enchantress? No. Regardless of the approach, it would undoubtedly lead to an endless array of troubles and repercussions. What a headache. You, an emperor, and you, a sect leader, seemingly have nothing better to do than to play matchmaker. Under the penetrating gazes of the snowy night emperor and Ning Fengji, Fang Xian, with great reluctance, declared, Your Majesty. Sect leader Ning, I am not yet inclined to wed. How absurd. I have not yet fully savored the joys of my splendid single life. How could I possibly entertain the notion of marriage? Must I allow another to slumber peacefully upon my bed? Currently, Fang Xian is not psychologically prepared to share his bed with another, though he might reluctantly consent to Ning Rongrong sleeping on the floor if she so wishes. He could later seize an opportunity to dismiss her from his life. After all, she has chosen to marry at this moment. The Snow Knight Emperor cast an irritated glare at Fang Xian and remarked, Rongrong is merely 12 years old. Even if you desire it, I am not inclined to agree. This is merely an engagement for now. Once you both reach adulthood, Master Ning and I shall orchestrate a grand wedding for you. Ning Feng's smile remained unwavering as he subtly added, Rest assured, Fang Xian, when the time comes for your union with Rongrong, I shall ensure she is provided with a lavish dowry. A dowry? Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement, nearly causing him to forsake his principles. Goodness. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is so affluent. The dowry prepared for Ning Rongrong must be substantial. Why not wait until he secures her dowry, and then devise a delightful way to part ways? It matters little if he loses a wife, but this dowry is another matter entirely. An opportunity lost is a foolishness indeed. With the formidable financial power of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, this dowry could easily amount to several million gold soul coins, and perhaps even yield a few soul bones. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seems that Emperor Shuya and Ning Fengji have likely made their decision. Even if Fang Xian is reluctant, he must acquiesce. In light of this, he might as well agree outright, and later contemplate a strategy to take the lead in calling off the engagement. Very well, I consent. After a moment of careful consideration, Fang Xian finally nodded earnestly. Witnessing this scene, Emperor Shuya and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, unable to suppress their satisfied laughter. By the time they returned home, night had fully descended. Fang Xian sat quietly upon his bed, gently activating the system interface to review the gains accumulated over recent days. Most powerful blade drawing system host, Fang Xian level, LV43 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 100, 007000, upgradable, weapon, Shadowless Blade Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11200, Mental Understanding, Blade Intent Divinely Bestowed Blade, 1 Martial Soul, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. Talents, Judgment Sorrow, Dance of Snowflakes, Light of Healing Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increases drawing power by 30, Swallow's Return, High Speed Blade Drawing. Increases drawing speed by 30, Available Blade Draws, 21,000 having slain a Soul King and 11 Soul Masters. Fang Xian reaped substantial benefits, now possessing a remarkable 21,000 blade draws to indulge in. He stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment before deciding to utilize 11,000 blade draws for a lottery, seeking soul rings and attribute points, while reserving the remaining 10,000 draws to enhance his weapons and bolster the attributes of his 2 blades. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian eagerly commenced his journey of lottery and enhancement. Chapter 86. Gains and advancements. With a total of 11,000 blade draws, he engaged in the lottery 110 times. As the saying goes, relentless effort yields extraordinary miracles. Fang Xian finally indulged extravagantly, engaging in a frenzied series of over 100 consecutive draws, resulting in a considerable array of rewards, including several precious artifacts. Among his acquisitions were 3,300-year soul rings, 15,000-year soul rings, 62 talent points, and 35 foundational mastery points, along with a plethora of yellow 100-year soul rings, deemed rather worthless. Upon completing the draws, Fang Xian opened his backpack to assess his haul. Although he had amassed a significant number of 100-year soul rings, they held no value for him. The 15,000-year soul rings were noteworthy, with the highest boasting an impressive 5,000 years of cultivation. However, they still failed to pique his interest. Given Fang Xian's current prowess, he was capable of absorbing soul rings exceeding 10,000 years, rendering even the 5,000-year rings unremarkable in his eyes. Moreover, while the talent and foundational mastery points were fewer in number, they possessed great significance. Fang Xian promptly absorbed the 35 foundational mastery points, which enhanced his proficiency in the blade drawing technique, yielding remarkable results. At present, his most formidable talent was the light blade drawing technique associated with his six-winged angel martial soul. Without hesitation, he allocated all 62 talent points to elevate this technique, even though they were insufficient to advance the six-winged angel martial soul from intermediate to advanced. Nevertheless, he believed that with gradual accumulation, the day of its ascension was not far off. Having addressed these attribute points, a surge of excitement suddenly illuminated Fang Xian's face as his fervent gaze fell upon two brand new artifacts in his backpack. 200-year soul rings, under 10,000 years, and one 10,000-year soul ring. Ah, truly a fortunate draw, he exclaimed, reveling in his splendid acquisitions. Fang Xian gazed at the two novel artifacts, a glimmer of surprise flickering through his clear eyes. The 100-year soul ring cultivation represented a precious tool for enhancing one's soul ring capabilities in the early stages of a soul master's journey. The limitations imposed by rank and strength often resulted in the absorption of soul rings with relatively low antiquity. Most individuals found their first and second soul rings to be mere 100-year yellow rings, significantly constraining their future development. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative of Douluo, Fang Xian understood that the sole means to elevate the age of one's soul rings was to partake in the divine assessment known as the 9 Trials of the Sea God. During their participation in the Sea God's 9 Trials, Tang San and his companions from the Shrek 7 Devils experienced an unparalleled surge in power, largely attributable to the rewards of the Sea God's trials, which enhanced their soul ring configurations to an opulent degree. Yet now, through the fortunate spin of the lottery wheel, Fang Xian had drawn an item capable of augmenting the age of his soul rings, a delightful surprise indeed. Although this item was restricted to cultivations below 10,000 years, it would nonetheless significantly elevate Fang Xian's soul ring configuration. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Fang Xian calmly analyzed his current 3 soul rings, an 800-year yellow ring, a 1,000-year purple ring, and a 3,000-year purple ring. After some contemplation, he resolved to allocate the entire 200-year soul ring cultivation to enhance his first soul ring, aiming to elevate it to the 1,000-year level. This decision stemmed from the realization that even if he were to bestow the 200-year cultivation upon the 2,000-year soul rings, the benefit would be negligible. It would be far more advantageous to directly upgrade the 100-year ring to a 1,000-year status, yielding greater overall benefits. With this thought in mind, Fang Xian's gaze sharpened with determination as he promptly utilized the 200-year soul ring cultivation on his first soul ring. In the next moment, he spread his palm, and the 3 purple rings materialized in succession, radiating a gentle glow. Quite splendid. Fang Xian gazed at his soul ring, nodding in satisfaction. Although it could not yet be deemed luxurious in its configuration, it ranked among the finest among soul masters below the 50th level. Ultimately, there was that 1,000-year soul ring. Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with brilliance, his excitement palpable as he fixated on the obsidian soul ring before him. He could distinctly sense the formidable energy contained within this dark artifact. A 10,000-year soul ring, indeed. Just in time for me to replicate another martial soul. Upon reaching the soul sect, he still possessed a divine blade yet to be wielded. He resolved to duplicate a new martial soul in the coming days, followed by the absorption of this 10,000-year soul ring. With the lottery journey concluded, he would now commence the enhancement of his weaponry. The last enhancement had required a staggering 000 unsheathings to elevate the shadowless blade to 3. This time, however, Fang Xian had a remarkable 10,000 unsheathings at his disposal. Surely, the shadowless blade would ascend to 30. Ah, how could he forget? Now, he possessed 2 blades. Fang Xian suddenly recalled that he now possessed the white blade, Wu Ying, and the black blade, Duanshui. Thus, he resolved to lower his expectations, deciding that an enhancement of merely 15 for each blade would be quite reasonable. After indulging in this thought for a while, he confidently commenced the fortification of his 2 weapons. An hour later, Fang Xian lay on the bed, his eyes vacant and his face numb, feeling as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The mere utterance of a civilizational term caused his lips to twitch violently. After a staggering 10,000 attempts at drawing his blade, through sheer force and persistence, he finally achieved a black blade enhanced to 8 and a white blade to 9. Yet he had failed to reach even a 10. At this moment, Fang Xian's mindset was on the verge of fracturing. The enhancement process had proven to be exceedingly frustrating. After wallowing in his discontent for a while, he abruptly sat up, rallied his spirits, and began to examine the attributes of both blades. The attributes of the shadowless blade were as follows. Level: A. Rare, Strength, 77, 32, Speed, 120, 36, Enhancement, 9 Special Attributes, none overall evaluation, Elusive and Intangible. Swift as a specter, though slightly lacking in strength, a blade of lightning speed. The attributes of the water-breaking blade were as follows. Level: A. Rare, Strength, 150, 55, Speed, 108, 42, Enhancement, 8 Special Attributes, none overall evaluation. A single strike can sever water. Unmatched in sharpness, a blade of formidable offensive capability. The shadowless blade's attributes had improved by approximately 50%, while the water-breaking blade, due to its initial enhancement, had experienced a rise of about 60%, indicating a substantial effect from the enhancement process. Upon checking his current personal information, Ultimate Blade System Host, Fang Xian Level, LV43 Title, Soul Sect Soul Power, 100, 007000, Upgradable, Weapons, Shadowless Blade. Water-breaking blade proficiency, Minor blade drawing technique, 46200, Mental comprehension, Blade intent, God-given blade. 1 Martial spirits, 6-winged angel soul, intermediate 62200, Ice Phoenix soul, intermediate 82200. 9 Heart Begonia soul, intermediate 80200. Talents: Judgment Sorrow, Dance of Light Snow, Healing Light Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Draw, enhancing blade power by 30. Swift Return, Super High Speed Blade Draw, enhancing blade speed by 30. Usable blade draw attempts, 0. The enhancements were quite impressive. Observing the steadily rising attributes, Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 87. Formation. The strongest Imperial Duel Team, first update. Subscription and monthly votes requested. In a pitch-black space, a pale yet robust figure lay sprawled on the ground, disheveled and untidy, surrounded by overturned furniture, shattered teacups, and a scene of utter chaos. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the disheveled youth on the ground was none other than Yu Tianheng. Beside him stood a calm young man with black hair, his right hand aloft, from which floated a golden long blade, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul. New talent unlocked, Thunderblade. Aha! The martial spirit has been successfully copied. I can absorb the soul rings upon my return. Fang Xian smiled faintly, casting a glance at the young man below him, and said lightly, Yu Tianheng, I appreciate your martial soul. With his current prowess, he effortlessly infiltrated Yu Tianheng's residence and swiftly subdued the youth with ease. Yu Tianheng had barely registered the visitor's appearance before Fang Xian rendered him unconscious with a single blow. On this occasion, Fang Xian utilized the divine gift blade to replicate Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus, thereby acquiring it as his 4th martial soul. Upon returning home, he immediately commenced the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring, attaching it to the newly replicated blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. This endeavor continued until the break of dawn. Congratulations. The soul ring has been successfully absorbed. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul has been elevated to intermediate level, with current attributes. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul, intermediate 100200. The talent skill, blade drawing technique, Thunderblade, has been upgraded to Thunder Flash. Thunder Flash, Like lightning streaking across the void, it is an ultra-high-speed draw of the blade. Imbued with immense power, striking with the force of thunder and the swiftness of lightning, rendering one unable to resist. Quite splendid, the martial soul has ascended. Feng Xian nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement bestowed by the 10,000-year soul ring was not limited to mere augmentation. The previously accumulated soul power erupted under the formidable surge of the 10,000-year soul ring, resulting in a remarkable elevation of 2 levels in soul power. Most powerful blade system host, Feng Xian level, LV45 title, Soul Master Soul Power, 010000 weapon, Shadowless Blade. Water Severing Blade Proficiency, Minor Mastery in Blade Drawing Technique, 46200, Mental Insight, Blade Intent Divine Gifted Blade, 0 Martial Spirits, 6-Winged Angel Spirit, Intermediate 62200. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Spirit, Intermediate 100200, Ice Phoenix Spirit, Intermediate 82200, 9 Heart Begonia Spirit, Intermediate 80200, Talents, Judgment Sorrow. Thunder's Flash, Dance of Light Snow. Healing Light Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing, Increasing Drawing Power by 30, Swallow's Return, High-Speed Blade Drawing. Increasing Drawing Speed by 30, Usable Blade Draws, 0 Level 45 achieved. Feng Xian felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He opened his right hand, revealing 4 resplendent soul rings, violet, 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 and black, floating gracefully and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Gazing at the 4 soul rings cradled in his palm, Feng Xian couldn't help but smile, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Just a short while ago, he had been an inconspicuous underachiever, and now he had ascended to the rank of a level 45 Soul Master, possessing the capacity to engage in battles against Soul Kings. Reflecting on this transformation, he marveled at the capriciousness of fate. Time flew by unnoticed, and before he realized it, a month had passed. Throughout this period, Feng Xian diligently practiced his left-handed sword techniques. Through relentless training, his proficiency with the left hand had significantly improved. Although he had yet to achieve the same level of comfort and skill as with his right hand, the potency of his left-handed sword strikes, bolstered by the 5,000-year-old bloodthirsty bone of the left arm, was by no means inferior to that of his right. The sword-drawing technique, while incredibly powerful and capable of explosive speed, was primarily effective against a single adversary, requiring a precise and decisive strike to demonstrate its full might. However, facing a multitude of foes, it would be impractical for Feng Xian to sheath his sword after each cut and draw it again. At such times, the advantages of wielding dual swords would reveal themselves. In the world of Douluo, one must be equipped with various defensive techniques. Thus, in addition to mastering the sword-drawing technique, Feng Xian was also expanding his skills in dual sword techniques. During this time, the Tiando Academy was bustling with activity. Both teachers and students were intensely occupied. The instructors were busy selecting elite students, while the students, invigorated and eager, devoted themselves to rigorous training in hopes of catching the attention of the academy. In a year's time, the prestigious elite tournament for advanced Soul Master academies across the continent would commence, a grand event that dwarfed the internal genius battles hosted by the Tiando Academy. All major institutions, including the Tiando Academy, 5 Elements Academy, Star Luo Empire, and Spirit Hall, would dispatch formidable teams to compete for supremacy. This tournament was a convergence of young champions, and each aspiring warrior yearned to be chosen as part of their academy's team for this illustrious competition. The academy was actively preparing for this event, diligently selecting talented individuals for the teams. As a prestigious institution founded by the royal family of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy had secured 2 slots for the competition. One remained undecided. While the members of Team 1 had already been confirmed and announced to the entire school 3 days prior. Team 1 of the Royal Battle Team, Captain, Feng Xian. Level 45 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Sword, Soul Rings, 3 Violet, 1 Black. Vice Captain, Yu Tianhing, Level 39 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. Soul Rings, 2 Yellow, 1 Purple. Team Member, Du Yan, Level 38 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Emerald Scaled Serpent, Soul Rings, 2 Yellow, 1 Purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling. A Level 35 Support Soul Master, Martial Spirit, 9 Heart Sea Tang, Soul Rings, 2 Yellow, 1 Purple. Team Member, Yu Feng. A Level 36 Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Wind Bell Bird, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shi Mo, a level 38 Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit. Xuanwu Turtle, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shi Mo, a level 37 Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit. Xuanwu Turtle, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. This formidable coalition, a luxurious assembly of talents, is hailed as the most powerful Imperial battle team. The fervor among the faculty and students of the Academy is palpable, as they believe this year's Imperial battle team truly has a chance at claiming the championship title. Historically, the champions of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy have always been monopolized by the Spirit Hall. This time, the Imperial Academy may indeed be on the verge of reaching the pinnacle. Emperor Xueye, filled with ambition, shares high hopes for this year's Imperial battle team. With Fang Xian's current prowess, he undoubtedly stands as the foremost member of the team, and thus his appointment as captain faces no objections. Thus, under Fang Xian's leadership and with Qin Ming as the team leader, the strongest Imperial battle team in history has been established. With a year remaining until the competition commences, Qin Ming resolves to lead the Imperial Academy on a journey to explore distant lands, challenging formidable opponents to enhance the synergy and cooperation among team members, striving to elevate the team's strength before the grand event. As the narrative unfolds, Fang Xian quickly realizes that Qin Ming intends to take the Imperial battle team to Soto City, 1,000 miles away, to seek challenges. However, with Fang Xian's presence, the outcome of their encounter with the Shrek team may differ from before. Chapter 88, Second Update of Shrek Academy. Subscription and monthly tickets requested. In the southern region of the Tiando Empire, adjacent to the Fasnuo province, lies one of the 4 major kingdoms within the empire, the Kingdom of Barak. Although referred to as a kingdom, the territory of Barak is relatively small, encompassing only 3/4 of the entire Fasnuo province, which is under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. 50 years ago, the Tiando Empire possessed 10 provinces. However, with the decline of its hegemony and the partitioning of the 4 kingdoms, 6 factions gradually emerged. Currently, the empire governs 5 provinces, while the remaining 5 are occupied by Barak and the other 3 kingdoms, along with a principality, each standing in opposition to the empire. These 5 nations are rife with ambition. Although they nominally accept the rule of the Tiando Empire, they have effectively become nations within a nation, with complete autonomy over their internal affairs, free from imperial constraints. In recent years, these kingdoms have secretly colluded, stirring with intent, and some have even allied with the Xinglua Empire. Were it not for the empire's strong military control, internal and external turmoil would have likely erupted long ago. Nevertheless, even so, the hegemony of the Tiando Empire continues to wane. If the empire fails to revive and return to its former glory within the next decade, a cataclysmic upheaval is inevitable. Soto City, nestled in the bountiful Lima plain of the Kingdom of Barak, renowned as the Granary of Barak, lies a bustling metropolis, second only to the illustrious city of Tiando. At its heart stands the esteemed third-level Spirit Hall, a testament to the affluence and might of Soto City. Outside Soto City, an ancient academy emerges, where, beneath the scorching sun, a group of spirited youths, brimming with vitality, fervently circles the moss-covered, decrepit playground, sweat pouring down as they run relentlessly for hours. At last, the arduous session concludes after 3 exhausting hours, leaving them breathless and utterly depleted, their soul power entirely drained. Upon hearing the command to halt, they abandon all semblance of decorum, with even the girls plopping down unceremoniously on the ground to rest, while the boys lie sprawled, tongues lolling, panting like overheated dogs. Under the relentless training of their master, these blossoming youths appear as wilted eggplants, heads drooping in fatigue. Yet their internal soul power burgeons rapidly. Though merely 12 or 13 years of age, their average soul power level has astonishingly reached 30, a rarity among geniuses across the Douluo Continent for their age. "Brother, could you please massage my legs?" A lovely girl, adorned in a pink skirt and white thigh-high stockings, with cascading hair resembling a scorpion's tail, sweetly pouts at a plain boy beside her, her voice laced with a hint of allure. As she speaks, her long, slender legs rest upon the boy's knee. "Ah, are you here?" The boy, momentarily stunned, feels his hand brush against her soft, smooth leg, only to be immediately aware of several prying eyes upon them. He clears his throat awkwardly, a flush of embarrassment creeping over him. Despite Tang San and Xiao Wu's close sibling bond, Their somewhat ambiguous actions in plain sight draw many a dubious gaze from those around them. Xiao Wu. Perhaps we should find a more secluded spot, Tang San suggests with a wry smile. Xiao Wu, sensing the charged atmosphere, playfully sticks out her tongue and quickly retracts her legs, burying her flushed face in her knees, appearing somewhat flustered. Oh dear. Brother San, do continue. We saw nothing at all, truly. Ma Hongjun squints his eyes, grinning mischievously. Indeed, my eyesight has been rather poor lately. Perhaps I've overexerted myself in training, and I simply cannot perceive what I ought not to see. Oscar declares earnestly, though the teasing glimmer in his handsome face betrays his true thoughts. Laughter erupts among the group. Zhuqing, are you weary? Would you like me to massage your legs as well? A shoulder rub could be arranged too, with cascading golden locks. Dai Mubai approached the aloof maiden, his striking heterochromatic eyes shimmering with a hint of charm. Unlike the innocent girls around, this seemingly younger yet extraordinarily voluptuous maiden possessed an enchanting figure, ample bosom, perfectly rounded hips, and a delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand, embodying a form akin to that of a siren. Just a mere glance ignited a surge of passion within the onlookers. Away with you. Zhu Zhuqing cast a dispassionate glance at Dai Mubai, ignoring him completely, her gaze fixed serenely upon the distant thicket, her silhouette increasingly solitary and indifferent. Dai Mubai rubbed his nose awkwardly, his expression tinged with embarrassment after his attempt to win the maiden's favor fell flat, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Wow. Dai Mubai has hit a snag. The boisterous Hong Jun teased without a hint of subtlety. Haha. Who would have thought that even the seasoned veteran of romance like Dai Mubai would encounter such a day? Oscar joined in the jest. You two have been rather mischievous lately. It seems I must loosen your bones a bit. Don't run. With 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Dai Mubai lunged playfully at the duo, and the 3 of them began to chase and frolic across the playground. Their laughter echoed throughout the Shrek Academy. Honestly, you bunch of buzzkills, why disturb the blossoming affection? Just look at Tang San and Xiao Wu. How enviable they are. A 12 or 13-year-old girl tossed her flowing black hair, her exquisite cheeks framing a mischievous smile. Dressed in a water blue gown and white boots, she exuded an ethereal charm. Her eyes sparkling with life, reminiscent of a little fairy. Ning Rongrong, stop making such remarks. Tang San attempted to correct her. I know. The affectionate brother and sister, Ning Rongrong stifled a laugh behind her hand. The crowd erupted in playful jeers, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Oscar cheerfully approached Ning Rongrong, exclaiming, Rongrong, do you envy Tang San and Xiao Wu's affection? Why not seek a suitable partner for yourself? Just look at me, handsome, dashing, practically a paragon of manhood. Haha. Ning Rongrong shrugged, sighing, little Oscar, don't get your hopes up. We are both support-type soul masters. It's hopeless. This remark struck Oscar with considerable disappointment, yet before he could dwell on it, he noticed a shadow of melancholy crossing Ning Rongrong's beautiful face. Rongrong, why do you seem so downcast? What troubles you? Oscar inquired. If there is something on your mind, share it. We'll help you bear the burden. Tang San also observed Ning Rongrong's distress. What's wrong, Rongrong? The group gazed at the young girl with concern. After a moment of silence, Ning Rongrong nervously tugged at the hem of her dress, her voice tinged with indignation. Not long ago, my father arranged a marriage for me. Chapter 89, The Betrothal in the Soul Arena. Third update. 50 monthly votes for an extra update. Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong sat quietly upon a pristine lawn, confiding her hidden troubles to those around her. Approximately a month ago, my scoundrel of a father, without my consent, unilaterally arranged a marriage for me. The intended is purportedly a young prince from the Heaven Do Empire, rumored to be rather rotund, even more so than Ma Hongjun. This infuriates me. Hey, Rongrong, protest. This is an unwarranted personal attack. Ma Hongjun interjected. What does your fiancé have to do with me? Have you not noticed that I've lost several pounds recently? Well, that was a slip of the tongue. However, in comparison to that young prince, you might still be considered somewhat svelte, Ning Rongrong added. Is that true? Upon hearing someone praise his figure, Ma Hongjun's chubby face brightened with excitement. Yet, after pondering for a moment, he felt that Ning Rongrong's words were somewhat off. And in mild irritation, he retorted, Are you really complimenting me? Enough. Fatty, don't interrupt. Let Rongrong continue. The others gestured for Ma Hongjun to be silent. Raising her tiny fist in indignation, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, How outrageous. I have never even met that fellow. How could I possibly spend my life with him? In any case, I will never agree to this marriage. Rong, I stand with you. Oscar said cheerfully. Hey, Rong, you are merely relying on hearsay. You have yet to see your fiancé with your own eyes. What if he is not a portly fellow, but rather a dashing, suave gentleman? Even more handsome than Oscar and more formidable than Dai Mubai? Ma Hongjun winked mischievously. Then, tell me, would you still reconsider your decision? You fatso. I expected you to comfort me, but instead, you are adding to my woes. Are you asking for a beating? Ning Rong replied, her irritation palpable. All right, my fault. Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, hastily waving his hands. I, Ning Rong, am a person of my word. Even if that young prince is exceptionally handsome and possesses great power, I will never grow fond of him, nor will I consent to this marriage. Otherwise, I shall shave my head bald, Ning Rong declared. Her little canine teeth bared in determination. Shave your head. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun all widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the quirky little sorceress. It was unexpected that a girl would utter such a vicious curse. It seems the only hope lies with that unseen young prince, who must be both unattractive and lacking in strength. Rong, though you say this, how do you intend to reject the marriage proposal? Tang Xin gazed earnestly at Ning Rong. Although their playful banter was lighthearted, the reality of their family's arranged marriage loomed significantly, and extricating themselves from such an obligation would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting task. Of course, if Tang San had perused Battle Through the Heavens, he might glean considerable insight from it. Ning Rong's charming visage revealed a glint of mischief as she confidently declared, Of course, I have long devised a scheme to deal with that little prince. According to a letter from my father, it appears that the little prince will be visiting Soto City in the next few days. I am to host him well and, in turn, foster a connection between us. Raising her tiny fist defiantly, she proclaimed, Humph, foster a connection? I shall communicate with him through my fists. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to thoroughly thrash him, compelling him to annul the engagement. In such a way, all our troubles shall be effortlessly resolved. The girl's face was alight with cunning as she could not suppress a wicked grin. Very well, Rong. As soon as that little prince arrives, we shall certainly assist you in delivering a thorough beating. The others vowed with fervor. Thank you all. As long as we can drive off that little prince, I shall treat you all to a feast. Ning Rong replied cheerfully. By the way, what is that little prince's name? Dai Mubai inquired with curiosity. I believe it was something like Fong. Ning Rong pondered momentarily, racking her brain before decisively stating, Fong Ping. Yes, that's it. The little prince is indeed named Fong Ping, the illegitimate son of the Tiando emperor, and a mere wastrel who has yet to awaken his martial soul. Fong Ping. The group exchanged solemn glances, each nodding gravely, determined to make time to thoroughly vanquish the little prince Fong Ping. Agreed. It is settled then. Ning Rong beamed with delight. As the training concluded, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation on the playground, their joyful laughter resonating throughout the Shrek Academy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a tall and formidable figure approached, causing a sudden wave of apprehension among the group, akin to facing a formidable adversary. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, clad in black, with a robust physique and well-defined features, though somewhat unkempt. Most notably, he bore an expression of perpetual seriousness. This man was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang, one of the esteemed teachers at Shrek Academy. For the past 3 months, the students had endured grueling training under his watchful eye, feeling utterly exhausted. Now, the sight of him instilled a sense of dread. As they anticipated yet another round of rigorous demands, the 7 students hastily rose from the ground, forming a neat line, bracing themselves for the master's address. Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back and an unyielding expression, fixed his gaze upon Tang San and the other 6 Shrek students, stating, in the past 3 months, with the guidance and support of the teachers, you have established a foundational level of physical conditioning. However, to become exemplary soul masters, this is far from sufficient. Thus, beginning today, I shall commence your second phase of training. The second phase of training? Upon hearing this delightful news, smiles spread across the faces of the crowd. They were finally relieved from the daily grind of exhausting runs. According to Master, you have recently visited the Soto Great Spirit Arena, which is fortuitous, as I shall not need to elaborate on the arena's conditions. With hands clasped behind his back, the Master solemnly declared, Pay attention, For what I refer to as the second phase of training entails venturing to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. This training is devoid of time constraints. Each individual may attain their silver spirit badges at their own pace. Should you possess the skill, the rewards from the arena will be exceedingly lucrative. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Participating in spirit battles was certainly far more effortless than training in this location, and the prospect of earning money made this a perfect training method for them. My expectation of you is that you must not only acquire silver spirit badges in one-on-one matches but also in team battles. The master scanned the eager faces before him. His tone grave. Is this achievable? Chapter 90. My Great Blade. The anticipation for subscriptions is palpable. The acquisition of silver spirit badges poses little challenge for Tang San. Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhiqing, the 5 formidable assault-type spirit masters. However, for Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 support-type spirit masters, the task becomes daunting, as they must secure silver spirit badges in both team and one-on-one battles, a considerable challenge given their lack of combat prowess. Master, both Rongrong and I are support-type spirit masters. Combat is not our forte. Must we still obtain silver spirit badges? Oscar could not restrain his inquiry. Support-type spirit masters? Humph. The master scoffed, his demeanor serious. In battle, will your enemies show mercy simply because you are support-type spirit masters? That is unlikely, Oscar replied sheepishly. Let me clarify. Not only will they not show mercy, but support-type spirit masters like you and Rongrong, with your limited combat capabilities, will be prime targets for elimination in team battles. The master fixed his gaze upon Ning Rongrong and Oscar, emphasizing, therefore, your training tasks in the spirit arena will be even more demanding than those of the others. Understood. The 2 nodded earnestly. Thus, under the master's guidance, the group commenced their practical training at the spirit arena. The Shrek 7 began their expedition at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Time flew swiftly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Shrek 7 had participated in 27 team spirit battles at the Soto Great Spirit Arena, emerging victorious in every match, sweeping through all teams below level 30. Their momentum was unstoppable, and their reputation soared. The renowned Shrek 7 monsters gradually gained notoriety. On the last day of the month, the Shrek team encountered their most formidable adversary to date, the Frenzied team. Every member of the Frenzied team had achieved a level above 35, with their captain, the Fierce Rhinoceros, boasting an impressive level of 38, a paragon of unparalleled strength. Remarkably, they had only registered at the Soul Arena for 7 days and had already attained the illustrious record of 7 consecutive victories at the Soul Master level. Should they maintain their winning streak and achieve 10 consecutive victories, they would be directly promoted to the Copper Soul Master team. In contrast, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai stood at 38, Tang San at 32, Xiaowu at 31, Oscar at 31, Ma Hongjun at 28, Zhu Zhiqing at 28, and Ning Rongrong at 27. Only 4 of the Shrek 7 monsters had surpassed the 30-level mark, with 3 yet to reach even 30, and only Captain Dai Mubai exceeding 35. The comparison of soul power levels clearly indicated that the Shrek 7 monsters were at a distinct disadvantage. However, to the astonishment of the audience, after an intense battle, the Shrek team triumphed against the stronger Frenzied team. This victory garnered immense acclaim for the Shrek 7 monsters, subtly bestowing upon them the esteemed title of the strongest team at the Soul Master level. Yet, merely 3 days after Shrek's triumph over the Frenzied team, an unexpected visitor arrived. The visitor was Supervisor AO from the Soto Great Soul Arena, whose purpose was to represent the arena and discuss significant matters with the team leader. Master. They retreated to a reception room, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Supervisor AO, please state your business directly, Master said, disliking circumlocution and fixing his gaze intently on AO to discern his intentions. Over the past month, the Shrek team had exhibited remarkable performance, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the higher-ups at the Soul Arena, with Tang San, who was on a winning streak, becoming a focal point of interest. The Soul Arena is a place rife with intrigue, teeming with wealth and desire, akin to the ancient Colosseums. Moreover, as the premier Soul Arena of the Baloch Kingdom, the Soto Arena wields considerable influence, even eliciting trepidation from the royal family. Thus, despite Master S' reluctance to engage with the arena, he understood the necessity of not offending them lightly. Very well, straightforwardness is appreciated. Since you insist, I shall speak candidly. Supervisor AO's expression turned grave as he spoke seriously. In fact, just 3 days ago, a formidable Soul Master team arrived here, with all members reaching the Silver Soul Master level. While this Silver Soul Master level is indeed powerful, it does not warrant our attention. The most critical aspect is that every member of this team is a Soul King. What? Soul King level Silver Soul Masters. At last, the Master was visibly moved, displaying an expression of astonishment. Indeed, it is widely acknowledged that typically, Soul Masters who attain the Silver Fighting Soul rank possess a level exceeding 40. However, all members of this particular team are merely in their 30s. And a Silver Fighting Soul team of Soul Masters below level 40 is undeniably formidable. Many affluent nobles have placed substantial bets on this team, resulting in losses of several million gold soul coins in our Fighting Soul arena over just a few days. Supervisor Ao's expression bore a hint of bitterness as he grappled with the challenges posed by this enigmatic team of Silver Fighting Soul Masters. Upon hearing this, the Master had nearly grasped the essence of Supervisor Ao's intentions. So, you wish for our Shrek team to compete against this Silver Fighting Soul Master team? The Master inquired with an unruffled demeanor. Precisely. Currently, within our Soto Great Fighting Soul arena, the most formidable team among the Soul Masters is undoubtedly your Shrek team. In the previous 2017 battles, you have achieved a flawless victory, even overcoming the frenzied team, whose average level exceeds 35. Supervisor Ao began by lavishly extolling Shrek. Before stating the crux of the matter, therefore, I firmly believe that the Shrek 7 monsters possess the capability to contend with this mysterious Silver Fighting Soul team. A Silver Fighting Soul team of Soul Masters, the Master mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Though he recognized this would be a challenging endeavor, this powerful Silver Fighting Soul team represented the most ideal opponent for the Shrek 7 monsters. It is only through formidable adversaries that one can refine oneself. Even in defeat, invaluable lessons can be gleaned. Thus, the Master had already made a decision in his heart, yet he continued to feign indifference, seeking to extract further benefits from Supervisor Ao. Consequently, he disregarded Supervisor Ao's imploring gaze and opted for silence. Having navigated the intricacies of human relations in the Fighting Soul arena for many years, Supervisor Ao was astute enough to perceive the Master's demeanor. Immediately understanding the situation, he smiled and said, "Of course, we cannot expect your assistance without compensation. If the Shrek team emerges victorious, we shall offer an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins and elevate all members of Shrek to the Silver Fighting Soul rank. Even in the event of defeat, we will provide 1,000 gold soul coins as recompense. How does that sound?" At last, the Master revealed a satisfied smile and replied, "It's a deal." Simultaneously, in a VIP box at the Fighting Soul arena, a stern youth leaned against the windowsill, his icy gaze penetrating through the transparent glass, fixating upon the Shrek 7 monsters below. "Very well, it is time to deal with Tang San and his companions." Fang Xian's lips curled into a dangerous arc as he lowered his gaze to the 2 daggers cradled in his arms, their blades shimmering with a chilling light. Sharp and menacing. After a month of meticulous sharpening, my grand blade is now ravenous for action. Chapter 91. That Mysterious Man. In the VIP box of the Soul Arena, the core members of Shrek Academy had all gathered to discuss the impending match against the Silver Soul Battle Team. "Xiao Gang, are you foolish?" Flander lamented, casting a reproachful glance at the Master. "The Soul Arena seeks our assistance. Surely they would grant our requests. This is an excellent opportunity for profit. Look at you. You readily agreed to their terms. The Soul Arena is affluent. We could have extorted at least 100,000 gold soul coins. Yet you settled for a mere 10,000, selling out your own soul. I scorn you." In that moment, the Dean was unmistakably transformed into a petty, calculating figure. Feeling a pang of regret at the thought of the gold soul coins slipping through his fingers, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Flander, mind your words in front of the children," the Master reprimanded, his expression stern. "When did you become so mercenary?" His thoughts were focused on arranging formidable opponents for Tang San and the others to hone their skills, rather than squabbling over monetary gains with the Soul Arena. "Huh. Do you think I desire this? You don't know the burdens of managing finances. A penny can thwart even the most heroic. Since founding Shrek Academy, I've had to tighten my belt." Flander lamented. "Enough with the theatrics. A reward of 10,000 gold soul coins is already considerable. If we triumph in this match, our earnings will be substantial. Furthermore, the Soul Arena has promised to elevate all our young prodigies to the Silver Soul level, which is indeed a generous offer." The Master cut off Flander's persistent complaints, tapping the documents on the table with his finger, his expression turning serious as he transitioned to the main topic. Let us set aside those matters for now and examine our opponents. I can state with certainty that we are facing the strongest adversaries we have ever encountered. The mention of the strongest adversaries sent a shiver through Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, for they could discern the gravity of the upcoming battle in the master's eyes. As the members of Shrek Academy diligently reviewed the information on the table, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Even the typically proud Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. The document detailed the basic information of the opposing team as follows: the Royal Battle Team, comprising 7 members, all averaging over level 35, each possessing a Silver Soul badge. Captain, unknown Vice Captain, Yu Tianheng, a 39-level Battle Soul Master, with a martial spirit of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Dugu Yen, a 38-level Battle Soul Master, with a martial spirit of Jade Scale Serpent, Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member, Yi Lingling, a level 35 Support Soul Master, with the martial spirit, 9 Hearts Begonia, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings. Team member, Yu Foam, a level 36 Battle Soul Master, with the martial spirit, Wind Chime Bird, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings. Team member, Shirt Mo, a level 38 Battle Soul Master, with the martial spirit, Black Tortoise, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings. Team member, Shirt Mo, a level 37 Battle Soul Master, with the martial spirit, Black Tortoise, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings. Remarkably strong. Indeed, exceedingly formidable, Tang San remarked solemnly. I never anticipated that the Imperial Battle Team would be this powerful. Even the Vice Captain's level surpasses mine, Dai Mubai stated seriously. Wow, is it truly that outrageous? As a mere level 28 novice, I would surely be eliminated the moment I step onto the field. Ma Hongjun lamented, his head drooping in despair. I feel my life is in grave peril. Oscar shuddered involuntarily. As a level 31 support soul master, he realized he would likely be the primary target in battle. Fearing he would fall even faster than Ma Hongjun, the might of the Imperial Battle Team left everyone astounded. The expressions of Shrek's boys were grave, and they sank into profound silence, while the ladies' faces bore a similar pallor. What should we do? Is there truly no chance for us? Xiao Wu exclaimed, sitting on the sofa, swinging her long legs, visibly agitated. The opponent is absurdly powerful, Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. Even the vice captain is a full 39 level. Who could the captain of the Imperial Battle Team be, and what formidable strength does he possess? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. Her curiosity and wariness toward the captain of the Imperial Team, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, heightened. Even with the backdrop and influence of the Soto Great Soul Arena, they could not uncover the captain's identity. His name remains unknown. Who exactly is this enigmatic leader, and what immense power does he wield? A sense of unease enveloped the group. The master spoke gravely. Beyond these 6 individuals, you must remain vigilant of the captain, who has never made an appearance. Common sense dictates that the less familiar the opponent, the more dangerous they tend to be. The group nodded earnestly, unwilling to harbor any thought of underestimating their rivals. Frankly speaking, even if you were to lose to them, I would not be surprised or disheartened, for the opponent is exceedingly strong. The master sighed deeply, his expression softening somewhat. As he earnestly advised, do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. Strive diligently, and as long as each of you can showcase your true potential, it matters not if you lose. The room fell into silence. Lose? Could we truly lose? Over the past month, the Shrek team has triumphed in every battle. Never tasting defeat, how could they possibly resign themselves to loss? The group remained silent, filled with reluctance. At that moment, Tang San rose, his ordinary visage radiating determination and resolve, declaring earnestly, we will win. We must win. Xiao San, their brother. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of delight as they turned their gazes towards Tang San. In the midst of this atmosphere laden with despondency, Tang San's resounding words undoubtedly served to invigorate their spirits, instilling a profound belief within each individual that victory was within their grasp. Rest assured, esteemed teacher, regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, we shall emerge victorious. Tang San declared earnestly, locking eyes with his mentor. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate the miracles you will create. The master, rarely displaying such warmth, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, in a lavish VIP suite within the Soul Arena, The members of the Imperial fighting team were engaged in a serious discussion regarding their forthcoming opponents, the Shrek team. Teacher Qin Ming. It is my turn to take the stage this time, is it not? Fang Xian's eyes blazed with the fire of battle, brimming with ambition as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow upon Tang San and his companions. After a month of silence, Fang Xian had been relegated to the sidelines, deprived of the opportunity to showcase his prowess. This was all orchestrated by Qin Ming, who intended to keep Fang Xian as the trump card of the Imperial combat team, revealing him only when absolutely necessary. Now was the time to confront Shrek. If Fang Xian remained inactive, it was likely that the inept members of the Imperial combat team would be thoroughly humiliated by Shrek. After all, he was the captain of the Imperial combat team. He could not idly watch as his team journeyed far and wide merely to serve as fodder for Shrek. Thus, Fang Xian's great blade was poised, eager to cleave through the ranks of those young brats led by Tang San. However, to Fang Xian's astonishment, Qin Ming shook his head, firmly denying Fang Xian's request to participate. What? Why? Fang Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Because you have reached level 45, far exceeding the Soul Master rank for battle. If you enter the fray, we would have to contend with the Soul Sect's Silver Soul battle team, Qin Ming explained earnestly. Nanny. Fang Xian spat blood. Chapter 92. The troubles arising from rapid advancement. Will it lead to baldness? Fang Xian was initially plagued by concerns regarding his exuberant mane, fearing that he might succumb to the fate of a bald individual. What significance does it hold if one could obliterate the earth with a single punch, only to be left as a bald head? The matter of one's appearance is indeed of utmost importance and warrants careful consideration. After a series of trivial musings, Fang Xian was compelled to confront a harsh reality. Due to his excessively high level, he seemed unable to partake in the competition between the Shrek team and the Royal Combat team. The Soul Arena enforces stringent regulations. Within a team of Soul Masters above the 30th level, should even one member surpass the 40th level, the entire team's standard elevates, necessitating a confrontation with teams of the Soul Sect level. Thus, despite Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and others remaining at the Soul Master level, Fang Xian had, through relentless battles, amassed a considerable amount of soul power, causing his soul power level to soar to an impressive 45. Unlike the elite competitions of the continent's advanced Soul Master academies, which impose age restrictions but not level limitations as long as one is under 25, the Soul Arena emphasizes equality of levels. Teams must be within the same major level. After all, it is a spectacle for the audience. If there is a significant disparity in levels between the two teams, the outcome of the battle becomes all too predictable, rendering the viewing experience rather dull. What then shall be done? Fang Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had spent an entire month sharpening his great blade, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could confront the story's protagonist, Tang San, and test whether the system would grant him any additional rewards for such an endeavor. To his dismay, he now found himself barred from making an appearance. After a moment of silence, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with a mysterious gleam as he proposed, Teacher Qin Ming, what if I conceal my rank and secretly participate in the competition? Qin Ming, Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and Yu Lingling were momentarily taken aback, then collectively cast scornful glances at Fang Xian. Pathetic, Du Guyan remarked. How embarrassing, Yi Lingling added. Isn't that rather unseemly? Yu Tianheng's expression was somewhat comical. Hey, what's wrong with all of you? I'm trying to help, and yet you dare to look down on me.